www.that'sahotcoffee.com, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. YouTube in the house. Welcome. Tubulars. Some of my favorite people on earth. Love the YouTube gang. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be able to do literally any of this. You know what I mean? So, cheers. Thank you all so much. Appreciate that like. That will help a lot. And, well, it's gonna be a long day. Right, Maya? Yeah. Miss Maya says it's going to be a very long day, right? So, it is early. We have a few hours until the event starts, right? Our top 8 is today. Which is super exciting, right? There's going to be some high quality Magic being played in a bit. And start time for that is about 4 hours, I think. I think we're sitting at about 4 hours until start time. Which means we have some time for one another, right? This is exciting. This is exciting. And we can be playing against one another while we wait as well. We can do some community matches or something. This is my thoughts. These are my hopes for the day, right? So welcome, everyone. Happy to have you. Really appreciate all of your attention this weekend. It's been absolutely incredible. Woof, woof, woof. Let's give everyone a few moments before we get started. Shouldn't be a problem. Right? Hello. Welcome, welcome. YouTube gang is showing up. Notifications are going out. What up? What up? Welcome, everyone. I hope you had a magical evening. Twitch gang is rolling in now as well. A little bit slower, but they're showing up. Good morning, Twitch gang. Yo, yo, yo. Happy to have y'all. We are currently sitting at rank 93. Still top 100, baby. Haven't played in days. Which is interesting for me, right? So we're gonna get ready to get down and dirty. Check out this ladder here. See if anyone's trying to catch me. Killer Dubs at 411. That's a fellow team Aether. Remember, we love that. Malone. 677. And then I don't even see Covert go blue. There's no way he's that low. Unless I just missed him. Anywho, we may as well get started, right? So, a few hours until the event, right? A few hours until the event. But you know what that means? That means it is the play-in event, right? We got to get that play-in event getting gone and going. All right. Let's try all this again. You know what I mean? Let's try all of this again. Do. We have a few minutes left. Right, this says there's 55 minutes left, so, you know, we're gonna get another shot in here. We are going to try again. And now if we're really lucky, right, if we're really lucky, we can get 2 runs through. Well, if we're really lucky, we'll only need 1. But, you know how that goes. Notagoodpool.com. Continue. Let's see what our commons and uncommons are like. Nothing crazy cool there. Oh, the cleanup crew is good. Is this the worst pool yet? Is this literally the worst pool we've had yet? Literally the worst pool we've had yet. Wow. Getting pushed into these colors isn't great. Forest plains, sure. Guess the flying is gonna help us, maybe. Let's go. So yeah, just kind of like picking through our cards. Trying to not suck so bad at life.com. We'll just take the big things. You know what I mean? We'll just run it through really quick. The Maestro's Charm's not bad. So there's just like nothing here. That's how I feel anyways. This is a really weird pool. What up, what up, what up? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's not a very impressive pool, but let's just run through it really quick. All right, let's get after it. A little bit of limited gameplay before we start, and then we'll switch to some viewer matches, right? We can play against one another, which will be super exciting. This is a forest. Let's rip. There's one plains in here, right? Initiate is a go. This is going to be a nice hit for us. Halo Scarab, sure. I mean, we could kill it. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. And then they don't get the treasure. That could be good. Then we just keep pushing through. Let's just take it. And then we can gold spend. And then next turn, maybe there's something more threatening. Jason Todd, enjoyed watching the tournament with you yesterday. Cheers, Jason. I hope you're ready for the top 12, baby. Starts in a few hours. We're going to do some limited gameplay. Try to get those play-in tournaments completed. And if we do complete this and place well in it, we actually don't even have to do the top 250 mythic, which is our backup plan. Well, not really our backup plan. Kind of our backup plan, I guess. In all honesty, it was my my primary plan. But then, you know what, I gotta try these other routes as well. I can't just ignore them, right? So, I'm confident that we can get that that 250 finish, so. They're gonna remove something here. Like a knockout blow or something, maybe, no? Yas. I should make a tweet. You know what I mean? That was a field wipe? Wow. Must be nice.com. Must be nice. They're playing with like a 5-color deck or what? Two 4 toughness creatures isn't bad. Not bad. Oh. It's a big hit. Right? We forgot to make that treasure last turn, but this doesn't matter because we just end up removing their draw engine instead. We'll stop on their turn so we don't miss the treasure this turn. They literally got a Triome as well. Holy. Let's tap ourselves anyways. I'm going to hold on to the cleanup crew for as long as possible in case they play an enchantment. Gets +5 from the wrecking crew. Put our stop on. I like this guy. He's a good little fatty there. I don't really want to show that I have an empty hand, but whatever. Just gain a bunch of life, I guess. Houston, that is a 10-10. Wow. That's a big boy, huh? Forcing them to block. And our turn here, did they get removal? I thought for sure they were going to beat us. Whoa, they got a Jetmir too? Dang, yo. Let's just slam in. It's a lot of heat. Good game. Huh. I thought for sure we were gonna lose that. Good start, good start, good start, good start. Yeah, that's not bad. Easy. What up, pizza? Day one thingy? Bro, what's day one thingy? What you talking about, Willis? HGG, I have a question, and I'm not sure if it has been answered already before, but which game mode is best to start working on your collection other than buying? Yeah, we're in the play-in event, pizza. The jump-in event is really good. To grow your collection if you're just starting. And each set they redo the jump in event, which is pretty cool. I like it. Let's grab a forest for cleanup crew. I would like to add a plains to the build here for Ginny, so we don't have to rely on that second forest, but you know, it's fine too, right? Because the forest can be the plains. It doesn't actually have to be the plains, and maybe that's actually bad, to be honest. I just like the idea of searching for it, but searching for a forest is literally gets the same thing done, so. Is jump in like standard jump start? No. Jump start was like its own set. Like you could buy that in paper. The jump in events is a little bit different, but I think very good value. Thing's good. I want to play Jenny into shields down. And I do still want to do something because I don't want to just allow them to, you know, take another turn and build. So let's play that creature. And maybe they won't attack. This could be good for us, right? Soloist. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, tap target creature and opponent controls. You can't block this turn. Let's get the shield counter down.
I would like to keep the soloist alive, I think. You get the Jewel Thief. Losing Jetmir's not great, but whatever. Just slam in. I don't think the Monger is a threat. Decent, decent. The treasure. Oh, no way. Are you freaking kidding me? Who gets depopulated in the pool? www.dirtydog.com. Oh, sick. That was so good. I thought we were just about to run away with it. And a limousine? Whoa. Bro, what are you doing to me? That's crazy.com. But look at us go. Look at us go, chat. Look at us go. It's an artifact.com. That's so sick. Wow, 50-50. That was so good. Soloist, I like your style, brother. This is pretty crazy with the muscle. 10 damage, right? Oh, they kill our muscle, and then their soloist survives. Oh no, it transfers to our next strongest creature, so it still does 6. Okay. I mean, that actually works out in our favor. Not really in our favor, but better so than if their creature would have survived, right? If it was a fight effect. Oh. What do they get? 3-drop, huh? Oh. This cannot be good. Back up. Agent. We're down to 12, so we gotta be careful here. Double block. That's not bad. Definitely getting rid of some of that life they would have got. 2 extra life we dealt with. The blocker sucks though. Okay. Not all is lost. They're gonna hit us for. Well, they might not attack. I don't know, because we're gonna hit for 3 on the back end also. No. Ouch. Good for them. Come on, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money. They are going to beat us here, right? This bird This freaking bird.com. Life gain's helping too. Down to 2. What do we get? Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Let's see what we get. I don't think it's anything. One more draw. No. Dang, that was close. We tried. Push through it. Not a big fan of our pool, so I wouldn't mind if we could turbo through this. And just try again with a new pool one last time. You know what I mean? 50-50. Flyers are very strong. Yeah. This is so slow. Brutal. Third land off the top. Forest, let's go. Nice. Missed our land drop. Make a treasure. Or the family unblocked, but I'd love to Ginny Faye if we can. Again, I still want to save this treasure for Ginny. If we have to. I want to save the initiate, so if they have any crazy interaction, I don't want to offer it up. but then this pushes us to 3, so it forces them to double twice, or use some of their own combat tricks. Okay, that worked very well. So we lose our treasure. Let's just take it, whatever, right? Don't want to offer up the soloist. That liberation with the Devilish Valet is ridiculous. That's so good. Alright, get a nice hit in for 2. Or 3, sorry. Looking for another forest.com. Really? That seems misplaced. It's just a 1-1. Are you kidding me? Nice pool, bro. I wish. That's crazy good. Gonna gain 4 life, I guess. Three. An additional draw must be nice. Deadly. That's really good for them, that removal. It's one of our only ways to really deal with this. Jenny, lock this down. Axis. Lock it down again. Actually, that just makes it attack if able, which I don't know if I care for that. It was going to anyways, I assure you. Picking up the masses. This isn't bad, I like that. We double block Urabrask. I guess. It gives them an extra draw every turn. We have to. Literally have to. Well, that's unpleasant draw. Well, that's unpleasant. Today is draft day. Not the whole day, we're just waiting for the event to start. But yeah, basically. Basically need that draw. Another land. That's awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. You love when they have it exactsies, right? www.blameourpool.com. Wait 1,000 gems. Return those. It could be worse for sure. 22 minutes. This is it, you guys. This is the last one. Interesting. This is like not the greatest pool either, is it? As far as those rares go. Brawlers is good. Double sewer crocodile, that's not bad either. Like these fatties. Got trample. I hate how I'm always pushed into this color combination, you know what I mean? Is there enough flyers? No. No. Shoot. I like the crocodile, but I'm not sure there's enough backup there. Just really rely on antagonize, maybe? Four more cards. We do have some whites we could put in here. Alright. Just not good enough at limited.com? Yeah, no, I get it. But there's only one way to get better, right? And it's through practice, so here we are. Oh, no! So here we are.com, looking to get better. And you know, it's 50-50, right? We either do or we don't. Right? We either do or we don't. Basically rushing to get on here this morning. To do so. Well, what better, you know, skill pool to test within, right? Like, I want to make sure I'm practicing against the best people. Right? I like how he just rolls around on it. That's fantastic. Let's get to work.com. All of our lands are covered, which is fantastic. Second red. Discard. Forest, I suppose? Let's just swing. Whoops. I don't really want to blitz the jockey. And I should also play the entourage first. That's a trade I'd take. Menace, connive, nice. It's a big boy. I will blitz this. I like that. And I like to push up the initiate. I think those are decent swings. And then as far as who we want to shut down, I think it might be the Maestros Initiate. I think we'll get rid of this, force it to block because of the Menace. It's fine. We just need one more land, right? So if we're gonna die, so are they. Roko can crew the hauler. Take the draw. I'll take that trade. They can have it. Okay, we should have traded. Maybe we should save this menace for a draw. Right, we'll blitz it, take the draw instead. Hey, thanks so much for the follows there. Appreciate it. Double blitz, baby. Let's go. I would like to stack it all here, but there's a good chance they've got removal. Let's spread it out. I don't know. We do have double strike over on the side, potentially. So that might be where they want to send it. Yes. Okay. Actually, the first strike is kind of what I want. I didn't do the math. Maybe that extra damage. 1, 3, 9, 10, 11. That should still be lethal, potentially. Never mind. We make sure that our initiate survives. Double draw here. Okay, and the Revelers is not too bad. Top 8 is starting in 3 hours. We have a 3-hour countdown until that top 8 begins. I'm super excited. So until then, we're going to be doing this event, completing it, and then we will be doing community matches, right? We can play against one another, which is super exciting. Game. To restart this playlist. Make sure we don't go too far, you know what I mean? Well, there's a little bit left, but they're instrumentals. Let's restart it. This is, of course, the Streets of New Capenna album that we're listening to, which is pretty crazy that they make those. Pandasaurus Rex, I really like that name. Let's try and get this done. Uh-oh. Playing with the badboydeck.com. Let's grab a forest. Ooh. Jeskai? Nice. I like how they splash red there. Looking for the draw off the start. We have antagonized to save ourselves from any damage. Getaway car is very good. Hopefully this isn't too scary. I mean, I'd love to antagonize prize fight that getaway car, right? They might be forced to take a turn into removal, though. Still gonna swing. And I love the idea of just holding up this antagonized prize fight. Good game. Beautiful. Yeah, there's not going to be a lawsuit. And then what? They either redo it or they don't. It's up to them. We sign their terms of service, right? Not the other way around. Players should make a terms of service for WotC. Alright, I mean, land is good. There's a 2-drop here. Not affiliated with Twitch anymore.com. Was I ever? Was I ever? We're not an affiliate, bro. Hashtag I wish. What up, Malone? How are you doing today? Good to see you, brother. Nah. I do the events, the big events. I'll do those both on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. Oh, that's good. Dangyo.com. But typically, it's just the one. This new look, appreciate it. Yeah, this is just kind of like our live presentation look. I'm a little nervous here. I think we're in deep trouble. Brawlers might help us. If we can hauler brawler, I'm down with it. You scooch to the left. I'm zoned in, baby. Malone's got me down to the slightest detail, chat. He's like, this guy's camera's not centered, man. It's driving me insane, oh. Down to 15. A little nervous. Getting a little nervous here, huh? It's got to go out eventually. Hopefully they use up all their removal. The whole overlay. Well, the whole overlay is it's done by Stream Elements. I don't think I've got too much control over that. This upsets me. But the additional +1 on the life gain from the brawlers will be helpful eventually. No, I get it. I thought about that too, and I was like, well, whatever. It's fine. Because it's the overlay from, like, this is a free overlay that anyone can use from Stream Elements, if you're on that platform. There's lots of different overlays you can access for free, which is pretty cool. There's like a ton of magic ones. All the ones I'm using today are provided ones. Oh? www.o? So that's really good. Really good. I'll create 3 treasures. And then we could +4, +3. But they're gonna hit with the trample. +4, +3. Let's do it. Don't be chicken. Don't be chicken. We're not blocking. We're not blocking. We want those treasures. They can block if they want. Do it. Do it. Unless they have combat tricks in their hand, that would suck. 50-50. We either get it or we don't. 50-50. Yeah, I'm a little nervous because they're going to sink the treasures into Jetmir immediately. And they just take it. So now we, instead of getting those treasures, we don't. Which means Antagonize is not there, which means I think this is going to be close to game. See what they pick up off the top. Losing that devil sucks. If we can get a life gain attack in with this freelance, though, we're going to be golden. But I'm a little nervous. We do gain 8 life next turn. They're gonna double block. Well, no, that'll survive. Still think we're dead. But the life gain certainly will help. It's a big hit, too, for 8. You know, it's not like it doesn't exist. Chump blocker at the very least on one of them, but yeah, it's looking like that's lethal. We're gonna hit for 3, 4, 5. Confirmed. 10, 11 confirmed damage. Good game. Yeah, that's game for sure. That's that, yo. It's hard. Hard situation. So if we don't go for the life gain, then, you know, they're just going to attack with their choice creatures and bully us for a few turns because they're so much wider than us. Right, well, we can just frig off, right? This is lethal. Let's see how they attack, though. Maybe they mess up. No. www.nope, that's lethal.com. Yeah, we got wrecked here. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but they did a lot better, right? That sticky fingers ramped them so aggressively, and especially with Jetmir. Nice little 1-2 there. MTG Malone, are you still here? How did you do in the play-in event? Did you participate? Did you make it? Did you do the do? I'm gonna throw a land. Oh yeah, we got the Capenna soundtrack ripping, baby. Where is this music coming from? Got you, bros. It's, the Streets of New Capenna official soundtrack. Hmm? It's good stuff. Fish Tribal got you the win or what? Well, hello. We should have traded. We should have traded. This is looking pretty grim. Nice casualty. That's pretty delicious right there, eh? Yeah, that's not bad.com. That's pretty good, yeah? There you go. I'm gonna have to just rely on my top mythic finishes to get me in here, I think. Because this is tough, yo. No, negative. Next week is last month's top 1200. This is for next month. I guess we could have shut down the Overseer and then prize fought the token. Seems weird though. That's not what the internet says. We are in May and we're talking about the one on the 28th. The event on the 28th is for last month's top 1200. So maybe the play-in event feeds into that as well? A lot of Toledos. No blocks. It's not a white source, but we don't mind. These flyers, though. It should be enough to make it through. We'll do our best.com. Probably pretty easy. Oh, good lord. Nice, bro. Get wrecked. Looking a little late for this, but we're gonna try our best. I mean, at this point, we probably just want to... No, we need the life gain on the back end, right? Yeah, I think that's... from what I read, it's the top 1200 plays on the 28th. Maybe they're two different events on the same day? Because I have the token as well. Like, the token is in my like, bar or whatever when I look at it. Maybe you're looking at the top 1200 token in your bar instead of this thing. Because it's in my bar, and I didn't finish this event, so maybe you're just looking at the wrong thing. We're in the same stupid position as we were last time. Six life. Worst. This muscle really does help. I'll show you after this match. Only money will solve this. It's true. It's true. And they're trying to line up lethal here. I mean, it looks like they'll probably get it. Right, that trample's pretty nasty. If they remove our creature, they just straight up have it. A virtual arm wrestle, let's go. This is blocks as well. Whoops. Probably should have blocked the pummeler, hey? Six, 8. Kill that. They'll probably still kill us. Not sure that does anything. Is that a misplay? Shouldn't have that gone on the pummeler. So that's why I'm thinking they might lead to the same event, because I have not finished this, but I was in the top 1200. And on my thing, I'm positive it says the 28th. I'm pretty sure, like 80%. This is really good for us right here. So we push up the brawlers. And now we hit for like just a bunch. Agonizer buffs the brawlers, which is gonna buff the freelancer. Alright, so check this out. May 28th qualifier weekend qualification. Join between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Pacific on May 28th. So this is what I'm talking about, bro. I've not completed this. You know, I'm still in this. I don't have this yet. But I did compete and finish in the top 1200 last month. So what I'm wondering is if both events are just leading us into the same qualifier on the 28th. That's what it would appear to be to me, since we both have it and we've both got there a different way. Yeah, and see, now I got this from top 1200. So do I not even need to do this because I'm already qualified for it? Oh my lord, I've been burning gems in this event and I'm already qualified for it? We've spent like 20,000 gems on this fucking thing, chat. What the hell? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hashtag my bad. I've been so concerned with this play-in event, and we didn't even need to be. That's awesome. That's awesome, yo. It's okay. It's no worries. It's good practice, right? It's good practice. Just good practice. That makes me laugh. Play points do roll over, yes. Which is quite nice, I think, right? Too many wake and bakes. Bad. Yeah, now we're gonna steamroll the event because we're not stressing. That actually makes a lot of sense to me as well. Give me a second green source, I think. Actually, no, we have the green in hand. Be a red source. We spent a lot of gems. Yeah. This is just a limited draft. Or I guess it's a sealed deck, actually. Play points are a form of currency that are new to the game. You can collect them through different events, and they're going to gain you access to the competitive events within Magic, which is pretty cool. This deck seems slow. Oh, it is. But luckily for us, their deck is even slower. Right? Luckily for us. Most draft decks are pretty slow too, right? Limited decks aren't always super speedy. Super speedy.com. No, a little slower. It's really good. Got him. Nice hit, nice hit. Oh, ouch. That sucks. This should be game, though. Unless there's a field wipe. That Grixis field wipe could get us. Oh, they're gonna bounce the crew. Right, bounce Wrecking Crew. Oh, we're not out of it yet. We are not out. Alright. 3 cards in their hand. But they could also play the Outlaw, which is a really good blocker. Alright, we're not out of this yet. Yeah, I do, Mr. Malone. I do. Looking to actually start making YouTube content about it soon. I just have to film it. It's all ready, but the Freelancer is a good hit. It's also a good block, right? We can block for 9. Mm-hmm. Let's see how this works out. We might just be hitting into removal. This will help us go wide. Thought they were gonna counter that with a disdainful stroke or something. I was like, no way. No way, Jose. About 2.5 hours until the event starts. Connive is good, man. That Connive is good. The discard here is nice as well because they're going to retain access to whatever they do discard. Flooding the field. Good for them. We get a land. Dang. So, we search our library for an Overseer that has flying. It should finish off the game. Nice, good for them. A lot of Toledos. It's a lot of Toledos over here. Grab that flyer. Should be good. Two-turn clock. No way. Nice top deck, bro. Wow. You jerk. Next turn, right? We have the Wrecking Crew. 69 viewers, total poggers. Nice. The best thing here is we have them down on 3 life. Alright, that'll save us. Alright, well, let's see how this all pans out. I guess the question is, like, what do they have in hand, right? Come on. Nice. Nice. Good game. Good morning, Carrie. What up? We're doing a little bit of the play-in event while we wait for the coverage to start. 4 wins. Look at us go. Wow. Brr! It's cold in here, man. Alright, 2 more wins. Let's try our best. Let's try our best. Ooh. Man. How's the weather in Germany, Malone? I think you're a German guy, aren't you? Actually, I really don't know. I always just have assumed, I think. What's the weather like over there, yo? It's still cold in Canada. Oh, man. Nice chilly. Land is nice. $90. End of September. Ooh, I'm in Alberta. Central West Alberta. My closest city is Edmonton. But I don't know if I really recommend coming here. It's like, you know, the prairies. Vancouver's a little ways away. A little ways away. I do love Vancouver, though. What a fantastic city. It's beautiful. Really nice. The city of street bikes and taxis. Either ride in a taxi or you ride a street bike, baby. Let's go. There's just so much traffic. It's like the only way you're getting anywhere is if you're on a bike. That's how it felt to me anyways. Edmonton Oilers, let's go. That's funny. Terra Nova vessels, there we go. There we go. Alright, let's get some goodies out. Censored art from Ontario. Nice. Worst case, right? Worst case Ontario. We always hear that out here. There's a good chance they have something here. Like that. Nice. Dang, yo. That's a good hit. Team Ontario in the house. Nice. I think Mike's also from Ontario, one of our Twitch mods. Does it pay off? Nice. This is kind of scary territory. Right, down to 8. Doesn't look great. Looking very good. Oh. Uh-oh. That Angel's Gasolina as well, right? That actually only goes up to 6. but it still has to be done. Oh, no, it goes to 7. But nonetheless, same story. And these flyers are just going to finish us off. Oh, that's not a fight effect. For some reason I was thinking it was. Yeah. Just take it now while they're tapped. I guess. It's not good by any means. We're still down on 6. They have a flyer. Yikesy doozies. Oh. You had a planeswalker in your limited pool, did you? You had a planeswalker in your limited pool, did you? Yeah? Is that good? Okay, chat, we're dead. We are dead. Right, we are dead. I wish this blitz did 2 damage to me. See what our draws are. Antagonize. Revelers. Just too little too late. Too little too late. They've a lot of value in play there still. Right? That Vivian is just like untouchable. We're not getting her. Hey Simba, you crying a bunch? You gonna come say hello or what? You just gonna be down there and cry. I'd actually prefer it if you stayed on the floor, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, well let's claim our prize. I'm pretty happy, you know, with Malone being in chat here, letting us know that we don't need to worry about this. Because we can claim our prize. That's fantastic, right? We get those gems. Oh, it's over. It's over. No more entries. No more entries, chat. All right, let's click on some buttons and drain our resources here. Today might be our lucky day. You know, crushing up to that 700,000 gold. Just casual amount of gold. And, wow. They're trying to tempt me, chat. Wizards is trying to tempt us into spending our gold. Are we gonna give it to them? Nope. Frickin' nope. They wish. They wish. Let's open some packs. 20 gems. Wow. You are kind. And that's looking like that's all we have. BEA Beautiful. Co-hosting the official German stream. There you go, bud. Get after it. Let's profile it up, see where we're at. Rank 94. Take care, Malone. Have a fantastic day. Enjoy your co-stream. I hope you enjoy. And we are looking at about 2 hours, roughly 2 hours, 20 minutes until the start time. What up, Mojo? Mojonies in the house. So at this point, I would like to open up after a quick break. I will tweet it out as well. But if anyone wants to play matches against us, we can do that for the next little bit, right? So, again, massive thank you to everybody who's been watching, both on YouTube, on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. It would appear that we qualified through the event. Not through the event, through last month's rank, right? And what up, peeps? Finally, 8 today, went 7 and 3 this morning. Got 50-50'd this morning. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, we got 50-50 this morning too, Tommy. But again, thank you guys all so much for showing up. We're just going to take a really quick break, and we will get back. I'm going to send out a tweet, and then we can play matches against the community while we wait for the coverage to start. Yes? So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I hope you all have an absolute magical day. Support the channel in any way. Let's get after it. What a beautiful be right back screen. That Chandra lip bite though? Ooh, woo. Yeah, that's a funny looking percent sign, isn't it, Mojo? Oh, you cracked me up, bro. I like that picture you sent me too. That's so funny that someone sent that to you. All right, we'll be right back in about 5 minutes, chat. Enjoy these tasty streets of new Capenna tunes. I'm gonna restart the soundtrack here for us. I would hate to get demonetized if it slipped to another album.
If a battle needs winning, by yourself you'd get beat. Yes, I said family. Without them you're incomplete. Oh, family, out here on the streets. Let's train back home. Whoa, she's on that train back home. That girl has been through hell and back, but now she's on that train back home. Whoa. Just a little halo and I'm feeling halo rich. Just a little halo is as good as it can get. I was feeling blue, but then I flicked a little switch. But there was nothing wrong this halo couldn't fix. Just a little halo makes the world go round and round. Just a little halo, lift your feet up off the ground. When your dreams turn into nightmares, when you're feeling kinda down, with a little halo you could run this town.
Okay. You're back.
Just a little halo and I'm feeling halo rich. Just a little halo.
Mojo's loving the music. Let me send out a tweet. Oh, cap locks. Beautiful. What's our hashtag for the event? It's in my Twitch thing. Then what are my links? There you go. Why walk when you can fly? Top 8 starts in 2 hours. 2 hours. Beautiful. All right, who's first on the chopping block, baby? All right, I'll entertain your kitties, bud. Finally, it's just the cats. Who wants to fight me? Your chances are 50-50 of beating me. Someone who doesn't play this game much. Right? Let's fight. Who's fighting me, chat? What's the command? MTG bot. Oh my lord. I'll have to look it up. This is actually a banger. MTG bot. Burb. Forbidden wine. Queue open. The queue has been opened. So it's gonna be queue join or queue add in chat. All right, Josh and Rebecca, you're up. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Add me. www.addme.com. Here's my name. Hello, good game. 07. If you're in Twitch chat, join the queue. If you're in YouTube, you know what? Just say, let's fight. Because we are live on both, and I want to include both, but... or you can just spam... If you just put your names in chat, I'll get you. Right? Like... Could be as easy as that. And then you let me know what you want to play, or, you know, I'll just wing it. I'll pick some random stuff. I'll play free-to-play decks, and y'all can play your tier 1 decks. We'll make it an even match. Yeah. What's the rank today? 94. Top 100 all month long. It's the 22nd. Literally 1 week left. I'm still top 100. Feeling confident. Feeling confident. I'm looking for names. Nice. Literally all you have to do is challenge me and I'll accept it. All you have to do is challenge me, chat, and I'll accept it. Okay. How about that? We don't have time spiral packs this time. What up, Guillotine? My bro! How did you do, Guillotine? Don't run, I miss you. I miss you, stay and cuddle. Guillotine, stay and cuddle. No! No! Did you do it? Did you qualify? Did you do it? Cheers, man. You have a magical day. I hope you got it. I hope you got it. You challenged me? Hashtag doing it wrong? Yes, because I don't see any challenges. It's easiest if you add... Best one was 5 wins? That's actually not that bad. I think my best was 4. Right? You beat me, Joe. That's fantastic. If you add me, then I can add you back, and then you can challenge me. I don't have any friend requests. I've sent requests. Maybe I need to restart my game. Welcome back, my 50-50 friend. Friend or foe, 50-50. Ooh, you got a festival. Man, your job is pretty cool. Like, here we are, trying to pay to go to these events. You know what I mean? I have not done enough drugs to even read this. 100 Gex is pretty cool. I don't mind 100 Gex remixes. Some 41. Simple Plan. Grandson is sick. Big Grandson fan. Holy. 2 Chains, Juicy J. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. That's pretty cool, bro. Like, that's some shit. I'll take VIP tickets and an all expenses paid trip. You know what I mean? Alright, we have a friend request. And we get a challenge. You're responsible for the orange stage? Okay, let me go back to that. Those colors are toxic, aren't they? It's like... Is this a Kool-Aid commercial? Shit. I can't even read it. It just burns my brain out. I actually agree. You're the orange stage. Oh, metal. Nice. There you go. I don't really know any of these metal bands, which is sad. No, that's sick, bro. Have a great weekend. Fucking blasting it. Hey. Alright, you might have to re-challenge me. That challenge disappeared when I added that other person. But yeah, just like send me a challenge and let's go. Targeting kids much, bro? That's pretty funny. All right. So, yes. Accept invite. Yo. What's wrong with my client? I'm going to restart it one more time, you guys. I think it's on my end. Cheers, bro. Have a great night. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm just trying to... I don't know. It's like giving me an error, so I'm going to restart. All right, we have it up. We have it up. Vape tents. Is this it? Oh, wow. There isn't an active queue. What do you mean? So who is first in queue? I seen it. Let's be honest. It's whoever sends me a challenge first. Because if I go queue next, it's going to skip the first person. It was like Foxy something in chat I seen. Foxy, send me a challenge, bro. You guys, make it easy on me. Please. Make it easy on me, Foxy. Oh my lord. Alright. Beautiful. 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 Dun, 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 dun. What are we playing? What are we playing? What are we playing? What are we playing? That is a terrible misspell. Let's hit him with the recursion, baby. Hit him with the Boros. We're doing viewer challenges until the event starts. You don't have to hide my screen, chat. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. So we have 2 hours of viewer battles. Oh, I'm a big Extraction fan, baby. This card is holy Toledo's. Even if you, like, you know what I mean, just a 3-2, it's fine. I like the Pyre to discard, but we don't really have any 2 or minus, but... It's gonna force them to deal with it, right? While we continue to curve, like, it's okay. What are you playing, Ashes? For a second, I got worried that we were just gonna play against the tournament decks, which we still might, but there's a good chance with everyone here that that'll be less likely. But again, you know, play with whatever you like. I don't mind a challenge. You heard? The human deck yesterday looked so good. It won't let me add you to my friends. Are you sure? Other people are adding me. Try this. You can probably copy and paste that. Nice. Oh, I forgot that was Exile. Right, we're gonna bring it back, but it's exiled. Should probably think about my playlines. Now you all get to see what it is to be a top 100 Mythic player, right? You're gonna gain some self-belief within your whole Magic experience. Be like, oh wow, I am good at this game. I just beat Hello Good Game. And then you're gonna rise to glory. So I'm happy to help. Oh, we are gonna get milled. Nice. We have an incredibly low curve as well here, which is scary. Heaven's Army, thanks for the friends request. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a magical day. Oh, pros misplay all day long, baby. We just misplay more, so we learn from it. Like, you think you misplay a lot? No, 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 no. We all misplay the same, but put different amounts of time into it. No, I'm kidding. Thanks.
Right. Let's clean up this
They could still mill us. You know what I mean?
This is your
It ain't over.
win.
It ain't over.com. It's not how you get good, it's how you got good, baby. I don't know. I'm playing on my iPhone, so I don't know. But I'd really like to play you anyways. If it doesn't happen, no biggie, but I appreciate it. What's your username? Paste your username in chat and I'll add you. How about that? Alright, I got you, Josh and Rebecca. It's gonna take 2 people to beat me.
Show 'em what you've got.
This is the Capenna music? Wow. Fallen Praetor. This is heavy. This is on the official Magic soundtrack, yo. This is official soundtrack. Wow. Okay, okay, okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Woo! Another Fading Hope. Wow.
The angels
All right, I'm sure we get milled out here. Get millin'. Ah, there it is, baby. Let's go. Hello. Good game. That's a big hit. That's a big hit going over. Woo! A couple damage on board state here. For sure, for sure, for sure. Alright, did you post your name though, Joshua? Joshua, what is your arenaname.com? I cannot challenge you unless you post it. Mine's Hello Good Game 07002. I need to know yours. That's your mill deck, bro. It's probably Mojo's mill deck. That's why you didn't win. If it was my mill deck, you would have won, but you used Mojo's mill deck, so that's probably the issue there, right? Fucking Elspeth. Yeah, I know, right? She's good. She's a cutie. Oh. Dang, yo. Alright, Q next. I think. It's 50-50. Next up, Foxy. And I think we did Foxy. There is no number symbol there, but I understand. I understand. I understand. I'll put it in there myself, baby. Put it in there myself. Bye-bye. Are there spaces here? I hope not. Alright, well, I sent you a request. Okay, so, exclamation mark. Q next. Next up is Rakdos. We just played that. Yeah, we're playing with Fan Swoozy. Join queue. Just use that command below me to get in there. I need to actually, like, just copy and paste this. Beautiful. Alright, ripping through them. BioCoast. Let's go, baby. Are you in queue? BioCoast, are you here? I'll get you, Karma. If you're not in queue, Karma, join up. Or maybe you can take Buddy's place. Heaven's Army. Send. I did send it. I did. Mojo, you be good. Oh, yeah, no, it says it's sent. Do I need to resend it? Let's play! Oh, hello. Restart your game, maybe? Let's see if you accepted it or not. Alright, maybe I'll restart my client as well. That's how these things go. Alright? Have you tried turning it off and on again? Step number 1. I actually don't play on my phone, so I'm unaware of how the friend adding process works. I don't know if you do it right on your phones. I've literally opened this up on my phone twice. Alright, bye. I'm gonna try again. It sucks. Yeah, I imagine this is a hard game to play on your phone. Maybe your side. I think it is. I'm gonna cancel my challenge, and then you send me a challenge, okay? Yeah, send me a challenge. You did. You did. It just didn't pop up. Let's go. Okay, now what? Select deck. Oh my gosh, really? Okay, canceling challenge. Canceling challenge. Canceling challenge. Canceling challenge. Canceling challenge. Canceling challenge. Feel like a broken record. I think I am a broken record. The game is bugged.com. Indie development company .mom / why is this happening to me? Nice. That's cool. What a great experience. Watching on YouTube on my TV, and I couldn't interact, so now I'm watching on both platforms. Beautiful. We love it. Welcome. Alright, I do have a friend request. Thank you for the new friendship. Looking forward to developing that, right? Let's go! Are we doing it? Bio? Or is it like just Rizzy wrecked again? Select deck! Select deck. Select deck. Oh my god. This is a great thing happening here to me. I can't even click out of it. Wow. Okay, so... Mwah. Let's try that again. Into monies again. I'm not sure that option exists. That would be cool. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Alright, Bio. Let's try it again. We know it works. I played one person already. I'm not leaving the screen. I sent you one. Karma's trying to jump in line. I love it. Fuck you guys, like, I'll get in the line out here. Let me just slide my request in real smooth like. Opponent has canceled the challenge. Join now. Yes, we've done it. We did it, chat. We did it. Let's play a little A little double creature. Little double creature in my life. You cancel my challenge. More like Archon Limo. The tournament starts in 1.5 hours. We did it. We did it, BioCoast. Beautiful. Get ready to be resurrect, bruh. And you challenged me? I don't have any challenges right now. It doesn't say. Anyways, we'll figure it out. I'll get you next, Joshua. We are as well. Are you Nebula? Joshua? Interesting. Get out of here, Magda. All right. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, I see you. Beautiful. No, you're right. Let's take their creature. And then they got the legendary rule. Nebula or Drankin, join the queue. The command is up at the top of the screen here. Alright, that's a big dragon, baby. The limo's doing work, yo. Use the Q to join. Drankin. I see you requesting just the challenge, but join the queue, okay, bro? It doesn't take long. I'm wiping the floor with these fools, you know what I mean? We'll get to you in no time, huh? Got him, chat. Got him. Got him. I mean, the workshop war chief, the limo. Are you kidding me, HGG? Are you kidding me, HGG? All right, Joshua, you are up next. Da, 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 da. And if anybody wants to get in on this action, just join Q, bro. Oh, he's gone. Joshua. My bro is gone. Why is it showing that he's offline though? Like at the top, shouldn't offline people be at the bottom? Right? Isn't that a little weird? Or he's just like showing himself as offline? I can't challenge you, Joshua, if you're offline. Limo hard counter. I know, right? Alright, well, we wait for Joshua, I suppose. We'll move on. Let's see who's next. It is on Ion NL. Shoot me a challenge, bro. I'm Knoffi on Arena. Oh, that's your name, Knoffi. Okay. Beautiful. Let's do Hinata Hideaway here. Fine, I'll wait. Oh, karma, bro. You don't. I see you. I see you. Get in line, baby. Fine, I'll wait. I love it. Let's go. Hey, thanks for the follow. Maybe we'll just put this down here. I don't know. Wayo. Hi, Grewer 22 with that Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I absolutely appreciate that. My bro. Gonna try your limo deck? Okay. Yeah, and if you want a specific format, just like yell at me in chat which format we're supposed to be playing, and I'll try to pick the right deck. Yeah, my pleasure. Most welcome. This one's Widespread Thieving with Hinata and Galazeth. This is on 3. Both of those multicolor flyers are on 4. We like it. So they have to remove it. Yeah, I can play you in Historic. Just all you have to do is join the queue, and I shall play you. What are they doing? I think you missed a letter. You missed an E. There you go. Nice. Oh, yeah? Losing that thieving, not great, but whatever. You gonna henge me, baby, or what? Nice to pop that opens off, draw a little bit through our deck. Rip apart, please come back to me. Nice, bro. Nice play. What? Oh, oops. I did that wrong. We needed the galvanic to resolve first. We fucked that up, chat. Ouch. What was I thinking? Wait, you have to let the iteration go through. Oh, a little late there, killer. A little late there, killer. Fuck. Okay, that's a good game. We fucked that up. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Oops, oops, oops. I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference, though, would it? Because they're just copying so many of those Invoked Despairs. Good game! Alright, is our offline friend here? Yes, they are. And now I'm in the deck tech selection thing. Where I can't select a deck. Nor can I cancel the challenge. What the heck, Arena? Fight me! What did we do last time to actually get this to work? We'll get you, Mojo. I guess our biggest mistake was tossing our, you know, enchantment removal. We didn't really know what deck they were. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna try this. Hopefully it works. Arma, you know, it's never gonna work, bro. If he's consistent, if not nothing else, chat. This guy is consistent. Fake news. People still watch the news? I know, right? I cannot believe that is like a thing still. It astounds me when I see people watching the news. I get so angry too when I start watching it. It's like, "Urgh. You stop lying to me!" The news is literally just corporate advertisement. Straight up. You watch the news, you're watching corporate advertisement. May as well just fucking stare at billboards. Of course, this is my personal opinion. Just not a big news guy, you know what I mean? Don't like the news. I read some news on the internet, you know what I mean? But like, just to actually watch the news, it's like, holy shit. Not even propaganda, it's straight up just advertising. Like, it's just money. I don't think there's too much of a war on for our minds. Seems pretty chill here to me, but... Distraction. Yeah, distraction's a good one. That's, I can get behind that being a big part of it, you know what I mean? It's like the magician's trick. You know, you focus over here, will we rob you over here? Or is that a sleight of hand thing? Shit, are all magicians thieves? Are all magicians actually just thieves? Oh no. Oh no! Exposed. I live in Buffalo. Nice. That's fantastic, Mojo. How do you like it? I live in Buffalo. I'm from Buffalo! Check out this sick draw. Oh, that's tasty. I'm just kidding, Mojo. I love you. And I love all of my Buffalonians. Buffalonians! Is that the correct word, chat? Buffaloons? In the case of Mojo, just straight up buffoon. You know what I mean? Oh no! Buffaloonies. Or buffalonies. Good game, Joshua. See, I told you, you needed Rebecca's help. Next time we fight, you get her help. You might stand a chance, bruh. Alright, who's next? And down, Swoozy, you're up. Let's get our swoos on. I don't think I've got you in my friends list. Swoozy. Are you there, Swoozy? Get swoozed. Buffaloettes? Buffolettes. Maybe that is right. Swoozy? Looking for a challenge, bud. Looking for a challenge. He's coming. Don't get that excited. You don't have to, you know, discharge about it. Ballones. Hello. Ogon. Oganakin? Oh, he wants a rematch, ladies and gentlemen. He wants a rematch. Oh, he's got to join the queue again. Joshua, I can play you again, but we're going to give you everybody else a chance. So if you're still here in a little bit, hit me up. I know you're not joining the queue, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mojo. The reason let's review this as a group. You're the reason I throw rocks towards Canada when I'm at the beach. I don't think you're throwing them in the right direction, Mojo. If you're at the beach throwing rocks, I think you're already fucked up, son. Just off the course of New Jersey, throwing rocks in the ocean. No, I guess that actually could potentially make sense because Eastern Canada kind of wraps down a little bit around the States, giving it a little cuddle, right? Where get that little spoon action in. Swoozy, are you there? Swoozy's just got to clean up, chat. Right, if we give Swoozy a second to clean himself, he'll be right here. Lake Erie? Okay, yeah, so that's the situation. I'm just picturing you, like, you know, off the coast of Portland or something, just... It's like, bro, that's the wrong way. Fans of Randos? Well, we like to do community days. Once a month, surely once a set. Typically, I've got packs to give out. Right, typically we do pack openings and stuff like this, but they're not here yet. They've been ordered. You know, man, getting packs of Magic cards in Canada is, like, not easy. Right? Yeah, Rebecca, it's all your fault. No, 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 bro. She's trying to help. She's trying to help. You already sent two. So, Swoozy, what's your name? And I'll add you. How about that? 'Cause I think you're doing it wrong. Swoozy! What's your name, bro? Give me that in chat. Yo, I'll take care of it. I got it. I got it. It is hard to take the time out of your day when you are making YouTube content for a living, but it's fun. No, I enjoy it too. That's why we like to do it, make it a special event. Speaking of, I guess, fan interaction, I don't know if y'all are into Commander, but we are starting a budget Commander tournament. More information coming soon. So this will involve paper YouTube content where I'm going to be doing deck techs for budget Commander decks. And then we'll have those tournaments for the community where everybody's just, you know, playing Commander, right? You can still play with your paper Commander deck. We'll use Spell Table. You know what I mean? It'll be fun. It'll be fun.com. It'll be like a lot of work, but at the end of the day, that's kind of what it is about, is the community. Swoozy! Heyo. Karma's like, is this good enough for me to cut in line now? And the answer is absolutely. Until... Oh no, Swoozy's name is right here. Dark Mage with a face. That's quite the name, Susie. Sorry for being slow. Didn't see you. Alright. Consider yourself added. Did you get a friend request, Susie? Oh, went straight through. So maybe he's online. Holy friends list, Batman. Okay, we can't do that one at a time. It was like Dark Mage or something. I don't see it.com. But I also don't see it in my requests that were sent out. Well, I could try it this way as well. This is my last hope. Let's do mono black aggro. Alright, maybe this will work? Nothing? I'll give it a minute. I'll give it just like, because I don't want to back out, you know what I mean? Like, just hands off! Wakey wakey, hands off snaky, chat. Come on! It's too early for that. Jesus. Was there a space there? Okay, okay. Maybe we'll try that. We'll try that, we'll try that, we'll try that, we'll try that. Boom. How about now, bro? How about now? Wow. Still not sending it. The one other thing I could try is that, like this. Maybe this will work? Our last hope? Anything? What you can do, Swoozy. I like that username, by the way. I don't speak Japanese. That's a fantastic username. Hey, thanks for the follow. If you go up here, Susie, and you click on, like, right here, it says my username. If you click on that, it'll copy it to your clipboard, right? And then we can make sure that we're getting the right names from each other. So here's my official name in chat, if anyone wants to add. One sec. I mean, yeah, I'll restart again. Maybe I need to restart, right? They should definitely consider taking a second pass at this. Without a doubt, I couldn't agree more. Let's just clean things up a bit, right? Do I have too many friends? Is that what's happening? Oh, I see you, Dark Mage. Maybe I have too many friends. We're gonna delete some people. No respect. You can always re-add me. I think I might have too many friends. It's like Dex. Oh, yes, that was the problem. I have too many friends. I don't think I've ever been able to say that in life. That's a first for me. Got him. What deck are you using? The fastest grind to Mythic with the current meta. I've been playing an Alchemy with Artifact Sacrifice, personally. It should be good, Susie. I think we're good to go. Yeah, nice, cool. I'm glad we figured that out. Oh no. Get deleted. Struggling to get to diamond. My decks are 50-50. Stop it, chat. Please, leave me alone. 50-50. Oh, man. If they keep making fun of him... well, not making fun of him. If they keep bugging him today, I don't know what I'll do. They either do or they don't, right? It's 50-50. You're in good hands, chat. Look at this little burb get some work done, huh? I hope not. Poor Riley. I know. It's like the middle of the night for him. He's so tired. He's just like trying to be a good commentator. And we all just pounce on him. I think it's 50-50. Shit. I love it though. You know, it's provided so much entertainment for us. Hello all, been watching for a while and just subscribed. My fault. Well, I appreciate that subscription there. That's awesome. Thank you.
take no choice.
Let's get our little Tocano in play.
Deal with this annoyance. My ways are not for the weak.
Take that meat hook away.
I bring my own army.
This is a banger too. I like this song. -1 still gets him. Take lethal. Never stood a chance, chat. Never stood a chance. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Good game, good game, good game, good game. Toshiro is a really good card, eh? I like that card. Looking forward to our next match, yo. We're listening to the Streets of New Capenna. Like the official soundtrack, which you can find on Spotify. Pretty cool. They did one for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty as well. So you get the songs, and then you also get the instrumentals with it as well. Daily deals. That's in store. Daily deals. These should have just refreshed as well. We have Samurais. All 50% off. I don't think there's anything special here. At least not to me. I mean, if you're a big Samurai fan, though, right? You never know. You never know. All right, who's next up in queue? The Operator. Let's get the operation on its way. I challenge you. Yeah, Mojo, it's actually not bad. I couldn't agree more. How can we get in on this? If you're on YouTube, all you kind of have to do is speak up. If you're on Twitch, you have to join the queue. Actually, no, I think do !Q in YouTube. I want to see if it works. It might work. I think it will work. Try, if you're on YouTube, try !Q join. We are just waiting for Operator. Are you here, Operator? I don't think there's a call time soundtrack. I think it started in Kamigawa. I think it's a brand new thing that they've been doing. So yeah, it's Q join if you want in on the queue. I would love to see someone on YouTube try it, if it works or not. No, Q join. With a space and then join, Mojo. It's literally a giant command right below me. play against me. Join using quotation marks, exclamation mark, Q join. It did not work. It did not work. It did not work.com. Resend it? Okay. Operator. Didn't work for you? Yeah, okay. So, if you're in YouTube, we will play against you. So, Mojo, you're gonna be up next, and then we'll do Popcorn, and then we'll do Twitch Q, and then we'll do Stellar, okay? I've not encountered that, but I've also not played Explore at all today. There's no music requests while we are live on YouTube, as it is against the copyright agreement. That's why we're only listening to this good stuff here. Came up and went away. What? www. What? I can't even cancel now. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna be locked. It's gonna. Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. We're gonna be locked in this weird thing now. Oh my God, Karma! We'll do a. You're next. You're next, bro. You're next. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so now I'm just stuck here. And I don't think it matters how many times I try to find, like, a new instance. I think I might have to let it time out, I don't know. Because if I just open my client again, it's gonna take us right back here. It's just a small indie company, chat, that's all. You mean you don't have to open your average computer program 15 times to get it to work? Huh. Currently waiting. Okay, cool. Waiting for opponent. I don't know if you can get in on this, operator, but my client is locked up. Like, I've literally been banished to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, thanks. This happens sometimes. This happens sometimes. All I can do is sit here and try to have the other person resolve it. Nice, right? Really cool, wizards. Really cool. Well, I can delete some old friends, make room. That's crazy. Oh, draw. Better luck next time, bro. Next! Oh, just kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. We'll play, we'll play, we'll play. See, Karma, you're up next, bud. Mojo's on the tubes, yeah. He likes it there. Are we locked up again? counting up on waiting for opponent. Nice. Me too. Me too, bro. I think YouTube has the better TV thing built into it. Right when I press cancel. AOL. Another draw. Shit, man. What the heck? At least I get to see your name. That part of it's fun. Let's try this one more time. Who do you think the best player, MTG player of YouTube content creators are besides me? I think Newmont is really, really good. Newmont the Nummy. Like, this guy has a very high skill set. Calm, cool, and collected. You know, all the pros are on YouTube as well, right? Like, PVDR is on YouTube. You know, Andreas Mancucci's on YouTube. Like, you know, Remy's on YouTube. There's really good people on YouTube. Like, all the pros have a YouTube channel. Even the lesser known pros, right? Like Sam Black is like someone I look up to in a massive way. And he's on YouTube, right? With the Archetypes podcast. A lot of really good players. PVDR is not anymore. Oh no. Is Mangucci? The MTG video? Alright, what's happening here? Operator. Okay, restarted, send another one. I don't know why this is so hard. Like, what is so difficult about getting this to work, right? It's an absolute banger. We have about 40 minutes until the event starts, everyone. T minus 40 minutes. Let's go. Oh, this is the Kamigawa one. Kamigawa. We gotta start it from the beginning, right? Missing our lander up here actually really hurts. I like that. Is this the 8-armed DJ?
I'm going to. I am.
No, yeah, not that part.
Remember your.
With just a little skill and lots of luck. I think it's the other way around. With lots of skill and a little luck. I think you have that backwards, bro. Oh, nice.com.
And this is my city.
Are you kidding me? That's so good. That's so fucking good. Nice, 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 nice. It's good, man. That is good. That's the hot shit, yo.
Our swords will cross again.
This war is getting out of hand.
Our land is not cooperating here. We're getting fucking whooped here, baby. We're getting whooped here, baby. Nice deck, bro. I like it. I need to remove that freaking shield counter. That's the problem. Get rid of that shield counter.com. I need rid of the shield counter.com. I need rid of the shield counter. Yeah, they're slapping us upside the head here for sure, chat. 2023 Magic the Gathering on ice. That's actually pretty funny. I like that. They would actually get behind that, I'm pretty sure. They were like, how did we not think about this before? Totally our idea. Yeah, why so aggressive, bro? Who hurt you? My mans will not stop. Are we just dead? Eight, 10, 13. Yeah. I don't like this. This gains us life at least, so that probably helps us survive. Right? Wow. This is incredible. 50-50 chance we survive this. Alright, chat, there's a 50-50% chance we survive this. You shouldn't hurt people like that, man. You shouldn't hurt people like that, man. I wish we could kill that limousine. You shouldn't hurt people like that, man. We're just dead next turn, right? We're just dead to a chariot. Not quite. Woo. Can you see Twitch chat? Good morning, Mojo. YouTube, can you see the Twitch chat? Let me check. They indeed can. If you're interested, this is what it looks like for the YouTube side. Just like it looks like on the Twitch side, but in reverse. Not very many people on YouTube this morning. Alright, we got whooped up there. Mojo? You need to fight me, Mojo? Or do we have those individuals on YouTube still? Just gotta make room. Man, that deck slapped. It absolutely slapped. All right. It's a good start. No black, though. We're going to want to get that eventually, but no problems. Watching the minions fight Goro. Well, that's actually pretty funny. Right? I've been hiding my extra arms this whole time. It's a lot of black in hand here, kids. I liked the new Mortal Kombat as well. I thought it was pretty cool. Really? This land is hurting us immensely. Without a swamp off the top, it's basically game here. Nice. Well, that's that. We'll give it one more draw. Use my special ability here. Just literally couldn't find the right land. Pretty brutal. The events will start in about 20 minutes. T-minus 20 minutes. All right, who's next up in queue? No, we did Karma. Events. I think you added me, didn't you? Let's be quick, 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 quick. We want to get ready. All right, we'll get you next, Popcorn. Maybe our next one. Let's just do it really quick. Let's just do our Girl Landfall, free to play. Whatever you are more comfortable in. Cheers, Karma. Looking forward to our next match, bro. Looks like we're in trouble here, huh? BigHit.com. 20 minutes, Blondo. That'll help, the life gain. Yeah, no, it's legit. You can't, I don't think you can buy packs, though. It's like you get cosmetics and stuff. Favorite deck? I like the Rakdos one the most, probably in Historic, but we won't see that today. You know, I'm not massive on the Jeskai Storm deck. It's powerful, I get it. It's just like, ugh. Here we go again, right? Human seems really cool as well, also in Historic, but... I guess maybe Yoshida's Jun deck, if I had to pick a standard one.
My allies are counting on me.
Nice. This is really bad. Yeah, Jeskai Storm is gonna wreck. YouTube has blackjack dancers? What are you talking about? Popcorn, what is your username? Have you added me? I want to make sure that we're quick at it on the transition.
Awaken.
3 blockers, that's good. Nailed it. That's a free-to-play deck, baby! That's a free-to-play deck, baby! I closed my client. Nice. It literally closed our client on us. Alright, we do have to shut down the queue. Let me get rid of this. I don't even know if we have time to finish who is in queue already. Popcorn, what's your username? Have you challenged me? Popcorn. Definitely send me a challenge, bro. I don't know your name. Hello, good game is the name. I'll put it here in chat as well. Popcorn, 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 popcorn. Do not see you. It's that guy who I say hi to. Hello. Right, that was good. All right, popcorn. What's the deal, bro? What's the deal? It should be easy to send me a request, shouldn't it? Come on, hit me up, hit me up, hit me up, hit me up. We chillin', right? We chillin'. Burning up our time while we wait. See if Mojo's brave enough. Party's here. Let's go. What? 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 Is it my client? Cheers, Vince. You almost had me with those 10-10s. I was pretty lucky to pull the land there. We were about to get beat down hard. I cannot count past 4, though. Not sure what the deal is. I don't think I'm having much luck on my end, maybe. Right? I don't, understand. It's always a headache with this game client. I see other people do the challenges, and it just works flawlessly. And then I try to do them, and it's just like... Not working, not working, not working. I don't know. Is it my client? Am I the only one here? Y'all are being like too slow or something. I don't know. We're running out of time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I'm using a free-to-play deck against Mojo. If I beat Mojo using this free-to-play deck, oh, that'll be fantastic. Your soul is mine. If you want to get this boy's soul, you gotta pay the troll toll. Look at this guy, he's already playing rare cards. Oh, man. Just another filthy rare spammer, chat. That's all. Got him. There is no delay. You are the delay. Yeah, really funny fight rigging. Fightrigging.com. Alright, what a draw. When it's clearly boy's soul. Are you chewing gum? Spit that out. Are you chewing gum? That's my favorite part. Alright, chat. It only took Mojo 15 rares to beat us. It only took him 15 rares to beat us, chat. He's gonna 10 the pests. Alright, just make a whole bunch of 1/1s, stack up the valet. They can just take lethal here. You think we're gonna let him have it? Fucking nope. Fucking nope. Nice draw, bro. Actually, Mojo, it was 0 damage. It was 0 damage, bro. Sorry. The implication. Alright, web death. Try to be a little bit kinder to me than that. Those Yu-Gi-Oh numbers. Yeah, an old-fashioned kind of beating up. Let's try this free-to-play deck again. We have just a couple minutes until the competition starts. Usually it's me the one getting white in Mojo's eyes, not my own. Stop it. Stop it! Stop it! I like this. Fucker. Set the request again? Okay, I'll check. Got another rare spammer over here, chat. Toxic rare spammer.
Capenna is starting to feel like home. I'll be your shield.
Fucking got him. Fucking got him, chat. Woo! Woo! Nice. BEA beautiful. Oh wait, you want me to be serious? Okay, so you sent the friend request. It should be here. Let me restart my client really quick. We are running out of time though, Popcorn. Popcorn, put your username in chat. So maybe I can take control and make sure that we get this match taken care of. Alright, that was a free-to-play deck, chat. That's going to be coming out on YouTube soon, if you're interested. You could probably !deck to snag it in chat too, or... you know, screenshot it. Popcorn, 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 popcorn. I restarted my client, bro. I don't know. It makes me sad that you've been here trying to get a match with me and I can't do it. Honestly, tried my best. So, this morning what we did is we played within, you know, I see there's a lot of viewers here, so welcome, first off. And we did the play-in event this morning. We got to 4 or 5 wins. I think 4 wins in our last try. And then just as we were doing our last try, I realized through another streamer, I think it was MTG Malone actually, that we had already qualified. Hey, thank you so much, Deggy92, for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I hope you're having a magical day. So we were playing this event a whole bunch, and we had already qualified for it. Apparently, it's the same event within this play event as it was for the last month's Top 1200. So Malone got his 7 wins. I ended up finishing Top 1200. So we're both qualified in different ways, which is super exciting. We're chilling at Mythic rank 93. You know, doing our best to compete at that top level and finish the month within the top 250, which is going to give us direct access to that second level tournament within the pyramid. I believe I have it here somewhere. If we want to talk about that really quick, here it is. So we have that play-in qualifier event at the bottom. You know, that's going to happen twice a month. We just had that this weekend. You do well in this, you get to go to the qualifier weekend. You can also gain direct access to the qualifier weekend if you finish in the top 250 Mythic each set, right? So super exciting here. And then finally, you know, we have that Arena Championship, which is, you know what I mean? Holy Toledos. That's some cool stuff. So that's what we're doing within the competitive side of things. And that's why we're so motivated to finish within the top 250. Visual rank. I'm only platinum. I'm just tricking everyone in chat, right? Heyo. But what we can do is we can get the official Twitch stream open here, I believe. Because we're getting ready to start. I'm sure of it. Here we are. And just like that, it's go time. It's freaking go time, chat. Ooh, where'd the sound go? Here it is. I got you. I got you. I got you. All right. Shoutouts to Corey's new card. Very sick. 50-50, baby. 50-50, baby. Let's go. We either crown a winner today or we don't. 50-50. I like the all-seeing eye on it as well. That's fantastic as the set symbol. Get ready for cringe, chat. And we're making cards today, so whenever one of the commentators says something that we absolutely love, just put it into a card, chat. Make it into a card, just like this, and we're gonna collect them on screen all day. BEA, beautiful. Right? So feel free, make a card if you want, and we're gonna put them up on screen. We're gonna collect them all. You know what I mean? Dude, that card is the deck. 50-50. That is the card. That, you know what I mean? You only need that. We're playing with 10 lands and Corey Bowmeister. Let's go. Yeah, Riley was the one who said it, but Corey kept giving him a hard time about it. Pizza, you make one with Riley. Make one with Riley and say something about being in good hands and being a certified educator in the flavor. Where can you make cards? I'll Google it for you. Oh my god, my spelling. There's no... Yeah. MTG Cardsmith? I think there's like a whole bunch of them. Create new card. I think there's a bunch of different ways. Walter, which one did you use? I really like Rally as well. He cracks me up. Card Conjurer. I think there's like a whole bunch of different ways to make cards. The Cybertruck? Oh, I actually really like these. Right, ready to get started. So yeah, there's like a whole bunch of different ways to make cards digitally. Have fun. You know what I mean? Get in there, make yourself some cards. Just Google MTG card creator, and I'm sure you'll find one that works for you. Card Conjure is the best, chat is saying. Well, I mean, one person in chat is saying this, but check it out. You know, give it a try. Let's go! Hans Zimmerman? Come on, man, we're European. You were trying to have him glory hole me, Hans. That's his name, right? Hans? Yeah, top 8, chat. We're playing standard. Which I'm excited about. All day standard, no historic, no cats, no phoenix. I didn't mind the humans, but I get that if you only seen that humans deck, it would be. It's like the lesser of 3 evils. And you can tweet them at SNC Champs to get your tweet seen on the broadcast, potentially, if you want. 50-50. Everyone tweet 50-50 at SNC Champs. Oh my gosh, that would be great. Just like hundreds of tweets are rolling into their feed and they're all just saying 50-50. Stop it. Kitties are for petting, not for cooking. Yeah, those cats are dirty, man. I'm surprised we didn't see any Mayhem Devil in the mix. You know what I mean? No John, it's just Gary. They're like, we'll use the squirrel, we don't need the devil. I'm a big Mayhem Devil fan within that sack deck. Standard should really help, and of course it is the final day of the top 8, which means lots of people are going to be watching this, right? I'm sure there's many people who just watch the top 8, right? They probably don't watch the rest of it. See? Cat token looks like my kitty. Aw. I used to think that the flying cats, right? 'Cause there's that flying cat token. That cat's Miss Maya. Top 8 is standard, baby. All standard, all day, chat. Welcome. Thank you all so much for your support. I appreciate it. We are here. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get dirty. You know what I mean? A couple of dirty dogs. Woof woof, baby. Let's go. Let's go. No, it's all standard. Today is all standard. I can show you, chat. I can show you. We go to the new Capenna Championship Viewers Guide. We're gonna go down to the stuff. So today's Sunday. Top 8 double elimination playoff will feature standard constructed. Standard constructed. Upper bracket and lower bracket matches will be best of 3 games, and the title match will be best of 3 matches. Are you streaming this on YouTube as well? You know it. You know it. We are at 110 viewers on the Twitcheronis. And, ooh, ouch, only 60 on YouTube. Can we get some likes? Can we get some likes on the YouTube stream to help bring in more viewers there? Down to 55. YouTube, don't treat me like that. Let's get going. He already is. What up, Josh? Time for coffee. It is going to be time. Once they start talking, I'm going to go make myself a fresh coffee. We'll let them introduce you to our day. They're going to talk about what the schedule's like. Obviously, recapping yesterday's events, showcasing the top 8 players who will be watching. You mean real Magic? A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Best of three matches, that is real Magic. You know what I mean? Like when each best of 3 is itself a best of 3. Holy Toledos, right? They're gonna be some long matches of Magic, right? Uh-oh. But that's okay, it's gonna be a long day. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I know. Miss Maya is joining us in studio. Good morning, kitty cat. You gonna get a rev up, Maya? You gonna get revved up, Maya? Corey's card's in the way. You just 50-50. You know what I mean? Let's go, girl. I'm gonna get you revved up. All right, we got some cat time in. Miss Maya, ladies and gentlemen, my co-host for today's stream. Wouldn't be able to do it without her. She is just showing up to work right on time. Hey, we're happy to have you. Who wants all humans dead? No! Some DC to the AC, right? Get some AC/DC. Okay, what? There we go. We got some likes going. Thank you so much. YouTube gang representing. Back after PC crash. If I missed a good game. Like, I want my toy on the wheel. Human. Gonna get revved up. She loves that wheel so much. Okay. Is that up, dog? It's actually a fairly relevant joke right now because of the underdog. Yeah, was that up, dog? Really? It's 50-50. See, it either is or it isn't. All right, chat. We are gonna get down. We're gonna get dirty. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit of a recap for the stream. I'm gonna jet out, refill my coffee while they get everyone up to speed. You know, the official commentators are basically gonna do everything I just did, but even better, because they get paid the big bucks. Little hype video to start the day out. It should just be a Rafine. I like the coins that they made.
Series of rips.
Pretty frickin' great right here.
Oh boy.
Pretty frickin' great.
Brutality here. Totally sick match.
That is so impressive.
Oh, and look at that.
I love when the hands go up. Just... That's one of the greatest reactions from people.
Top 8 time here at the new Capenna Championship.
Guns would have been cool.
Welcome along.
But they said no real world weapons.
Players, and now We are
That was
down
the
to
thing.
just 8.
I remember
By
them
the time
talking
the
about
day
that.
is
No
over,
real
there can
world
be only one for the
weapons.
title of
So
new
it's gotta be, like,
Capenna
made up
champion.
stuff.
But that's not it. Of course, we're also sending more people to the World Championship. World Championship spots, $450,000 to give
Full screen,
away.
but with
I'm River
Maya
Saldi,
still up somewhere.
Your host today.
You just
And
want the
joining
cat
me here
stream
at
all
the
day?
news desk as we do all of this awesome and incredible stuff, Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight to bring us all of the action. Cedric, what are you most looking forward to today?
As much, Maria, as I have enjoyed following the league races, following Riley's challenger races, all of that good stuff.
All right,
It's
while they get us
Championship
caught up,
Sunday.
I'll be right back.
Someone's walking out of here as new Capenna champion. I want to know who it's going to be. We started with a lot of players. We only got 8, soon to be 1. Who's going to be the one? I can't wait to watch today and find out.
And you're looking great, Cedric, I gotta
Thank
say.
you.
Looking great. Riley, how about you? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, we have been following the World Championship races all weekend. I can't wait to see how these ones end up concluding. We've already given away so many seats for the World Championship, but 6 seats remain.
Coffee time, baby. Let's go.
And some of them, Maria, are being given away very, very soon. I can't wait.
Absolutely. You are not going to want to look away. We've got some incredible matches coming up here. But let's talk about the shape of the tournament and how it worked in the previous 2 days, Riley, and how today is going to play out.
Let's have a chat about what we've seen and what we're going to see. We, of course, Maria, as you mentioned, we started with 223 players who assembled for their share of $450,000 in prize money. That is a lot of reasons to smile, my friends. We kicked things off with day number 1. Only 7 rounds on day number 1 as we eased ourselves in. 3 rounds of standard, followed up by 4 rounds of historic. And then we made a cut. We made a cut to the second day with players with 4 or more match wins, taking us through to day number 2. Roughly half the field remained. In day number 2, it was only 8 rounds rather than 7 of both standard and historic. Once again, a 50-50 split between the 2 formats. But things really started to tighten up as we got towards the business end, with players with 12 match wins or more making it straight through to day number 3, and then the usual tiebreaker scrum to assemble our top 8, which is where we are now, day number 3. Day number 3 consists of a double elimination standard bracket, with an upper bracket and a lower bracket, meaning that players do have 1 life as we head towards the final championship match, which is, of course, best 2 out of 3 matches. A lot of Magic to play today, Maria.
Absolutely. And in case you missed any of the action yesterday, it was one heck of a day of Magic. We've got the highlights for you right now. Heading into day 2, 111 players are back to do battle, and only 2 of those were still undefeated. David Inglis and Stefan Schutz, teammates, playing the same decks, and only one could exit the arena with a perfect record. And that person was Inglis, showing confidence as he locked up a clean 8-0. It was a classic battle of good versus evil, as angels and vampires did battle in the hands of Greg Orange and Reed Duke, respectively. Vampires and Reed Duke win the day, or should I say, the night. Round 10 saw a top of the standings fight between Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka and up-and-comer Stefan Schutz. After a long and hard-fought match, Shota proved he has what it takes to jund him out 2-1. The German juggernaut Kai Buda was up next versus Japanese World Magic Cup champ Kenta Harana had brought the calamity with his innovative Izzet deck, taking the W over the Hall of Famer. On to historic, we went with round 12 in our sights. It was birds versus bagels, as Shota was up yet again, this time versus David Inglis. Golgari Food is well positioned against Phoenix, and here we got to see exactly why, as Inglis holds tight to his first place standing. Lucky round number 13 hoped to be so for Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, edging ever closer to a spot in the World Championship in this Hall of Famer doubleheader versus Gabriel Nassif, where Food showed why it deserves its rep as a historic powerhouse. With a win in round 13, David Inglis was the first person to lock up a spot in the top 8 after beginning the tournament undefeated and only taking a single loss. On to round 14, we went where LSV's Phoenix was pitted against the Humans of Julian Wellman, where Humans triumphed over the Avian Menace of the Hall of Famer. Still, no one but Inglis has locked their spot in our top 8, and we only had 1 round left to find 7 people to play on Sunday. And that's where we found Stefan Schutz and Carl Serup, Humans versus Food, where Serup managed to eke out a win in a distinctly unfavorable matchup. And so today, we head into double elimination standard with an absolutely stellar top 8 at the new Capenna Championship. Wow, really awesome day we had here yesterday, and that just proves it. More awesome Magic coming your way today. But who is in our top 8? Let's meet them right now.
I'm David Inglis. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and I'll be playing Goldspan Combo in Standard.
Hisamichi Yoshigoe, Japan, Naya mid-range.
I'm Zachary Keeney, playing out of New York City, and I'm playing Esper midrange.
I'm Mike Segrist from the United States, and I'm playing Maestros midrange.
I'm Shota Yasoka from Japan. I play standard deck is Giant midrange.
I'm Simon Nielsen from Denmark. I'm playing Esper midrange in top 8.
I'm Karl Sarab, Estonian Magic player, playing Chantelver in standard.
Hi, I'm Jan. I'm playing for Germany and fielding Jessica Hinata.
And that is our top 8 here at the new Capenna Championship. All right, everybody, let's take a look at our standings and where we ended the tournament after Swiss play. Check it out, the players with the red check marks. Those are your top 8 competitors. Everybody else you see on your screen is going to come back to another Pro Tour because 9 wins locks you in to come back and do it again. Now we're going to turn our attention to the World's races. Cedric, who's going from the leagues?
Let's dive in once again. Got to send 5 players to the World Championship. David Inglis among the group. First place in the league's race with 103 points. Top 8 of this tournament, a dominant display from one of Magic's up-and-comers. Shota Yasoka has been a Magic mainstay for a very long time. The Hall of Famer also has 103 points, also in top 8. We're going to be watching him a little bit later today. For Reed Duke, you want to talk about a Magic mainstay for the better part of a decade. Reed has played in World Championships, and he'll be headed to another one. 90 points, 20th place in the new Capenna Championship. Another great finish for Reed. Logan Nettles, well, an up and down tale here for Logan, someone I know pretty well from the Magic Online days. He started this tournament 1-3. Would have been very easy to give up mentally, emotionally, and say, you know what, this just is not my weekend. But he battled back. He won 3 matches in a row on day number 1 to make day number 2. Picked up enough wins in day 2 to say, you know what, I'm going to the World Championship too. Finished in 80th place, not his most impressive finish, but good enough. And for Matty Kuzma, last one in, that last match win was a big one for him. 84 points in our league race, 13th place in the new Capenna Championship. He is headed to the World Championship as well. But for Jakob Tooth, Austin Brusovich, and Marcio Carvalho, things aren't done for them just yet. Riley, challengers, tell me about it.
Let's talk about the 8 people who made it to the World Championship from our Challengers race, topped off by Simon Nielsen, who is, of course, playing in the top 8 today. We're going to see more from the Dane Blast famous superstar here as he gets it done in our top 8. Tristan Wild-LaRue felt very confident coming into this weekend that he was going to make Worlds. He sealed the deal, as indeed did Greg Orange and Yuma Koizumi. These were the 4 who were in a great position as we headed into this weekend. They've converted. They're going to the World Championship. They can't believe their luck. Nathan Stoyer put on a pretty good show to make sure that he clinched his position as well throughout this weekend. But Julian Wellman, he won when it counted. Missed out on the top 8 by just a few positions, but still absolutely crushed it up and down the field throughout this weekend to find his way into the World Championship. Drew Baker as well, just scraping in as the top of the 57 points. But I want to draw some attention to Jim Davis. Jim was streaming the event yesterday as we co-streaming the pointy end of things as he sweated the race for the World Championship. And I tell you what, I went back and watched the VODs. The relief on his face, my goodness me, as he made it in there. Just incredible to see the reaction as someone, whose destiny was kind of out of his hands as he did unfortunately fall at the day 2 hurdle there. But well done, Jim, for putting on the performance you did in previous events that got you to this point. So those are the 8 players that will be going to the World Championship. But keep an eye on Lucas Hone, because the story for him may not just have finished yet when it comes to the World Championship. We'll get across that in a little bit, Maria.
All right, well, let's take a look at the World Championship field and find out who we've got locked spots. There you see so many of them. We're already qualified for the World Championship coming into this weekend, but we added 19 people, and we've still got more to add to make that 19. There you see at the bottom of your screen the top 6 players from the new Capenna Championship. Those players will secure themselves a seat at the World Championship. There they are. We'll be adding their pictures in as soon as they lock those spots. And depending on who wins today, new seats might be unlocked. Let's take a look at our top 8 bracket. This is what we're going to see today. In the upper quarterfinals, David Inglis versus Jan Merkel, Mike Sigrist versus Shota Yasuoka, Simon Nielsen versus Zachary Keeney, Carl Serap versus Hisamichi Yoshigoe. That's a look at your bracket here at the new Capenna Championship. But of course, we've got to kick things off with our first feature match of the day. Cedric Riley, you excited?
Let's go, baby. I mean, let's talk about the fact that all of these matches we're about to see, all of them are basically win-ins for the World Championship, Maria. It doesn't get much better than this.
Absolutely.
No, it does not. I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
All right, let's check out our first feature match of the day here in the top 8. Mike Sigrist versus Shota Yasuoka. Both players of the year, by the way, 2014-2015 for Mike Sigrist, 2006 for Shota Yasuoka, 4 top finishes for Sigrist, 10 for Shota Yasuoka. Grixis Vampires for Sigrist here. Take a look at his road to the top 8. Only lost once on day number 2 to put himself here. Beat Shota, by the way. However, it was in Historic, and we're playing Standard today in our top 8 double elimination bracket. Let's take a look at Shota Yasuoka's road to the top 8. A little bit more bumpy here. Lost 3 on day 2 for the sweat here for Shota. Went 6-1 though, end standard, as did Mike Sigrist. So both players really happy with their standard decks. I can only imagine Jund mid-range here for Shota Yasuoka. But let's take a closer look at these deck lists. Cedric, what do you think?
Let's dive on in. Let's start with Siggy. That's Mike Sigrist, former Magic Player of the Year. He's playing Grixis Vampires, a very innovative deck coming into the weekend. Played by Kai, played by Luis Scott Vargas, and played by many members of Team Channel Fireball. Things here are very mid-rangey, but you do have Evelyn the Covetous as a vampire, and there are some light vampire synergies. End of the day, this is just a base black-red Rakdos-style deck, a little blue splash for Spell Pierce and a couple other odds and ends. Generates plenty of card advantage, has plenty of removal, plenty of planeswalkers, and a really, really solid mana base. Just kind of a good card deck with Fable the Mirror Breaker potentially being the best of the bunch. That's why they're playing red here this weekend as opposed to white. Speaking of red, we've got plenty of it here in Jund midrange from Shota Yasuoka, but he's playing a color we have not seen very much of this weekend in green, which is a crazy thing to say because Asika's Chariot is still legal, and Shota has 4 copies of the very powerful vehicle. It's like a card that was completely forgotten, but it is very much here, and Shota has performed very well against this Grixis deck, as has other Jund midrange decks. So you throw in some Jinny Fey action, just some good card advantage. Again, very, very good mana and plenty of removal, and we're looking at a very mid-range grind fest. Buckle up, everybody. We might be here for a little while.
Ooh, this sounds exciting. Okay, it's prediction time here at the news desk. We're going to try and see who has the best record at the end of today, predicting our feature matches. Cedric, almost perfect yesterday. You only had 1 loss. We'll see if we can go perfect today. Riley, though, we'll start with you. Who are you picking?
I've really enjoyed watching Shota Yasuoka work his magic. He's playing a non-blue deck, which is wild for him. It has a card that is almost essentially Thragtusk, one of my favorite cards of all time. I mean, what's not to love? Shota Yasuoka, let's go, baby.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
I'm also going with Shota. I know that this Jund midrange deck has performed well against Grixis Vampires. I imagine the Grixis Vampires player didn't prepare against Jund.
I'm back.
It was really a deck coming in. Esper was a deck to beat. And
Fresh coffee,
again,
ready to
the
rip.
Chariot is legal, and like no one's playing it. I imagine that card is still pretty good. I like Shota here.
All right, well, I'm going to go with Mike Sigrist. You know, I don't know if his deck matches up so well, but I believe in you, Siggy. Let's go. Vampires, baby. I love vampires. They're my favorite tribe in Magic, so I'm going to back Mike Sigrist here in the upper quarterfinals. Let's meet the rest of the coverage team who will be hanging out with you today, giving you all the action. We've got Marshall Suck.
What's up, Scotty?
Paul Chion,
Yo,
Loney, and Corey Baumeister. Whew. All right, everybody, whoever wins this is going to the World Championship. If Shota wins, Jakub Toth is also going to the World Championship. So much on the line, and it's just the upper quarterfinals. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Pretty sure this is the only
Good evening, everybody.
vampires in the top 8.
Wherever you are joining us around the world. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. And
we have a mod in chat to do
are sending
predictions.
Somebody to the World
Does that
Championship
shit on me?
in this first matchup.
I'll do it.
Versus Shota Yasuoka. Corey, who do you like in this one, my friend?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty close one, but we did see Shota already take down this
Give me 1
Grixis
second.
Vampires deck in round 1 against Brent. has some experience against this matchup already. So you got to favor Shota, but it's a mid-range battle, so it really could go either way.
And both players, such excellent players of the game of Magic, so it can go either way. Let's see if the decks behave
Shota
for both these players. As we take a look at
Mike.
the opening hand here, so he decides he's happy with that and is going to keep.
You have 1 minute, chat.
Shota does as well. Let's kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. A pretty solid hand. Sigris is definitely going to be looking for land number 3 to be able to clinch that Kaido Shizuki to be able to get some card advantage going. But outside of that, pretty strong hand. And then Shota has that
Get your
nice
prediction
2
in.
into 4,
Let's check out the match.
where you can cast Black Market Tycoon and then ramp it into something else. And that was a big draw for Mike.
Oh, beautiful draw there. Able to attack here with the underdog and then follow up with a Kaito Shizuki if he so chooses, but is going to go towards Fable of the Mirror Breaker. First and foremost, get that saga going.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of the 3 drops really great here at giving you card advantage. The Shaman itself just giving you card advantage by giving you mana also counts. And you can maybe get some creatures into your graveyard with Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker and then do some corpse appraising a little later.
So Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to allow a discard here of up to 2 cards so that we can get a draw.
That's the best part
for Mike
about it,
Sigrist.
is the
Looks
discard,
like
I
Kaito
think.
Shizuki is the first selection here. Let's see if anyone else from the hand joins. It's going to be Evelyn the Covetous.
Check out Mike's
That gets
blankets,
discarded
yo.
Here. Likely just looking for a couple
That
more lands
rose
to be
quilt,
able to
loving
more
it.
shenanigans, and also fueling the graveyard for the Corpse Appraiser, which has been very impressive this weekend, I must say.
It really has been. You know, it doesn't seem like it's really a powerhouse of a card. A 3-mana 3/3 that sometimes draws you a card, not even always. But then when you think of the synergies with the decks and what other people are
Some people
playing
did
in
vote.
Standard, it ends up looking really good. And one of the main reasons is
I think it's because I only ran it
Reflection
for a
of
minute.
Kiki-Jiki, the flip side of Fable the Mirror Breaker, being able to copy that and just always draw a card is just so sweet. I mean, who doesn't love to draw cards?
Awesome. I mean, just the potential of the Fable of the Mirror Break, you know, it's one of these cards where if you're playing red, you should probably be playing that card. And we have seen it show up in plenty of deck lists this weekend. And yeah, like you said, the possibilities, they're almost endless, especially with ETB creatures that have haste. It's so cool.
And we even saw,
We'll figure it
lot
out,
of
bro.
people going
I'm on
on
it right
Twitter
now.
saying that Fable the Mirror, including Mike Sigris actually, that Fable the Mirror Breaker is just the best card in Standard, and to quote, it's not even close. You know, when that used to be a spot for Azeka's Chariot, and I think what most of us would think as the best card. But yeah, Fable the Mirror Breaker just came to play this weekend.
Not Wandering Emperor, nothing like that. Just Fable the Mirror Breaker.
I'm just the messenger. That's just what I read. Yeah.
All right, bold words there, Mike Sigris. Let's see if this card performs for you in this matchup, which it seems to be doing. We now have the Workshop War Chief down on the battlefield, Thrag Tusk at home, as he's been affectionately known. Just to get some big bodies in the way here, because this is quite the board that Sigris is assembling.
Yeah, agreed. And Workshop War Chief is a one-of in the main, but there's 3 more copies in the sideboard for Shota. And, you know, I am no Shota Yasaoka for sure, but it seems like this is a really good mid-range card, so I wouldn't be too shocked if he doesn't just bring in the other 3 copies. It seems great in this matchup, where it can't really be exiled too easily.
Yeah, no, and it leaves a body behind, it gains your life, it's got trample when it matters. It's an excellent card. And fun fact about some of the cards that we've seen in Shota's deck, this is a very unconventional standard list. Frank Carson tweeted out that there's only 6 Gala Greeters, 4 Black Market Tycoons, and 3 Ginny Fae submitted amongst all of the championship deck lists, and every single one of them made the top 8 between his list and the Naya midrange deck of Hisamichi Yoshigoe. So that's kind of cool.
Okay, well, I guess I take it back. Fable the Mirror Breaker is not the best card in Standard. It's Gala Greeters. You know, I mean, the numbers do not lie here, people. So, yeah.
I like Gala Greeters a lot.
Version, right? Come on.
I also got to sit down with Mike a little bit here this morning and talk to him and just ask, hey, how you feeling about the
I still
matchup?
need to
He's
eat breakfast,
Yeah,
so-
if my removal spells line up,
After this
I'm gonna
match, I'll go
win.
grab
If
breakfast.
they don't, I'm going to lose. And then also added a really, really fun quote. He's like, quote unquote, I hope he gets mana screwed. Yeah, I think most of the time you want to be playing some good old fair games of Magic. I think Mike knows what's on the line and really is okay with whatever would happen as long as he gets the W.
I mean, also look at it from this perspective, right? Shota's already locked up his spot in the World Championship. So
hope
if he
he gets
wins here,
manicure.
it opens
Nice.
up a spot at large. Mike Sigrist still has to win then. If he wins here, he's in. He doesn't have to stress about World Championship stuff. He could just focus on winning the title this weekend.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, opening up one of those slots, you know,
Block this, right?
league members are going to be very much going for Shota here in this match. Jakub Toth and Austin Brusavich, you know, being the number 1 and number 2 people for sure.
Yeah, so a lot of these players who are already qualified and in the top 8, they're going to have some fans from the leagues as we work our way through this weekend. Now, Shota is getting shovey. Workshop War Chief is like, okay, cool. My dude's big.
Or you just take it.
Let's start swinging in here and do
Or
some
you just
damage.
take it.
Yeah, and just seeing if Mike wants to trade, get a 4/4 to come into play. This always just feels bad when you trade with these types of creatures. It'd be like, not only am I taking 3 damage because of trample,
He should
but
have
you're just getting a creature
surged
that is
it,
that comparable
interrupted the
size.
attack,
You know, so
and then he
the
could
answer
Kiki
for
Jiki
Warchief, or
his
Workshop
thing
Warchief,
to kill
best
the
ones
token.
is like Wandering Emperor, something that you exile and you deal with both. But
He should
here's
have
another big one.
Fireworks.
I think I would have
Now
surged
that
it.
explains why we got shovey there.
And
Also,
then you could
improved the
copy
toughness on your side
your
of the battle
harvester with
to get
Kiki Jiki the turn after,
now you have to deal with
sacrifice
Zeratora
it, kill
as
the
well. It's gonna
4/4.
Start picking things up, chucking them at your face.
But now there's a
and
6/6. It's all
getting
different, but
treasures as well with the sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man, this
Yikes.
is nasty. So Zeratora is an excellent card, and that opens up the Riveteer's Charms for Shota to get rid of something additionally on this battlefield, which could
she's just hiccuping. Poor girl.
Okay, so dealing with the reflection, getting treasures. This card.
I made
is
my first
so
card.
Sweet. Just being
Nice
able
mojo.
to generate
Post a link
so much value.
that I can
Usually, you kind of think
put it
of
into
this
the
card being
screen.
paired with like Magda, you know, to be able to find more dragons like this. Not really utilizing that type of synergy here. Just saying.
Did you use that picture from yesterday, I hope, of me?
Good ability, even better.
Oh yeah, and you know it's can Mike
That would be
kill a
deadly.
board here? Let's see what mana. He's got 5, 6, 7 of the land, so he could go for the Meat Hook Massacre here. Just reset this battlefield.
Gotta be tempting. Absolutely, it's got to be tempting here, but it looks like what we can Meat Hook Massacre
one
for
short?
5, right? Yeah, Meat Hook
Yeah,
for 5.
one short.
But I mean, this does open up the opportunity. Does Mike want to
We'll
try to
attack.
attack with some of these creatures to force a scenario like that? And yep, that's exactly what Mike's going to do. There is some other lines where you can, you know, Voltage Surge, and then Meat Hook.
Yeah.
You could do that to get rid of everything on the board, but then all of a sudden, Mike is completely out of resources besides Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
It's in your Discord.
And
Thanks,
the
Mojo.
Jund, you know, Shota's Jund deck, having those 2 Riveteer's Charms, that represents 6 more cards if need be. Plus,
That's true.
Shota has a Den as well, so that would be pretty bad news bears for Mike.
Yeah, so we're just gonna see the one block here. Tenacious Underdog is gonna get trampled on by a Rhino. Corpse Appraiser, letting that go straight on through. Shota knows that this dragon is far too valuable to stick in the way here. But
Yeah,
how does
really
Sigrist want
heads
to
up.
proceed?
Really heads up no block there by Shota. God, he's good.
Oh, of course he's good. It's excellent.
Never misses anything.
Land for turn and Meat Hook Massacre. I mean, you could just do it for 1 here.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting part. Do you do it for 1 or do you go big and do it for 4 and then finish off Zeratora with Voltage Surge? Yeah. I mean, I think you just have to.
That seems to be the plan.
There's not, looking at Secret's list right now, there is not really that many ways to deal with a Resolve Zeratora. I'm seeing 2 Infernalist Grasps, a Soul Transfer, and, you know, pairing together 2 removal spells like 2 Voltage Surge or something like that, but only a couple clean answers.
Goober God.
And with Voltage Surge in hand, is able to clear it off the table here, and nothing that Shota can do about that, unfortunately. Oh, no need to sacrifice the artifact there. The 2 points of damage will get it done. And the Meat Hook Massacre will keep the life total at a decent 17 here for Mike Sigrist.
Yeah, and down to 5 with a Meat Hook Massacre in play for Sigrist with Tenacious Underdog and Den. You know, it's not too out of the realm to think that Sigurus can squeak this one out, but probably going to need some help off the top of the deck.
Squeak it out. Oh no.
He does have the Tenacious Underdog that can be blitzed in.
Yep.
Gala Greeters here for Shota Yasuoka, who still has the second copy of Riveteer's Charm, only playing 2 in the main deck, so fortunate enough to have it in there in case of a big hasty threat from Sigurus' side of things.
And Gala Greeters being a really good card at, you know, kind of catching you up. There's surprisingly not a lot of, you know, cards that made it into the standard metagame that just say gain life. You know, outside of the Wandering Emperor, the Exile ability, there's not a lot of life gain when you get into these dire situations, but this one is a way to get you out. And, ooh, that was a big draw for Mike.
That is a nice draw indeed. Kaito Shizuki doesn't have anything to draw and discard away at the moment, so would need an attacker here. So we're going to see the Tenacious Underdog swing in here for 3 points of damage unless Shota decides to exile it or have it sacrificed by Sigurus, and that looks to be the go-to here for him.
I think Shota would have preferred the Exile. That would have been a little better against these Tenacious Underdogs for sure. Such a powerful card.
But as you mentioned,
Capenna.
Riveteer's Charm does have a very nifty third mode there that lets you exile 3 cards and have a look for some more answers. So definitely needs that with 2 lands in hand at the moment.
Yep, and looking to the reason to do it now is just in case you find a Voltage Surge. Shota is playing 3 of those, so to be able to just save some damage here and deal with it right away doesn't value Riveteer's Charming the Tenacious Underdog alone, but if you can get 2 other cards plus a removal spell, that's much better.
You don't know me. I got it all set up, Mojo. Will we go to our next screen? We can look
Down
at it.
to 2 goes Shota. Tenacious Underdog will sacrifice at the end step. And the blood token cycled away the Planeswalker, and there's a Voltage Surge to take care of those Gala Greeters.
That was a
Stops the
really
life
big
gain.
draw because Shota's next turn, and with okay, I guess these cards are face up, so you know Mike knows that Shota just wants to play a couple creatures, maybe gain 4 life, and if Shota goes to play one of them, and then Mike kills Gala Greeters, all of a sudden, you know Shota's whole plan is kind of thrown off, and maybe Mike can sneak this out. Yeah, he does exactly that.
I mean, he just basically needs one of his creatures to die, and then that's 1 extra point of damage from the Meadow Massacre. So
He loves it.
excellent draw here from Mike Sigurist, able to take care of the life-gaining critter.
I mean,
and now just needs he
Well, he
just
has
needs
Hive.
to put his creature on the board and go to
Or
end
the
step and have
Tenacious.
it die.
Exactly, Tenacious Underdog
Or
is just
that.
going to do it, or you know this hasty threat bringing back some more removal.
They all do it.
And I'm sure Mike's looking over the list now to see if there's anything to prevent that, and it doesn't look like it.
Because the Hive does it too, because they'd have to double
Sneak
block.
this one out after it looked like Shota was going to be able to come back.
Yep. Damned if you do, damned if you don't block. I mean, he doesn't even have to attack
Right?
at this point.
And
He
the
can
double
just
block for
go
4
the
kills your
end
Hive, which is damage. So they either
But
take
we
3
go out swinging,
or
and Shota knows that the writing is on the wall for game number 1 here
that.
in the upper quarterfinals.
Both ways
so
work.
Sigurist off to the ideal start. He wants to be in the World Championship, and the top 6 of this championship do just that. So
I like
one
it.
game away, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Might be getting Voltage Surge framed and hung up in his
We have
wall behind him
Mojo's
after that top deck. That was a huge
new card
draw.
here.
Just
It's a lot of
think what
mana.
would
You can
happen
pay life for it though,
if
right?
that Voltage
We can
Surge
also
or
exile all
Photograph
rares and
or something
mythics.
was not drawn. All of a
Nice.
sudden, Shota would have went up to
a good
5
card.
and had 2 blockers. Then after Mike
Don't-
makes that after Mike makes that attack, goes down to 3 and then gets to keep regaining life. It would have been really tough for Mike to win at that point.
Don't forget, Gala Greeters aren't that generous. You can only pick 1 mode per turn, so either
true,
the
true,
counter
true.
and the life.
Yeah. True,
But,
true,
you know,
true.
still
Yeah, I
would've
think
been- would've been
originating from South
relevant, but
Africa.
unfortunately, Voltage Surge said no.
Yeah, would have been able to at least get up to 3 though, and that would have been the magic number to keep Shota alive again, since he would have went down to 1.
Alrighty, so sideboard plan here for Shota. What does he need to do to secure a victory in this next game?
Yeah, looks like we are seeing those workshop War Chiefs come in. Those are excellent against other mid-range decks. Unleash the Inferno coming in as this super Kolaghan's command. Another way to deal with Fable the Mirrorbreaker as well as other creatures. Also one of the few answers to deal with Evelyn the Covetous, which is a very important card in these mid-range battles. And then Unlicensed Hearst. You know, a card that these Grixis Vampire
He's still
decks weren't
dropping
really
that hard T.
having on their radar, even though it's extremely good against them. Being able to target something in response to Corpse Appraiser targeting it, you know, kind of shutting off that is a
What up, Portugal?
really big deal. And you see Mike, maybe even because of that, taking out one Corpse Appraiser, just saying like it's kind of a liability, but also maybe needs that threat and needs that card advantage to keep up with Shota.
Yeah, because you really don't want to be in a situation where you're essentially playing a vanilla 3/3 on turn 3. You need something happening, and especially when you're playing cards like Fable the Mirrorbreaker, you want to keep abusing those ETB effects and those, you know, attack effects from these creatures that you can get.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. Shota's got a nice one on the play there. Looks like all the colors, a hearse into Fable, into Chariot, into Workshop War Chief. That's a hand that I would sculpt if I was Shota. Exactly what you would want. Maybe a different 2-drop, that could be arguable, but otherwise this is really all you want.
This is looking excellent. On the other side of things, Siggy just has 2 pieces of gas right now, and the Tenacious Underdog as well as a Braid. There's another land off the top, and you know, it gets a little frustrating when you start flooding this early, but hopefully the gas cometh as Tenacious Underdog hits the battlefield.
Yep, when you keep a 2-spell, you know, 5-land hand when one of them's a cycling land in this kind of matchups, the only thing you're hoping, you're like, yep, this hand is fine, just do not draw 2 lands. Mike did exactly that, but probably drew the best card outside of that when you're flooded. Fable the Mirrorbreaker just does such a great job at not only putting a creature into the battlefield, 2 over time, but also just looting away these extra lands to find some spells later on.
So where do we go next? It is always tempting to kill this little treasure goblin with this Abrade, but I see 2 much better targets for that Abrade in the hands of Shota. So I wonder if Mike is just considering, do I kill that now? Do we get our own Fable going? What's the play?
Yeah, I think we're going to see an attack first because Mike would be like, please block. Don't think Shota's gonna fall for that. And then, yeah, it's the decision. Do you Fable or Abrade? But with Mike's hand being so weak, I would assume we're going to see Fable the Mirrorbreaker here just to have some good follow-up. Maybe next turn you could go Abrade plus something if you loot away some of these extra lands.
Yeah, for sure. You want to get some lands out of hand here because this deck is certainly not, you know, mana hungry, as it were. It can make treasures, it can make mana in other ways. So definitely want to get some of these redundant lands out of hand. Sure, the Xander's Loungers can be cycled, but yeah, I like that play. Fable the Mirrorbreakers going off against each other here as now Shota's deciding what to discard.
Yeah, now we're going to see the very, very scary reality. If you're in Mike's seat, be like, wait, excuse me, you only discarded 1 magic card? Yeah, you see his eyes raised right there. Whenever you only discard 1, you're like, okay, I have to know that Shota's hand is very good right now.
Yeah.
That's always
For
scary.
sure, you know. You want to keep those 5 lands. You want that chunky Rhino down on this battlefield, especially if you can get the 4/4 off of it and Essica's Chariot starts making 4/4s. Hell yeah, you are in business. But we do see an answer in hand here for Mike Sigrist in the form of the Abrade. And if he so chooses, he can also now duress away whatever other shenanigans Shota has.
Yep, and now Shota gets to get some good information as
what
well.
Is this?
Yeah, that is brutal. But Chapter 2 of the Fable Mirrorbreaker, if you pay attention closely enough, gives you some good information. You know, Shota very much could consider that Mike is flooded right now by discarding 2 lands.
For sure. And you wouldn't give this away in paper. You know, you wouldn't have a head shake and just be like, oh, come on. You know, very much poker face. But we can see in the cams from the players that he did not like that, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't know. I might give it away, but these 2, you know, world-class players are probably not giving it away. Now
Alrighty,
it's a rough
Abrade.
spot for Mike.
Yeah, this is rough. This is, I mean, if you attack, yeah, sure, Cat's gonna probably die. No reason to really throw away your 3/2 at this point. Fable the Mirrorbreaker is gonna flip And here comes the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Oh, and another one drawn off the top. Nice.
Yeah, not bad at all. And we were talking about all these cool things that Reflection of Kiki-Jiki does in Mike's deck with all this vampire synergies. We haven't really got to talk about the craziest thing I think that Reflection can do for Shota, and that's copying Workchief Warchief, which is ridiculous. Like, you get to gain 3 life, you get to attack for 5, and then when it dies, bring in a 4/4. So that has to be the best Reflection target that we've seen in Standard so far.
So lovely. Now that might actually change Sigrid's target here for the Abrade, because next turn, as soon as that guy isn't summoning sick, he's going to be making rhinos, and there's going to be a stampede.
And that's the question. What do you hit? You know, do you hit the Workshop Warchief so then you can't copy that? Or do you hit the Reflection so it can't copy anything? Then you got to deal with a 5/3 that will in turn bring a 4/4 with it. And not only that, but it brings a 4/4 that Azeka's Chariot can crew and copy as well. Oh my god.
Yep. It's just copy pasta right now on Shota Yasuoka's board. You know, it's just the world is at his fingertips. He can do whatever he pleases. So Mike has to pick his target very carefully here. Either gets rid of the one copier or gets rid of the chariot. I think that I personally want to get rid of this Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, honestly.
There's so many targets for this Abrade. It just feels bad. Right now, Mike is just thinking, okay, I'm in such a really, really bad spot. I need to Abrade something, and I need to think about next turn, what can I draw to give myself a chance? And another tap tri-land is not really going to do it here.
I mean, he can.
That's a lot of land, baby.
Yep, gonna have to.
They just seem to want to be in his hands. So here you go, have another one. That's 3 of them we've seen now.
And now it seems like
I love
Mike
Workshop.
is really
Good card.
Oh, wow, Velky coming.
Oh, this is pain. Pain cometh.
And now with Mike holding on to Abrade, you got to think he's trying to be reactionary with it. And that's just saying Mike's okay with abrading Workshop Warchief right now because you have to. If the Reflection targets that, you absolutely have to do it. And that's not a great exchange because then, like I was saying earlier, Shota can just use that 4/4 to crew the Chariot and then copy it. Now, that is risky for Shota as well because, well, Mike has 4 cards. Shota doesn't know how absolutely miserable Mike's hand is right now like we do, but...
You know what the other gross thing is that we could see? We probably won't because this is, like, not the most efficient use of your turn.
Yeah.
Copying that treasure token and getting Valky down.
Yeah, well, it would cost a mana to copy the treasure as well, so it doesn't actually gain you a mana, so it'd still be 1 short,
No, with the Chariot.
Oh, with the Chariot,
if we didn't do any of this now, it's obviously not happening.
Yeah.
We're going to copy some rhinos because why not? But then the Chariot can still crew up and then copy that. So this is just a terrible situation. It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place. The hard place being a freaking rhino.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought you were saying Reflection, the treasure, and that's not how Reflection works. So I was wrong in all aspects there.
My apologies for not clarifying, but here we go. We're gonna see that. Ooh, look, see, treasures! Woo! All right, we got half and half there, so this is fine.
All right, so right there, Shota's just saying, I have a big enough battlefield.
Meat hook off the top, right?
Susceptible to the Meat Hook Massacre, and that does only go up to 6 mana, so not necessarily Shota playing Tybalt off the backside of Velky, but...
Meat hook off the top. Let's go. Meat hook off the top.
Take a look with Velky and see the good news for Shota, bad news for Mike.
I don't know. I think Shota is just.
Oh yeah, meat hook off the top.
Sigurd's hand is so bad.
No, another land.
Hang on to that, Velky. Another land. What is this?
Yeah, and Mike had a iffy keep when you're on the draw with 5 lands, 2 spells. But this deck is so good at drawing cards and filtering your draws with any kind of top deck like Fable the Mirror Breaker. Or
I think dead
that,
next turn.
It's not an outlandish
50,
keep. He just ended up drawing so many lands. Like what, maybe 1 or 2 spells out of 6 turns? Yeah.
I mean,
so Mike got pretty unlucky.
He could that doesn't even help. I mean, copying the underdog when it comes out, that does nothing for him here.
Yeah,
he needs a blocker up.
Yeah, and I think you just have to Tenacious Underdog attack, and step 1 must have removal, and I don't even think that's going to be enough. But I mean, what else is he doing? That's the only game action he can take here is bringing back Tenacious Underdog.
He's just gonna take it. Shota just takes it.
Trying as much as
No.
you can here, but you're not gonna punch
Okay.
through a rhino, my dude. Those things are scary.
Yep, and Mike Sigrist definitely taking the role of the tenacious underdog in this game for sure.
Thought maybe he's worried about-
insult to injury.
All right, I'm
here.
getting tilted for
Voltaic
him
surge
here.
or something, but
He's probably a lot calmer than me right now, but this is ridiculous.
that's a lot of land, man. Shuffler's fine.
Unbelievable. And Shota's gonna know, like, you got nothing, bro. So he's just gonna go fast,
Wow.
smack face, and get this game over and done with. And Siggy's like, please, just kill me. Let's get this over with so we can go to game number 3.
Yeah, Shota might at this point, because there's so
It's
many
brutal.
actions that Shota could take, might just start the turn with Valky just to see what's up. Now that's not the best use of the card, just in case Sigrist's
We get to
hand
see the
was
hand.
actually really good.
But we could just kill him.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Just Riveteer's Charm, copy the Rhino, go. Dead. Right? He's only at 10. Ugh, this is rough. Now, of course, Shota's gonna think about every single possible card that could be in Mike Sigrist's clutch of 4.
I like just killing Kiki Jiki,
Spoiler
taking
alert,
lethal.
It's 4 lands.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
not the best right now.
Alrighty, well, let's see. There's so many different ways that Shota could choose to end this game right here, right now. So, what do we go for? It's going to be a reflection of Kikijiki copying the little goblin shaman. And will we see the sacrifice mode chosen off of the Riveteer's Charm?
Looks like we're just okay jamming up this Azeka's Chariot and getting in there and just trying to probably copy a creature or a treasure. Oh, this is nice.
Oh my
So now
gosh.
not only is Shota still progressing his battlefield, minorly with creatures, but getting enough treasures where now Tybalt can come into play.
Now
And
slam
we might be
Tybalt,
getting
right?
to the stage of the game that Shota even thinks about not casting Tybalt just to withhold information that it wasn't left in the deck. This isn't a card that, everyone considers for sure this is a card you leave in against Grixis, but it's good information to withhold for game number 3 if Shota already thinks like this game.
That's deep. You know what I mean? When you're actually withholding information like that,
Underdog hurts like
that's
heck. It's
deep.
2 life to be paid. Soul Transfer can keep one thing at bay, but not the rest of the critters that Shota has in his battlefield. So now we
Yikes.
are tied at a game apiece here in our upper quarterfinals. If you are just joining us, well, my friends, after this, we are putting someone into the World Championship, whether it be Mike Sigrist or Jacob Toth. So keep your eyes on the prize, my friends, as we're going to go to game number 3. Now, Corey, how do you not tilt in that situation? What do you have to do going into game number 3?
Well, I mean, honestly, for both of these players, it seems
That
kinda
shuffler,
tough
though.
not to, it seems tough to not tilt when you have a game like that. But both these players understand that there is some variance within Magic. They've both had draws like that plenty of times and will have plenty more in their long, amazing careers. That's not going to phase them. Mike's just like, okay, well, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Now you just brush it off. You play their game. It might affect me, it might affect some other players, but it will not affect Mike. He's just going to play the same game that he did, practicing for this matchup, same game that he's been playing all weekend, and try to get the W and just play to the best of his abilities.
Alrighty. So what are we looking for here? As we take a quick squiz at the sideboard, Shota is locked and loaded. We are on the play now for Mike Sigrist. So what's he looking for in his perfect opener?
Just to curve out, that classic
Just to curve
4
out.
spells, 3 land type hand.
Yeah.
Start with your Grixis Triland, get Blood Tithe Harvester, that's the best 2-drop, and then follow it with either Kaido Shizuki or Fable the Mirror Breaker, and then really go from there. Then you react exactly to what Shota's doing, but that's the best way to start, and you kind of get that tempo game plan when you're this Grixis deck. And there's Blood Tithe Harvester, there's Fable the Mirror Breaker, but only 1 land.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there. Mulligan's into a 3-land hand. Looks a little better. We have a Disdainful Stroke, which isn't what you want at this point in the matchup. But we do have to send something back here. So what do you think is going to go back to the library?
Yeah, I think it's either Evelyn or Disdainful Stroke at this point. Your 3-drops are really what you want. I I think I would be with you at this point. I would probably
I would
back
keep
Disdainful
Stroke.
Stroke, but it is such a
I
good
keep
card
Stroke.
in this matchup and one of the only clean ways to beat Workshop Warchief. So maybe there's a higher emphasis on that. And Mike Sigrist agrees. And I was just gonna say we have one big problem with Shota's hand is not having any black mana, so that that Black Market Tycoon was gonna have a lot of weight on it surviving, but
Doesn't he have black mana?
on turn 1 was huge.
Okay.
Yeah, finding that proving ground. Big addition. These Tri-lands have been to the standard decks. That's why we see such, many varied colors going off here as Duress is going to take a look-ski in hand for Mike Sigrist and Spy a Fable the Mirror Breaker. That's going to go bye-bye. Kaito Suzuki, though.
Nice
that's
top
a very
deck.
Nice draw indeed.
Big draw, yeah, and Mike,
Get that down.
yeah, play that absolutely because and now, it's not even necessarily if Mike is gonna play Kaito Suzuki here. He's going to, but it's just thinking: do I want to make the ninja, or do I want to just tick up and discard a card? And we'll see. I think it would make sense to me to make a creature here.
Yeah. Kaito is also a mark of some of the best and the most played planeswalkers are planeswalkers that protect themselves. And you see Kaito he's like, I'm just going to leave this guy here. I'll be back in a bit. Don't kill him, kind of thing.
Yes.
So.
One of the coolest design cards, most of the time when we think of exactly what you're saying, Planeswalkers protecting themselves, it's destroying a creature with the negative ability, Chandra Torch of Defiance being the prime example for that. So we haven't really seen a Planeswalker that protects itself by just not existing. So really, really cool design here by that card. Yep.
Stalks the shadows.
Stealthy, yes.
Stealthy, yes. All right, but I like this turn that we've seen here. We've got an attack in, we have a blocker up for the Black Market Tycoon. So removal aside, Kaito should be good here.
Yeah.
Now this would be an excellent spot for said Disdainful Stroke, but unfortunately, Shota kind of duressed away.
Yeah, Shota lined that up really well with those double duresses, but now you just look at Shota's hand and it's just haymaker after haymaker. You can start dropping these Workshop Warchiefs right now with help of Black Market Tycoon, or you can just go for Azeka's Chariot. There's also some consideration to attacking with Black Market Tycoon, but Tenacious Underdog almost assuredly is going to get in front of that one.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. I mean, just having a steady stream of card draw is what Mike really needs at this point.
I like that Tycoon into the Warchief. That's
Mike
pretty
had that big
delicious.
draw on turn 3 to be able to have an active Planeswalker that's going to bring you a lot of card advantage. And while that's, great and all fine here, just haymaker after haymaker, Workshop Warchief after Workshop Warchief is just really tough to deal with this Grixis deck when you can't really exile it.
Yeah, it's very tough. And Evelyn the Covetous is as good as she is, as, gotcha as she can be with her flash ability. She's not going to take down a Rhino. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, but one card that does take it down cleanly is Soul Transfer.
She can draw something that can take
really
it
what Mike
down.
is going to be hoping for here. Soul Transfer, it's going to be a little tough to get that enchantment plus artifact going to get that full value of it. But even just 3 mana exile this Warchief is still big game.
Oh man,
Selfless
this is
fine.
tough because
50-50.
just with its Tenacious Underdog,
But he's
Kaito's
either
dying.
is or it isn't.
Evelyn could jump in the way here and help him out, but seems like he's okay to let the Planeswalker go.
And it did do some great work already, created a creature, drew 2 to 3 cards, and now this will deal with the 5/3, and you can get Evelyn going, and this is really the reason why everyone on Mike's team decided to play Grixis. It was a heavy emphasis on Evelyn the Covetous because it's so good in these mid-range decks. It blocks an Azeka's Chariot with that 2/5 body, as well as just gets to play the strong mid-range cards from your own deck and your opponents in these mid-range mirror.
That's a nice Kiki Jiki. It's a nice harvester.
Some nice finds there. 2 hits off of Evelyn the Covetous, Fable the Mirror Breaker, as well as the Blood Tithe Harvester, and draws into removal for a 4/4.
So Blood
over
Tithe
there.
Harvester
So
turns
I
on
wouldn't be surprised to
Surge.
see Blood Tithe Harvester into Voltage Surge to make sure that that freaking cat car is not copying Rhinos.
Absolutely. And one other thing that happens when Blood Tithe Harvester comes into play, triggers Evelyn again.
Oh, yes, it does. Ooh, more presents.
More
Mind if
cards.
I
Now
do?
you are going to see these cards go away from Mike's, bottom right-hand corner, but they're just saved for later. And now we'll see 2 more cards exiled, and Evelyn is done playing cards for this turn. But let's say there's a removal spell. We saw 2 lands there being put away, but let's say it's a removal spell. You could play that card during Shota's turn, and that really is the power level of this card.
So cool.
It's sweet.
It's so cool. Oh, look at this. We get to do 3 things this turn. Hell yeah, Siggy. Do stuff. Love it.
And now when I was talking about Soul Transfer not really having the requirements to do
It's too bad Evelyn doesn't have
do see
flying.
an artifact and enchantment now, so that's going to be what Mike is really looking for, and that could put him, very ahead in this game, where it looked kind of bleak a couple turns ago for Mike.
Yep. Black Market Tycoon does have a bit of a downside where it's going to just bop you in the noggin for each treasure that you have, but being at 20 life, Shota's not too fussed about that. Not yet, anyway. Also finds his own Voltage Surge. That doesn't kill Evelyn, however.
No, it does not, unless you pair it with an attack. But, Mike knows that that is one of the more common ways and more common pieces of removal in Shota's deck is the Voltage Surges, so gonna be wary about a block. And with Mike still being at 20, I would be very shocked to see Evelyn doing any blocking this turn. You want to, as the pros say, use your life as a resource during these kind of situations, and I think we'll see exactly that. Bang.
Oh, nice. Alrighty. So just going straight for the cat car and not taking out the rhino. Excellent target here.
Even there, we saw a minor reaction from Shota. A little eyebrow raise there, which is honestly more than we usually see. Shota is a very, very calm and collected player, but knows even that was not great for him right now. Zika's Chariot copying these 4/4s is a very good avenue for Shota to just gain an insurmountable advantage on the board.
Definitely. Now, this is an interesting decision where it's an interesting point where Evelyn could actually block a 2/2 and still be okay because there's no other artifact on the battlefield. There is 1 red mana available with that treasure, but no other artifact to clean her up here. So
we do have the Black Market Tycoon.
The cats can still make. Yeah, okay, ignore me.
Yeah.
Kitty
No,
cat
I
makes
was
treasures.
thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, oh, this block actually feels kind of free. I'm not 100% sure if Shota played a land either. Looks like he did.
Doesn't look like he did. I think he held on to the Zeatora's Proving Ground.
Okay.
Oh, Infernal Grasp. Hello.
Wow, big draw step
Yeah, that's not
here.
getting discarded. Thanks so much, there, friend.
And Shota's gonna recognize that, be like, you did not draw land because, well, you would have discarded that. So Shota has to know that this is a card.
Yep. This is something we want to see. And we got 2 copies of Fable the Mirror Breaker down now. We have an unblockable ninja who's doing its best to just ping away at the life total here, but Shota just keeps gaining life.
Yeah, be like, attack for 1, 20. Okay.
This is acceptable.
Yes. All right, now we're going to see the other ability of Black Market Tycoon, which is not a good one. It's not a good one. It hurts you quite a bit. 2 damage for each treasure. Ooh, Riveteer's Charm off the top.
That deals with an Evelyn.
Right? I caught her. She's on my lap.
Shota, in every game
Just
we've seen, I
snuggling.
don't think I've seen him force a sacrifice. Is it time?
If there is a game that it would happen, it's got to be this one. First, Shota's going to attack and be like, okay, same option as last time. Do you want to put Evelyn in front of anything and risk this Voltage Surge? And if Mike does that, you get to save Riveteer's Charm to maybe, draw 3 cards later or deal with a second Evelyn, something like that. But if it doesn't block, I think we're going to see
Riveteer's
that
Charm.
load. And yeah, what a big draw. But yep, decides to block. That unlocks Voltage Surge.
Yep, and to be fair, the cards that are in exile, they're not that fantastic. Sure, there's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant there, which would be nice, but with no other vampires in hand, again, as with Kaito earlier, she's done her job. So let's see if she does get in on the action.
Okay, so maybe Mike wants to use this Infernal Grasp right now? Oh, this is so close right now, and just for a World Championship spot already this early in our Sunday. Oh, I love this structure that just sends people to the World Championship as early as the first round. It's so incredible.
Oh, it's so nice. Okay, alright, so that's still a chunk of damage coming through. That's still 6. Mike will go down to 10. Infernal Grasp is gonna hit him in the schnoz for 2 as well. So let's see where this grasp goes.
If anywhere right now. You know, Mike does still have a pretty healthy life total, so might, you know, do exactly what I was saying earlier. Use his life total as a resource and maybe see if there's a bigger thing to Infernal Grasp. The problem with Infernal Grasp, it's not the best card at just like wait and see kind of thing, because not only are you taking damage, but you're taking damage while casting the card. So now if you take 4 here, you got to think you're taking 6, essentially. And yeah, you're taking trample damage from the Workshop Warchief as well.
And I mean, the follow-up here could be a Zeotora the Incinerator, which ideally Mike would love to kill, but we're just going to see Voltage Surge, sack a treasure, and get rid of Evelyn the Covetous, so bye-bye lands. Not too sad about that.
Yep.
And
I think you're...
no Zeotora means let's kill a Rhino.
Yep, I think you're exactly right on that. Mike's just like, if you play Zeotora, I cannot win if I fire this off on a 4/4. I'd have to get very lucky to find another piece of removal. Decides to wait, gets mildly punished because of that decision, just because, well, you took 4 extra damage here, you get 12 if you just fired it off. That's a big one.
That's a good one. Corpse Appraiser is so good. I love this card. It's going to be able to exile something. There's nothing really of relevance in this matchup, but taking a look at the cards in your library just digs him a little deeper down.
Yes, 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 and especially before these unlicensed Hearst come into play. Oh, yeah. Corpse Appraiser is very good at finding other good cards, and just imagine if Evelyn was still in play right now. Finding another 2 vampires here would have triggered for 4 more cards, so Evelyn being taken off the battlefield was very important for Shota.
Yes, indeed, and now we'll see on the end step, Riveteer's Charm goes off, looks at 3 more cards here for Shota, who's able to play them, draws into another copy of the Tenacious Underdog, so able to rebuild this battlefield here.
Yeah, we'll see if Shota wants to blitz any of these and decides to kind of just get aggressive here. Shota just smells blood here and just wants to try to get this game over with.
I don't blame him, honestly. He's got the higher life total. He has more cards, you know, available to him to do some stuff with. And a double block here will be favorable for Mike Sigris, as only one of the creatures will die.
Yep, trading up here, trading a 3/3 for a 4/4 is always what you want to be doing in combat. Making sure to get a better creature off the battlefield than the one that you're giving up.
Yeah. And one of the important things I've noticed with these blitz cards as well, like playing in limited or even just playing them in standard, is you don't want to kill them in combat if you can avoid it. Because then you give them something else to do potentially in their main phase, whereas if it's the end step, it's only an instant that can affect the board state.
Very good point there. Very good point. Now we're going to see the very
Shota
nice
has no
combo,
creature lens.
combo number 1 in this deck of Reflection of Kiki Jiki, being able to copy a removal spell. You know, usually something you don't see, but if you copy Blood Tithe Harvester, not only do you get another blood, but now sacrifice that, point it at a creature of your opponent's, and you can keep doing this every turn until Shota finds a piece of removal to kind of stop this from happening.
Yep. And the more he does it, the bigger the thing is that the Blood Tithe Harvester can kill. So, yeah, let's get some blood tokens going here, but it does look like one is going to be sacked to try and find a bit more action. So, bye-bye, Mountain. Something good. Okay, it's Voltage Surge. That's cool.
That's cool. Now Mike has the decision. Do I want to go to 3? Do I want to go to 3 and put this Tenacious Underdog in play and attack? That runs a bit of a foul against Workshop Warchief blitzing out. You know, remember, that card can also blitz. 1 extra mana for 6 mana, and that would pretty much be GG. Not pretty much. That would be GG if Mike would have went for that.
It's kind of the same feeling when you see a blitzed out Workshop Warchief as a Rhino charging you. And speak of the devil, there he is.
Yep. Mike had to have been fist pumping when you see that cycle at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
And I think the same. Shota would probably be fist pumping to draw that Workshop Warchief. And you can cast it, I believe. Yeah, that is a treasure.
Or, yeah, he's got 2 green there, so he can cast if he wants to. But I don't know, he might want to make a Rhino charge.
Yeah, you
Might
might want to
stick
save
down the bugbear
that
down
for a
here instead.
surprise attack. And honestly, it makes sense because whatever creature Shota puts onto the battlefield and says go without any removal dies to Reflection of Kiki Jiki Blood Tithe Harvester. So Sigrist actually could just double Reflection Blood Tithe Harvester, sack both of those
Hello.
reflections to deal with the
Good
5/3 and the
game.
4/4 if Shota went for that play.
He's brave.
Alrighty, well here comes 3 damage. Are you gonna go down to 2, Mike Sigrist?
If my
That's
math
scary.
is correct, I see 10 damage coming back from Mike Sigrist. So unless Shota draws a Voltage Surge, Mike Sigrist can attack for lethal next turn with that Tenacious Underdog and
Yeah,
lock
that
up
seemed
a
weird.
seat at the World
Why not
Championship.
just play the Rhino?
Can't take the damage here though, right? Otherwise he would die.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
Tenacious
Yeah,
Underdogs too, right?
Yeah, you can't blitz, but with Voltage Surge, unless Shota finds Voltage Surge himself.
Does he?
Oh,
No, he
doesn't?
finds Riveteur's Charm. So with the Kiki Jikis and the 3 toughness creatures,
It seemed weird.
You're gonna, I mean, what Shota has to do here is has to put that pathway on red, go into full control mode and bluff. Because there's a chance Mike doesn't go for it. You know, because honestly, if Mike goes for it, and then there is a blitz creature to come back, Mike loses the game. So it's a risk here still for Mike to see if he pulls the trigger and cements himself into the World Championship.
Goodness.
Oh man, the
All
mind
right.
games.
Mike, sniff him out. I believe in you, Siggy. Alrighty, let's go. Come on, chat. Spam those piggies to root for Siggy. I want to see him. Let's see.
Yeah,
Does
and here's a
he
voltage surge
spot his
check.
out?
That's a voltage surge check. How many have we cast? And it
There's
looks like 1.
3 in total in the deck.
So there's 2 in the deck. Can Mike afford to play around it?
All right. This is a tense moment here. His clock is
Yep.
4 minutes left on it, but this game is going to be over long before that's up. So a big thank here from Mike Sigrist.
And
if
Mike
he
can't
wins,
do... Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
he secures his spot in the World Championship. So this is for a lot of marbles.
And he can't do any cute, cheeky play of like Reflection, Blood Tithe Harvester twice, and just attack with those, and maybe leave a creature back or anything like that. The math only adds up to 9, so Mike has to go all in to, you know, lock this up, and the clock is running down here on Mike. Does he do it?
All right, Mike.
He's not going to. Oh my god.
Oh no.
He didn't go for it.
Wow.
He didn't. Oh,
That's
what are the
crazy.
repercussions of this gonna
50-50,
be? Blood Tithe
baby.
Harvester just going for it. He's playing it safe.
Well,
He
it's
wants to keep
50-50.
those Kiki Jikis up to copy the Blood Tithe Harvesters, which he can do. on
Shota
the
literally
end
just
step
proved Riley
of
right.
Shota's, and keep those creatures around. But will he survive this next attack?
He didn't go for it. And that unleashes Workshop Warchief to be able to be blitzed in and force some chump blocking as well as
he
gain
has
through
double
life and
harvester
get a 4/4
with his Kiki
to make
Jikis.
it so Mike will not even have a lethal attack next turn. Shota can even pair it with Workshop Warchief to come in blitzed, as well as Tenacious Underdog to be played as a second blocker. Oh my god.
I don't know. I like the
It's
double
not
harvester
over
block.
yet. Okay, the Workshop Warchief, the biggest issue is it gains the 3 lives. So there's 10 damage that Mike needs to find without taking any of his own. So he can, in the Blitz stage, copy the Blood Tithe Harvester with the Kiki Jikis, with the reflections, and then kill. So he wouldn't have to block anything.
Yep. Well, the Blood Tithe Harvester's ability is as a sorcery.
Oh, is it?
If I'm remembering correctly.
Darn it.
Yeah. So
Bad vampire.
That is not on the line, but one thing that is on the line
They can
is
block, though.
reflectioning Blood Tithe Harvesters and double blocking with those, so you don't lose your own reflections. And then you get a couple more bloods. You can, at end step, you know, use all 3 of those bloods to make sure you have a good draw.
Oh, here comes the Rhino. Curses be upon you only as sorcery text.
Yeah,
As
right.
Workshop Warchief is gonna gain the 3 life, it's gonna go swinging. Reflections can get themselves some blockers here just to take care of this Workshop Warchief.
Grindy.
But, you know, Mike made a line where if Shota had Workshop Warchief plus Voltage Surge, it wouldn't be a consideration is, you know, can Mike survive this turn? Mike would be dead. You know, so that was the risk that he played around because he would just lose to this attack. It would be Shota moving on, and Mike would have to win that next round.
Why not the Harvester? Why would you ever not do the Harvester?
The risk.
Oh, because you can dump an extra mana in.
Around it, and we'll see if he
I
can
see.
still fight back.
I see.
For sure. All right, so we're making a copy of the reflection. And then
But then when
doing?
it just taps the next one.
Okay.
Right, they're just gonna auto like it
Two
doesn't really
blood
get you anywhere.
harvesters copied would mean 2 more blood tokens, as well as only 1 damage coming through.
And Mike is down to 2 minutes. Now it is a real concern. You know, now that this, when we were at 5 minutes, there's another thing, but now it is really coming down to it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're only doing 1 block here.
This is
so. You know, honestly,
that
now
takes
Mike.
Tenacious Underdog off the table.
Okay.
Now Mike is not playing around Voltage Surge.
Okay.
You know, like at this point, if Shota had Voltage
I like
Surge,
this
the game would be
play.
over,
Yeah, this game would
you
be
know?
over.
So it's weird to not play around at this turn, but what Mike is doing is setting up these reflections where then at end step you can copy a creature and then make a gigantic attack.
What is happening?
And let's see if it's still going to be enough. But now the unfortunate part is...
I don't get it either.
Mike's at 2 as well, so Tenacious Underdog
He
cannot
could
be
have
blitzed.
more copies here.
Yeah.
And here we go. You get to make as many reflections as you have mana as this nice little synergy, and this should still do it.
Oh no, that's fantastic.
But he still missed out on one, didn't
So
he?
much. Oh, that's great, and they're all gonna hang around.
I guess it doesn't
Look at
matter.
this.
So there's going to be 2 blockers that can block the 2 blood ties, and there you go. You attack for 12. Shota's tapped out. That's going to do it. And Mike's going to find... Mike really wanted to do this in style. Mike wanted to do this in style instead of just win with your traditional attack.
I like
I
it.
mean, this is still pretty stylish. That's what 6 Kiki Jikis on the battlefield. So
Yeah.
Mike Sigris finds the line. 43 seconds
Wow.
to go. Go Kiki Jiki, go!
Wow.
That is Mike Sigris into the World Championship, everybody. Yes,
Wow.
please.
Yeah, it just needs 2 of them.
You know what? He was just
I would
playing
have
with
done
us
it-
in the end there. He was just like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna do this.
He thought about
I'm
it,
gonna
though.
be on 2 life. I'm gonna have 40 seconds left, and then I'm just gonna.
That's
kill
why
you.
he's there and we're here, chat. Right? That's why he's there and we're here.
Yeah, Mike was really all about
Holy.
the coverage aspect here. Really wanted to
I
make
can't
us all
even.
sweat and then really style on all of us. So huge congrats
he
to Mike.
He sure styled us. I
Never
was
second guess the pros, chat.
Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. Calm, composed. Congratulations, Mike Sigrist. Amazing stuff there, Corey.
Killing
What-
Jiki, right?
I mean, I am still
Alright, who won?
speechless as well. Mike made a really calculated risk trying to play around everything to make sure that, you know, his world championship seat was in his hands. You know, if there was a voltage surge there and then there was a workshop war chief, all of a sudden Mike was out and, you know, he was going to just sit at his computer for a long time, be like, what could I have done to prevent that? And the line that he ended up taking was a line that helped him prevent it. So, you know, tried to play around to everything, you know, necessarily made a situational misplay, if you want to look at it that way, that you didn't win when you could have won. But it was playing around a card and got there anyways. So really showing the expertise of a well-seasoned pro like Mike.
Heck yeah. And he's going to the World Championship. Riley has an interview with Mike, so let's go see what he has to say for himself, making us stress like that.
I mean, with Mike Sigris, who has just locked up a position at the World Championship. Mike, congratulations to you. A familiar feeling for you, no doubt. You've been to Worlds quite a few times. Talk us through what's going through your mind right now. Is it a sense of relief, accomplishment? How are you going?
Yeah, definitely a sense of accomplishment. I mean, my relationship with Magic has kind of waxed and waned over the last couple of years with the pandemic and all that. So it's, yeah, I actually really tried hard for this one, and I'm just, regardless of all this stuff I get out of it, I'm just happy that my hard work paid off, because
Dirty
there's tons
dog.
of people out there who worked really hard and it didn't. And I know how that is, and it sucks. So.
Well,
I'm
as
a
someone who's been to the World
dirtydog.com.
Championship multiple times, I want to get your perspective
Discord
on,
reminder
someone
for
who's
the
been there
stream?
before.
Why don't
Is
you
this
put one in there?
going to impact your preparation? You know what's coming. Does it help you feel confident, or is it still going to be a huge amount of pressure for you?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty confident. I'm gonna get to booster
Way too
draft
powerful.
against
I know that
people
is a
who
good card, isn't it?
Got there playing constructed. I'm confident.
Look, playing at Worlds is one of the biggest achievements, obviously, that any Magic player can hope to enjoy, and winning it would be massive. And I imagine that's obviously the final focus for you. What does your preparation look like for this event?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea who's qualified. I have not been.
I don't know anything.
Life stuff getting in the way. I haven't paid attention who's qualified, so I'll have to see. I'm sure I'll test with a group of some of the best players in the world, and hopefully a slightly bigger group. I know for a lot of Worlds, a lot of people want to keep it tight and have like 3 people, but I always prefer a bigger team because more work gets done. I mean, it stinks having to play mirrors against people or whatever, but I just want to have good decks, and I've noticed that generally it's someone from a big team who always wins. So that's my goal.
All right. Well, it might be you this year. Mike Sigris, congratulations on locking up the World Championship. Talk to you again soon, mate.
Congratulations once again, Mike Sigrist. We have plenty more action from the upper quarterfinals. We're going to hand that over to Marshall and Paul. But first,
That man's
let's
bad,
hear from
though.
Maria about what to expect
love it.
after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hisamichi Yoshigoe versus Carl Serra
right.
is up next.
Hisamichi and Naya mid-range. It's
I'll never
all
be able to
about
spell.
card advantage and planeswalkers.
really
Don't
quick.
forget about Fable of the Mirrorbreaker as well, one of Standard's most powerful cards. For Carl, looking to stop that combination of mid-range with his own mid-range cards, this time electing to go with black cards as opposed to the white ones. Which splashes better? We'll see.
Hisamichi Yoshigoe versus Carl Serra is up next.
Pardon my spelling. Carl! Carl! Well, we got a big voting session here. We're gonna go in with a 5-minute vote. Say, where'd it go? All my stuff died. There we go, we're back, we're back. She's name OP. Alright, let's get this cleaned up. Let's get this cleaned up. Now that Killer's here, everyone can just bug him to do it, right? Killer's got it handled? Yeah? Oh man, Killer, you're the best, bro. You're the best, bro. Alright, so I'm really enjoying the standard play. And I really like the that black market tycoon into the Rhino. I think that's very, very spicy, right? We like to see that quite a bit. Most definitely. No, it's legendary, you can stack it. Could dump it in, even a Magda potentially in a certain build, but I don't even know if you need to, right? Oh, I'm sure we're gonna see some Esper, don't worry, Tommy. Guaranteed we'll see some Esper. Taylor's not doing his job. Killa, what up, bro? Why no requests? When I Google it, I can't even find it.
And welcome back to coverage here of the new Capenna Championship. Marcel Cyclic with Paul Cheon. And we've got more upper quarterfinal action for you here. As you've no doubt noticed, there's normally a little bit of a relief that you get after you make top 8. You come in for your quarterfinal match. You can kind of settle in. Not today. That's not how it's working. Between our two players, we've got Carl Sarap and Hisamichi Yoshigoe in the feature this round.
A hard name to spell.
And Hisamichi are playing for a seat at the World Championship here.
Oh, killer, you're the best.
Get to keep playing, but this is an absolute golden
Get your votes in, chat.
opportunity to try to secure a seat at the World Championship, and both of these players are going to be hoping that they're the one that gets it. As far as decks, Paul, we've got Jund mid-range versus Naya mid-range.
Yeah, and this is really a matchup we haven't seen too much of, mostly because
let's go.
I'm pretty sure Hisamichi might be the only person on Naya mid-range. I think oftentimes the thought process is, look, if you're going to play the Naya colors,
I like Naya.
Should be playing Naya runes. But Hisamichi went against that and is chosen to play kind of a mid-range variant to a lot of success. Went 6-1 in the standard portion of the event here. So, you know, it's just a collection of the best Naya cards, right? Green, Asika's Chariot. Red, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. White, the Wandering Emperor. And you just kind of jam it all into the deck and just kind of see how it all plays out.
Yeah, this is not playing out well here so far for Hisamichi. Down to 5 to open up the game. And Carl Sarap with a fairly quick keep of 7. 2-lander is the end result. Technically a 3-lander. You see the wedding ceremony there as well, and a chariot.
Yeah, with the Amirius Call. I mean, this is at least an okay mulligan 2-5. If you can find land number 4, you can go wedding announcement into Asika's Chariot. But Carl's hand is, of course, filled with gas. Does need to draw land number 3, though. Kind of unlock everything.
Yeah, land number 3 will really kind of set off the hand well, as it can be tracker or a fable. And then
he needs it badly.
He does need it badly. Let's see if Carl can find the 3rd land. No, it's another 3-drop and no land drop here. This could get out of hand quickly here.
This is how you win on the Mold of 5.
Seriously, I mean, Carl does have the tools to win this game quite easily. Unleash the Inferno, particularly good here when you're looking at Wedding Announcement and Asika's Chariot. But Hisamichi has been able to curve Wedding Announcement into Chariot. That is a very powerful board, especially next turn. Oh, and there's a land, but it's a tap land here for Carl. Now, he does have Infernal Grasp, so he can use that this turn and then start to build out his board. So it may not be too late here for Carl, even with the tap land.
I mean, right, he's got the Infernal Grasp here to get the Chariot. He's going to take, I guess, 3, 1 from the token and 4 from the Chariot. However, that's another wedding announcement. I wonder if Hisamichi is just going to play around Grasp and just attack with the creatures.
It looks like it.
Wow.
That means that Carl has a decision here on whether to use Infernal Grasp on a cat token.
Right, and the thing is, Carl's got so many spells in his hand, he's almost priced into just casting this Infernal Grasp, right?
Like, when is he casting it if he doesn't now, right?
Exactly.
The next few turns are going to be used up on more expensive spells. So he's going to use it. Plus, let's not forget, Wedding Announcement is going to become a festivity in not too long. And so that cat will actually be a problem. It'll be a 3-3 down the line, and he may as well take care of it now. He falls to 15. Another Wedding Announcement hits the battlefield. And there's a Blood Tithe Harvester. No 4th land, though, for Carl.
Right. I mean, that Unleash the Inferno is so good if you can get it off, right?
That's
This
right.
is kind of one of the reasons why you want to play Jund. You have access to this really powerful card that's great against the other mid-range decks that do play cards like Wedding Announcement and Asika's Chariot. Oftentimes, it's going to give you a 2-for-1, right? You kill a creature, you kill the Chariot, you kill the Wedding Announcement, but again, you need to get to land number 4, and now, I mean, Hisamichi might just have a little too much pressure here, right? I mean, what are you going to do? Play Fable of the Mirror Breaker and take $1 million?
Right, that's the problem, because that's what Carl wants to do, because Chapter 2 will almost for sure set him up to unload the rest of his hand in the coming turns. It just might cost him too much life to do so. Now, he could play the Briarbridge tracker and have a pretty good blocker up, but if that blocker gets removed, it's a disaster for him, and he's going to take his medicine here and go with Fable.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We're going to see Voltage Surge on the 2-2 potentially, and Wandering Emperor.
That's right. That's not even counting the Isika's Chariot doing its thing as well. Oh, and Yoshigoi looks like he wants to try to slam the door here on Carl. He's going for
Espiritos, bye-bye.
apparition for the Fable.
Right, just I know you're missing land drops. If you hit
That's
4,
right.
you might that'll allow you to cast cards like Unleash and Isika's Chariot. So I'm gonna do this. Gonna crew up my chariot, make a big token, and if you want to chump, that's fine. If he doesn't block, that also probably tells Hisamichi that he really wants the token here. Might just choose to cast the Voltage Surge here on the 2/2, right?
Insult to injury here from Hisamichi Yoshigoi. He's going to pass the turn back. I would not be surprised, though, if we see that token die. That extra mana could be so huge.
Now, this Unleash will be pretty good. You're going to be able to kill Skyclave Apparition, make a 3/3, and then have your choice of killing either the Chariot or the Wedding Announcement.
At sorcery speed.
He's going to go for it right now. Doesn't look like there's any way for Yoshigoi to respond reasonably, so instead he's just going to let it happen. And we're going to see Isika's Chariot take the overflow here from the Inferno. Boy, that hand, though, from Yoshigoi has developed so nicely. Even drew his one of Legion Angel to go search up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, he basically unmulliganed, right? Those Wedding Announcements have drawn him like 4 cards.
Yes. Okay, he uses the Voltage Surge ultimately to get rid of the 3/3 token, and that's going to clear the way for this big attack. It was lethal.
Yeah, and this is probably
and
just,
this is
just a
still
concession.
lethal. And on a mulligan to 5,
Jeez.
Hisamichi Yoshigoi picks up game number 1 and moves one step closer to the World Championship. Never
That was
give
pretty
up.
tight.
Never ever give up, right? I mean, that looked awful. But that one stumble from Carl cost him so dearly.
Yeah. And again, the power of Isika's Chariot, right? You see multiple copies of this in the top 8. It's almost like the card was kind of forgotten.
Does
right?
feel like that.
Everybody was high on the Esper mid-range deck and Naya Runes. And, you know, it turns out, right? If you're going to play green, Isika's Chariot's still one of the best cards in the format, and you know, it's taken both of these players into the top 8.
I was going to say, we've got 8 copies between these two, so don't sleep
Vroom,
on it.
vroom.
That Chariot's still fantastic. We see the players putting finishing touches on their sideboard plans.
Will note, Unleash the Inferno. This might be the best deck. This matchup might be where it's at its absolute best, right? Because there are matchups where you have a target in Wedding Announcement. There are some matchups where you have it against Fable. Here you have Fable, Wedding Announcement, and Isika's Chariot, right?
Incredible.
So there are 12 enchantments and artifacts that will often be taken down in addition to a creature that it can kill.
Right, and it always has a creature target in this matchup too. So this is the reason, by the way, why you see Carl bringing in his 3rd copy of Unleash the Inferno. He has 1 on the board, 2 in the main, and I want as many of these as I can get my hands on. I mean, even that almost let him stabilize. It wasn't enough in the end, but he was, you know, after he got his mana under him, he just needed another turn of breathing room to try to get out from under it. He was too far behind, as it turned out.
Right.
Okay, game number 2 underway. Carl Serap.
Not again.
Let's go. Not again.
Still a keep.
Not
In
like
hands
this.
You know, you run the numbers you keep, right? You're playing 26 to 27 lands in these mid-range decks, and you're just gonna go, look, I didn't get there in the last game, but this is a decision that I've made thousands of times in all the other games that I've played. 2-lander, you've got double Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right? So all you need really is land number 3, because once you go to chapter 2, you're so likely to keep hitting your land drops.
Yeah, that's right. You have to treat each of these decisions as an individual case rather than letting what happened prior get in your head. But thankfully for Carl, he understands that he's going to make a keep here.
Ooh,
and
there
you
it
go.
is.
Immediate payoff. He finds Eotor's Proving Ground for land number 2, passes the turn back. He hasn't done anything yet, but he's going to get that precious Fable of the Mirror Breaker down on 3. And there's Gala Greeters.
Yeah, but
that's a very powerful card here too.
Not a lot of follow-up here, though. Much weaker hand here from Hisamichi. A
Very
lot more
much
reactive.
It's actually just terrible, right? Like he's protecting a.
I was
1/1.
trying to be nice, Marshall.
Yeah, I was kind of working my way through it, and I'm like, well, that protects that. That doesn't have any targets. That isn't castable, and those are lands. Like, we're not doing anything. Gala Greeters, as Alliance, it needs other creatures to hit the battlefield, and there aren't any in sight.
Yeah, I'll go with awful as well.
Okay,
I'm on team awful. Yeah.
All right, Fable the Mirror Breaker hits Chapter 2. This is very powerful here for Carl Serapis. He is not scheduled right now to hit his land drop for the turn, and he would very much like to. This is a turn where he could deploy Esika's Chariot.
Yeah, definitely pitching 2 cards here. Do not want to miss a land drop here. I mean, given that you have the Chariot, the Unleash, and the Lolth, right? Those are just all extremely powerful cards.
Do you want the Mate Hook Massacre at this point?
Well, the thing is, you don't know if Hisamichi's turn 4 is going to be in Esika's Chariot, right? Given that you don't know that, you might want to keep that Meat Hook Massacre, as that might be one of the ways you Hisamichi might run away with the game.
Interestingly, it was also Lolth that got discarded there. So Carl favoring the short term a little bit more than the long term with that decision. But he does get to be the first one with an Esika's Chariot on the battlefield, and that oftentimes spells victory in and of itself. I mean, look how much further ahead he
I like the Chariot with Jaxus, that new red legendary.
as well.
I think they go well together.
At least something off the top here for Hisamichi. He finds Wedding Announcement.
And if you notice, too, Hisamichi recognizing how devastating Unleash the Inferno is in the matchup, bringing in Tamiyo Safekeeping just to counter that removal spell. Of course, there are other removal spells in Carl's deck, but that's a big one, right? Being able to kind of fizzle the Unleash the Inferno so you don't lose your enchantments.
Right. It feels like a 2-for-1 for Hisamichi.
Right.
In a weird way. Okay, Reflection's online now. It does have Summoning Sickness, so he'll have to wait, but the Chariot is ready to rumble.
And I you know, when you're playing kind of the Naya colors, I don't think Hisamichi has anything like a sweeper, because it feels like that's the type of card.
Holy, those are some big sneezes, baby.
It really does. I mean, at this point, with the
Morning,
Chariot
Killer.
now targeting the Goblin Shaman as well, I mean, look at the board. It's just ridiculous. And so far, Hisamichi's been able to produce a grand total of 2 power. Oh, and look at this. All of Carl Serap's creatures are 2 toughness, so he can actually Meat Hook here to take down the Greeters and the token. Gross.
And he can run out this Fable too, I believe, with the treasures. So, or keep up Unleash. But there's no sweepers to be worried about. Just jam the Fable.
Yeah, he's just all in here, and I don't really see
Got him.
Hisamichi Yoshigoi. He just doesn't have the tools to get out from a mess like this. This is a landslide here for Carl Serap. He did not like how game number 1 went, but it looks like he's poised to even things up and force a 3rd game.
Yeah, I mean, nothing Hisamichi can do at this point. You're going to have a 1/1 with a Valorous Dance and a Safekeeping.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Don't use up all the good stuff here, Carl.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me, just based on the types of answers and the way that the spells line up, I feel like in this particular matchup, Hisamichi probably wants to play the role of the aggressive player, right? But it just really didn't come together here. Just a little too reactive and just not enough action.
Yeah, it's really tough because, you know, the sideboard cards that you bring in take out one of your more assertive threats and replace it with something that's, you know, more reactive. And as we see, Hisamichi just drew 2 reactive spells that have had no impact on the game whatsoever and certainly haven't helped him get out ahead.
Yeah. I mean, is there even a way Hisamichi can survive this attack?
He does have Valorous Stance for the Chariot.
He could gain 2 life off the Safekeeping.
Yes. So the answer is yes.
So the answer is
He
yes.
can chump block and go to 2.
And then
die the next turn instead.
Then die the next turn, right?
Yeah. Yep, go to 1, make it.
With double unleashed in front.
Yeah,
4
that is-
treasures as well.
Yeah, he can actually cast Unleash too.
Right. Oh, you could kill him now if you just unleash in response.
That's true.
Prevent the life gain.
It's true. It works.
Yeah, and you get the wedding announcement.
Yeah, might as well. All right, so that would be game number 2.
Overkill.
Again, absolutely. Carl Serap not messing around here. Gets game number 2 from Hisamichi Yoshigoi, and we're going to get a game 3 for the World Championship because, of course, we do. This is how it works on Top 8 Sunday. We're in the upper.
We want to be entertained. We want all the good stuff.
If you haven't
Not just a little
been
bit.
keeping up over the course
50-50,
of the weekend, first,
baby.
I want to welcome you along. Thanks so much for joining us. And the way this works is if you make it into the top 8, great. Career accomplishment. You have a chance to win the tournament. That's where your eyes are going to be. But for the players who are not otherwise qualified for the World Championship, there's another landmark to hit, and that is top 6. And in Magic, we don't usually talk about top 6s, but here we are. There's 2 players that will not make that bar of winning at least 1 match today. You'll have 2 shots at it, but if you do, that will also secure you a World Championship seat. And these players are playing for that right now. And sitting at home, Estonia, Japan, they're going to play a single game. Just please give me a good 7, right? Like at least just let me play. It's crazy what has to be going through these players' minds as they sit down to play a game of Magic for a World Championship seat.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Just a life-changing game. And again, I did mention briefly there, though, but even with a loss, that will not eliminate them from the tournament, nor will it eliminate them from a chance at the World Championship. So there is at least a fallback plan, but we're so close. You know, if you can just get 1 game, you could be in. This is the time to go for it. So let's see what happens here with our opening hands. Looks like a double duress, double fable hand here for Carl Serap. And he's going to have a lot of targets for those duresses, Paul.
That's how you want to start.
Getting right to work.
Now, plenty of great cards here in Hisamichi's hand, and a nice Sanctuary Warden. This is a quite an effective card in kind of the mid-range matchup. So that's a card that you have to keep an eye out for. We're, of course, pretty early in the matchup here, so not going to see it for a while, but a very, very strong card.
A little awkward here for Carl. You know, the taking the wedding announcement's kind of the easy mode here, right? It's the next play that Hisamichi can make. But with 2 copies of Asika's Chariot, the second duress looks a little bit clunky.
Right, but does find Unleash the Inferno, which is about as clean of an answer as you can get to a Chariot. Now
that changes things,
right? They still get a 2/2. That's how good Chariot is, right? It's like, hey, I killed a creature and I killed your Chariot, but you still have something left over. But look, I mean, there's just not a lot of clean ways to just deal with everything that a Chariot can produce.
We see the Galagreeters here. A second copy comes down. That's going to trigger the first one, and it's going to make a tap treasure token, which is going to guarantee Hisamichi to be able to play that Chariot next turn. And if he draws an untapped land, it could set him up for the Warden in a few turns, but he didn't. So he's just going to take this turn to get down this Chariot.
This is a big turn here from Hisamichi, though, as you will get 2 triggers off these Galagreeters.
So 4 triggers total.
Sounds like a phone's ringing.
You're gonna see some treasures, probably, right?
From Galagreeters.
Life in this matchup.
Like an old school phone.
And you're playing the role of the aggressor. So a couple of 2/2s, 2 treasures. This sets him up nicely, where if he does draw a land next turn, he can slam that Sanctuary Warden.
Curious to see what combat looks like for him as well. If he's patient with these greeters, they will outgrow the 2/2. But we've also seen that he likes to be the aggressor in the matchup and would like to start pressuring the life total of Carl as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. I'm leaning towards just being happy with the trade, right? It's just like attack. You don't get a treasure. You don't want the Jund deck to kind of get up on mana, maybe play some big Meat Hook Massacres.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a good chance that Carl might have some removal spells for these greeters anyways.
Yeah, it looks like Yoshigoi is going to take the conservative route. He's going to leave everything at home and save up those Gallagreeder triggers for later, where he can really slam in, perhaps with a couple of 3-3s.
And given the Tamiyo safekeepings that Carl saw in the second game, I wouldn't be surprised to see Carl maybe go for something like an Unleash the Inferno to kill the Chariot and the creatures. Or, I mean, right now, doesn't seem like a bad time to just meat hook for 2, right? Found that meat hook, clear the board, attack first with your 2/2, of course, then meat hook for 2. All of a sudden, you know Hisamichi's card is Sanctuary Warden, but doesn't have the land for it just yet.
We may also see Boseiju, who endures, mattering here as something other than a land on the battlefield, as there's plenty of targets for that as well. The existence of that Warden in hand is a problem for Carl. He would like to delay that hitting the battlefield if possible, and Boseiju would mess that up this turn. So looks like an Unleash the Inferno turn is on the horizon.
The arena client doing arena client things.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? This is so laggy.
Such a good thing to do this turn,
It
right?
does.
You meat hook for 2, you have a treasure, and then you get to still have a reflection next turn, right? And then you still have access to Unleash the Inferno.
And Yoshigoi probably seeing the writing on the wall here. Oh, interesting. He's going to go for Unleash the Inferno right now.
Yeah, perhaps recognizing how problematic the Sanctuary Warden is and holding that meat hook massacre to potentially go up to 5 to get it off the battlefield.
It is one of the easier ways to do it. With 2 shield counters, it's quite difficult to get rid of the Warden in any other way.
Yeah.
Is that a brutal Cathar there, Paul?
Yeah, that is a brutal Cathar, so not going to see that one being played, so I imagine it's just going to be a Luminarch Aspirant, probably making a treasure with the Greeter here, just so you can ensure you're playing the Sanctuary Warden.
That's
just
right.
An attack.
And you get the trigger from the Aspirant here as well. So it is a significant amount of damage, but the board is looking very meat hook worthy as well. The question for Carl is just
that Angel,
how does
though.
he deal with the Warden? Can he afford to wait?
Right, and now it's the timing of everything is just a little more awkward, just because now if you want to meat hook massacre away the board, you're also going to be losing that reflection, which comes into play this turn.
Yeah, of course. So he maybe has kind of made his bed as far as the massacre goes with, okay, I'm going to wait for the Warden. The question is, can he survive the board as it sits?
Right, and
the answer's kind of not really.
Not looking great here.
So this
because he'll have to hit it for
would
6.
Be in a very good position if he has forced Carl to meat hook massacre here, and he hasn't. Carl's going to take his medicine. He figures I can block with the reflection, and if Yoshigoi goes for the Warden, I can get him. But look at that top deck there from Yoshigoi. He finds another Isika's Chariot, which would give him a perfectly fine option to build out his board further, still keep that pressure on for the meat hook massacre, and then have the Warden in hand left over to clean up the mess.
Yeah, and
at least he has the treasure.
To be aware of the fact that the meat hook massacre could be one of the cards that Carl has. So we'll probably try to do his best to try to play around it. The problem is, I mean, if you run out an Isika's Chariot, it also kind of runs into a similar problem. But it does seem like he does want to just continue applying pressure here. You can play the Angel now. Remember, you're still going to be able to draw a card here, right?
Yes.
You're still getting a little bit of value. So, and you're putting 2 creatures onto the battlefield, so you're getting some extra value here off the Gallagreeders, and you are also getting that reflection of Kiki-Jiki off the battlefield. So maybe you just have to power through it, right? And not only that, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can put a counter on the Sanctuary Warden, and if you do that, Carl Sorep cannot get it off the battlefield with Meat Hook Massacre, right? He's going to be a mana short.
Aspirant? Oh,
right.
Wow.
It's like Marshall's not even watching.
Would keep it out of range.
So he should put a counter on the Warden if he wants to play around a Meat Hook Massacre for 5 next turn.
Which it's felt like that's what he's had in mind.
Oh.
No, he's going to put it on the cap here. This could be a misstep from Yoshigoi. Remember, he doesn't know about the Meat Hook Massacre in hand, right? He hasn't actually seen it. But boy, it has to be at the forefront of his mind when he's this
That's
far
game.
ahead.
Carl is
That's
slamming
game.
this Meathook Massacre, breathing a huge sigh of relief that he's able to
Wow.
get this warden.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
such a
Fucking got him.
I mean, if that counter was on the warden, I mean, it's such a different game.
It's a
But
2-turn
now-
clock in the air with no answer for Carl. It probably would be over.
No respect.
That misstep from Yoshigoe could cost him here. He does have the sweet follow-up play, though, with Isika's Chariot. And look at this. Carl Serap out of gas.
Yeah.
Well, he can deal with the
Isamichi's
Chariot.
Still ahead here, right? We do have the Boseiju for the Chariot. So he still will just need to deal with the 2/2/2s.
That's right. Den of the Bugbear's going to get activated here.
Oh, it's pretty much game.
Oh, that's a voltage surge.
It is, and there's a treasure.
And Carl's looking to go for the attack, hoping Hisamichi triggers the Asika's Chariot, and then he can just use the Boseiju to kill it off.
That's right.
Get a trigger with the Meathook Massacre.
But Yoshigoe is not going to have any of it. The Den of the Bugbear is going to get zapped by Voltage Surge. He's even going for the full amount. All right, there we go. 2 damage. Down it goes.
And I wonder if Hisamichi is going to play around a removal spell again.
Curious.
Right? We saw him do that in game 1. Is he just going to attack with the 2/2/2s, or is he going to get in there with the Asika's Chariot?
Yeah, it is interesting because if you look at the mana here from Carl, he has green, red,
I say get
or
in
black,
there.
So there's many cards. He's going for it. He's going to crew up the Chariot, but
Oh,
Boseiju, who endures, is going to nab it.
You still
Yeah,
gotta
and
push him, make him have it.
This is a heads up thing. So Carl's giving up a little bit of value there, right? There's a Meathook Massacre in play. So oftentimes you would think, hey, I want to wait.
Yeah.
Right? I want to wait and get the value off the Massacre. But remember, Tamiyo safekeeping in Hisamichi's
Valorous
deck.
stance.
That is such a blowout. You have to kill it in response to the activation.
And those things target creatures. That's right. So here's Fable the Mirror Breaker, a great
It's exiled.
top deck now from Carl Serap. He's going to keep that Crown Pathway in hand and
Oh.
try to give him something. Ooh, is there enough mana for this?
We're
Not
1 mana
quite.
away from
But
Amarius
Brutal
Call.
Cathar can come down and take care of the Goblin Shaman.
Well, we're gonna need another meat hook, boys.
Amarius Call is representing Doom. This Fable of the Mirror Breaker has a lot riding on it. Let's see if he can find something. That's a land. He'll want to get rid of these.
Yeah, and excuse me, Tamiyo safekeeping protects any permanent. So it's Valorous Stance. That's
Valorous
the card that
Stance,
you mentioned. Yes.
All right, let's see if this
All right.
Fable can find what Carl needs.
Needs to find an answer, perhaps another Meathook Massacre, but on top of that, we'll have to eventually find some way to deal with that Amarius Call too in
Yes.
Hisamichi's hand.
Big time pressure here on Carl Serap. And he finds another Fable. He'll have
Okay.
to settle for it here. He'll get to rerun this scenario next turn, but he's going to be down significant
Land?
life total in between. Land off the top
Land?
here. Oh, that's
Also
not bad
good.
either. Workshop
Also
War
good.
Chief. Fantastic draw here from Yoshigoe. A land or a 5-drop. Both fantastic.
And yeah, and he can just blitz it in here this turn. Get in
Yes.
for 11, draw a card, which will increase the likelihood that he finds that land, and he'll still have a 4/4 left over.
And that's what he's going to do. He's going to pay the more expensive blitz cost here. It costs 6 to blitz the War Chief. And he'll get that card as well, as you mentioned, give him
Ooh.
another chance to try to find the mana for that Amiri's Call.
Yeah, and Carl desperately
block.
needs another Meathook Massacre.
Yes,
That'll be a
That's-
fantastic one.
that's what he needs.
Could find
Well,
double removal
he
spell,
needs
because
two of
he will
them
be seeing some extra
because
cards
the
with
call
it.
next
He does
turn.
he will be also able to create a reflection this turn too.
Yep, so he'll have a blocker. So he's still alive,
Right.
but it's getting very, very sketchy here. Okay, there's Riveteer's Charm. That's a removal spell, or he could see a bunch of cards with it.
Right. Now, Hisamichi does have the choice, and all those tokens have a converted cost of 0. They have the same. So if you want to use it as a removal spell, it'll only get a 2/2 off the battlefield.
That's right. It's not going to check the power here. But it also represents a lot of cards off the library for him. Oh, another land.
Oof. I wonder if we're just going to look at 3 cards here.
I think he has to.
Maybe find a Chariot. Oh, does it? Oh, he has green sources. He does have a Dark War Pathway in hand. There's
And
a Chariot.
there's a Chariot and a Lulf.
And he can play it. So won't be able to play the Lulf, but still this gives him some breathing room. But remember, Hisamichi's got an Amarish Call. If he can find a land this turn,
Oh, there it is. A plane's off the top.
And now we need to
to
meet hook. And now we need to meet
all
hook.
these not only does he put a pair of 4/4 flyers, all the other creatures he hasn't played this turn is indestructible. Carl will survive this attack, but will absolutely need to find Meat Hook Massacre next
This is
turn.
it. He has to find Meat Hook off the top.
You always do, man. Always do.
He's facing lethal in the sky. He's facing
Meat
a
Hook or
lethal attack
die.
right now. That he's going to have to throw a couple of chump blocks in front of just to survive. Maybe just the he could go to 1 if he wants, but extremely precarious scenario here for Carl Sarap and very advantageous for Hisamichi Yoshigoe with a world championship slot on the line. Carl's going to be top decking to try to find his way out of it. If he can't do it, Hisamichi's going to advance here from the upper quarterfinals, but more importantly, get that seat. All right, he says, if I'm going to find me a Meat Hook Massacre, I may as well keep my life total as high as humanly possible here. Oh, and it's a Death Cap Glade off the top of the library.
So many lands.
Does he have any other options here, Paul?
No.
Is that it?
That's why you don't run 27 lands.
He's going to give the good game, and Hisamichi Yoshikoe off of a mulligan to 5 in game 1.
Too many
followed
lands.
by victory.
Too many lands on the dance floor. Too many lands. Too many lands on the dance floor. Spread out the lands.
Hisamichi, that is awesome.
And yet another Japanese player. I feel like the Worlds field is just 1/3 Japanese players. I mean, that's how incredible they've been doing. And again, just extremely well played here.
Yeah.
You know, just bringing, again, a deck that nobody else brought and making it all the way into the top 6 and securing a World Championship berth. That has
Who won,
to feel
Killer?
so great.
Yeah, wow. What way to find the little nook and crannies in the standard environment there for Hisamichi. We've got Riley Knight with Hisamichi.
Well, it would have
right
been
now
if
to
he drew a
see how he
second one,
feels
right?
about his world championship seat.
I mean, with Hisamichi Yoshigoe, who has
Thanks,
locked
Keller.
up the World Championship as well as progressing through this top 8. Hisamichi, congratulations. A great job so far. Tell us what it means to you to have qualified for the World Championship. Are you feeling, is it a sense of relief? Are you overwhelmed? What's going on at the moment with your through your mind?
First of all, I'm not familiar with the competitive Magic plays. Like I just started my competitive plays like 2 months ago, and I joined the qualifier. Just like I didn't even know it was a qualifier, and luckily I won, and I'm here right now. And I'm actually enjoying this competitive very much. People are very strong. People plays tight, and the deck list is open. So I'm really enjoying this high level event. So and also I really I win by my own deck, which is not around in arenas, and people like copies that list and runs into the tournament. And I see that, and I'm really happy, enjoying that. You see the scene, like people are copying my deck or like customizing that. Happy and joy is what I feel right now.
So you've come in after 2 months and just immediately straight into the World Championship. That is incredible. How are you feeling about the rest of the top 8? Are you just going to take that one out as well? Maybe win this championship?
I just do my best on one match by one. No, I'm not looking to forward. I just concentrating on the exact one match, the next one match, and exact this match. So I'm not really not seeing the future.
My goodness. Well, I tell you what, I wish I was as chilled out and as confident as you are, my friend. That is an incredible story. Congratulations on the success so far. Looking forward very much to seeing you at the World Championship. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff there from Hisamichi, and congratulations once again for securing that World Championship seat. Paul, great action here from our upper quarterfinals, but we're not done yet.
Not done yet.
Well, we're going to cover what looks to be a game of action here. We've got Maria to set us up for that next match.
It's a mirror match. Zachary Keeney versus Simon
Zach
Nielsen.
versus Simon, killer.
Zachary
Let's go.
Keeney, one of the game's bright young upstarts, choosing the deck to beat an Esper mid-range using Rafine, the Wandering Emperor, plenty of Planeswalker and removal spells to build his advantage. Simon Nielsen looking to stop that by doing the exact same thing. It's Rafine, it's Planeswalkers, it's a mirror match. Anybody's guess who's going to win.
Keeney Nielsen is coming up next.
Oh, we're right into it. We are right into it.
Welcome back. So we've got game 3 between Zachary Keeney and Simon Nielsen. Interesting setup here, Paul. Of course, the normal implications on the match, right? These players are looking to advance through the top 8 on their route to hopefully becoming a champion here at the new Capenna Championship. But there's other implications.
50-50, baby. Let's go.
Normally, we've been talking a lot about how World Championship seats are available for these players. Well, these two players are in a great position. They've already secured their seats. But here's where it gets interesting. There are 2 players on the sidelines who are not in the top 8 who are very much rooting for one or the other of these players. Jakub Toth is rooting for Zachary Keeney.
I like how Simon's still just jamming out. Love it.
And Lucas Hane is rooting for Simon Nielsen for the exact same reason. Kind of interesting. Some real cheering sections here for these 2 players. As it stands, Paul, game number 3 in the Esper mid-range mirror. What are you seeing?
Well, you know, as much as I want to focus on the match, I just can't. I'm just so distracted by Simon Nielsen's dancing here. I'm just really curious what he's listening to.
You want to know what song
he's got? He's just been jamming out the entire weekend, having a great time, and destroying his opponents. But this is a near 75 card mirror. But both of these players are on the same testing team, and so it's a lot of it's just, you know, they have probably the very similar sideboarding strategy, so it'll just come down to kind of how they navigate the games. But I do want to just take a little bit of time to just highlight this team. Now, I don't know if they have a name, right? But this is a team with, I mean, I think rivals that Japanese super team we've been giving high praise to in terms of accomplishments.
Those are the top 2 teams for sure.
By far, in my opinion, this is probably the best team in the world next to that Japanese team. This is a team with Simon Nielsen, Zachary Keeney, Austin Bursavich, David Inglis. They have 4 members in the top 8 of this tournament alone.
Yeah, Carl Serap's in there too. We just saw him last round.
Yeah, it's just been incredible to see them just completely, you know, this is a team that was kind of formed just within the last couple of years and just come out and just dominate nearly every single tournament that they play. It's just
really
been incredible
is
to see.
Super impressive. You know, Carl, who was in our last match, said, I'm working with the same team as always, led by Tangrams, probably the best team in the world. And I have to agree with Carl. They definitely have their claim for that. The only thing they need, a really sweet name. Right? Like, it's a little hard to
Come
say,
on, guys.
you know, the Paulo Vitor, Johnny Gutman, David Inglis, Matty Queesman, you know, like, how about we come up with something snappy here so we can call you a sweet name? At any rate, a couple of Reckoner Bankbusters look like they're ready to go at it, although Negate, and look at that heartbreak there from Zachary Keeney, and Simon Nielsen's doing the Kenji dance there, and it looks like that was a massive play for him. Keeney really needed this Bankbuster, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at his hand. It's extremely reactive. It's all the removal spells. So he needed a source of card advantage. And look, he didn't even play a land for his turn. He's going to cycle this Rafine's Tower, going to look for a Planeswalker, going to look for a wedding announcement, anything to kind of get the ball rolling. Because on Simon's side, he's the one who had the active Reckoning Bankbuster. And look at his hand. It's loaded.
It is loaded. He has so much power in that hand. It looks perfect. From here, he's got some reactive spells, or a reactive spell with Vanishing Verse, but then he's got some serious heavy hitters, double Lolth, Rafine, Wedding Announcement, and this, the Wandering Emperor, which is going on the sack, and it's going to resolve. And Simon Nielsen goes, really? It just resolves? I just get to have this card? And the answer is sort of. There is a Vanishing Verse that will take it out right after that activation.
Yeah, and unless Zach Keeney can just find some threats of his own to kind of match what Simon has. Look, Vanishing Verse is a nice removal spell, but when you're targeting Planeswalkers, they're still going to have something left over, right? And every time you do that exchange, Simon's going to be up something, up some kind of resource. In this instance, it's that 2/2 creature. Now there's a Lolth in play. Again, Zach's going to be able to Vanishing Verse the Lolth, but that's 2 spiders in play too.
That's right. And he's going to fall so far behind this board. He can't keep up on a 1-for-1 basis. And Keeney looks distraught on his side. There's the verse to take out the Lulth. But Simon says yes to this transaction, yes to this last transaction. He is going to run over Zachary Keeney if Zachary can't find some way to sweep. And of course, now the negate shows up. Yeah, that's right, Zachary. Because, yeah, sure. Where you been all my life, negate? I could have used you the last couple of turns.
Oh, man. Look at Simon's hand. He just has it all.
Boy, this is a nice turn for a Rafine. He can attack with 4 creatures.
He can. Now, that's the one threat that Zach actually wants Simon to play, right? It's like, okay, at least with Rafine, it's a clean 1-for-1. I don't have to worry about you making a token or anything like that. Please just play a Rafine instead of playing something like another Planeswalker this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of some of both. He's going to play Wedding Announcement and Rafine most likely. So he does have to face both down. Zachary, in a kind of an awkward situation here, wants to, all right, this cleans it up, but he's going to kill Rafine now. If it's still Simon's first main, he could just re-Rafine, though.
He could, and the Vanishing Verse would not kill it.
He does not, though.
But, I mean, it looks like Simon is just happy attacking with the team, not considering the Bankbuster because of the potential existence of Wandering Emperor, right? It's like, look, maybe I don't want to just lose my 4/4 here.
So he does decide against attacking with it. He's going to apply max pressure here with Wedding Announcement. That's going to catch a negate. Simon says, all right, well, you had to draw one of those at some point. There's the Wandering Emperor now. That could stem the bleeding, but is Zachary just facing too much heat here?
Yeah, this is just far too much. I mean, this is more tokens. I mean, Zach Keeney, if he's got meat hooks left, it's a recurring theme here, but that's basically the card that he needs here to stabilize the board. It's not even to fall. It's not even to go ahead. Simon Nielsen would be very much ahead, even if Zach finds a meat hook massacre. It is simply a massacre to survive.
Simon Nielsen's been carrying the good vibes forward for the whole weekend. He's been jamming out. He's been smiling. He's been having fun. And boy, I'd be having fun right now if I were him too, because he is attacking for lethal damage right now. Zachary Keeney's going to be able to survive this turn, but just
goes to
barely.
Oh,
he's going to take out the Lulth, so he's down to 1. And there's a Ray of Enfeeblement, which certainly isn't enough. And that is Simon Nielsen advancing and moving forward in the top 8. Look how excited he is. You love to see that kind of enthusiasm for the game, especially for somebody who's been playing for so long, like he has, right? Like, this isn't some newcomer to the game. He's been around and
can't even take a drink, you know what I mean?
Fire, and you absolutely love to see it. Congrats, Simon Nielsen, for continuing.
That's a thick shirt, though. Look at this guy's shirt.
Also, congrats.
That's a
to
good-looking
Lucas Monet,
shirt.
who
I
just
like
picked
that.
up his World Championship seat as a result of his new best friend, Simon Nielsen, having picked up this match.
He was his biggest fan. And, you know, it's also just so refreshing to see somebody who, you know, like, the stakes are so high, right? You're playing for a ton of money, the opportunity to kind of win one of these set championship events, but Simon also having fun along the way, right?
I don't know how he does it. I couldn't do that.
No, absolutely not. But look, he's
no,
always just kind of
not. Dancing
been Simon.
off
It's
the
been
table.
great to see. Just always a treat to kind of watch him, you know, in interviews, in feature matches, and just really happy to see somebody like that come out ahead here.
And if you like watching Simon in an interview, we've got Riley with one right now.
I mean, with Simon Nielsen, another win under your belt, this time in the top 8. Congratulations, Simon. No stopping you this weekend. Talk us through your deck. Esper midrange was probably
literally
touted as
unbeatable.
The best deck in standard heading into the weekend, but it's just you and Zachary Keeney in the top 8 playing with it. Do you feel like it's overperformed, underperformed? Did it have a target on its back?
I think Esper is like, it was clear that it would be the most popular because it's like the sort of like consistent blue mid-range deck that people like to play. But it's like all the decks
I love this guy's
kind
shirt.
of 50-50 against each other. The format is very balanced.
Someone get me a link to that
I think
shirt.
that like
I want
Zach, who did build this deck, like he was the one on his team who worked most on Esper. He realized
just know
that
it's silk
the deck
too,
is better
right?
if you like don't play stuff like the rest in the sideboard, and you're much more of a fish deck where you like try and put some pressure on the opponent and then like disrupt them at the same time. And the deck is really built with that in mind. So I think we have a pretty good build of the deck.
So you want to be much more proactive with it, right? That makes good sense. I want to talk to you about how you're feeling basically about this top 8. You've already locked up the World Championship, but of course you're playing for the championship this weekend, becoming the new Capenna champion.
There we
You're
go.
generally a pretty chilled out guy. How are you feeling about your campaign this today on the on the final day of competition?
It's so wild. I feel like completely relaxed. I don't feel like I have that much. It doesn't really matter that much if I win or lose. Like this
With a
match,
shirt like
if I
that,
lose
how
against
could you
Zach,
not be relaxed?
My teammate Austin would have made Worlds. He can still make it, obviously, but because like then Zach would open up a spot on the leaderboard.
Wow.
Since he's already qualified. So
I'm
it's
literally
like, you know,
jealous of this shirt.
The
I
fact
can't
that it's
get
like
over
good
it.
if I win and good if I lose is like really just like very comfortable experience. And so I mean, you know, maybe it would be pretty cool to be a PT champion, but I've never like dreamed about that. So it's like doesn't really feel like you know, the goal has been to like make a top 8 of a Pro Tour level event, which I've done now. So like now it's all kind of like I'm just playing Magic and jamming out.
Well, if you're having a good time, win, lose, or draw, that's a great place to be. Simon Nielsen, thanks for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the top 8.
Thank you.
It's good to be Simon Nielsen, just playing Magic and jamming out on a Sunday. I tell you, man, I got to take some cues from that guy. He's got it all figured out. Great job to Simon Nielsen for picking up the victory and advancing forward here. That's going to do it for this round from the booth. We are going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll have Maria.
No, not here, chat. We're just getting started. That is, if you're a channel supporter. If not, you're going to have to deal with this ad.com. So, you know, throw that Prime on me and consider yourself ad-free. Right? Oh, I'm gonna have to phone, oh, Walter, I love it. I love it, Walter. Fitty. That is working.com. I like that. Yeah. Beautiful. Does it get any better than that? That's weird that today that's working. And yesterday I just seen you spamming 50, all capitals. I was like, I know he's doing an emote. But today the emote shows up in chat, which is great for me. So we've got a combo mirror match. Does it come down to who's running Test of Talents, right? We got Test of Talents in the sideboard, and does it make the difference? Whoops, let me grab this up again. Sorry about that. Exciting stuff in just a few seconds. We've got some only lands as well. Yet a fall, Walter. Good work, bro. Mods being a little bit more active. I like that. Killer here running the predictions for us. And Walter's been making emotes. You can also, if you're in chat, you're bored, you're hanging out, you want to have a little fun, have a little laugh skis, make a custom card. You know what I mean? You can brew up a custom MTG card. Just go to, you know, Google Magic Card Builder or something. Custom Magic cards. And, you know, make one and we'll throw it up on the stream for everyone.
Welcome back to Top 8 Day here at the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi joined by Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight. Let's all do the Simon Nielsen, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, Riley.
Okay.
Come on, Riley.
Come on, buddy. Come on, give us a little something, man. You got it. You got it.
I do not dance.
I do not dance.
Riley not participating.
Absolutely.
Not participating. Well,
Riley looks so tired.
About the World Championship, let's take a look at the update. As we've got 4 more people going. Mike Sigrist, Hisa Mishijoshi Goe, Simon Nielsen, and Jan Merkel. Congrats to them by winning a match. They are now going
by
to the
winning a
World
match.
Championship. Let's take a look at the field. Still 2 players to put there as far as our top 6 is concerned. A lot of these players got their spot to the World Championship way back early at the start of the season. Yuta Takahashi, your current reigning world champion, back to defend his crown.
Yuki's
But we're
hair.
not done, everybody. We've still got more spots to give away.
If he had just like a
Check it out.
blue stripe or a red stripe in it,
Spots there for the
man, that
top
would be
6 players
Gasolina.
here at the new Capenna Championship. Whew, and look at all those other people we added yesterday. Awesome, awesome stuff.
You can cancel it and refund points if you're wrong, Killer.
Here today, we started in the upper quarterfinals. Zooming in there, you can see what happened. Upper semis are up next. Jan Merkel versus Mike Sigrist. Simon Nielsen versus Hisamichi Yoshigoe. Upper semis is where we turn our attention. All right, everybody, upper semis is where we're headed. So let's take a look at the feature match. We're going to focus on.
I like it a lot better when they're showing you
the
the brackets and the seeds instead of just like, well, here's the random matches.
Versus Jan Merkel here in the upper semis. Mike Sigrist foretop finishes to his name.
Mike.
Same for Jan Merkel.
Uh-oh.
2014-2015 player
Refund
of the
those
year.
points,
Jan
baby.
Merkel, winner of 2006's Pro Tour Kobe. Take a look here at Mike Sigrist's road
I can
to
maybe
the top
refund
8.
them.
Went 6-1 in standard, only a single loss on day 2. So pretty good run for him with that Grixis Vampires deck that not a lot of people saw coming into this tournament. Speaking of not
Points have been returned.
Coming, Jessica Hinata with Jan Merkel here, 4-3 in standard for him. So a lot rockier of a road here to the top 8. In fact, he didn't even realize that he made the top 8. His mother-in-law was watching the tournament and was like, "Hey, come back out of bed." Like, text him like, "You're in the top 8, buddy." You're
We'll
in
get
the
it
top
fixed,
8. And as
I'm
far as
sure.
the World Championship is concerned, in 2021, last year, he was in the top 4. Jan Merkel was. So let's go, Jan Merkel, having a heck of a past couple of years. But let's talk about these decks, Cedric.
Let us talk about these decks. Let's start with Sigrist. Let's start with Sigrist, excuse me.
Yeah, I refunded, and then Killer will remake it.
Vargas and other members of Team Channel Fireball did bring to the virtual battlefield here this weekend. It all starts with some minor vampire synergies with Evelyn the Covetous, among other options. I will note again, though, that the main reason they are playing red here this weekend is because of the power fable of the Mirror Breaker, an incredibly powerful saga. There's removal, there's some permission like Spell Pierce and Disdainful Strokes and Negates in the sideboard, a very clean mana base with a creature land or 2, and some powerful planeswalkers as well. So this deck does get to see a lot of cards. It does have some synergies built in, but they are light vampire synergies. Now, speaking of synergies, Jan Merkel and Jeskai Hinata, the name of the game here is Hinata alongside Magma Opus, and being able to just cast that card on the extreme cheap. Kind of a Jeskai control deck in disguise with that little bit of a combination. I guess I'm underselling it a touch, because when it does happen, it is incredibly explosive. Goldspan Dragon, another avenue to victory, and of course you do see the very powerful Fable and expressive iteration. So again, I think we are in store here for Maria. A little bit of a longer, mid-rangey slogfest, which if you like standard,
Can go also very quick. It could be a quick
Take a
match
look at
too.
our
We've
records
seen.
here as far as predictions go at the news desk. All right.
Okay.
I got it. Let's go. Riley, who are you going with this time?
I'm going for Merkel. I like this Sonata deck a lot. We haven't seen it really pop off hugely as much as it can, I think. I really want to see a 2-mana Magma Opus. Let's go, baby. Merkel all the way.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
Marco, let's go.
I'm going with a Sigrist this time.
Totally.
Excuse me, I switched my pick a little late in the game. Siggy.
YouTube has 150 people. Twitch only has 86. Hashtag get wrecked.
He has to take care of it and generates enough card advantage. For
Team YouTube, let's go.
And, I don't expect Opus to be particularly good in the sideboard game, so give me Sigrist here.
All right, I'm also going with Mike Sigrist. I picked him here in round number 1, and he did not disappoint me. So I'm going with Sigrist again. We're going to find out
Wake
what happens
me up
right
before
now,
you combo.
It's upper semis time here at the new Capenna Championships. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maria. Welcome, everybody, to the upper semifinals. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are going to see Mr.
Hi, Corey.
Mike Sigrist rocking it against...
I like how happy Corey always is.
I've just forgotten Jan Merkel. There we go.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Ed.
We got there. Jan Merkel, we haven't actually seen him all that much this weekend, so this is a treat, Corey, because we get to see Jeskai Hinata, which I haven't seen in a very long time. So tell us a little bit about how this match is going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to figure out exactly how it plays out, because you said it exactly right. Jan Merkel is playing Jeskai Hinata, a deck that we have not seen much, not a lot of people brought, but it is a really interesting deck. It's a deck that kind of looks like a Jeskai Hinata deck and a Jeskai Dragon Storm deck that we've been seeing earlier, kind of combined into one, and not really playing some of these cards that are really reliant on the Storm combo. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see.
Yep, I think you put it perfectly as we were discussing the decks ahead of time. It's just playing all the good cards and not the ones that are only good with the with the Goldspan Dragon. So Bloodthirsty Aerialist down, excuse me, Bloodthirsty Adversary down on the battlefield here for Mike Sigrist. Getting aggressive, in for 2. And is going to look to possibly follow up here with a Kaito Shizuki, which isn't too bad. Or even Fable the Mirror Break if he doesn't like his hand.
Yeah, a lot of decisions here for Mike to start this off. And I want to bring one last point to Jan Merkel's deck. A really cool piece of interaction that I'm noticing here.
50-50, baby.
Dawn Crown mixed with March of Swirling Mist is quite the combo, just because it does only cost 1 to protect it, since Hinata does, you know, have that cheaper clause. So if you try to kill Hinata for 1 mana, you just get to phase it out and save it, as well as, you know, clear out your opponent's blockers. So a really cool deck configuration there by Jan.
Who doesn't like discounts? I know Magic players love it when they can get stuff played for cheaper, so we'll look forward to seeing some of those targeted spells a little later. He has the Hinata Dawn Crown in hand, just now looking for a couple of those spells to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And has the second copy, so I imagine this is going to be where Jan Merkel is just going to be like jam. You know, if this lives,
Jam.
cool. If it dies, not that
Peanut
big of a
butter
deal,
jam.
because you can
Not
just
jelly,
play the
jam.
other one. And looking at the main deck here, there's some Voltage Surges, there's some Infernal Grasp, and a Soul Transfer, as well as a Random Enfeeblement. So a decent amount of ways to deal with the card, but none really available to Mike right now, as Voltage Surge doesn't really have an artifact to sacrifice.
It doesn't, but if Mike Sigrist can somehow convince Hinata to block here, Corey, no, Jan Merkel's a much better player than that. He's like, nah, nice try, I ain't touching.
Especially when you have another one, it's got to be pretty tempting to want to do that. But wow, heads up play from Jan there. Not only would Hinata have died to Voltage Surge, but Corpse Appraiser would have had a corpse to appraise.
Yep.
So
Turns out his function is in his name.
yeah, exactly. Some cards tell you exactly what they do in the title of the card, for sure. Yep.
Well, there's March of Swirling Mist that you alluded to earlier, where you can just play the 1, or pay the 1 blue mana to protect Hinata, or perhaps phase something out if it ever gets to that point. Mike Sigrist is going to take a turn back, draws a Spell Pierce off the top, doesn't find land number 5 though, so Evelyn the Covetous is going to have to hang out just a little while longer.
Yep, absolutely. And then a quick reminder to anyone who doesn't remember the old Magma Opus Hinata combo, that is going to be the card that Jan looks for pretty much every time you have a Hinata in the battlefield. That's going to be the best draw basically every time. It gets cheaper and cheaper for each target, so instead of it costing 8 mana, it is going to be reduced by a ton. You can tap a couple lands, you can deal 1 damage even to Hinata, 1 damage to each of the creatures. You can lower the cost to this, you know, down to 2 mana if you can find 6 targets.
Yes, you can, and that is the dream for the Hinata Dawn-crowned players out there. As we're going to see Mike Sigrist continue his swinging ways as Bloodthirsty Adversary and Corpse Appraiser.
Did Alias just call Mike a swinger?
Busy here, and I'm just happy about that block because,
I like
as we know, there's a good old Voltage Surge ready and waiting to clean up this chunky flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike kind of just made an attack there that I think we're going to see a lot in this match. It's just a shrug like, yeah, if you got Magma Opus, I can't beat that anyways. That is just such an overwhelming thing that we're not really seeing in Standard right now next to these Jeskai Storm decks. They do a really powerful thing as well. But
he should have searched it first.
Just like Mike just has to hope that Jan doesn't have it. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem.
If he searched first, he would have got to keep his creature.
Jan is happy to block here, having the March of Swirling Mist available, so he'll be able to protect that.
Yep, and there we see that for 1 mana, where normally you would have to pay 2 for that card. Another cost reduction thanks to Hinata Dawn Crown.
Seems like a pretty good card, huh?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. And already, and oh yeah, it attacks for 4 and hits hard. So yeah, that card really does everything here. But look at this. I was going to say, are we going to see Evelyn get jammed here into a really, really unfortunate, can you pay 1 with a Jwari Disruption? Looks like Mike's not going to fall for it.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna go for the Corpse Appraiser once again. There's some more bodies in the yard. Corpse Appraising a Corpse Appraiser. I wonder what information he'll find there. Ooh, and finds a Meathook Massacre as well as Sorin the Mirthless. Those are both juicy.
Need another land.
Yeah,
and even then, Wari.
It's not Clearwater Pathway.
So probably
so, yeah, I
Sorin.
think it is between these 2 other cards. And I think you gotta probably take Meat Hook to deal with this Hinata at some point. But Soren is really the only way that you're kind of pushing ahead. So I think that one's completely defensible as well. It also creates some chump blockers for Hinata, where
And it's a draw engine.
spells like Flame Blast Bolt don't line
And
up
it
properly.
provides vampires on top of
We were
Evelyn.
saying because it's Magma Opus time, and that's going to change the landscape of this game severely.
Okie dokie. All right, so how many cost reductions do we have? We can deal 1 damage between 4 targets, right? But
Yep,
is
you
face
can.
one of them?
Yeah, you can. Yep, face is one of them. So right now you could make it cost
so 1,
2
2,
because that would involve Jan dealing 1 damage to himself as well as 1 damage to Mike and 1 to each of them. You know, you don't necessarily want to be doing that. Use your mana efficiently. Oh no, are we gonna see it for 4 and walk into the only spell pierce?
Oh. Think about it. Think about it, Jan.
I don't know. We're seeing a lot of targets here. Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, actually, no, this is fine. Jan's got
Wari.
this on lock because
Wari.
Spellpierce costs 2, and then the Jwari Disruption costs 1 here because of these cost reductions with Hinata. Wow, what a magic card. Jan saw this coming a mile away.
Oh, Hinata. So many discounts. Having that spell to back it up, the counter spell. So
We like it.
goodbye, creature on the board. Hello,
We
4/4
like it.
elemental. Take some damage as well. And let's proceed. Back to
Jan
you,
likes it
friend.
too. You see him just sigh of relief there.
I agree with the head shake
Powerful
there.
card. You know, I
This
mean,
is over.
This shows why cards that cost 8 should be doing something really, really strong. But whenever you can make cards that cost 8 a lot cheaper, they become just incredible magic cards, and that's what Jan Merkel's deck is taking advantage of.
Ugh. 2 whiffs off the top of the libraries there, just Riverglide Pathways apiece. So unfortunately, Evelyn the Covetous didn't get much for her thieving ways.
Oh my lord.
Oh hi, Goldspan Dragon.
Gross.
Sure, let's just shove, a bunch of damage through. Oh no, we're gonna go for the whole of Storm Giants. Just to get this
Well,
game
save haste
over
for
and
last,
done
right?
with. My goodness me. Unbelievable
Yep,
stuff.
big
Down
play.
to 3. Wait,
Yeah,
that's not gonna cut it.
Really smart attack there from Jan Merkel. If you play Goldspan Dragon, that's 12 coming in, and Evelyn would be able to block the 4/4, and you'd be able to untap with that card. That would be an avenue where Mike could possibly come back, but a really heads-up attack there from Jan.
Rightly so. Soren the Mirthless is going to create a 2/3 life-linking vampire, cross his fingers, and hope that Jan forgets about the attack step, because at this point, it is all but wrapped up in game number 1 here between Jan Merkel and Mike Sigrist, vying for their spots in the upper finals.
There you go. Ouch. www.ouch.com.
Whenever you see your opponent only having 3 mana,
Just see
on
what
the
you
other
get.
side, you gotta assume the hull is unkillable outside of some kind
Dang.
of crazy card that eliminates ward. But yeah, just an incredible aggressive play here from Jan Merkel and making it look easy for game number 1.
Yes, indeed. So, clean victory there for Jan Merkel. Mike Sigrist didn't really get a footing in that game, but now to the sideboard. What does Mike have to do to get a foot up here against Jan Merkel?
Has to make sure that every piece of removal that is left in Mike's deck can deal with 4/4 flying creatures. And, that there's kind of a weird tension here because Ray deals with one of them. Raven Feebleman here, the very effective card at dealing with creatures that are white, being able to give it -4/-4, but it doesn't deal with Goldspan Dragon, so that's the tension. And you saw Mike bring in 1, or maybe just take the 1 out that he had in the main, and goes with Voltage Surge instead, even though that card is much worse at killing, Hinata itself.
Yeah. So both players consulting each other's decks. This is, of course, an open deck list tournament, so they also have to think about, okay, what's my opponent going to do against me? What would I do if I was in their seat? And then have to try and work out their game plan accordingly.
Exactly. And you see some interesting stuff from the Grixis vampire list from Mike here is like Go Blanks is usually exactly what this deck, exactly the matchup this is for. These Goldspan Dragon combo decks, usually instead of Hinata, it's Lear as the other card. So Go Blank is just excellent against these decks. And that's what Mike and the rest of the team plan to have as a game plan. against Goldspan Dragon decks, but this is just such a wildly different deck that they're not going to have a perfect sideboard guide for Jeskai Hinata right now.
No, I don't even think there were like, more than single digits worth of Jeskai Hinatas in this tournament this weekend. So I'd love to hear about Jan Merkel's thoughts about the list, why he decided to go for this one as opposed to all the other big bads that were predicted for the weekend. It's working out for him so far.
Well, if Jan keeps winning, I think we'll be hearing plenty of words from him in some winter interviews, that's for sure.
Alrighty, let's get going here. 3 land hand essentially for Jan Merkel. Wouldn't have that Joy Disruption available to him though, but there is a negate in hand as well as Expressive Iteration, plus the wombo combo of Hinata Dawn-Crowned and Magma Opus. So yeah, that looks like a keep to me. On the other side of things, also a very good hand here.
Absolutely, and this is, you said one card I want to bring some attention to. Expressive Iteration is one of the best cards, we've seen in a very long time, but the Izzet decks that are playing it right now, it's not fully utilizing it. Expressive Iteration is definitely this card where you're kind of an Izzet control deck where you're able to find removal spells, you're able to find lands early, and the Jeskai Storm deck, it's still a great card, but it's not fully utilized. Jan Merkel's deck is fully utilizing it, though, because it does feel like that Jeskai control deck, post-board against a lot of matchups.
Duress in from the sideboard is going to take a look-ski here in hand. Negate can protect here, and I think that is exactly what it's going to do. Just to say, no thank you. You don't get any information. I get to keep all my goodies and beat you with them later.
Absolutely. Just wants to see that Magma Opus and Hinata Dawn-Crowned stay right next to each other until Magma Opus goes on the stack.
They're bestest buds. You got to keep them together, right?
They really are.
All right, we're going to see Expressive Iteration from Jan Merkel go digging through the library, hopefully find a land that he can play.
Show us what he's got.
Well as a spell. Looks
Fable
like
in
one
hand.
Land. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to go to hand.
Oh, this last second.
So 1 land back into
Nice.
the library and Riverglide Pathway.
Yep, not a piece of removal, no Voltage Surge, Flame Blast Bolt, or anything like that to really be the best possible there for Jan. So, gonna take a couple smacks here for 6, which is a huge chunk. All of a sudden, a 3-turn clock. But the good news, I guess sort of good news here for Jan is that Hinata, at least the removal spell on Mike's side, you have to pay 2 for and get rid of a blood, but the removal spell is there nonetheless.
For sure. And this is a pretty good opportunity for Mike Sigrist to jam Kaito Suzuki if he wanted to, because it was just red mana left up, so that one of Spell Pierce wouldn't be a consideration. But just happy to get Corpse Praiser down as another body. He's going to keep applying as much pressure as he can to just win with dudes, Sometimes the easiest way to beat your opponent is to just reduce their life total to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. And not really any sweepers.
Easier said than
here.
done.
Looking at Jan's list, and it really is just a lot of spot removal. One seismic wave
He likes
in
it,
the
he's
board
tapped
and
out.
some way to deal with it. But yeah, this is the Voltage Surge and dealing with Hinata. And this is pretty much gonna do it for game 1 outside of some absurd draws from Jan.
Yeah, no.
Well, this is
Could
game
see
number
Mike
2, right?
Sigrist extremely happy about that. No protection spell available for Hinata.
This is
That's a
game 2,
clean
not 1.
removal of that creature, and down to 2 goes Jan. So Sigrist on the verge of tying it up here at a game apiece between these 2 players.
Yeah, you just make the scoop up your cards motion with his hand. Gotta love that. A confident Magic
There
player
it
there
is.
about that situation. That was funny.
Oh, goodness.
One thing
All
that
right,
I
game
love
3.
here, one thing that I love here from Jan Merkel, really show whenever there's 4 ofs in a player's deck that isn't one of the stock 4 of cards, like Fable the Mirror Breaker, Goldspan Dragon, Hinata, you're gonna play 4 of those. That's pretty obvious, but there's 4 Flame Blast Bolts in the sideboard and in the main deck here of Jan Merkel post board, which I think is really telling of how good that card is. And looking at Mike's deck,
50-50.
obviously it's the best against Tenacious Underdog. Being able to exile Tenacious Underdog has to be the main thing. That's probably for these Esper decks that are playing a ton of that card, but it's also great against Bloodtithe Harvester, Bloodthirsty Adversary as well. Like every 2-drop that Mike has available, Jan has a way to not only deal with it, but exile it. So a really nice sideboard card there for Jan.
Oh yeah, it's a great card. I love seeing it in this metagame or in this tournament this weekend because there's, like you mentioned, plenty of juicy targets for it. As we're going to take a look at the opening hands here for both players. Let's see, we got 2 lands? Okay, let's send that one back. Oh, okay, that looks good.
I'm going to say for Jan,
50-50, baby.
Kiss of a hand. That's exactly what you want. You have that Disruption on 2, Fable on 3, and then Expressive Iteration on turn 4 if you don't find anything else to find some gas, find some 2 good cards. That's exactly what you want from Jan. You know, you don't really want to see Magma Opus and Hinata in your main or in your opening hand that much. You want to find them on turn 4 or turn 6, like Jan did earlier in game 1.
Oh, that was a timely draw for Mike Sigrist. Finding that untapped swamp is able to dig in the hand now. Can either take the removal spell, or sorry, the counter spell, or get rid of the Expressive Iteration to just stem the bleeding a little bit. There is, of course, the best card in Magic right now in Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which you could likely see him take too if he values it that much.
Yeah, I mean, Sigrist literally was valuing that earlier on social media, saying this is the best card in Standard.
Walter, send me the 50-50 so I can save it as a JPEG.
You know, the Dwari Disruption is something you want to play when Mike just wants to make sure that he can curve out and resolve this Blood Tithe Harvester next turn or resolve Fable the Mirror Breaker. But as far as the best cards that are proactive, that would be Fable or Expressive Iteration. So a tough choice.
Yeah. I guess knowing that there's a Dwari Disruption, then you're like, okay, fine, I'm just gonna play against it or play around it, and you're never gonna
send me the final version.
Things, you know? Yeah. So essentially bricking 2 cards in hand, but there is still the Expressive Iteration. The Dwari Disruption, if it really wants to, can be fired off now. Otherwise, there is that Flame Blessed Bolt, like you mentioned, which can clearly or neatly clean up this Blood Tithe Harvester.
So here's the kind of rough spot that Jan's kind of thinking about. Like, Dwari Disruption is the mana-efficient play here, so that next turn, Jan could go Expressive Iteration, play a land, and then Flame Blessed Bolt the Shaman that Fable the Mirror Breaker would create. But then you have the rest of the saga to deal with. So that's
just like the one that I just posted.
You want to just Flame Blessed Bolt this Blood Tithe Harvester, and then try to Dwari Disruption the Fable. But then Mike has that option to just wait a turn and then do it. So, yeah, that's a tough choice, and Jan decides to just be mana efficient here.
Yep. Now we're
Mike's hand is looking a little slow.
The library. Let's see what we find. Another Dwari Disruption, Expressive Iteration, and a Spikefield Hazard. So, technically 2 lands, but 3 spells as well.
Yeah, and not necessarily ideal. Expressive Iteration as one of the cards, very much ideal. But then as far as the other lands, you would much rather have, let's say, you know, one of the blue-red duels here to be able to just play that, to have Flame Blessed Bolt open. But has to make a land drop, doesn't want to just incinerate one of those cards, and decides to play the Spikefield Cave.
So here comes Fable the Mirror Breaker. So Sigrist's going to be quite happy that that resolves.
Nice top deck.
Hello, Hinata Dawn Crown, and no treasure to sack this time around, or blood token.
Yeah, we're going to see Jan go for Expressive Iteration here to line up a better turn than, let's just say, Hinata, and then Mike can do what he did last game and just get it out of there. You know, just get it out of there without any disruption. And then the game looks a little bit easier. Jan waiting until maybe you have a March of Swirling Mist, even though I think I did see Jan take those out, or like a negate or something to protect it.
Oof. Another excuse me, another removal spell here in the form of Infernal Grasp. So Fable of the Mirror Breaker doing what it does best on Chapter 2, getting rid of 2 pathways that Sigrist doesn't need right now. And Expressive Iteration drawn again for Jan.
And this is just the point where Mike really wishes he had anything that was proactive, you know, like a Soren the Mirthless or Kaido Shizuki would have just been awesome there in this turn, but not being able to play anything and only having the flip side of Fable is going to put Mike really far behind. And now Jan is just like, okay, well, you probably just have reactive stuff, so why would I just play into that? I'm just going to keep drawing cards until you do something that's threatening.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, look at this. Most players would usually just take Expressive Iteration, play a land. That'd be kind of the first reaction. But Jan's going to exile Expressive Iteration and then hope to find a land off that to play off the second one.
I mean, he's certainly not short of lands, but there we see Hinata, Goldspan Dragon, and Flame Blessed Bolt. So lots of goodies now for Jan Merkel. And that's all 4 Expressive Iterations played within the first, 5 turns?
Jan heard me talking up Expressive Iteration at the beginning of the match and was like, you know what? I want to prove Corey right about how good this card is in this deck. 'Cause look at Jan's hand now. It's sculpted to perfection.
Jeez.
Evelyn's a big draw.
Evelyn is very good, and I think Expressive Iteration could probably throw its name in the hat for best card in Standard right now, because that's like every format all-star at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Incredible Magic card. A card I cherish deeply in most of the decks I play.
Evelyn's going to get dumped down right now to avoid any counterspell shenanigans, so let's see what the top of the libraries yield for the Vampire Rogue.
Yeah, there's no good clean answer for this from Jan. A Flame Blast Bolt, and got some dragons that are going to start doing some work. Not the best.
Aristocratic laughter.
She's a land thief. That's the second time we've seen her hit 2 pathways.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a pretty big draw, though. Being able to go either Goldspan Dragon plus Bankbuster or Hinata Bankbuster is still a very good turn.
Go, Dragon, go!
Fair and playable card. I don't care what you guys
Let's
say.
get some treasures.
50-50.
And, yeah, basically just...
It's either a good card or it's
Sigur's
not.
Cool. Here, deal with this guy and give me more treasures, because he's not going to be too sad to see this first Goldspan Dragon die with a second in hand and then a Hinata to follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Goldspan again, I feel like, we've been saying this whole match, but just another card that could be in the conversation for best card in Standard. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Jan just looked at all the best cards in Standard, is like, yes, I'll take all of them, please. I would like to play
Put them
all the best
in a
cards.
deck.
Yes.
Yeah. Put them all in a deck and see what sticks, basically.
Pretty
Just
much.
throwing spaghetti at a wall and seeing what happens.
I don't want to see your walls at home, I guess, if you're just
No.
doing that. Yeah.
I know. It's a pasta massacre. Not a
Of
meat
course, of
massacre.
course.
All right, so a couple lands here that can be played off of Evelyn the Covetous. No follow-up with a Bankbuster from Jan Merkel's side of things, so just keeping some secrets to himself. Possibly feigning a counterspell of sorts. Infernal Grasp will take care of the Goldspan Dragon. That'll die happily, making another treasure now for Jan Merkel.
Now it's time to go
You either win, lose, or draw 50-50.
What you want to see, but yeah, let's go. Let's
I
get
mean,
some
this
dragons
turn-
flying. Let's get Bankbuster down.
50-50-50.
This turn, you get to play Hinata, Bankbuster,
We're gonna split it up,
Goldspan Dragon
50-50-50.
all together to just create an overwhelming amount of threats that is going to be very, very tough for Mike Sigrist, and just a Lonely Voltage Surge without a blood token or any artifact doesn't interact with any of those threats. And that's kind of the problem, Mike was even saying this about his last deck up against Shota. If my removal spells line up well, I'm going to win. If they don't, I'm going to lose. And it's looking pretty similar here as well.
As we've learned this weekend, it's 50-50, everything in life.
It's 50-50, baby.
It was 50-50 if Riley was going to be dancing at the booth, and, it came up where he was not dancing, yeah.
50-50.
But Goldspan Dragon is happily swinging in here for
100%
50-50.
50-50.
Down to 10. It's looking like dire straits here for Siggy.
100% 50-50, baby.
Can activate to draw some cards. There's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's cool. I don't know if it's good enough, though.
Hey, it's 50-50.
It doesn't look like GG exactly yet, because this is only 8 power coming along. Maybe Magma Opus off the top would change that equation a bit. And remember, Bankbuster can be activated twice. You also get to draw, so Jan's going to start with essentially 4 cards in hand. You got to think this is going to be
Maybe yours is better, Walter.
incredible comeback.
I gotta fix mine up a bit.
He's able to pull it off.
I'm gonna put some more love into
For
mine.
sure. First things first, he needs the Sonata to block, and Jan Merkel, being the beatdown that he is at this point in the game, is not going to take the bait. So down to 16 he goes. It's irrelevant, though, as we're going to have to see what Mike Sigrist can pull off on his next draw step.
Yeah, that's the easiest. I'll take 2. No problem.
Yeah.
Only lands,
She's
50-50.
a vampire, but, she's not going to, kill you.
Yep, exactly.
They said the thing. They said the thing, chat. Yeah, I know, right? I love it.
Ooh, another Fable the Mirror Breaker off the top. Not immediately impactful. Neither is the second one. But you know what? Here you go, Jan. Merry Christmas. It does, however,
I love
make
it.
some dudes for the Reckoner Bankbuster to get crude.
Yep, absolutely.
So that's
you
kinda good.
Yeah, you could attack with all three. I think the Jan's going to value the counters on Bankbuster, being able to just be like, well, this could be a Magma Opus, and that's the best card that Jan could get. It would just be sealing the game immediately, not even necessarily super needed right now because this battlefield is just overwhelming. And when we were sideboarding, the first card that Mike immediately took out, the Meat Hook Massacre, because normally it's just, you know, it's going to be a little rough, even though it is the only card that could get them back into it right now. They're not in the deck.
Yep. Fortunately, he didn't believe in the cleave of the Meat Hook Massacre. Not an Ember Cleave, though. That's not legal right now. But this little goblin Shamalama Ding Dong is going to smack into this Bricketer Bankbuster and...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is game.
One of these creatures off the board.
Not sure for sure.
You know, Jan is just like, okay, please no Meat Hook Massacre, because that would actually be insane right now. Meat Hook for 4, keeping Evelyn alive, but instead, that's not going to be it.
Yeah, he's going to have to use this blood token. I mean, okay, hey, hang on. Let's see what Evelyn can find. Hold the multiverse?
Too expensive.
That multiverse better be holding some very, very good treasures. That's for sure.
I don't even think there's anything that he can string together because he needs to deal with the 2 flyers.
Yeah, it needs to deal with both.
Why not discard that earlier?
Remember the cost, you know, increase that Hinata causes, so you have to pay an extra mana to kill Hinata, and yeah, it's just not gonna be there.
Yeah, that's gonna be it then for Jan.
Yeah, he should have harvested.
All of the triggers and the things, and he's gonna pick up the victory here against Mike Sigrist.
Well, you're 50-50. You're 1 and 3. That's 50-50.
Mike Sigrist is gonna drop down into the lowers, but still in this. Jan Merkel's got to be feeling pretty good about that, Corey.
Oh, got to be feeling so good to be, you know, not only making it back to the World Championship, but having a chance to take this tournament down as well. I am just such a fan of Jan Merkel. Just dominated here, right, coming back onto the scene, you know, dominated when he immediately came on the scene as winning his very first Pro Tour. That's already crazy. But when he made his resurgence, just came on and just dominate. Maybe didn't have the absolute stellar year this year leading up to it, but you know, Jan Merkel's always a name that we are saying often, and it's usually in these top 8s pretty often.
He's so consistent, and consistency pays off because we always see him, like you mentioned, in the top 8s, in the top 16s, whatever it may be. Yep. We have another match to feature this round, my friends, so let's throw it to Maria and Cedric to find out.
Pity.
Hey everybody, up next we've got Simon Nielsen versus Hisamichi Yoshigawa.
Congratulations to our winners.
Nielsen making a run
Jan Merkel getting it done.
Mid-range standards deck to beat. It's Rafine, it's Planeswalker's removal, and beautiful mana base aplenty. On the other side here for Hisamichi, a Naya mid-range deck taking some players by surprise. Planeswalkers, mid-range madness, and Fable the Mirrorbreaker.
Simon Nielsen versus Hisamichi Yoshigawa coming up next.
Alrighty, jumping into game number 3 here. Simon Nielsen still rocking it. I love the vibes he's bringing this weekend. He's just so chilled, having the best time playing these games of Magic.
That's beyond chill.
Fact,
this dude is like
for their spot in the upper finals.
Yeah, you know, this is exactly.
He's rolling. This dude's rolling. That's the right word. Rolling.
I'm with Paul. I'm so distracted by Simon's awesome dance moves. It is. I love it. I love it to death.
Man, next time we have an in-person tournament, I hope Simon is there, and I hope we can go karaokeing, because that sounds amazeballs.
See, I hope Simon just does this, you know, in paper as well, you know, just like just jamming out. You know, you don't really have headsets in those scenarios, but still does it. That would be awesome.
I'm pretty sure he'd have a judge called on him for, like, distraction tactics or something. I don't know. Oh, goodness. Well, let's look at these opening hands here for these players. As you mentioned, it actually does look pretty good here for Simon Nielsen. He's got the 3 mana. He doesn't have a 2-drop to get swinging as soon as this Rafine can come
I like
down.
Corey as well. I'm fine with both announcers.
Luminarch Aspirant.
I like all their announcers. I'm going to be honest.
Let it go for now.
Yep, gonna let it go and decide to maybe deal with something at the end step here. Leaving up Negate, leaving up Spell Pierce to be able to deal with this.
It's a nice Pierce.
Nice.
Also, you just gotta just.
And yourself, sir. That was hot. That was a good play.
And speaking of hot, Hisamichi's deck is awesome too. Just being able to bring a unique deck, especially after you just started playing in 2020. 2020 has not been playing that long.
No land.
And is already going to the World Championship. You know,
Final land here, though.
Great position in this tournament.
No.
Huge props.
It's
to
incredible.
Hisamichi. So cool.
I mean, the Japanese players have
The
had
nose cam.
amazing runs the last few tournaments. The super teams making it in, you know, brand new
How's it
green-only
looking?
players like Noriyuki Mori just absolutely crushing it. And now Hisamichi Yoshigoe is like, oh, cool, I'm in the World Championship. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah,
It's like he's got his cell phone sitting down on his,
Mori, you
like
know,
looking
bringing
straight up.
His own brews as well and making it, you know, to the
Nice.
highest level. You love to see these kind of stories. It's so incredible.
Oh, I do. I love Magic. This is
Yeah, shout out to all of our Dutch friends.
again, just hanging out, watching awesome players qualify for amazing competitions and crowning champions. So let's keep it going as both players, with a win here, will be one step closer to becoming a champion.
Yep, absolutely. Winner of this goes on to play.
Well, isn't that Broken Wings?
To really be
That
one
3-drop in their hand, isn't that destroyed creature with flying? I'm sure that's Broken Wings in their hand.
All right, how's it going?
Maybe
Is
I
that
can
a copy
see.
of Broken Wings, I see. This
That's
might
what I'm
already
thinking,
be
Alias.
something
That's what I'm thinking.
is a copy
I think
of
that it is Broken Wings. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, there's 2 copies in the sideboard too. Just
Removal is still
they got an artifact.
very much a
And
thing.
Creature or creature with flying.
It's pretty good.
That's either Broken Wings or not. 50-50.
Not gonna work out here if Simon wants to save it.
Yes, I imagine so. It's a 3/6 flyer that's drawing your cards every turn. Why wouldn't you want to save it?
All right, so we just need one more of those.
And it does make sense, you know, a bunch of voltage surges and stuff like that is not really a way to deal with Goldspan Dragon, to deal with Rafine, all these different flyers that are really tough to deal with. Might as well just play a card that, although
I think Rafine is just going to win the game.
3 mana for a removal spell, you know, usually those kind of spells at that converted mana cost are doing something
You could say
better,
they're
like Privateer's
50-50.
Charm, where it's a removal spell, and it does all kinds of other things. But when you just don't have access to something like that, you got to do what you can.
Yep.
This helps.
For sure. And unfortunately, as protected
Nah.
as the Sanctuary Warden is with 2 shield counters, Vanishing First doesn't care about
Simon
it.
is just
Look at
like
that,
walking
Saw
over
your
this
big birdie.
match.
Simon is pumped up. He's probably listening to something
Simon just said, "Let's go,"
right now, as
with
this
the B
Rafine
word.
Scheming Seer
I
is
read
gonna
those
get the job
lips.
done here.
Let's
Just
go,
another attack
bitch.
needed, and we
I heard it
are golden.
with my
And
eyeballs.
how do you beat this here with what's in hand
You
for
don't.
Hisamichi? I mean, you just can't. Like Lisa coming down as well. A 5/8 and a 4/5. Wow.
Bad matchup.
You don't beat that. Bird
You're
is
done.
the word, and Simon Nielsen picks up another win. He's
Wrecked.
making it look easy.
Oh.
Look at that. He is pumped up. One more match to win in the upper finals, and he's in the championship match, my friend. Everybody dance now. This is whole jam.
Right, there we go.
Everybody jam.
God,
it's been.
You always think it's so tough to just be able to be dancing all the time while you're doing your job, but you know, Simon makes it look so easy, so I'm just going to try to do this for the rest of the weekend, and just, maybe it'll really boost up our performance like it's boosting up Simon's.
Maybe it is a performance booster.
But
Ah.
I'm not that fit right now, and I'm pregnant, so I'm not going to be dancing for the rest of the show. Thank you very
Performance
much.
booster.
We're going to be right back after this.
Okay.
Maria at the desk.
I mean, if it's for a good cause, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yes, yes, y'all. Just think, we only have 8 more hours of Magic. 8 more hours of Magic.com. Shout outs to everybody hanging out with us today. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a magical day. Thank you so much for your time, for your attention. Be beautiful. If you make any art, we can put it up on the stream. Art goes up on the stream, chat. Flex those creative skills. Make us a card, make us an emote, whatever you want, and we'll throw it up on the stream. Have some fun with it. Well, 50-50. We either will or we won't, right? Congratulations on our winners within the predictions, as always. Get some of those channel points. I'm still waiting for Mike to drop out, like, you know, 500K on one of these bets. Right? Where is Mike? He had a storm yesterday, he said. Was running on generator backup power. The fucker probably ran out of gasoline. It's like, I'm not paying to fill that up. Price of gas these days, am I right? Holy Toledos. That is crazy. Simon is killing it, without doubt. Would you show us... I actually can't read what this says. Would you show us an Elish Norn 3D printed in the future? I don't know if I would or not. What do these words mean? I do not understand. Like Elish, the Praetor? That's what that white Praetor is called, right? Is Elish? But a 3D print. If it was digital, right? I could 3D model. Well, if someone could make a 3D model, we could throw that up. It's 50-50. I don't know. I'll either understand or I won't. 50-50. As a firm advocate for fossil fuels, it's time to go solar. There you go. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, definitely send me one.
Welcome back to Top 8 coverage here at the new Capenna Championship. Eyes on the races for the World Championship that we've
What's
been
an
tracking
STL?
all weekend long. And with a win in the quarterfinals from Simon Nielsen, congratulations goes out
50-50,
to
baby.
Hone for locking up his spot. Here's a lot of people who qualified already, you can see, for the World Championship. Lucas, congratulations.
Just 2 more
There in the
seats.
upper right-hand
Holy.
corner. You, my friend, are going to the World Championship. He is over the moon right now watching from home, and we caught up with him with Riley.
I'm here with Lucas Hone, who, with Simon Nielsen making the top 6 of this championship, has secured a place at the World Championship. Lucas, congratulations. Talk us through what this weekend, what this week has been like for you.
Yeah, so honestly, this entire weekend has been
50-50. Coming June 2022.
I didn't even think I could make it on points.
Foretelling the future. We are foretelling the future, chat.
Day one, like I ended 5 and 2. And someone said, if you keep going like this, you can actually make it on points. And
Proof Riley's right. Everything's
day 2 started off
50-50.
really well. I started 3 and 1 in standards, and I felt really, really good. But then I went 1 and 3 in historic at the end, and I felt really bad. And it looked like I was going to need 10 wins, and I got 9. And then I got 9th on the leaderboard, but then Simon Nielsen made the top 8. So then basically, yeah, if he wins, I'm in. And it was just like I went from super happy to really sad I didn't make it to super happy that I had a chance. And now I'm just extremely happy that I actually made it. I had a lot of faith in Simon Nielsen. He's a great player and a great guy. And I'm just super happy that he did it.
I mean,
and
you know,
honestly, go ahead, sorry.
If your World Championship chances rely on Simon Nielsen winning, I mean, that's not a bad place to be for sure. But now that you've made it, you know, let's talk about the next couple of months. Are you feeling the pressure? Are you feeling very confident about the World Championship? I mean, talk us through how you're feeling heading into what is the biggest event on the Magic calendar.
Well, honestly, it feels really insane. Like it's the first time I qualify for it. I'm kind of new to all of this. And it's like it's absurd, and I'm not going in with high expectations. I would not say I'm confident because I'm probably one of the worst players in the field. Not because I think I'm that bad of a player, but because the field is really insane. And I'm going to be working really, really hard to at least keep up with the rest of them.
Well, you've got your work cut out for you, Lucas. Congratulations. The thrills and spills, the ups and downs, it's all worth it, mate. You go to the World Championship. Well done.
Thank you.
Lucas Hone going to the World Championship as a challenger. Congratulations to them. It's great to see how happy he is after securing that spot. We've got Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight here joining me at the virtual news desk.
Cedric and Phillips and Riley and Knight?
And Knight.
Oh, my goodness.
And Knight.
How many
Not
people are
many
in
of
this
us.
booth?
Settle down,
Take a look
Columbus.
at our bracket here.
You don't get me
Final
started,
record
baby.
This morning, where we have yet to go.
I know you're trying. I see you try before a little bit.
Here at the new Capenna Championship.
I ain't gonna let
we
you.
found ourselves here at the upper finals. Jan Merkel and Simon Nielsen. They have both yet to lose today, so they are waiting to see who will head to the championship match. Very, very exciting stuff. So what do you say we preview this match for everybody at home, find out what decks the players are playing here in the upper finals. Drum roll, please.
Let's go.
Jan Merkel versus Simon Nielsen. Check it out. Here's our two players. Jan started back in 2004. 2011 for Simon Nielsen. Jessica Hinata versus Esper
Hey,
Midrange.
what's that monkey from? Is that like Powerpuff Girls?
Jan Merkel. One of those was
Where's that monkey from, bro?
he ever played, 2006, back in Kobe. Check out that standard win rate, 75.6%. Very, very good. Also came in third last year at the World Championship. Can he do it again? Let's take a look at some highlights from his play this
Who
morning.
wins and why is it Simon?
Yes, indeed. So Jan Merkel, of course, no stranger to success, and in the upper semi-finals, he's just taken out Mike Sigris. Now, this was a 2-1 affair with both of these three color decks going at it hammer and tongs. It's been interesting to see the Grixis vampires, we say vampires, the Grixis mid-range vampires, whatever you want to call it, deck get it done. And I mean, certainly it can really apply a lot of pressure and bring the beat down. But Jan Merkel was able to assemble a board that was just inassailable. And we've seen the power of the mighty Goldspan Dragon.
The mighty Goldspan. I like to call it Goldilocks.
That was enough to get Merkel over the line.
All right, that's a look at Merkel's morning here as he heads to the upper
You can always
finals.
hear Riley
Here's his
slamming on his
opponent,
keyboard.
Simon Nielsen, Mr. Checklist card himself, 73.4% standard win rate. Also very, very good. Running Esper mid-range here in standard. Winner of the World Magic Cup back in 2014 with Denmark.
Get your
Drawn a
predictions in chat.
blast off the top. Dane Blast, as we call it today. A huge moment for him in his career. Let's take a look at his highlights, Riley.
Well, he's playing Esper, which really was touted as the deck of the tournament when it came to standard, and against Zachary Keeney, the architect of this particular build, this team put together here. And Nielsen gave his teammate a lot of credit in, his victory over him, which is always nice, I guess. But Simon Nielsen using what is widely touted as the best deck in standard to really just crush his enemies all weekend long.
All right, well, there we go. There's our two competitors.
I like how
and it's
person
time to make our
put in 1
predictions.
point against you.
But first, let's take a look at the decks. Cedric, talk to me about these decks and this matchup specifically.
Let's dive into Jan Merkel, who's playing Jeskai Hinata, a card we have not seen a ton of there in Hinata, but Jan has found a build that he's very happy with. Of course, there is the 1-2 punch alongside Magma Opus, but again, this deck is just very much a Jeskai control deck with a unique win condition and some build around. You've got Goldspan Dragon, of course, which is powerful on
I like how they call it a control deck. Is this really a control deck?
Some permission that's reactive like Negate and Jawari Disruption.
This is
Make this appear as
very much
well.
a mid-range combo deck to me.
Obviously, the goal, however,
To me, this is mid-range combo, not control.
to build an insurmountable
I don't know, man.
advantage. Simon Nielsen's looking to make that not happen with Esper mid-range. The deck to beat.
Cedric is a smart dude, so
Ravine Scheming Seer is the big addition from Streets of New Capenna, but we can't forget about mainstays in standard like the Wandering Emperor, Meathook Massacre, and plenty of removal spells up and down the curve, everybody. This deck is just a good stuff, powerful deck, good mana base, good cards, good planeswalkers, no bad cards across the board, and sometimes that's more than enough. And if you're Simon Nielsen, it's been plenty this weekend.
All right, well, there's a look at the decks, but who's going to win? Riley, I turn to you first.
Well, I'm backing Nielsen here. I think that the disruptive suite of the Esper mid-range deck is actually really well matched against what's going on the other side of the table here. And the proactive threats that Esper has means that it can land these threats and almost kind of not really tempo them out in that sense, not in the sort of Delver of Secrets way. But I think that the Esper has the Esper deck has the prime conjunction of threats and disruption. I think it's going to be Nielsen here.
All right, how about you, Cedric? You're 0-2.
Well, thanks for bringing that up. That's super cool. Now that we're going to move past that portion of the program, I'm going to go with 0-3. No, I don't know. I'm going to go with Merkel here. I really like Magma Opus in this matchup, actually. I actually think it's pretty good because Nielsen is playing a handful of creatures.
Dun, 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 dun.
And Hinata
Stream
Opus
over.
1-2 punch actually should be pretty good here, where I think it's been kind of poor in some other matchups. And of course, Merkel's been winning anyway. So give me Jan here.
All right, well, I'm going to go with Simon Nielsen if for no other reason than I want to see him do the happiest dance yet that he's done on camera. Everybody, if you're curious what he's listening to,
If this guy actually wins,
you can jam along.
he might like
here.
shed
It's upper
his,
finals time coming up, everybody.
you know,
here at the new Capenna Championship. I'm gonna
outer,
turn it over
like,
to Marshall and Paul.
his body. He might go full out like a ethereal being on us.
Time for the upper final here.
Like he's a
This is
being
kind
of
the
light
first
if
big
he wins
inflection
this.
point here for
Like
the
he's just
upper
gonna
part. This is where one
shed his
player will
body,
become our end boss. They will
blind
be,
all of us
advancing to the championship
due to the
match
dance
where
moves,
they'll
of
be
course.
Basically just waiting until, well, as Rich put it, the blood.
Like he's gonna feel so great about winning that these dance moves are just gonna, boom, the evolution of man.
And that player will be the person.
You'll see.
Whoever
You'll see.
wins this is going to play against for the championship. So for now, though, we can just sort of settle in. One of these players is going to be in a really great position after this match, and the other one will be fine too. They get knocked down to the lowers, but they still get a good spot to work from as well. We've got Simon Nielsen versus Jan Merkel, and it's Jeskai Hinata in the hands of Jan. Simon's taken Esper midrange this time, Paul.
Yeah, and a really interesting choice here. The Jeskai Hinata deck. Been pretty good for Jan Merkel. Throughout the course of the tournament, he went 2-2 against Esper. I mean, I imagine if you choose to bring any deck to this tournament, you are, aware of this matchup. So I'm still not sure which side I like in this matchup. Hard to bet against the Esper midrange deck, just especially Simon Nielsen's team's version of this deck, as they've had incredible success with it. But I also want to see some Hinatas and Magma Opuses being cast.
Yeah, Jan has definitely been doing his fair share of that. That, of course, is one of the most powerful 1-2 punches you can have out of this list here from Jan. He currently has half of the combo.
This is a Mulda 5.
Yeah, it is a tough one here for Simon. He's going to keep a 4-lander with an Infernal Grasp at the end of the day here. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to win from this position.
Yeah, really, really tough. Simon needs to be the aggressor in this matchup. Jan is kind of basically just playing a Jeskai control deck, right? With basically relying on Hinata as kind of its win condition here. So good draw here just to get things going.
Hey, Tenacious Underdog, he'll take it. But Flame Blessed Bolt was put in this list specifically for that card. There's a few other good targets, but the fact that it exiles here, Paul, big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of coming into this, most of these versions, most of the Esper midrange decks are playing 3 to 4 copies of that card, right? And just having that clean answer, especially when you're playing a control deck, that's where the underdog really shines, right? Where you run out of resources and you just have this card that can constantly just draw you a card. It really, really shines in control matchups. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot of control in this standard metagame, but this is about the closest thing as you can get to kind of playing against the control deck, Jan Merkel's deck.
Yeah, from what we normally see is the other card in hand here for Jan, which is Voltage Surge. That one has been much more popular for any of the decks playing red for its ability to nab really important targets with up to 4 toughness, but Jan has a mix.
Yeah. Getting that 4 damage, of course, to get Rafine off the battlefield, very, very important here. Several ways to make treasure. You do have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and oftentimes you are going to be discarding Magma Opus in this deck.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, if you want to try to figure out kind of how the person is approaching various matchups, you can look at this. He's got 3 Flame Blessed Bolt and 1 Voltage Surge in the main deck. That kind of shows you where Jan's at. By the way, things going beautifully here for Jan Merkel. He's got his Fable of the Mirror Breaker going on to Chapter 2 now to further sculpt his hand. Meantime, no pressure, no nothing from Simon Nielsen. He hasn't found anything after that Tenacious Underdog.
Yeah, all he's got is that Infernal Grasp. Now, Jan does have to be mindful of the Wandering Emperor here, right? Simon did go 4 mana go.
Yeah, a little tough here for Jan. He did discard a couple of potential spells to try to find more action and ended up finding just 2 lands out of the deal. So he's got plenty of mana. He is working his way up to that Magma Opus thanks to this attack as well. We may see it just hardcast at some point.
Oh yeah, that's what Jan's looking at this point, right? I mean, we're already looking at 5, 2 more lands in hand, some attacks here with the Fable. And
there's a Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, these removal spells, I mean, they're not... Vanishing Verse isn't great because it doesn't get Hinata. I mean, Infernal Grasp is okay, but again, need to put some kind of pressure here if you're Simon Nielsen, and the longer this game goes, the more it'll favor Jan.
Yeah, Simon might need to pull up his rainy day playlist for this game. This one has not gone well for him. He's got reactive spells, no pressure whatsoever, and Jan has been given a lot of time to sculpt a good hand here. And the gate was a draw step here for Miracle.
Yeah, I mean, you heard from Simon's interview earlier. His primary goal was to make the top 8 of a large event like this, right? You know, a Pro Tour level event, the set championship here. That was his main goal. He's also qualified for the World Championship, which was a huge goal of his coming in. So now he's just kind of winning this would be a big thing for him. But at the same time, that pressure, right? The tremendous amount of pressure he had going in has been kind of lifted off of his shoulders, right? Winning this event would of course be a huge thing, but for Simon, he's just like, you know what? It's like, look, I was already sweating throughout the entire course of this weekend. I got all the things that I wanted. So look, I'm just going to enjoy myself. I mean, to be fair, he's been doing it the entire weekend.
Yeah. I don't know. When I heard him say that, I kind of wanted to yell at him a little bit. He's like, oh, I've never seen myself as a PT champion. I just wanted a top 8. It's like, why not you, Simon? You're an excellent player. You top 8'd very convincingly here. How about we go for that trophy? You don't get that many shots at these things. This is not the time to let your guard down and say, you know what? I'm just happy. Everything's fine. I don't really care what happens. The interesting part about it, though, is that it probably still just benefits him because he's playing calm, loose, good Magic here. He's not worried about it, and that can actually be a big advantage. So we'll see how it plays out for Simon.
And look, I mean, it's not like he's been playing poorly, right? He's been playing fantastic Magic. So, you know, it works for him. For some other people, maybe you just want to lock down, right? And just make sure you're completely focused. But hey, look, for Simon, it's been working for him. So hey, kudos to you, man.
Yeah, I tell you what, the next booster draft I do, I'm putting on a playlist, and I'm going to be like,
Just
I don't see myself
jam,
as the
baby.
winner of a booster draft anyway. I'm just here to have fun, and we'll see how it goes. The Simon Nielsen method.
It's like it's 50-50.
All right, so Hinata hits the battlefield, and thanks to that negate drawn last turn from Jan, he's able to protect it here.
Tommy, in chat, all capitals, 50.
There from Simon, he even finds a backup Hinata here. But what I'm looking at now, Paul, is that Magma Opus.
Oh, yeah. Because Simon is going to run out this Wandering Emperor. It will get Hinata. Jan does have the backup. But we're still going to see Magma Opus clean up this Wandering Emperor, put a 4/4 onto the table, and draw some cards.
That's right. So Magma Opus, this is the huge moment here for Jan. He's been setting up for this the whole time.
I normally jam out pretty hard with you guys day to day. Like, we're always jabbing together. And I feel like it makes me look crazy. Like, you know, I'm just going.
By finding something to protect.
It's nice to see other people be receptive when others are doing it. Then I don't feel so bad about when I'm doing it. Right? It's like, oh, they actually don't think I'm a crazy person.
Tapping down the 2 lands here
Right?
from
Just-
Nielsen, though Nielsen doesn't have anything to do with them anyway. And in order to make it as cheap as possible, he spread out some damage.
No, it's
across his
50-50.
creatures. It's non-lethal, though.
Right. And now Jan can simply just play the backup Hinata, just another giant flyer, and Simon just working with nothing here.
Right. Simon needs to find something to reset. Okay, there's an Infernal Grasp, but he's so far behind on board. This clock is no joke. Interestingly, he can kill Hinata here, then take 6. He also has to take 2 from his Infernal Grasp, and he will be facing down a 2-turn clock.
Yeah. Take the 2, go down to 12, and Jan could even copy the 4/4, right? Get in for 2 extra points of damage with that
Right.
reflection of Kiki Jiki.
That's right.
Right? I love Marshall. He's so fun.
So land go now from Nielsen with just that grasp land off
In
top
the
of the library
tub.
for Jan. He is out
What
of
up,
gas
Kiko?
as well. He's got a couple of spot removal spells and a Jwari disruption that doesn't look like it's going to do anything here.
Oh,
You're a peacock,
Okay.
HGG. You need to fly.
So Simon
Spread my
trying
wings.
to prioritize leaving his keeping his life total as high as absolutely possible.
Aren't peacocks like
Right? Because
ground
at this point,
birds?
right,
Can they fly?
Jan has enough mana where he doesn't even need to cheat the Magma Opus. So maybe it's not as much of a priority. You want to preserve your life total there instead of just killing that Hinata.
Deserted Beach. An unwelcome visitor to the hand here for Simon Nielsen. He does not want to see any more lands. He's seen plenty of those. All right, here's a nice attack for 6. Is there? Yes, there is a hive. That is, however, going
by
to
about
get
a minute.
blasted right out of here thanks to 2 removal spells, or actually just 1 will do the job here. Voltage Surge thanks to that treasure.
Is it crispy?
Just the Voltage Surge is going to put Simon down to 2. Meat Hook Massacre. It's always Meat Hook Massacre.
We say that a lot, don't we,
would
Paul?
do it, yeah, but if you can play out the land, Meat Hook Massacre would stabilize.
Oh, that's brutal. Infernal Grasp.
He's going to catch it
unfortunately,
anyways.
is going to cost Simon his life here, as it does cost 2 life. So game number 1 goes to Jan Merkel. He's moved.
Simon.
Running the tables here.
Don't stop dancing, baby.
4th top finish. Jan has a career that goes back a long way. Right? Like, Jan's been around for a while.
Short distances like turkeys,
He's reached
okay.
success at the highest levels of our game as well, having won a Pro Tour. He's also been playing since 2004.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Just
at
dress
that
up like a
event.
peacock
Pro
and
Tour
try
Pro
yourself.
Bay. It was a draft Pro Tour. I believe Jan was 16 years old. So
bit of a prodigy.
Yeah, long time ago. Yes, kind of dating myself a little bit here, but now that Jan's qualified, and he's one of the players who's got proven limited chops. Right, we're gonna see limited at the World Championship, and Jan, given that he has that ability to play both formats, is going to be a big deal for him.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that goes when we get to the World Championship. Because
47.50. Oh no.
Crop of players.
Wrecked.
Like a non-significant amount who have played the last few seasons, since we've been in remote mode here, where limited hasn't been much a part of the equation, and it is very much going to be. We heard Mike Segrist, a limited specialist before all of this, say, I'm really excited to draft against players who don't have as much experience at it as I do.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it too.
Wait, you like limited, Marshall?
I am excited for a little boosty D.
Now, taking a look at kind of the sideboard plans here, I think things do get much better, as it usually does when you have this matchup of mid-range against kind of more of a controlling strategy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get to board out a lot of your slower, clunkier cards, some removal spells that might not be that effective, and you get to bring in counter spells, right? So now all of a
Simon
sudden,
emote,
you
that
can
would be
just simply
good.
tap out, play a Hinata, and think it's going to resolve. Now you have to be mindful that Simon Nielsen could play Disdainful Stroke, right? Now you have to be mindful that Simon can fight back with cards like Negate.
It's worth noting, that Simon's bringing in 7 cards from his board, only 4 from Jan, but the 4 cards Jan's bringing in are kind of massaging
Stuck in
cards
Platinum
he's
too.
already
Just
got.
keep
They're
playing,
not
bro.
really fundamentally changing his game plan at all. But
Platinum's where you learn to be really, really good at the game.
Plan. And you would think he would be the favorite in any post-boarded game with those changes he could make, but he does have to win 2 of them.
Simon wants a blue source.
Oh,
very, very badly. Perhaps wants it on turn 4, actually, because of the Jwari disruption in Jan's hand.
There's an Emerius call off the top. He's going to have to settle for
this might be
Luminarch
bad.
Aspirant becoming a 3/3 already.
That stance in
It's
hand.
a nice little clock, and if you look down at the hand from Jan, no answer, at least just yet.
Well, the stance will next turn.
Does have a Valorous stance, right? So next turn, we'll likely just kind of hope, hey, you wanna pump up that Luminarch Aspirant?
Yeah.
Real talk real quick. So in Platinum, all you need is a good win streak. Good win streak gets you from Platinum to Diamond. Beautiful. Same thing goes from Diamond to Mythic. All it is a good win streak, right? Work your way up, try to get to Platinum 1, boom. Get a win streak, you've done it. Now you're protected. Work your way up through Diamond, grind it. You're at Diamond 1, boom, good win streak, you've made it. It's all just about the win streaks within Platinum and in Diamond. You can do it though, just grind it and make that last leg count.
Yeah, he's just going to take the turn off here. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to go on the stack. It does resolve. No blue mana here for Simon. But it looks like it's not going to stay there long. Yeah, Simon does have an answer for it with Vanishing Verse.
Choosing to exile the
there's a
champion
beach.
itself. There is the blue source. So he's going to jam this, and the pressure is on here.
Absolutely. Rafine picks up the counter from Luminarch Aspirant, but
Okay.
with an attack here, Luminarch Aspirant is going to get to connive, which it does. 4 damage now coming through, and there's some big moments for this game coming up as Jan Merkel is under intense pressure now. He's down to 13.
Yeah, and awkward Jwari Disruption can't run out a Hinata this turn. Can choose to kill Rafine though, right? While the shields are down, use Valorous Dance, target the Rafine, pay for it, play Jwari Disruption, and then the only threat that he has to deal with for the time being is that Luminarch Aspirant, but he will be able to develop his mana, right? He's certainly attacking this turn. Now has access to 5, and then has a lot of different options next turn.
He's got a great hand. It's just a life total scenario that he's got to worry about. Because there it is, Luminarch Aspirant coming in again, down to 8.
And Simon does have a removal spell for Hinata or Goldspan Dragon and a negate to protect the Aspirant.
Make Disappear was the draw step there. Boy, it's easy to figure out. It's easy to see how powerful Fable of the Mirror Breaker Chapter 2 would have been here. You know, when a player's holding another one that he probably doesn't have time
if you're
for, and
on the play.
Hinata as well.
When you're on the draw, it's too slow, though.
Could have opened up the door. That play by Simon Nielsen, just killing that Fable before it did anything, is really paying off for him. Now, here comes Hinata.
This will do it.
You do see Magma Opus in hand here.
Now, that Grasp will cost 3 mana. Jan can protect it with Make Disappear, and Simon will not be able to negate it back.
He can't negate back either.
As negate would also cost 3 mana.
Simon does not have an untapped land in hand either, so he can't say, okay, fine, if I want to fight that fight, I'll just go to my turn.
Right.
And if he loses the fight with the Infernal Grasp...
Why do Magic players all touch their face? I do it too. It's the worst. Do you guys touch your face while you play Magic?
Yeah, I mean...
I've noticed that throughout this tournament. All Magic players cannot keep their fucking hands off their face. I do it too. It's the worst.
It's so tempting to just run out this Grasp this turn. If it gets countered, you still have the opportunity to draw.
I don't know what that is. It's definitely something, though.
It also would let you keep negate and the mana necessary so that you could counter a card like Magma Opus, potentially. Make Disappear throws a wrench in the works. We know about it, but Simon doesn't. Okay, he's going to go for it. The 3 mana Infernal Grasp. And this is going to prompt action here from Jan. Yes, he is going to go for Magma Opus. 5 toughness on the Aspirant. Pretty annoying.
No, there's literally not only... Like, I haven't seen a single person not touch their face. It's the thinking face / nervous twitch.
He also counter this with Make Disappear. He doesn't mind getting rid of the shot.
Right.
That's a steep price to pay, though. And there is a window.
Deep thought about top decking? Oh, that's how you conjure the heart of the cards.
The issue is it does not...
Come to me, heart of the cards.
To get the Aspirant off the battlefield. Still good, right? Still playing a 4/4 that draws you 2 cards, but...
Oh, it's 50-50. Simon,
What did Simon
let's get that dance going, Simon. Simon needs to dance more.
He realizes that he couldn't negate the Magma Opus there because of Hinata's text.
Okay. Well,
Simon needs to keep dancing. He's losing energy.
Okay, play here from Jan. He does have to burn 2 treasures to get the job done, but he got 2 cards in a 4/4 out of the deal, and he got to use up his mana for the turn as well. He passes the turn back over to Simon, who finds Tenacious Underdog facing down a 4/4. He's got the Aspirant, and he has his opponent on 8. He could go for a lethal attack here, apply maximum pressure to Jan.
Yeah, so if he blitzes into Tenacious Underdog and then puts a counter on the Underdog, then no matter what, Jan would have to block with the 4/4 and take at minimum 5 damage, likely going to just put it in front of the 5/5.
That's right. So
this is better just because this gives him access to negate, right? And still has the potential to put Jan down to 3, and both of those creatures present a lethal attack next turn.
He stopped dancing. It's dangerous.
Underdog.
There we go.
Actually, just regular hard cast.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
No. Does allow you to play around Flame Blessed Bolt.
It's a slightly longer term approach. It lets Jan keep a 4/4 on the battlefield rather than forcing him to trade it off or chump block with it. Effectively chump block either way.
Yeah, and the 5/5 sizing is really difficult here from the Jeskai deck, right? A lot of the spells, you can deal 4 damage with the Magma Opus, with Voltage Surge potentially, but 5 is tough. And you've already seen Jan Merkel cast the Valorous Stance. There's 2 copies in the 75.
And another Fable. So much action here for Jan Merkel. It's just too much. He had to burn those 2 treasures last turn. That left him with 4 mana. He could
I mean, how?
Another treasure here if he attacks with the Shaman. But things looking tough here for
feel
Jan.
like-
I mean, he's got double
I don't know.
Goldspan Dragon, Fable, Hinata.
I think he's
another
good, isn't he?
Fable. Like, his hand is absolutely stacked. But he's in a tough spot. He also is on 1 red mana at the moment, which is limiting his options potentially as well.
Yeah, so if he just runs out this Fable, that's basically all he can do.
I can't believe that wasn't
Attack
countered.
with the 2/2?
It's rough because if Simon blocks, what do you do? Voltage Surge the underdog, and then Simon can still just cast it from the graveyard, right?
Right. So he doesn't attack. He's just going to sit back. Luminarch Aspirant's going to trigger. It was a land off the top for Simon. He's been out of gas for a while outside of that negate, but he is making a big attack here.
Yeah, and so here's a double block. So
Yeah,
now
we've not
Jan
seen
has no
Obnixilis
board,
at all, eh?
But gets the Aspirant off the battlefield and only has to deal with this underdog. Now, Simon does have negate backup. If Jan just plays a creature, he's okay, right? He can trade with the underdog. But if he tries to just cast a spell in some way to get this underdog off the battlefield, that could mean trouble for Jan.
There's an expressive iteration, but this is huge. The Fable gets to get rid
You
of
have to
2
discard
cards
2.
here, and
You have
he's
to-
got
you have to
lot
toss a
of stuff that
dragon.
Isn't doing any good for him.
Toss a dragon,
The
bro.
chances that he casts 2 Goldspan Dragons this game are pretty low.
Yeah,
The
toss a
chances that
dragon.
He wants to take another turn off for Fable. The Mirror Breaker's pretty low. And same thing goes for Expressive Iteration. He definitely doesn't want that Make Disappear. That's the first card that he picked.
Simon's like, shit, my
Simon,
water's
just go,
gone.
Please just
I love Simon's shirt so much.
I want to use this negate.
It's just burning a hole in his pocket. He finds Jwari
Ooh.
Disruption and Hall
And
of
this is going to get
Storm's Eyes.
negated. I think Simon's going to steal this one here.
Uh-oh.
it does look like it.
No, 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 no.
If Jan knew Simon's hand, the correct play would be to just play Hinata, right?
Yes.
Just play Hinata. You have a creature in play, right? If Simon's hand is Disdainful Stroke, you should play Fable, right? But if his hand is Negate, then you should play Hinata.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Fable, the
Oh,
Mirror Breaker. But that's
no.
a perfect negate target. That was Jan Merkel trying
Going to
get
game 3,
around
baby. Let's go.
removal. And look at this. It's going to get negated anyway. So no board state left over. And that's going to be a concession. Simon Nielsen. Oh, you can see the relief on his face. He barely got over the finish line that game.
Who filled his water for him?
Just how he
His glass
needed
was
to.
empty.
And not
He
much
did not move. Moments later,
Yeah, a lot of small decision
full glass.
points there for Jan.
Is
I'm
his
sure
glass
that's likely going to be
self-replenishing
give
with
up
water?
maybe all the different things that
He's
he
just
could have
like-
done in that one.
got a spout right there, filling it up.
Just because, you know, when you lose and it's that close.
That
and you
shirt
have
does
many
cost a
cards
lot
in
of
hand,
mana.
a lot
You know what I
you're gonna
mean?
Question, say, okay, what else could I have done in this situation? Now,
What's Simon's
Johnson Jones
Twitter?
played this time
Like,
around.
I'm gonna tweet this guy and be like, bro,
but yeah, that definitely looked like.
Where'd
one
you
of those
get this
things where
shirt?
Jan maybe
can you get me this shirt and send it to Canada? I need it.
Those ones are always tough when you have so many options and so many things going on. You tend to look back and say, you develop a sense for it.
Only if he wins it
Where you go,
refills. Oh yeah,
I
okay,
don't know
that
if
makes
this is
sense.
the case here, but where you go, I feel like I could have won that game, right? I don't know.
I do that sometimes. I'm like, okay, I got a big box of cookies, and I'm only allowed a cookie when I win.
Approach that I took, that if I
You'd be
would have done it
surprised how quick I reach Mythic.
to actually win that game.
Also, by the way, I feel like perhaps Simon paused his mixtape. Never mind, it's restarting. It's
Back on
restarting.
again. Back on again.
There was a look of intensity that I haven't seen, so I thought maybe the music went out. But
He has a Halo fountain next to him.
Game number
Nice.
3 underway here. Jan Merkel versus Simon Nielsen to see who's going to be our end boss today. They will advance to the championship match where they get to actually take a nice
Holy
little break.
big stakes.
There's a lot of matches.
This is the last match. Let's go.
That have to be resolved before
Then we're going to the lower bracket.
one person emerges to play against either Simon or Jan, whoever wins this game.
Don't even wash it. Yeah, I want the
That's gotta be a
smell.
benefit too, right? Just being able to kick back a
Oh,
little bit and
no.
not have to play a bunch of super high intensity matches where when you get to the end, you might be getting pretty tired.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, both of these players are based in Europe, right? Now, by the time they get to play, it's going to be pretty late, right? They're going to have a very, very long break. Particularly
do it in
to
Chrome.
the person who wins this event. But even the other player, they don't need to play until you get to the lower final, right? So,
That's right.
And it also depends, right? A player like Jan, he's pretty known for his work ethic. Wouldn't be shocked if he's just jamming matches the whole time.
That's true.
Right?
You're right. Yeah.
So
just stay in limber. Yeah. No, that is true. That is how these guys roll for sure. Yeah, Jan's from Germany, but he's currently coming to us from Vienna, Austria, Wien, and Simon
cap locks, baby.
from Copenhagen, Denmark, where he's from. Okay, Tenacious Underdog. Now, this time though, no Flame Blast Bolt. It is just going to be Voltage Surge. So a temporary answer. Simon says,
Oof.
okay, cool.
But Jan has nice answers for the next couple of threats that Simon could play, right? Disruption and Make Disappear, then Memory Deluge. So we'll have answers to this wedding announcement. Then we'll have an answer to what's likely going to be a Wandering Emperor. End of turn.
No matter what goes on the stack here, it's going to get disrupted if it costs 3, and Jan snaps off Rafine Scheming Seer. Oh, now a little bit of a decision, though. There's Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a card you'd love to get down, but how do you pass the turn back over?
I feel like this is the turn where you probably just want to keep up Make Disappear or Deluge.
Yes.
Find land number 5 and then have Fable plus Make Disappear available if you don't have that.
All right, we just need him to win, and I'm gonna send out this
Yeah,
this
the
tweet.
downside, of course, would be Wandering Emperor, right? Some instant speed threat, but Memory Deluge helps stem that bleeding a little bit. There's Reckoner Bankbuster, though, for Simon, and this lets him keep up Negate, which he's going to use on this Memory Deluge, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very, very strong target to go for here. And this land was big, though. This land was big from Jan, just because this allows him to go Fable plus Make Disappear.
Big draw step there from Jan. Now back over to Simon. And he is facing down 2 mana here from Jan, but he's got a lot of power. Both players really with nice draws here in game 3, kind of doing what their deck does.
I wonder if
Here's
Jan
Tenacious
wants to...
Underdog. Oh, really?
Does he want to just let it... Well, so if you Make Disappear here, if you draw a land, you can flashback Memory Deluge.
Oh,
right?
Sure. Yeah, you can.
Now, he's also close to casting this... Yeah, so maybe he just discards nothing.
I think I wouldn't discard here.
Discard nothing, attack for 2, then flashback Deluge main phase so it doesn't get countered. And all of a sudden, you get the best 2 cards. Oh, well... You cycle
he
it.
discards the coast but finds it anyway. So let's see what he does here, because I like your idea. He is going to pass the turn back.
Okay. Playing it a little slower. Can't imagine he's not going to go for the Deluge here.
Missing the land drop's not
This
great.
does let him keep up Hall. The other thing he could do is try to get another treasure and just cast Magma Opus if he prioritizes that.
Here you go. Nice.
Yeah.
But
It does
Deluge
feel
has
like
to
you'll-
be so tempting.
Right. It does feel like you'll naturally get there that way.
Especially if you
And-
resolve Deluge, right?
Right. And passing up the opportunity to spend 7 mana.
Ugh.
Right? Because
I
you
couldn't sleep at
Deluge-
night if I did that.
Right. And you're so likely to be able to cast Magma Opus next turn anyway. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Patience from Jan
Patience.
Merkel. He lets that 7 mana just evaporate. It'll never come
I
back.
defer to Jan. He's here in the finals.
Absolutely.
I imagine that this is the correct line.
And here we go. Magma Opus goes on the stack. Jan prioritizing just simply resolving this spell.
That's
you can
not
tell
good.
that he feels that if he gets
Only
to resolve
lands.
this, it's going to put him in such a
Right.
good position. Obviously, right? It's Magma Opus.
Yeah.
It's probably the single most powerful spell that people actually.
But he
put
has
on
the
stack
Hall
in
as
the
backup.
format. But, you know, he had other options there, too. Now,
This
a
is
little
looking
bit of
pretty
a whiff
grim.
here. Needle Verge Pathway ×2 were the 2 cards that he drew, and that's all he's got in his hand now.
Yeah. However, he still has access to that Deluge. And remember, Simon's sitting at 13 life. He's the one that doesn't have the board, right? He's just got a wedding announcement. He's got some 1/1s. And Jan also sitting with a Hall of Storm Giants in play, right? So could potentially...
Yeah, just
attack
fill
for
it up
lethal
with
next
wedding
turn
announcements.
And force Simon to just chump block with those tokens.
Just wedding announcement, wedding announcement.
Jan taking the lead here. He's got 8 power on the battlefield plus the Hall. Simon used to being the player who's trying to do the things while Jan stops him, but that table has definitely turned. There's wedding announcement number 2. And Kaito. Is
Probably
Kaito going to make a
making
1/1? Yeah.
a bunch of tokens here, just in case Jan has some more ways to get the tokens.
Oh my god.
Off the top of the line.
Wow,
Even
that's
seeing some
brutal.
emotion from Jan Miracle.
Holy.
It takes a lot to get him excited. But that was massive, and Simon Nielsen's like, don't do it. Don't Magma Opus me again.
You know when your opponent starts highlighting all your other permanents, you're like, oh, I know what this is. Because
Yes.
it takes time to resolve Magma Opus.
Absolutely. It is heartbreaking once you see that start to happen. Simon's going to see the writing on the wall here, and that Magma Opus, a huge blowout here for Miracle. It's going to wipe the entire board now from Simon and get him in for a huge amount of damage. I guess it's not quite lethal.
You can get Simon down to 12.
And then hit him
and
for
then
8.
attack for up to 10.
Up to 10.
If you copy a 4/4.
Yes.
Oof. That hurt.
Wow.
Could just-
2 lands off of the last opus, but that revealed the next opus on top. And Jan Miracle is going to go for maximum damage here, reducing Simon Nielsen to just 2 with a dominating board presence.
And he has the
Simon's
Hall.
just not really built to try to
Not
come
at
back
all.
from situations like this.
Yeah. The Esper deck is not necessarily the best deck at coming from behind. It's really great at establishing a board and putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. But in a situation like this, you know, you can't imagine Simon's kept sweepers in after sideboard in this matchup. So
that's right.
I think we're
Looks
going to
like-
see Jan here
yeah.
move on to the finals.
Championship match acquired here for Jan Miracle if he can just get those last 2 points of damage in.
That was a sick top deck, yo.
He's sitting pretty. He can jam matches. He can take a nap. He can do whatever he
He
wants.
can take a nap.
He'll have a good
Oh, feel
time
that.
while we resolve all the matches down in the lowers. But boy, that's got to be intimidating for the lower players. I mean, Jan looks unstoppable today.
Right? I mean, Jan putting himself in position to potentially be a 2-time champion here of these incredibly high-level tournaments here.
Yeah, that's right. Set championship winner, Pro Tour champion.
Not a bad resume.
No.
It'd be cool to show us.
Snuck up the standings, by the way. You know,
He really did.
We didn't really feature him because he kind of started off with a mediocre record, and then I believe he was 8-3, and then just rattled off 4 straight wins.
Incredible. Another player that we didn't see for a while, but now we've gotten used to him being at the top tables.
Still gets 2 more
Simon Nielsen
tokens.
Still going through the motions.
3
here. Is there
blockers.
some way out for him?
I don't
3
think
blockers
so.
plus the Emperor.
I mean,
like it.
He does get a decent amount of blockers in play here, right? Wedding
Yeah.
announcement's gonna flip, but
But
we have a
it's-
Flame Blast Bolt to
and
get
the Hall.
underdog off the battlefield. Wandering Emperor will gain Simon some life.
That should do it, though.
But I mean, this is just so much coming in. Let's see, you get 2 tokens to block the 4/4. You can also remember activate the Hall of Storm Giants too.
Oh, and there's a negate too, just in case you needed an insurance policy.
Right. And
He
does
even has
activate-
enough mana,
You
right?
still have
He
mana
does.
to negate.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So
so-
this
so-
is perfection here for Jan Miracle. This is why we play decks like this, to get to
Right.
this position.
Yeah, that's their-
Attack with
that's their-
everything and have
With
a
everything.
counterspell. Yeah. So here comes the team. Simon Nielsen taking a quick look here. He's going to bank bust into a negate. and then put Wandering Emperor on the stack, but that's going to get negated, and that is going to be the match here for Jan Merkel as good games are exchanged. And our upper finals winner is Jan Merkel. Incredible from him. He has really put on a clinic this last day and a half, and even gets the golf clap there from Simon Nielsen. Says, great job. And I'll remind you, by the way, that Simon's still very much in this tournament. This just puts him down into the lowers. That wasn't him being eliminated or anything like that. And Jan's going to be happy. He gets to, oh, look at that. He's got the dog, too, to cheer him on.
It's not over, Simon. You can still very much win this tournament.
Absolutely. Still a great day here for Simon. And there's the dog for Jan. Now we know the secret, right? He's got the dog there to cheer him on.
Oh.
What his dog's name is, but
I see.
Yeah, there you go. A victory for Jan Merkel as he is now the end boss. He will be sitting there in that championship match, Paul, waiting for whoever shows up from the lowers.
Yeah, and again, just great to see kind of another deck, just a special creation. A very small contingent of players chose to play Jessica Hinata in this tournament, and really, really paying off dividends here for Jan. Some really impressive play here. And again, now he gets a nice, 5-hour break, I want to say? 4-hour break?
5-hour
Just
break.
relax, hang out with his dog, decompress, and then get ready for one more match to see if you can win it all.
That's right. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to be switching down to the lower part of our bracket here. Before we do so, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you.
I don't think it'll take us 5 hours to go through the lower bracket. Maybe actually it will. I should shut my mouth. Oh no, these things do take a little bit of time, but that's all right. What else would we be doing, right? What else would we be doing? Just hanging out, enjoying each other's company, right? I suspect. Could you believe that we have 147 live viewers on YouTube and only 85 on Twitch? Twitch gang is getting absolutely wrecked today. That's alright though, we still love you, Twitch. We still love you. It's alright, we still love you, eh? Ayo! And I do love the Twitch numbers as well. Like, you know, remaining above that 85 viewers is great for someone who's trying to get their channel affiliated. Our average is 66. We need an average of 75. If y'all are interested while we wait. Here's my stats. 66 average viewers. You know, lower days, 30 viewer, and on the good days, we get to 100 viewers, right? When we've got some exciting stuff going on, so. You know, that's not too bad. A little bit longer streams here the last couple days. Casual, 14 hours here. 16 hours on release day. Oh my gosh. And revenue, I mean, you know, it's not anything spectacular, but it does pay for the cards and the gems and these sorts of things, right? So it pays for the Ichiban noodles. You know what I mean? Paying for those Ichiban noodles, chat. What are we gonna have? Beef? We're gonna have chicken? We're gonna have vegetable? What's for lunch today, baby? Let's go. All right, congratulations to our winners there for Simon Nielsen. Oh no, it was Jan Merkel who won. All right, get farmed, right? A lot of points getting farmed there. That's hilarious. Rich Nasty playing the odds like a freaking legend. I love that. Right, so if you vote against the majority, like if everybody's voting one way with like a whole bunch of channel points, like thousands of points, you can vote for like, you know, just a couple points on the other side. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool to be on the opposite side of that trade. Right, so you can really farm a lot of points here, which is pretty cool, right? So that is fun, supporting both. That's fantastic. Definitely appreciate that. How long have you played Magic? Me or Urza? Urza, I assume. Beef noodles, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I like beef. I like chicken. Veggies is okay too. Yeah, for sure. But typically, I think the beef one's the best, right? Beef is best. Really? No, I don't think beef is good for you.
Top
I
8
wish
day here
I
at the
didn't eat
new
beef, but I do.
Capenna Championship. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get a check-in on our bracket and find out what's happened so far this morning. Top 8 double elimination standard action. You can see there is our upper quarterfinals that we went through, upper semis, upper finals. Jan Merkel just working his way through the competition. And there you see him with a win over Simon Nielsen to put himself into the championship match. But we need to find him an opponent. So now we focus
David
in
Ingus.
on lower round 1.
Shota,
We've got a long way to go
Yasuka,
through the lowers,
Zachary,
which now become
and
elimination
Carl.
matches. If you lose, you are out. But
And
there
then,
is Jan Merkel
the
sitting
winners
in
will
the
face off
championship
against
match spot, awaiting an opponent.
Samachi
But how
and
does
Mike.
He feel
Oh my
about
god.
being there at this
I would never
huge
be allowed
moment?
on one of these
Riley,
events.
talk
I have to
him
practice
after his
people's
big
names
win.
and stuff, right?
I'm here with Jan Merkel, who has secured his place in the championship.
I'm not putting mushrooms in my soup. You guys asked yesterday too. Get out of here.
Congratulations, Jan. Tell us about the deck that you selected. Jeskai Hinata, a bit of an unorthodox choice. It's worked out really well for you, though.
Thanks, Riley. Yeah, it is very good against runes. That was the deck I wanted to target for the tournament. Didn't get so many runners in the top of the standings, but I also think the Opus endgame is good enough to go over the top of many of the mid-range decks.
That guy's apartment is hot.
But
He's running at 27 degrees.
tough, especially after sideboarding.
I'm sure that says 27. You know how fucking warm that is? Wow.
It's worked out really well for you so far.
Merkel runs hot, baby.
You've got a long break.
Merkel runs
You've
hot.
got a couple of hours where you can just chill out and relax. What are you gonna do
27
until,
degrees
you have to
Celsius
play
is
against
like a fairly
whoever
decent
we find you
temperature.
in the championship match?
You know what? I'm just gonna watch the coverage, enjoy my time, maybe go for a small walk with my dog.
27 Celsius in American and Fahrenheit.
Sounds like a lovely way to spend the next couple of
Fairly
hours. Jan,
warm.
Congratulations.
It's not like hot. Well,
Looking forward to
it's
seeing
hot
you
for
in the
me.
championship match, mate.
Thanks, Riley. Take care.
Congratulations to Jan there.
It's
locking up
80
his spot in the
80 Fahrenheit.
championship match.
80 degrees
Chill
Fahrenheit.
out now, walk the dog, and wait for someone
That's pretty
to join
warm
him.
for like a
All
room
weekend
temperature,
long,
isn't it?
We've been trying to add people to the World Championship here in this tournament. We have a 32-player World Championship.
That's like
tournament
hot.
coming up. And guess what? All of these people qualified, many of them much, much earlier in the season. And this weekend,
Damn, he must have an
adding
iron
people
deficiency.
like crazy to the World Championship. Check this out. We've got 2 spots left. Down there, you can see top 6 at the new Capenna Championship. That means
Yeah,
the
I
next
would be
2
like,
winners here
damn.
in lower round 1 get spots at the World Championship. These matches are.
And he still had long sleeves on.
Welcome back to the virtual news. That's Cedric Phillips, Riley Knight here. Let's take
No,
a
that
look
was a
at our
7.
first feature match
That was
here
a
for lower
2-7.
round
I
number
looked at it
1.
twice.
All of these elimination
We'll get to
matches, remember.
we'll get to see it again.
Inglis versus Shota Yasuoka is
We'll get to see it again, right? Because he's definitely playing more
versus
in that last
Young
match there.
mid-range.
So, and I'm sure they'll replay it
at the
as well, right? They'll do
Strixhaven
replays.
Championship. You can see 2 top finishes there. That's that one and this one. 10 top finishes for Shota Yasuoka. Take a look at David Inglis's
Gotta keep the
road
blood
here
thin.
to the
Flows
top
easier.
8, undefeated. One of 2 players going undefeated on
It might be
day
the
1 of
current
competition.
temperature and not
First
what it's
player
set
to lock
on.
up the
Okay,
spot
okay.
In our top 8.
That makes
So
sense.
Very, very good tournament for David all around. Take a look at Shota's journey here, playing Jun Minrange in standard.
It's like springtime in
Los
Germany,
Angeles in
right?
Historic went 6-1.
I don't think it's 27 degrees in Germany
rockier
right
path
now.
for Shota, but he did manage, of course, to make our top 8, where he is.
Yeah, I
playing
don't think
today
it's
as one of the
27
most
degrees in Germany
decorated
right now.
players
It might
here
be.
in our top 8.
It's really nice out
Let's
today
talk
there.
about these 2 decks,
But I doubt
Cedric.
it.
How do they work?
Let's dive on in. David Inglis, who's had a heck of a tournament. Let's start there, shall we? It's been a fantastic run for him and Jeskai Storm this weekend. Really a breakout deck of the weekend, folks. Goldspan Dragon is the centerpiece of this strategy and lets you do all the things alongside Lear.
Get your votes in, chat.
And a very large show.
If you don't participate, we don't do it.
A couple copies of. The way to find
Taylor's been working his bottom off for y'all.
Big Score, Expressive Iteration, and the very powerful Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You throw in a couple of pieces of permission like Spikefield Hazard and Voltaic Surge. It allows you to kind of go toe-to-toe with your opponent as well as being combos for the deck, pieces of the combos, excuse me. Shota Yasuoka, Jund mid-range. Did not see a lot of Jund coming into this weekend. We expected Esper, we expected maybe a little bit of Grixis or other 3-color strategies, but this was not one I think people expected. However, for Shota,
Don't be scared. Bet like 500,000 points. Bet all of your points. Let's go.
Permission, a beautiful mana base, and of course a couple copies of.
There we go,
Master,
1.6k.
because that is an incredibly powerful enchantment. To me, this deck kind of stands out because it's a deck that's playing a Seeker's Chariot, as I mentioned earlier, and that card's just so good, it's almost like people forgot about it. Shota certainly did not, and he's having a very good weekend because of the vehicle.
All right, there's a look at our decks. How about predictions here at the news desk? Let's take a look at how we've been doing so far this morning.
I got one. Okay, anybody's game. Okay.
1 and 2. 1 and 2 for all of us. So here is where we start to pull ahead. Riley, who you picking?
I'm going for Yasuoka. I've backed him in his Thragtusk type deck the entire weekend. No, I'm a big fan of it. Look, green has underperformed recently. I'm all about green mana. Let's go, baby.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
Give me a Seeker's Chariot. Give me a Shota Yasuoka. I mean, the card's incredibly powerful. It's like everybody forgot that it existed. I found a player who didn't. And normally, Shota doesn't play these kind of decks, which is very meaningful that he would play a Jund strategy in a tournament like this.
All right, well, I'm going to go with David Inglis. It's kind of felt like a little bit like his tournament, at least for the first 2 days of competition. So I believe that he can pull it out here in lower round number 1, everybody. The next 2 winners are going to the World Championship. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lower Round 1.
Welcome.
I'm Aeloni alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have the unfortunate task here of sending someone home after this matchup, but more importantly, we are sending someone else to the World Championship. So it is going to be David Inglis versus Shota Yasuoka, Jeskai Storm versus Jund Midrange. Corey, now, Jund Midrange has been doing a little bit better than Jeskai Storm, so tell us a bit about this matchup as we get ready to check out these players in this elimination match.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 really strong decks. You know, I still kind of like the Jeskai Dragon side. You know, I really like that over-the-top aspect where you can just combo off and win on the same turn. Jund, of course, has really good removal that we've seen for the Dragons. But you got to find him. You got to find one of those 2 Riveteer's Charms or something like that. And that's not an easy feat.
You say, yet it's in the opening hand here, Corey.
Fair. That's fair.
It's easy when you're Shota Yasuoka, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, going to be a great match here, though, to send someone to the World Championship.
Oh, for sure. I absolutely love the spice that Shota has brought to the table this weekend. When in doubt, Jund him out. So let's get things underway here as we take a look at the opening hands. Not too shabby from both players. Just a bit of thinks here for David Inglis. What doesn't he like about this hand?
Yeah, it is a mulligan to 6 already, and it just doesn't really do anything that proactive. But of course, Expressive Iteration is great at finding you other answers. But, you know, like I was kind of talking about how Expressive Iteration, of course, you're going to play 4 of them. In any Is-It strategy, it's not as amazing in this deck because, you know, you do really want to cast something on turn 2 because there's not a lot of turn 2 drops, but there's a decent amount of 3 drops from this Jeskai Storm deck. So, yeah, exactly. You see Expressive Iteration just get fired off right now to just get some value out of it.
I mean, you saw a bit of a grimace there from David Inglis, but to be fair, that's 3 lands you're not drawing next turn, so that's kind of okay.
Yeah, still not bad. And, you know, David is usually trying to line up this go-to plan of going turn 4 big score into Goldspan Dragon, and that ends up just being something where you can just win the game on the spot with that kind of play. So this hand does meet the criteria of at least starting it off that way, of being able to play big score next turn.
So we start things off here with Black Market Tycoon. Gala Greeter is going to hang out in hand there. And just a reminder to everyone, Shota Yasuoka and David Inglis are both qualified for the World Championship. So the outsiders looking in, they are waiting with bated breath to see what happens here in this matchup to determine who is going to take that slot. Expressive Iteration number 2 yields a bit more action here for David Inglis, as it is Ottawa Soaring City as the land for turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do remember both of these players already are locked for that World Championship seat, but it does affect other seats depending on what happens here.
For sure. Jacob Toth hanging out in the wings, waiting to see what happens. Austin Bursovic behind him as well. So all that's going to shake out this weekend, determine who is the final two in our World Championship slots. But for now, we have to determine who is continuing on here and whose weekend comes to an end between Shota Yasaoka and David Inglis. And as Maria said, you know, this seems like David Inglis's tournament. For the first 2 days, he was in cruise control, basically. Just absolutely excellent results, just running over everyone with this Jeskai deck. But this Jund deck has been its downfall for the most part. It's had an excellent win rate against it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing is, you know, we say it's David's tournament as well. Shota is also just dominating. These are just two runaway trains kind of heading at each other. They're both just having such a great tournament. It just so happens that they had that first elimination. Remember, this is that double elimination, which means they just do not have any more wiggle room. So this is it. You know, we've been talking all about qualifications and advancing. But this one, the main focus is eliminating, where one of these players will be eliminated.
Definitely. Two big scores in hand here for David Inglis. There is also the Goldspan Dragon. Would love to find some goodies to start chucking on top of this Goldspan Dragon and get that combo going. Hopefully find a Lear for himself too. So nothing happening in that turn for David Inglis. As we're going to see some treasures made and Black Market Tycoon doing what he does best and dinging his controller for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, you know, I would argue that making the treasure is what it does best. But you know what? Yeah, I agree. That's got to be at least second best there.
Is that what we call blood money, considering he's just like whacking you in the face there?
That's
every time you make a treasure?
Good comparison. Yeah, I think you nailed it there.
Ooh, hello. Alrighty. So Meathook Massacre, we've been talking about this card all weekend. And probably a contender as well for best card in Standard alongside Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And everything else that's just absolutely, but not say broken, just really good in Standard
really
right
good.
Now. Ooh,
yeah, absolutely.
Get it.
As you talk about Meathook Massacre being one of the better cards, you see Ray of Enfeeblement, which is for sure, without a doubt, the worst card in this matchup. It is something we'll see Shota immediately taking out in the post-port games.
Sure. That one treasure would allow the Ginny Fade to be paid for if the Jawari Disruption was fired off. So big score is going to be the play here for David Inglis after taking 2 from this little Goblin Shaman.
Yeah, and a really, really nice play here, what Shota is setting up with those 2 treasures and a 3rd treasure being threatened here with Black Market Tycoon. That just eliminates the possibility that David could go Goldspan Dragon without anything else, right? Like you can't just go Goldspan Dragon and hope to be able to attack. But with Big Score helping out here, discarding, you know, basically anything that isn't Big Score, Goldspan Dragon, or Jawari Disruption or Land 5, which I guess means you have to discard March here. But if you do that, then all of a sudden next turn you have it pretty much locked up where you can play Goldspan Dragon and then have Jawari Disruption with one of those treasures hanging around to counter Riveteer's Charm, and then you can actually go off. So David is set up where if the top of the deck is friendly to him, could just win next turn with, if you find like Show of Confidence, or could at least set up that scenario that we've seen so many times lately, where you just amass this
the hope helps.
You just can't lose instead of winning.
As you say, they might have enough mana to pay for the disruption though.
So excellent draws here for David Inglis, who's going to rock out the Goldspan Dragon pretty confidently. You mentioned that there are 3 treasures available, courtesy of the Black Market Tycoon. So I don't know, we might see the Riveteer's Charm using the sacrifice effect, but I mean, you gotta go for it. Shota's gonna be a little disappointed though.
We'll see it go on the stack. That's almost assuredly going to happen. But outside of that,
50-50 anyways, right, Corey?
Perfect Jawari Disruption target.
Oh, for sure. So first we're gonna big score though, because that is in essence free. So let's just do what we can while we can, and then we'll deal with that Riveteer's Charm on the stack.
And now we're already lining up this scenario for David, like even with some bad draws, which, yeah, we did just see some not so great draws. You can kind of
I'm into it, bro. I'm into it.
Turn where you can at least have Lear, maybe a couple double fading hopes to prevent it. We'll just see if we have enough mana. And I guess this is only 4 here, so it looks like the only thing available is just Ottawa.
Everybody, just touch your face. It's the new in thing.
So
you want to be better at Magic? Touch your face more.
Exactly what Shota would hope it would do is just deal with Goldspan Dragon. It did enough to prevent Lear from being able to be played, and then you could string together some 1-mana spells to be able to just really go off with Goldspan Dragon.
And this weekend, we've seen Shota prioritize just slowing down this deck from doing its thing. You know, we've seen him attack the graveyards in previous matchups, I think against David Inglis as well, you know, just making sure that there's nothing there for Lear to get a hold of. And, you know, just having a dragon on the board is not going to be enough for this deck. So he's been playing this matchup very well, as you would expect someone of his caliber to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this sweet combo here with Black Market Tycoon, Genie Fae, Gala Greeters. You get to just turn that sideways, and instead of like just make a treasure, which you would normally do, you get to instead put 5 power on the battlefield by just tapping Black Market Tycoon. But that being said, David Inglis does not care about any of this and is like, yep, you can put me down to essentially 1. I don't really care, because next turn, with starting the turn with Lear, there was at least 1 big score in the graveyard, maybe even 2, and it's time to get busy. Oh yeah, that is it's going to be tough to not win the game here from David's side. You got to get a little unlucky with how many draws David is going to have available here.
Oh man, I just want to see a big fat Goldspan Dragon, please,
Yeah,
David.
I know. Let's get a very
dead if you
confident
don't kill.
Goldspan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like looking at the board size on the other side of the battlefield. I'm pretty sure he's dead if he doesn't kill Shota right now.
I think we've said that before, Ailey, and then we just look after David does, you know, 27 game actions, and all of a sudden just Fading Hope like 4 creatures, you know, you Otawara another creature, you do a couple Voltage Surge on another one, and all of a sudden
Yeah, win or die.
and Shota is down to like just Genie Fae or something. I don't think that's crazy and out of the realm of what we could see at the end of this turn.
Yeah, we saw a turn like that yesterday as well, where he just went through his attack phase, second main, and he just went off. He found every piece of removal that he could possibly need to absolutely obliterate this board state. So here comes Lear, Disciple of Drowned, good buddies with Goldspan. Let's see what these two can get up to. Start counting.
And now it'll be interesting. You know, we've seen David and teammates just wait to do this only post-combat. But yeah, I'm totally with this. Doing this during your turn, because if you find Show Confidence, it's just game, because you get to cast these cards from your graveyard, and then you get to show a confidence twice.
Oh, you get to Expressive Iteration here into a big score.
Galvanic.
That would be a good way to dig deeper, get some more treasures.
Galvanic, not expressive.
Assuredly seeing Galvanic into big score. It's going to be huge. The auto tapper kind of got you there. Yeah, David shakes his head. It's like, come on, I did not mean to do that. Yeah.
You cheeky little bleep.
Auto tapper, OP, baby.
This is a family show.
There
Here comes
you go.
big
Good
score
call on
number. I don't know how. This is 4 now in this game?
4 in the game so far. And it'll more than likely not be the last of this game. We see that response from Shota. The only thing that's available is the one Ray. But yeah,
Not getting
right
it.
there.
Doing anything.
That was
What?
basically bricks.
What kind of a what? No.
That was
Oh, but you
awful.
know what the fun thing? Oh, you know what the fun thing is?
Huh.
That March of Swirling Mist can make many things go bye-bye. So that's one way to make a battlefield go away.
Exactly. So we'll see if David wants to just take the conservative route of just say go and march the battlefield, and then you risk maybe losing your creatures to a Meat Hook Massacre or something.
Oof.
Like,
Yeah, that
that's
would be
one thing
brutal.
that's pretty risky. Or you Expressive Iteration to find more big scores and to find a Show of Confidence to then make sure you have enough. That fits the
Another
criteria
windfall.
of Unexpected Windfall here being a big score as well.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration can blow up some stuff alongside the Voltage Surge. But first things first, let's do some windfalls. Whee!
Yeah, and here is, another 8 treasures here, or another 4 treasures, excuse me, and then that is the 8 mana. Another Unexpected Windfall will be free to be able to do it again, and then you have Unexpected Windfall to go to the graveyard, so you're going to see at least 2 more Unexpected Windfalls.
At this point, they're the expected windfalls, right? It's
Yes,
like, oh, look at
touche.
this. Look at this.
Touche.
I
Expected
did not
Windfall
expect
going
it.
on the
Yes,
stack.
you did. No surprise about them, but yeah, just ripping through the hand here, getting all the junk out that you don't need. Unexpected Windfall doing what it does.
There it
best.
is.
Show of confidence. Hey, where were you a couple turns ago?
Was Rich whispering in your ear that was expected windfall? That seems like a
So that's game.
Rich Hagen joke for sure.
That
That's
was
good
a
game.
this time around.
Nice. Yeah, here's
I've learned from the best though.
Here is the show of confidence to just allow infinite mana here. Of course, that is, not 100% true. It's not going to be infinite, but once you cast it once, this is probably about 6 spells. That's going to be 6 treasures for the price of 2, and then you can bring it back from your graveyard, which will be 7. It'll add 1. So add, just the loose math. That's about 13, 14 treasures. And then you should be able to find a way to be able to just start clearing off creatures. You get to Fading Hope some cats. You get to Voltage Surge some 2/2s. Spikefield Hazard some X1s. And be able to just make sure you're not going to die. Now Meathook Massacre can't kill this Goldspan Dragon. So pretty much all wrapped up here.
Not in a million years. See, we could have done this in the first main phase, Corey. Okay, maybe we needed the treasure off the dragon, but still,
we did,
look how big he is.
I don't think me and you together in the booth have seen Goldspan Dragon actually attack for lethal on this combo turn. It's always been that follow-up turn, which is kind of wild.
It's not exactly the similar deck where we saw the Naya big double punch thing, pick him up and fling it. I can't remember what the cards were called there, but that was
Unleash
a deck.
Fury, right? Unleash Fury in the
it was
showdown
Unleash
and stuff.
Fury ones.
Yeah.
So this is a far more tame Goldspan Dragon list where it's more just like, I'll just kill my opponent's creatures instead of their controller.
If you're calling this tame, I don't know if I can agree with you on that one. This is not the most tame term that I've seen.
Yeah, it's not
Standard,
good.
That's for sure.
It's pretty gross.
Oh goodness. Alrighty.
You can see his soul leave his body.
Counting how many game actions there were there. But we're gonna see much.
You want to get this boy's hole, you gotta pay the troll toll.
10? 10?
Why not?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, yeah, make your stuff go away too. Sure, why not? Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, really versatile card that, we're even seeing in Jan Merkel's deck, taking advantage of this and really smart stuff, swirling out Goldspan Dragons just in case there is a post-combat Meathook Massacre. At best, with Black Market Tycoon, you could get up to X equals 4. But, X equals 4 is a thing, so.
This is unbelievable. And not exiling Lear just to be able to keep that graveyard handy dandy, a second hand, if you will, of, I don't know, a bajillion cards at this rate. So let's see what Shota does in response here.
Yeah, and you would think maybe, creating enough treasures to go Meathook Massacre for 4 would kill Lear, and you'd be like, David, why would you put your Lear at risk? There's still show of confidence in the graveyard that you can just do on your own Lear to protect it as well. So really all the avenues locked up here.
Yep, I like the response here, just copying a couple tokens so that not everything goes away. Goblin Shaman will get to attack here. There is Lear still in the way, though, to do some blocking duty, but did get the treasure off of it. And he's going to be happy enough with that, but not so happy about everything else that's happening.
Yeah, that is a lot of things happening, and whenever you are the Jeskai Storm deck and you see this hand where
just good
half
game.
of your hand is in a different shade and half is your normal hand, the things are going pretty well. So that means you have a nice, effective Lear.
Oh,
Couldn't he just worry this? Oh no, because Lear.
Confidence will prevent Meathook
Never mind.
Massacre.
Fading Hope and then
Taking care of
worry.
Lear on the battlefield, gets it out of range.
Wouldn't it be better to keep that show of confidence for lethal?
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as the matchup goes here,
Right, Wari or
the
Lear,
game that heavily favors
and then Wari the hook.
Tangrams, because you do have this really over the top creature.
Or just take
that
lethal.
Just is really tough to deal with. Post-board,
I forgot that it was a 14-14. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot that dragon was a 14-14.
Out of your deck, even Unleash Fury, maybe Binding the Old Gods, just all cards that effectively deal with these 5-drops. And if you can effectively deal with Big Score and Unexpected Windfall with Duress, and deal with the 5-drops with
Duress
spells,
and Test of Talents.
David cannot win without those key elements. So one of those has to stick if David wants to win this.
Yep, and let's see what the sideboarding decision is here for David. He's going to bring in a copy of Spell Pierce and Negate, as well as a Cinderclasm, which will be super handy against all the tokens that Shota is making in his deck. 1 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 1 Galvanic Iteration, and 1 March of Swirling Mist is going to come out. Now, that's the single copy in the main deck, I believe.
Yes, I believe you're right as well.
I can't look at him.
I see
Aw.
something really cool with Cinderclasm, something that we saw
That's
with
terrible.
these other Is It decks in the past up against Azeka's Chariot decks is if you can assemble 5 mana, let's say, you get to go Galvanic Iteration plus Cinderclasm and instant speed sweep the board, which is a really, really cool combination.
It's basically build your own burn down the house, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Instant speed, though, which can be devastating for Azeka's Chariot decks for sure.
I mean, we've seen instant speed 36 damage to your face. What do you mean?
That's a good
this tournament
point.
this weekend with Calamity.
Oh wow, how cool is that deck? That is one I'm going to be queuing up on the ladder after this. That's a fun one for sure.
Do it. I'd love to see it. So Shota again, super fast. He's sideboarded. He's ready to rock and roll. Something he's thinking about.
Yeah, probably is already
number 2.
Shota's already 5 turns into the game. Be like, okay, I have to make sure when David does this that I have to make sure to look out for this. You know, Shota is just always so many steps ahead at all times. Really, just such a phenomenal player to watch and an inspiration to, especially control mages. You know, that is usually Shota's main style of decks. Yeah. But you know what? We'll play anything as we have seen from these last few years of these digital events where maybe control wasn't as good. Shota definitely pivoted to just play the good decks to make sure, well, you still win events.
And that's the mark of a great Magic player, you know, the all-time greats. They can pick up any deck and win with it. Just give them a couple minutes to learn it, and they're good to go.
Just a couple minutes.
Exactly, and I think one really cool thing about Shota doesn't actually test that much, but just really in theory theorizes what cards would be good and then just kind of shows up, you know, which is really something I can't do. Absolutely not. I need to see all the interactions, and I need to make sure I know how my deck works by playing it.
So David Inglis rightly leaving up 2 mana there to be able to deal with a turn 3 kitty car, which Black Market Tycoon along with an untapped land would have enabled, but Shota just content to get Den of the Bugbear down is unfortunately going to lose the Black Market Tycoon, but David won't be too sad about that.
Yeah, and Shota was playing around Jwari Disruption for that play. Getting your 4 mana very powerful spell negated is one thing, but to get a Jwari Disruption is an ultimate feel bad. And speaking of feels bad, Expressive Iteration bricking on the land is a true feels bad.
Yeah, it's not great, obviously. So big score is going to go to hand. The dragon goes back in the deck, and Expressive Iteration number 2 is going to go into the abyss, never to be seen again. And here is one of the spicy meatballs off the sideboard in Unleash the Inferno, or Super Saiyan Coligan's Command, whatever it's been dubbed at this point, which has been very good in this matchup.
And here's one of the big problems for David by, you know, maybe not necessarily having to play Expressive Iteration on 2 there, and maybe had the opportunity to leave open a negate, decides not to do it, and now Chariot hits the battlefield, which is going to put David a little behind. So, you know, felt the pressure to find another red source for Unexpected Windfall or find some other gas, and decided to cast Expressive Iteration, but it didn't necessarily work out for David too well.
It didn't, unfortunately, but thankfully Big Score is the easier on the mana base Unexpected Windfall, so he has that as an option. I don't think he'd be able to find, well, I mean, he could find an answer for the Chariot here if he fires off this Big Score and hopes like heck he can find the 1 mana removal spells.
Yeah, absolutely, and why not go for it now? You know there's no counter spells on the other side, so maybe you find a Voltage Surge and you can get rid of both treasures to do that. Shota is really okay with that if that is what David decides to do. But hey, there it is. That's an option.
Ayo.
We'll see if David even wants to go for it. Like, even knowing Shota, like if David had perfect information that there is not a Chariot in Shota's hand, maybe you almost snap it off. But if you have any indication that there's another Chariot, it's actively not that great to be playing this anyways.
Yeah, but still, you know, like the cat problem.
Might get up, but I'm sleepy.
Population under control. Hopefully find a Cinderclasm very, very soon.
My energy level runs on channel donations.
Cinderclasm would be great, or just get the ball rolling with the combo. You know, we saw this kind of exact battlefield last game, and you know, game in, you know, time and time again earlier throughout the tournament is these Jeskai Storm decks can beat giant battlefields. You know, they just have to do their own things, and usually it begins with Goldspan Dragon. Lear alone is usually not enough to come back from this. You need that over-the-top aspect.
So, on that previous Experience Federation, he kept the big score over a dragon. That went back into the library.
Yep.
So now, unfortunately, he doesn't have that option available to him.
Yeah, and it makes sense because if you didn't take the big score there, Unexpected Windfall was not castable. So on turn 4, David would have just did nothing, valued actually doing something on turn 4 instead of hoping to top deck a red source for Goldspan Dragon. It's just really simply, this card I can cast, the other card I cannot. And, you know, of course there's going to be draws that will make that decision a little more awkward. You know, if you immediately top deck some red sources, maybe you would rather, not even maybe, for sure you would rather have the Goldspan Dragon, since you already have Unexpected Windfall, but impossible to know that.
Yeah. And the advantageous situation that Shota finds himself in, he really doesn't have to commit anything else to the battlefield here. So David's just looking at this like, okay, do I give up negates? What's going to happen here? Because we can just turn dudes sideways, pick up that Den of the Bugbear, and go. Unexpected Windfall, not great. There's another Lear, also not great. Where are the mountains? What is going on? Is what David Inglis is probably thinking right now.
Yeah, nothing has gone David's way in this game. Every minor decision has been immediately punished with something from Shota, and every time David needs to find a red source, it hasn't been there. So really some unlucky stuff here from David.
Yeah, so Spell Pierce is going to take care of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. At least attempt to, but Shota has the mana to pay, so we now have a bunch of dudes on the battlefield, and that is a lot of damage coming through. Treasures being copied to keep up that Infernal Grasp, so things are looking very good here for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think we'll be clicking that top right corner here pretty soon from David. This is a tricky one to get out of. David, actually, you know, if we had Goldspan Dragon, there's the Infernal Grasp to
or another
interact
land
with it. But David did have the answer to that with Negate, and then you're able to do some shenanigans with Show of Confidence where, you know, the rest of the stuff was kind of wrapped up. Just didn't have the Goldspan Dragon, I guess, or the red source. It's still a ways away, but...
Yeah. Yeah, no red source, no treasure, no ability to get down the Goldspan Dragon and go absolutely ham like you'd like to.
Yeah, the classic, if these cards were other cards, it would be a better situation for David line
For
there.
sure.
You know, really helpful commentary from me there.
Well, I mean, yes, if you want to win games of Magic, you just have to draw what you need, right?
Exactly.
Easy.
That's all I was trying to get across, so I'm glad you saw that.
Alrighty, big swing time. Let's get this game over and done with. David knows that he is uber dead. And
Done.
we're go to game number 3 here between these
Game
two
3, let's
players
go.
fighting for their lives in this tournament. If you are joining us, it is day 3. We are in the top 8. No one has been eliminated yet, but one of these two players will play their last game after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Winner goes on to continue battling to try to eventually get to the proclaimed end boss here, as Marshall and Paul would put it, in Jan Merkel playing that really interesting Jeskai Hinata list. And the loser will unfortunately have their tournament end here. But no matter what, just a great event for both players. They accomplished so much, and we'll be seeing them plenty more in the years to come for sure.
Oh, and more importantly, at the World Championship at the end of the year. So, you know, it's a pretty good consolation prize for whomever does leave us after this.
Exactly, and Pro Tour 1. You know, that invite, getting that 9 wins locks them in for that.
Hell yeah.
You know, qualifying, 2 more huge events, and 2 really cool events that is, just every Magic player's dream to just be a part of all of them. You know, that's the goal, just play in all the really high-level events.
Pro Tour's back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, it's going to be awesome. Such a rush playing high-stakes Magic against the best players in the world, and I'm pretty sure it's no different for these players this weekend.
Yeah.
You can see how much it means to them when they pick up these wins. Well, for those who aren't, poker face the entire time. But even then, we get the slight smile or the, I did pretty good there.
Exactly. Might not see it on either of their faces when they take down this W, but you know they're happy inside because, well, this is why you play the game, to be in these kind of spots.
Definitely so.
Great hand.
Opening hand time. Let's see. All right. No green here for Shota.
Yeah, not so great for Shota. I was like, if that is 2 lands and you can cast your 2-drop, it's great. But yeah, decides to take it back, and I think you have to keep that one, but that one is not so strong either from Shota's side, but just an excellent hand from David's side.
Yeah, David was pretty pleased with that. He looked at it for a second, but then was like, yeah, cool, I can work with this. 3 lands essentially with a Spikefield Cave on the other side of Hazard into an Expressive Iteration. You have your Dragon, you have your Leer. You are very happy. Turn 4 big score. What more could you want?
Exactly. The only thing more that David wants is that Expressive Iteration to play nice. You know, to not give you those kind of awkward draws that we've seen from David so far this match. And, you know, at times, other Jeskai Storm players. Expressive Iteration, well, there's one way to only get 1 card. Just cast it on 2.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I'm not going to give you the chance to be mean to me, Expressive Iteration. But another big score found. Voltage Surge, though, is going to go to hand. Big score back in the library, as we expect to see, because that card, once you have the combo going, is pivotal.
Absolutely, and some big draw steps there from Shota, getting Azika's Chariot as well as the very powerful Workshop War Chief into hand. Those are the clocks. You got some disruption. Now you just gotta make sure you got the time to do it, and Shota would be okay in this game. Ooh,
lovely draw there. Fable the
That's a nice top deck.
Yes, please.
Now it's going to be the interesting scenario. We've seen Shota play around Jwari Disruption a ton in the past. Do you do it again here, or do you really try to just look at this game like, you know what, I'm on the draw, I'm too far behind, I have to just play my cards? It's looking like Shota's leaning on playing around Jwari. This time, though, last time Shota played around it, you know, pretty correctly. This time, it wouldn't be correct, you know, in hindsight, to play around it since it's not there in David's hand.
Oh man, it's such a risk. How important is this card for his game plan? Does he want to just hold up the Zeator's Proving Grounds? No, he makes the right call.
Honestly, just a pro move there. You know, just recognize. Honestly, it was risk to reward. You know, deciding on this one just because.
Maybe you're sleeping, sweetly.
Shota knows that these Jeskai Storm decks are very good at going 4 mana spell,
just getting comfy, man.
Unexpected Windfall into Goldspan, and you don't have much time. You've got to get a clock down so that you can leave up mana for disruption. Because if you just leave up mana as the Jund mid-range deck without a clock, you're not going to win. Eventually, this Jeskai Storm deck will find card draw. It'll out-card advantage you, and it'll find a certain scenario where you can go Goldspan Dragon backed up with Negate, and then, you know, it doesn't matter that you held up mana.
It's almost as if it gets to a certain point, you know, this much mana down on the battlefield. Okay, your chance to win is now closer and closer to 0 with every passing second. So
yeah,
let's see what the play follow-up here is going to be, if we'll see an Esika's Chariot or if we'll see one of these big old Workshop War Chiefs.
And no matter what we see, David is going to be thrilled because you have this combo already ready to go. Big score and Goldspan Dragon. So, you know, if you can just go big score, find basically anything, then go land 5 Goldspan Dragon attack, then you have 6 mana to play with, and you really just don't need that much when you have a
Yo,
Leer.
settle down, guys. Settle down.
And, you know, you're up to 2 mana with a Leer in play. You can pretty likely get up to 4 mana and just start chaining off these big scores and unexpected windfalls.
So here's an interesting point for David Inglis. You could see him consider trying to find a counterspell there. But I think at this point, Corey, like you mentioned, he has the combo in hand. He can just start going absolutely crazy at this point and not be dead to an attack next turn. So I like the, all right, sure, you can have it. Watch this.
Yeah, and I think he was also playing around duress there.
Again.
Where, like, if he big scored and went to try to find an answer to Azika's Chariot, and then you just get duressed, and all of a sudden you only have one other big spell, it feels a little bit worse, and you'd be giving your opponent a little less information.
Y'all are savages.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
just trying to relax.
Wow, what a draw there. Unexpected Windfall and big score. Dragon's gonna come on down. We're gonna see.
But seriously, wake me up before the combo.
No, well, not in hand right now. What cheap interaction does he have to make some more treasures in the bin? We're gonna just go windfall until we find more stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what I would think. I think you start in combat by getting this treasure, you know, cast these windfalls and big scores, and go from there. But it looks like David's considering not doing that. Because here is the scenario where it is almost impossible for David to actually win in this combat because Lear is not in play. If you find one show of confidence, it's pretty hard to cast 16 spells. So it is very, very, very unlikely that David is going to win this very turn. It's just how do you maximize this Lear, you know, set up a defensive battlefield and win the following turn.
All right, so let's do the next unexpected windfall. Ditch the second land. Let's keep digging for some spells, a voltage surge to clear off either Essica's chariot or one of the creatures on the battlefield. There's a galvanic iteration, so that'll be a pretty nice way to clear off a couple tokens if that's the way he wants to go.
What up, Diagon?
So by my calculations here, with only having
I guess it's just like today's big question is, am I sleeping or not? It's 50-50. Either am or am I not?
Limited to one. Otherwise, you're going to kill your own Goldspan Dragon. That it's a little tricky to really kind of storm off here. It's not impossible because you get to go, you know, Lear, and then with that extra mana Voltage Surge on Goldspan Dragon, you get 2 mana, and then you could aim both Voltage Surges at Goldspan Dragon, and then it's very dead on the stack, but it does generate 4 mana, where then you can start casting Unexpected Windfalls and big scores again. And then if you find Show of Confidence or the March of Swirling Mist, then you can phase it out before those Voltage Surge will actually deal with it. But if you don't find those, it's kind of risky, you know?
I don't know if you brought the March back in, but if you did have that, that would be a pretty cool way to go about it. But first things first, we're going to get Lear, Disciple of the Drowned out. There is the 1 red mana available, which, as you mentioned, could bonk the poor dragon. Now, please don't kill the dragon. The dragon's a good boy, okay? He's just doing his job. He's your hardest worker. Look at the profits he's gaining you.
He's your hardest worker.
Exactly. And now you're going to see, okay, so this is the line that David wants to go to. We're going to see both these Voltage Surges aimed at Goldspan Dragon. They're both going to be on the stack. That's going to generate 4 mana, and away we go.
This poor dragon. I mean, that's one way to prevent Shota from killing it, right? You just kill it yourself.
Kill it yourself. Touche. Touche. And here we go. Now, this generates, you know, 6 more cards that David's going to see. And to try to find Show of Confidence, if it's still in the deck, we have seen, you know, some other players, maybe even David, that have taken out some Show of Confidences. I didn't necessarily see if they were taken out in this matchup, though.
I know he kept them in the second game, but I'm not too sure about the third. So let's see what the top of the deck yields here, as Galvanic Iteration is going to be the sacrificial spell for this big score.
Okay, yeah, and if it's still in, that's the card we're looking for.
Cinderclasm. Hey, that can kill some stuff.
Yeah, you can finish off your Goldspan Dragon right now with it.
Yeah, sure. Oh, poor guy.
Okay, this is the last one. And there's the Show of Confidence.
There we go. Yeah. The fist bump from David. You didn't kill your dragon.
Wow.
You're a good dragon.
That's so lucky.
Good job, sir.
That card is so fitting right now because that was the biggest Show of Confidence from David we've seen this entire match in his cam. And here is this kind of next level play that when I was practicing this deck, I just didn't realize you can do, is cast Show of Confidence, and as that storm trigger is on the stack, keep casting spells.
Yeah, because it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, I'm not sure why it doesn't just say storm, but
yeah,
here we go. Oh my goodness, 21 triggers on the stack. Good luck keeping track of that in
Yikes.
paper. Oy, 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 oy. There we go. Big chunky dragon.
David's
all
so
safe.
happy.
Much treasure, such wow. And we can just, you know, get some more dumb dragons down on the battlefield. Why not?
Well, now Lear enters.
Sacrifice a artifact to deal 4? No thanks.
Oh, he already has Lear. What am I
thank you, we're
thinking?
All right, here's double expressive iteration.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, some
Behold
more
is
card draw.
nice.
Give me that Behold the Multiverse. Get in there, man.
Oh yeah, always beholden. That's the lesson with this card. Yep.
There's
another
big score. Jeez, like this deck is so dumb.
Yeah, and then big score that represents two big scores, you know, because one goes to the graveyard, and so we're going to be getting 2 free spells there, even beholds to find more copies. At this point, you're just going to keep going until David wants to stop, And David's gonna stop when you can just deal with all creatures.
I'm bored to
and
watch
you can
this.
have
Yeah, you and I
some
both.
Protection for your giant Goldspan dragon.
If you're looking to, you know, enjoy it, just grab a pair of sunglasses and pretend you're still watching.
why not?
Close your eyes. No, just kidding.
Hazard. Sure, that can go to the bottom. 27 cards left on the deck. Would you like to see all of them? Because I'm pretty sure he could do that right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
One more time with feeling. Let's go!
Saying only one more
Spinning
time
wheels.
there is ambitious, but sure, we'll give that one to you.
Oh, goodness me. He still does have 7.5 minutes left on the clock, but unless Shota Yasuoka has an answer for 3, yes, 3 Big Dumb Dragons, he's not going to be winning this one, unfortunately. So, as it stands right now, it does look like David Inglis is going to advance, but let's see what the Hall of Famer has on his draw step if David ever gives him a turn.
Yeah, and here we're gonna see this. This is pretty nice. This is to play around Meat Hook Massacre.
Just
for
keep
4,
going.
Should actually be possible through a Jwari Disruption. Not only through Jwari Disruption because Shota could get up to 7 mana.
Wow.
But, you know, also Lear prevents anything from being countered anyways. So now the plan is to just make some gigantic dragons.
Shota might cry here.
Great. So much mana.
Oh, this is so
This is brutal.
Clickety, clickety, clickety. And people complain about Cat Oven. Are you watching this? Cat Oven is innocent and lovely.
Well, we, you know, normally we agree on a lot of things. Absolutely not. Give me this all day over Cat Oven. I love this combo. Look at that. That's 29 triggers right there.
What's that? How many treasures you get in here? Let's see.
Oh, 29.
I heard you liked mana.
14 treasures there just from that show of confidence. And don't forget, I don't think we're going to see it, but David could go show of confidence right now and then show of confidence again for, I mean, just an ungodly amount of treasures and counters.
Please, stop. Make it stop. Make it go away. Oh, sure. Let's get all 4 down. Yeah. It's not double dragons. It's quadruple dragons. Oh, my goodness. 6 minutes left on the clock. Still not a concern. Shows is just happy to let him spin his wheels. Find all his stuff. Are we going to pass the turn?
4 dragons.
At this point, David's like, I guess I'm done.
Even I've died inside.
Give it up.
Should we be starting a charity for this guy?
Pass the turn.
Yeah,
Oh
danger,
my
danger.
lord.
Then the Bugbear land for turn. Unfortunately, not what Shota wants to see. He can get down this Workshop War Chief and gain some life, but it is not going to be enough against
like why even bother?
16 Goldspan Dragons with their little idiot friends being a 5/5 and a 4/4.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty convincing victory here for David Inglis, huh?
I like it from Shota, though. Never give up. Wait for David to attack.
Yeah, you never know what could happen. So, all the dragons going in. Death by Dragon Storm for sure, as all 4 Goldspans are getting in there. They're going to make some
Just shake your head in disbelief. You know what I mean?
Shota just has to hope that David decides to draw his deck out and die. You know?
Exactly. I guess that was the out. Take 41 right there. No big deal.
Wow.
Oh, goodness me. David Inglis with Jeskai Storm picking up the victory against the Hall of Famers.
That's incredible, chat. That's absolutely incredible. Oh, this deck is going to ruin the ladder.com.
Secured his spot for the World Championship. So David Inglis already locked it up. He is good to go.
Incredible.
One more person from this top 8 needs to fill that final spot there of our top 6 Streets of Capenna Championship. But that was just absolutely, that was gross, Corey. Jeskai Storm is gross.
It really is, and I love it. It's so fun to watch David and the rest of his teammates, you know, combo off with this.
Crazy, man.
It takes so
I'm
many
not
runs
looking
to
forward to
play
the
it at
ladder.
Such a high rate. And
I might
David
just keep playing in
definitely knows how
Alchemy.
to do it. You saw that calculated risk of voltage surging
great.
your own gold span, but it was that last card for Show of Confidence. If it wasn't there, that gold span dragon was going away, and that game looked so much different. You know, so much differently. But it was there. You're able to chain that stuff together. And David has played enough of those games to know the percentages that he would whiff on that. And a calculated risk that paid off.
Yep. And you called it, Corey. You're like, yeah, he could just blow up his own thing and then protect it. I'm like, okay, we'll see if that happens. And it did. Let's go hear from David Inglis right now. Riley is with him about his win.
I mean, with David Inglis, who has just crushed Shota Yasuoka. David, congratulations, mate. I mean, beating a player of Shota's caliber is an achievement in and of itself. But I tell you what, it's been your weekend, huh? World Championship locked up. Look, you've looked really, really strong. Tell us about this deck, Jeskai Storm in Standard. Do you think it's the new hotness? It's been a bit of a breakout. Is it going to stick around?
Yeah, it was around before last season, and I think my team sort of innovated on it with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the main deck. I think that really made the deck a lot more resilient to the ways people want to attack it, and really just pushed it to the next level. Certainly for this tournament, it performed very well. Moving forward, I would expect people to respect it a lot more, play a lot more Disdainful Strokes, Archon of Emeria, cards like that. So we'll see. There's definitely ways to adapt to it. So unclear, down the road how good it will be. But for this weekend, we killed it.
We killed it. Yeah, you did, bud. Standard continues to develop. But let's talk about the rest of today. Obviously, you've got to do a lot of winning to get into the championship match and, of course, take that out. Where are you playing your best Magic? Is it when you're super dialed in and focused and really on top of it, or is it when you're cruisy, relaxed, comfortable? How are you going to position yourself to play the rest of the day?
Yeah, I would say this deck is I'm not in cruisy, relaxed, comfortable mode playing this deck. If you saw those last two matches, I was roping out. I had this crazy combo turn where I shocked my Goldspan Dragon 3 times, and I had to draw a show of confidence to keep it alive. So every match is a roller coaster, and it's gonna continue to be that way. So
start making those reach blockers.
Just have to kind of roll with the.
But how, like, even what are you gonna do when it's a 15/15 dragon, right?
Because it's very stressful playing this deck.
Well, let's hope you can keep on top of the stress and maintain that focus. David Inglis, best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Riley.
All right, really good, man.
Please, no heart attacks on coverage, David. Just saying. You gotta hang in there because you still have to get through the lower bracket here. And speaking of that, we have Zach Keeney and Carl Serap fighting for their tournament lives after this break. So let's get a feature of the match from Maria and Cedric.
Hey everybody, coming up next, we've got Zachary Keeney versus Carl Serap.
For quickly rising up-and-comers, Zachary Keeney, Esper mid-range, the standard activate is the weapon of choice. For Fiend Scheming Seer, Planeswalkers aplenty, and just enough removal to stay alive.
Get your predictions in, chat.
You're going to see a Jund mid-range deck, which was unexpected coming to the event, but proving to be powerful with the Seek's Chariot, Meathook Massacre, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Keeney Serap is up next.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that deck being around, right? Veryscary.com. www.that'sveryscary.com. Right? Not looking forward to that. Drugi. Thanks for the follow, brah. Many more magics to go, chat. Many more magics. Right? We still have to do the very bottom bracket. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches, and that 6th match will be a best of 3. Best of 3 squared. Crazy. I think, anyways. We'll have to see the bracket. I'm pretty sure, though. Right? That was our first bottom bracket match. I don't know. It took so long. Like, I fell asleep a couple times during it. The worst part is you guys started to call me on it, so I had to wake up. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, he's sleeping. I was. Y'all ruined it. You ruined my nap, yo. Hey, Woo Bear gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Bruh. My bro! Thank you so much, Woo Bear. I really do appreciate it.
Coverage here of the new Capenna Championship.
Freaking redonkulous.
We're now down in our lower round 1 matches.
Operator AF.
The intensity's turned
Greg
up now,
TFO.
Paul, because not only are there still
Sandman
big stakes to
XC.
look forward to for the winner of the match.
Thank you
the
so
loser of
much.
The match, it's time
Appreciate
to
it,
go
Woo Bear.
home. So
Hope
we
you're
are
having a
now
magical
in the
day.
elimination stages of the tournament. Zachary Keeney versus Carl Serap Esper mid-range versus Jun mid-range. On the line here for Keeney. Well, he just wants to continue through.
That's how you wake a guy up, chat. Now that's how you wake a guy up. Get some energy flowing in here.
Teammates and the World Championship seats as it results with Keeney's.
Let's go. I'm going to go grab a quick snack.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because for this match, Carl Serap is also on the same testing team as Keeney, right? And now he's playing Carl, where Carl doesn't have a world spot locked, right? He doesn't have a world championship spot locked, so Carl absolutely needs to win this to play in the world championship. However, if Zach Keeney can eliminate Carl Serap, then Austin Bersavage will qualify for the world championship because Zach Keeney already has earned an invite into the world championship as he top sixed a previous set championship event.
There you go. So if you're looking at Carl Serap, he has the privilege here.
Mojo, I'm going to be here all
His
day.
fate in his hands.
Literally for hours, okay?
Keeney, he can take that seat and secure it for himself. Let's see if he can do so. It is going to be tough against this curve. Luminarch Aspirant into Rafine Scheming Seer from Keeney.
Yeah, although he put a counter on the Rafine, so now offering the trade, I think Carl would be pretty happy taking this trade with the Harvester.
Yeah, interesting trade there from Zachary Keeney.
And the perfect answer off the top here, Riveteer's Charm off the top to kill this Rafine if he wants.
He's going to need to main phase it if he wants to get around that Spell Pierce sitting there. Does he see the line here? Yes, he does. Riveteer's Charm is going to force the sacrifice of Rafine and clear the board now for Keeney. So Carl Serap right where he wants to be. No board state, no pressure. But there's good news here for Keeney. He's got a replacement Rafine, though no attackers at the ready this turn, so it's just going to sit there for a bit.
Right, and Carl, again, has the right removal spells. Carl's removal suite, very, very well suited here to deal with Rafine. Basically, all the removal that he plays can kill Rafine. We're talking Voltage Surge, Infernal Grasp, and Unleash the Inferno.
Yeah, Carl takes this turn to play a tap land as well as get Fable the Mirror Breaker down. You'll see the players prioritize getting Fable down as soon as possible, right? When anytime you have a Saga, you need to be able to get through those chapters to get the value out of the card. And the longer you wait, the less likely it is that you'll actually be able to take advantage of it, because you might die before chapter 2 or 3 happens. So he's going to get Fable down, let Rafine stay on the battlefield here for a turn. Sure, he's going to take a hit, little bit of card selection from Keeney, but he's got the answer for after this anyway.
Right. No land here from Zach Keeney, which is a bit unfortunate for him. Still has the option of running out the wedding announcement here, or if he's concerned about potentially a heavy hitter here from Carl Serap, Carl with several 5-mana Planeswalkers in his deck. So having access to that Spell Pierce could be good for him. So instead, he can choose to just go for Vanishing Verse while keeping up the Spell Pierce.
You can see why Fable is so good. Even with it getting 1-for-1, Carl Serap still leaves behind a very relevant body, a 2/2 that makes treasures when it attacks, thanks to that Goblin Shaman there. And that's a huge deal for Carl, as he has plenty of things to spend mana on. The other upside here for Zachary is that he gets to leave up that Spell Pierce.
Yeah, but you better believe Carl is aware of this. Couple of options. Could choose to go for the Rafine, but actually just making sure that he can get that Tenacious Underdog out of the way here, activating Hive of Diatyrant, exiling the Tenacious Underdog, and putting on some pressure.
Yeah, it was a pretty good turn there for Carl Serap. He got in for a lot and took away a recursive threat for down the line. Oh, another missed land drop, though, for Keeney.
You get a loot, though, but another miss here for Zach.
Geez, so he's seen 4 cards in a row, none of them lands now?
Right.
It's tough.
It's also just one thing that's really interesting is oftentimes what we've seen when somebody plays Rafine, oftentimes it's okay, let me get this off the battlefield as quickly as possible. But Carl choosing to just race the Rafine. It's like, look, I know you've got a handful of action. I'm just going to try to put maximum pressure on, and I still have the Infernal Grasp when it gets to kind of that tipping point where the Rafine just gets too big.
That's right. It's worth noting here, right, that Rafine on its own isn't that big of a clock. It's a powerful card. It matters. But unless you start getting other creatures rolling along with it, he can take some hits. Carl's still at 15.
Yeah, this might be the turn down. Now we have a second creature on the battlefield. We might see just a double removal spell turn here, right? Voltage Surge on the Underdog, Infernal Grasp on the Rafine. Alternatively, you can Voltage Surge the Underdog and then activate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant and get that one off the battlefield as well.
If he wants to keep ignoring Rafine, he can do so. It does feel like he has the wiggle room to do that.
No, I see a highlight under Rafine, so it feels like an Infernal Grasp this time around. Now, he does have the mana to pay, right? It would cost him a treasure.
So he's going to generate a treasure, another treasure.
Could also choose to do it on Zach's upkeep.
We're going to see it here on main phase, and this means that the Spell Pierce and the Ward is not enough. The best it could do is get you to sacrifice a treasure. So now, once again, Zach with no board state, he does find a land, but it's Rafine's Tower. That'll enter the battlefield tapped. Look, he'll take it. That's better than not a land, but he's going to have to settle for just Wedding Announcement here. And that means that Goblin Shaman's getting to attack for a third time. He's really generating some advantage here for Carl.
Yeah, all the treasure. And, I mean, if Carl really just doesn't want to deal with this Wedding Announcement, keep in mind, can get it off the battlefield, right?
Sure.
1 damage to the token, and then also get this announcement off the battlefield. He could also just choose to pick a better spot so he can get a more relevant body out of the way along with the Wedding Announcement. And it looks like he just wants to attack here instead.
Right, there's still a tenacious Underdog in the yard with the 4th mana available for Keeney. That could be a source of advantage for him. So Hive is going to get in, take that out. Another treasure made, and another 5 damage knocks Zachary down to 8. This game has just not gone well for him. Now he finds the Wandering Emperor, but he already had a copy of that. He's going to wait on it.
Wait on the Wandering Emperor. Also remember, I mean, since both players' life totals are getting kind of low, Zach also just getting in for that attack here with the hopes of maybe having that Meat Hook Massacre in his hand do the final few points of damage.
Right, that's a good point. He could try to craft a game plan around that depending on how the board ends up developing. We could see Wandering Emperor make a 2/2. That could add up for a good amount of damage next turn. Another attack the next turn followed by a Meat Hook Massacre could be enough. Interestingly, both players holding the Meat Hook Massacre in hand.
Yeah, and this is this Wandering Emperor will be able to get this 2/2 off the battlefield, but now Carl can go Unleash the Inferno, killing Wandering Emperor plus Wedding Announcement.
Wow, and that's before the announcement gets to transform as well, and even before the end step. So big time value here for Carl Serap, using some of these really well positioned cards like Unleash the Inferno to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, typically Unleash the Inferno has been mostly a sideboard card, right? It's a bit inefficient as a removal spell. It costs 4 mana to kill a thing. But in a tournament where you do expect basically the entire field to have some relevant enchantment or artifact to kill, right? Every color has something. If you're red, you have Fable. If you're green, you have Chariot. If you're white, you have Wedding Announcement. So given that, it makes sense that this is the type of card that has worked its way into the main deck.
Zach plays his land and passes the turn back over. Isika's Chariot hit the battlefield for Carl last turn. Now it's active and ready to go with the 2 cat tokens sitting there, ready to get in the car and take a little spin.
Yeah, Carl has to be mindful of the Wandering Emperor here. If he crews the Isika's Chariot and then attacks...
Interesting. So he's going to take a cool kind of middle ground here. He's going to go for Meat Hook Massacre for 1. which he can respond by crewing his chariot, and then that will kill everything else, kill the soldiers or whatever they are on the battlefield here for Keeney. And then he could still get in with the chariot.
He can. Now, Keeney has a decent follow-up here, right? Because you can go Wandering Emperor, exile Asika's chariot,
Massacre,
and then Massacre.
Yeah,
right.
That's a great follow-up here for Keeney, especially given that Carl Serap's last card in hand is just a land. You know, after all said and done, it'll be Wandering Emperor versus Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, it will be. And
and look at this.
Yeah.
So good here from Carl Serap. Planning for an outcome where he doesn't get to run away with the chariot. He's going to make a copy of Blood Token, recognizing that he is out of gas here.
Love
and that every card he can see from this point could be really important to the outcome of this game. Let's see what he can find off of this first Blood Token. And that's why you do that. He finds another land, and now he can get rid of it.
Every card so important in these mid-range matchups.
Really heads up play there from Carl Serap. Now, though, the 1-2 punch from Keeney does get to come to fruition here. He has Wandering Emperor, and there will be no board state on the other side. I just keep looking at Hive of the Eye Tyrant, though, Paul. It's a problem.
It is. And Zach likely just going to make a 2-2 here. Hive of the Eye Tyrant has Menace as well.
That's right.
Ooh, and this is a nice one. This is potentially 3 cards.
Right. Hey, you wanted to dig for cards, Carl. Now you found Riveteer's Charm. One of the modes is exile the top 3 cards of your library until your next end step. You can play
not
them.
The best.
Oh, wow. So this is one of those bittersweet things where he didn't hit what he needed, but at least he cleared away these lands. Maybe he can find what's underneath.
Right. I mean, just think about it. He chose to get a blood that filtered through some lands, got the Riveteer's Charm, filtered through more lands, right? So even that small decision of copying the blood, it's going to pay off for Carl if he can find action off the top here.
That's right. He's given himself the absolute best chance. And imagine if he would have copied a cat token instead. It just would have been swept away by Meat Hook Massacre, and he would be sitting here drawing lands right now. Okay, what can he find? Blood Tithe Harvester, not bad.
That is.
Now, is it better to just activate lands here, though? And it looks like he has enough mana to do both. So here comes Hive the Eye Tyrant.
And also just one extra note is just for those who may have thought Zach's Nice was a bit aggressive. Both of these are teammates.
Yes.
They are likely friends. So, you know, probably just having a little bit of fun there as well.
Okay, there's the Blood Tithe Harvester. If Meat Hook Massacre doesn't look good by next turn, he can get rid of it. Luminarch Aspirant, but he didn't play it.
He didn't play it, so he's missing a +1/+1 counter.
Right.
Does he? Oh, maybe he wanted to make sure the Blood Tithe Harvester gets off the battlefield first, giving up a counter because, of course, you could use the Harvester with the blood in play to get the Aspirant off the battlefield.
Yeah, even if it picked up the counter. So heads up play there by Zachary. Enticing the block now from Carl. This is awesome stuff. Den of the Bugbear, though, now has a clean attack because the Luminarch Aspirant does not have 2 power. There's Kaito Shizuki, though. And with a land and a Spell Pierce that hasn't really done much in hand, he'll be happy to see that. He's going to make a 1/1 ninja token, put a counter on that.
And this Unleash is going to be fantastic again. I mean, just getting the opposing Meat Hook Massacre off the battlefield when the life totals are getting this low.
Ooh, and there's Ren and 7. We talked about getting every single card further into your library that you possibly can from Carl Serap's side, and now it's paying off as he has Unleash the Inferno, and now Ren and 7 goes into his hand as well.
Here's my question, though. Do you play around the 1 Spell Pierce in the main deck? Zach still has 2 cards in hand. It's felt like he's had it, just the way that he's kept his mana up since turn 4. Right? So perhaps you wait on the Ren and 7. Maybe it's more important to just use Unleash the Inferno on the unblockable token.
It looks like he's going to line up a Meat Hook Massacre
That's
this
what
turn,
it looks
Paul.
like.
So yes, the answer to your question is Carl Serap is going to show incredible patience here and play around play around Spell Pierce. He did so earlier in the game as well. So if you were right then and you haven't received information that would make you think that you were wrong, that card has been in hand for Zachary this entire time, then it's good to stay consistent and keep playing around it.
All right, time to loot.
This is huge. Kaito Shizuki needs to find something, and it's just another land here for Keeney. Boy, he went from not having enough to having too many in a real hurry. Is this a land now? And it is. There's the pathway, and now we're going to see Carl Serap slam Ren in 7. He is playing beautifully here. It's like he knows what's in Zachary's hand, but he doesn't.
He doesn't, but just he's already in a position where he's ahead and can afford to play around. He had other options that turn, right? So it's like, look, I can do other things that are also good, and I'll just wait to make sure I draw land number 7 before I run out that Ren.
Boy, a Wandering Emperor off the top of the library is nice, but another land off of the Kaito Shizuki is not what he wanted to see here. This Tree Folk is a 7/7, and he found 2 more lands, by the way, off of the Ren and 7 activation, so it'll be an 8/8 by the time it's ready to rumble. And Zachary is going to be very happy that he's got the Wandering Emperor to stem that bleeding, but Ren and 7 is going to keep doing its thing.
Right, I mean,
yeah, this is a lot.
Wandering Emperor, the 8/8, go up to 7, but you're still going to take 4.
Oh, it looks like Kaito Shizuki is going to draw the ire of Den of the Bugbear. So there's Wandering Emperor. 8/8 is a must kill. You're only at 5 life.
Yeah, this is lethal.
So up to 7, back down to 6. But Kaito Shizuki gone, and Wandering Emperor only on 1 loyalty, and plus there's Tenacious Underdog, and it's another land off the top for Keeney, and he's going to concede that one. That's going to be Carl Serap. Wow, really impressed by Carl's play this game. He played wonderfully. I mean, he actually just played as if he knew every card in Zachary's hand every turn.
Yeah, again, I mean, these players must have played countless test games against each other, right? It looked like Carl, ultimately ended up playing this Jund deck, is very familiar with this Esper mid-range deck and all the different little tweaks that they made and all the different cards that are in the deck. So, there's a reason Carl made top 8. It's play like that.
That's right. Zachary Keeney, he played well also, just had fewer options to show his play skill there. The land situation for him went from not enough to too many, and he just didn't have that many options.
Yeah.
A lot on the line here for Carl. Zachary, he has a world championship seat. He can breathe a sigh of relief that he's secured that no matter what happens. This weekend, though, of course, he would much prefer to continue through the tournament, but Carl does not have a seat at the world championship, and now he can win a game and he can secure that. It also keeps his dreams alive of moving forward in this tournament. But boy, you get above that level and you can actually breathe a sigh of relief and then, kind of regather yourself to try to win this tournament. But if he were to lose here, it would have to be heartbreaking. I mean, a really great finish for him, but to get 1 game away from the World Championship would just be devastating. So he's got to buckle in here, focus, keep his emotions in check, and try to defeat Zachary Keeney in this game or the next.
Well, if he plays the way that he did in the first game, he's locked in.
Like his chances, yeah, same. Ray of Enfeeblement, Asika's Chariot, Meat Hook Massacre, and some lands here for Carl Serap. Not much to do this turn, but not a lot of action here for Keeney either. He's got Negate and 3 lands. He's right back on the Flood train again.
Right.
Boy, he has not been running well this game.
Yeah, but he can cycle this tower. He is the one with the creature, with the relevant creature on the battlefield. Does have a negate for that turn 4 Chariot here from Carl. So Carl's hand also not especially impressive, right? Some reactive spells. Zach can certainly draw out of this. Another thing I want to talk about, by the way, just pointing out, for Zach, this is his second top 8 this year.
Yeah,
we had 3 major events. This is his second top 8. That's incredible.
I mean, the reason that we're talking about Carl so much is because Zach's already done all the things.
Right.
like he has had an absolute outstanding season. And another top 8 for him is amazing. He really has solidified himself at the top of the game.
What up, Billy? Good to see you.
Yeah, again, we're talking about Carl because he's the one that has a lot more to gain from a win here rather than Zachary. Jeez. And Zachary's going to be really happy that he's had such a great season because this match has not gone well. Now he's just land after land after land. The only good news is he's not facing down any pressure yet from Carl, but Carl's looking to change that here with Blood Tithe Harvester. Now there's some business. Rafine Scheming Seer, huge top deck here, and it's going to have to get Infernal Grasp immediately, or even Raven Feeblement.
Likely Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of the main reason to play this card specifically. It's Rafine. The Infernal Grasp will have plenty of other targets, but being able to go 2 mana, use that removal spell, and now we're kind of in an even situation, and it's kind of tough if you're in Carl's situation, because you're at 11. You probably want to block this, but given that Zach's flooded, he's okay with this exchange because then he can just start drawing cards off this underdog.
That's right. He's like, thank God I have something to do next turn when I draw
Right.
another land off the top of my library. Because at some point your brain just goes, okay, fine. You know, I'm just going to be drawing a lot of these things. All right, so Blood Token is going to get activated. And whoa, there's some action there for Carl Serap. He goes right into Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Riveteer's Charm. Looks like he might be considering going for Riveteer's Charm for a land. Doesn't really make sense to do so. The Fable looks quite good.
Yeah, and he's going for, he's not going to exile the graveyard, is he?
He could. Oh, that's interesting. He did.
Wow, he did.
He absolutely did, Paul. He was
does
worried.
not like the underdog.
Yeah, he's like, look, you're not doing anything else. I have a read that you're flying
like it.
out, and I am going to go ahead and
I can't
exile your
sleep.
graveyard. Another heads up.
Oh,
By the way,
man.
we've now seen Carl use that card
That's
in
all
all
right.
3 modes.
Couple
right?
coffees,
The
you'll be right,
Riveteer's Charm is
Scotty.
doing its thing.
I mean,
here.
It's a charm, right? It's flexible. That's why you play it. You don't play it just for one mode, or else oftentimes the way that these charms are designed is one mode is just not quite efficient enough as a magic card by itself. But it's that flexibility that you're.
I could sleep for you if you need.
And another thing that I just want to point out, and you saw this in game 1 too, where Carl was very aggressively attacking the underdog, right? He had all kinds of different options. but
Is the
chose to
stream wrecked,
activate
or is that just me?
The Hive to get rid of the underdog in multiple instances where the underdog went into the graveyard, recognizing that these games go long. It's all about every
So
little
did Zach
piece of
just disconnect and have to
advantage. And so
reconnect?
I
That's what
need to
those
get
sounds
this
were.
underdog off the battlefield. I refuse to let you draw even one card off of that ability.
It really does give us insight into the way that Carl approaches the matchup. Oh, and there's a negate 1 turn late here. Fable to Mirror Breaker on the battlefield now for Serap, and he's going to get to do the whole discard draw thing. He's just going to get rid of 1 Meat Hook Massacre. He's going to keep the other one in hand just in case. Here comes the Goblin Shaman, knocking Zachary down to 18. And we see Valky, God of Lies, in hand now. That can come down next turn as a Planeswalker, Paul.
It can. Now, so Zach needs to be careful not to tap out here. Have that negate up for the Valky.
Thank goodness he does.
We're likely going to see a Wandering Emperor here going after the Hive, as he does have Meat Hook Massacre to clean up what's in play.
Okay. And that he still has enough mana for negate down the line anyway, so this all works out.
Yeah, so this is a good sequence here for Zach.
Once
And
again,
with
Carl Serap playing beautifully, right? He didn't just play right into the negate. Instead, he's
Yeah, it's the Ajani avatar that gives it away. You're right. I heard the sound of him reconnecting.
Meat Hook Massacre for 2 here, ticking up a Wandering Emperor. There's no threat of the Wandering Emperor.
But yeah, it's the
dying,
Ajani avatar.
In play. No underdogs in graveyard. Could of course blitz one in, but he even has the Vanishing Verse for that.
No target for the Wandering Emperor, but he'll take the loyalty counter there. There's a land, and now is he forced to just put Valky on the stack? Yes,
He
it's
has to.
Tibalt Cosmic Imposter, but that does get countered here by Key.
Ouch, that hurts.
Finally, he had the right answer at the right time, and now Carl Serap is out of gas.
Oh,
No
nice top deck.
tokens, no nothing, and there's wedding announcement now for Keeney. Things finally starting to switch in his direction. He's going to make a 2-2. He'll get a 1-1 out of the wedding announcement as well before passing the turn. Okay, Briarbridge
Okay.
Trekker's got to be one of the better draws here for Serap.
Yeah, and I wonder if Carl's also going to run out a Meat Hook for 2 here. By making sure you Meat Hook for 2, you prevent Zach from drawing cards with the wedding announcement.
That is Carl's MO for sure, right? We've seen him go to any lengths possible to keep Zachary from drawing any extra cards whenever he can.
Yeah.
Meat hooks will kind of trade triggers here, and there's Briarbridge Tracker. He'll
Nice body
investigate.
here. Playing the full 4 copies of this card in his Jund deck.
He likes himself a 2-for-1. There's a Meat Hook Massacre off the top of the library now from Keeney. And it
Why
looks like
not?
he's going to use it to kill the tracker.
Yeah, the old 5 mana kill a creature.
Indeed.
Get the job done.
And that'll allow
It's more
him
than
to
that,
keep
though, right?
Wandering Emperor safe. Once again, he has to plus it with no count, with no target. But again, keeping Planeswalker on the battlefield working out well for him. Wedding Announcement's doing its thing. Back over to Carl. Oh, and he draws Lulth Spider Queen. A couple of great top decks here
Should have
for Carl Serap.
saved the hook.
He's up a game, a little behind.
Should have saved the hook for one turn.
Things up with Lulth.
Right. In Unleash the Inferno
Exile
would be
Loath
a
and hook the
fantastic
field.
Draw, right? You can get both the
yeah.
announcement and the Wandering Emperor off the battlefield. But you know what? I mean, even this Lulth is going to do a lot of work here. Zach might just be forced to Vanishing Verse the Lulth. As bad as that feels.
Yeah, once Lulth makes the 2/2/1 reach menace creatures, now you use a removal spell on it. Doesn't feel great. Cycling Rafine's Tower to try to find something. It's just another land. But you
He's
see,
got the superior board, right?
he does. He does.
Oh, Unleash!
Oh my goodness. Unleash the Inferno. The top decks just don't stop here for Carl Serap. He's up a game. He wants that seat at the World
That's good.
Championship, and he's drawing the type of card
You take
he
the
needs
hook?
to earn it.
You take
Still
the
not in a
hook.
position where I think he's ahead. And look, this is aggressive here. He's
He
getting
gets to
in
kill
there.
Wandering Emperor. Yeah.
He does.
And Keeney doesn't even
Yeah.
want to trade off a 2/2
Right.
for one of the 2/1s. So
And now you can kill a 3/3 and also the Wedding Announcement.
that's right.
I don't know. He might take the hook.
Perhaps. Okay, it's like if you have a counterspell, at least use mana on your turn. I'm going to wait till your upkeep to do this.
And there is no counterspell. So that is going to be the 3/3 going away. Then Wedding Festivity, I assume, will be the target.
Yeah, I think you know he takes the hook.
He could go after Meat Hook.
I got the pro call, baby. No? Never mind.
But
Oh,
it's going to be the Wedding Festivity. That's going to
you
shrink
fool,
down the other
HCG.
two
You fool. I think the hook was a good play there.
Tenacious Underdog, though, off the top.
And he should have taken hook.
Blitzed into play.
Because now...
Voltage Surge could kill it, but that isn't the game that Carl Serap wants to play.
Definitely
That would just
not.
be a damage mitigation.
I mean, if he does if he Voltage Surges, I mean, can't Zach just cast it again and draw 2 cards this turn?
Yeah, actually, he can. That's funny.
I don't think
Should have had the hook, yo.
You're right. Another land, though, for Keeney, and he's kind of all in on
Well,
Tenacious
maybe it doesn't
Underdog
matter.
at this point, and this one's going to be a close finish. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. The draws continue here for Serap.
Ooh.
Wow.
And there's
these are some
Wandering Emperor
great
now
draws.
for Keeney. Yeah, boy, this match went into full gear now.
Still should have taken the
Underdog
hook.
Is going to get in.
Because every time he underdogs,
like
he's
Carl's
getting
gonna
damage,
protect
and
his
he's
life
so
total
low.
here. Trade off his 2/2.
Now this Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to have to do some work.
It sure is.
What do you think, chat? Take the hook or
And
the
with meat hooks on both sides, it's
festivities?
just a bunch of triggers, but just break even on that exchange, of course.
Here's the important one, though. Tenacious Underdog. Back in the graveyard again. And that is currently Zachary Keeney's source of card advantage.
great
Briarbridge
draw.
Tracker.
Great draw.
Yeah. with
One
all
nice
this
thing about the
mana.
tracker, too, by the way, Vigilance.
50-50.
Allows you to play around Wandering Emperor. Vigilance is a nice keyword against this Esper deck.
Interesting. So on top of that, Carl chose to keep Voltage Surge in hand. He liked what he saw here. He didn't want to get rid of either card.
But you want to take their meat hook, so yours is... It's no longer even Stevens. You want to be using your meat hook to gain progress, which is why you take
And
theirs.
we could get a nice value engine going.
That's 50-50,
with
though.
Reflection of Kiki Jiki and Briarbridge Tracker, right?
Oh, yeah.
Draw
That's
a card
great.
every turn.
So both players with some sort of card advantage engine coming online. Right now, Zach already has his. He has Tenacious Underdog.
And how quickly is Carl going to cast this Voltage Surge? I'm just curious.
It did
Okay, that's
not
pretty
take
fast.
long to
Pretty
go on the
fast.
stack. Yeah, very, very quickly. So another 2/2 vigilance creature here for Zachary, but he loses his creature.
Oh.
Oh, but there's Vanishing Verse.
Is this going to be, let's see, Vanishing Verse, the Briarbridge Tracker, attack with everything. That'll put Carl down to 2 life, right? If he blocks the underdog. If he doesn't block the underdog, that'll put him to 1.
Yeah, Zachary probably looking at the tracker as a good target regardless.
Carl could have gained a lot of life.
There's a weird world where Zach's considering, hey, what if I just attack with everything and then I verse your Meat Hook Massacre? Will that be enough?
Oh, good question. Yeah. Of course, the way this will work is any Meat Hook Massacre triggers will go on the stack. The active players will go on first. That's Zachary.
Yeah,
then
and
Carl's.
that's
Carl's
what he's
will
going.
Resolve first.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Because if Carl blocks like this, then Zach can exile Meat Hook Massacre,
Yes.
and this is lethal.
Yes, he actually found the win here. And look at that
Nice
play from
play.
Zach Keeney. Awesome line. Good job on you too, Paul, for finding that line.
It's all about getting the other guy's
Now we're
meat
gonna
hook
see
off.
2 creatures die here on Zachary Keeney's side, and he's the one that has the meat hook
Don't
massacre.
disrespect the hook, baby.
Is that game number
Don't
2 in the book?
disrespect
Zach Keeney
the
equalizes
hook.
After, I have to say,
Bifty,
another rough go
bifty.
for him. It was not easy, but he found a way to get over the finish line, and he's going to force a game 3 against his teammate, Carl Sarap.
It's
And,
really funny.
Carl's got a real sweat here. He has to win this third
Absolutely.
game. It's so huge to try to get that World Championship seed.
And what an unconventional line there too, right? I think the vast majority of people in that situation, you go, oh, I drew my removal spell. I have a nice board. I have more creatures than you. I'm going to kill your biggest creature and attack you. But Zach found a line that guaranteed if Carl blocked a certain way, that's a lethal attack. Really, really heads up here from Keeney.
Very impressive.
It'd be cool if we could see how that game would have went differently. Just rewind, save state.
Both of these players, you can just tell the work that they've put in for this tournament, right? They are playing super well. They know all the interactions. They're playing quickly, right?
I
They
think
know the matchups.
Green, it was more than that because the
You
last
can just feel
attack.
it, right? I've watched a lot of Magic in my day, and you can tell when people are super dialed in, and both of these players are.
Yeah, and by the way, we're talking about how much Carl refuses to let that underdog stay in the graveyard. I mean, the underdog won Zach that game.
Yes,
right?
it did. Yes, it did.
It just drew him multiple cards in a situation where they both just exhausted each other's threats.
Well, let's see how it goes with the last one.
Carl is prioritizing those type of cards. Game number 3 underway. Zach Keeney versus Carl Sarap, their teammates. But right now they are enemies. Carl Sarap needs a win to qualify for World Championship. Zach doesn't. Zach already has a seat. But of course, both of these players' tournament is on the line. The loser of this game will be out of the tournament.
I wouldn't be shocked if Carl just passes. Just because Zach passed with 2 mana up, right? And maybe you just pass and draw cards.
Wow, he's going to play Serulf Realm Eater, which is just beautiful here.
Oh,
This
and
is a
some
very high
beatdowns.
upside play. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets in and he's able to dodge Vanishing Verse because he chose Serulf rather than Briarbridge Tracker. Again, just these heads up plays. Carl, he's going to be so relieved to see that Serulf hit the battlefield. Now what though? There's Rafine on the other side. He's ignored it before.
Yeah. I mean, and you can still get in for 4 this turn, right? You don't have the mana to actually draw cards off the Bank Buster, but you can choose to just crew it up here, get in for 4 again, and just race. I mean, he's got the better board here. It's awkward in a situation where you're behind on board with the Rafine, right? Because
I like it.
if you want to maximize on the Rafine, you need to be attacking every turn.
Rafine gets in the red zone and connive. Now there's a tenacious underdog, but we're really not at that point, right? When you get up to 6-7 mana, you can start thinking about blitzing it from the graveyard and then even casting a spell. But
Right.
you know, this is a card he'd rather have on the battlefield at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Zach could be interested in playing out the underdog and have basically 2 plays this turn, right? This allows you to go Vanishing Verse plus underdog.
I like that. That's good mana efficiency, and he
no
added to
land.
his board and took away from the other.
No
land,
land.
but another voltage surge here for Sarap. Can he come up with a race that can win, like Voltage
I
Surge
mean,
or Tenacious
you can go for the
Underdog in
tempo
battle?
You can go for the tempo play here, right? You can go Surge the 3-2.
Yes.
Right? Crew up the
Harvester.
Bankbuster, attack for 6, make a treasure, then maybe run out a tracker here too. Right?
He cannot do Harvester plus Voltage Surge, right?
Harvester plus Voltage. He can
Oh, no.
after
That
he makes
sucks.
the treasure if he is concerned about the Rafine. But we've seen in situations before, I mean, Zach is at 12.
But you want to crew the
Attacking
Harvester.
with the Rafine, go for it. It's
That's what I'm
probably
thinking
what he's
too.
thinking.
Yeah, what I was thinking is Harvester to crew the Bank.
Yeah, that's what I was
and then-
thinking.
And then Voltage Surge the Underdog to go for max.
That would be
damage. But
nice.
He has a green only source there, so he can't quite do that all pre-combat.
Right, yeah.
I'm aiming for the sky here, Paul. I want all of
Okay,
it.
so here, wait, you can play the tracker, crew the Bankbuster, attack with everything, and then, yes, Surge the
Yes.
Underdog here. So
And
this is an attack for 9?
Yes, this is a huge attack. Carl Serap going for the upside, and it's working for him so far. He's playing basically a tempo game against Keeney, where he's using up
The Goblin's treasure should be on
than
damage,
Keeney possibly
not on
can, thanks to
attack.
these treasure
10,
tokens.
excuse me.
And yes,
Sarulf.
a card did go to the graveyard, so Sarulf picks up a counter, and Keeney is down to 2 with just Rafine on the battlefield. How can he get out of
wrecked.
this?
Get wrecked, yo. That's
There's no
it.
sweeper here.
It starts with, what, Wandering
What,
Emperor, gain 2
Emperor.
life, kills a Rolf, right?
Yes.
But then you're still dead.
Block.
But if Carl just plays out another creature, crews out the Bankbuster, I mean, how does
Yeah.
Zach get out of it?
And he can do that, by the way.
He also has a Surge.
He has
Like,
another
he could just
Rivalry
wreck
Extractor
Rafine.
that he could put on the battlefield, jump in the Bankbuster,
Could literally
send
just
them
kill
all
Rafine.
sideways. He even could use Voltage Surge
Man.
to kill Rafine here. No, not quite. He was close.
He was close, but I mean, I think this
mana
is just
off.
going to be a lethal attack.
This looks lethal
Either
to
way.
me, Paul. Carl Serap with an absolutely thunderous draw here in game number 3. Is it enough? It looks like it from here. Keeney down to just 2 life. He's going to
Carl's
get
going
rid
to
of
the World
Sarulf.
Championship.
Wow, Carl Serap, super impressive performance over the course of the weekend, and it is going to culminate in victory here. He has 2 lethal 4-power
Ward
creatures
Schmord.
coming in,
Ward Schmord. You know what I mean?
and he's going to go for Voltage Surge anyway. And there we go, the winning attack. Carl Serap is going to play at the World Championship.
Woof. Good game,
He's gonna
Carl.
advance in the
I like
lower
that. That was
bracket,
spicy, yo.
dispatching of his teammate Zachary Keeney as well. Awesome magic from those two, though. A real pleasure to watch and take a look. Those are your top 6 players here from the Streets of New Capenna Championship. And as you can see, it's Sigrist, and it's Yoshigoe, Nielsen, Serap, Inglis, and Merkel who end up claiming those precious last seats at the World Championship, Paul.
Yeah, they're going to have to rename that deck Jund Aggro after what we saw in that last game. I mean, when you look at a card like the Reckoning Bankbuster, I mean, you look at it, you're like, oh, right, this is a cool value engine, right? You draw cards over turn. But Carl, taking a different angle, right? Just beating down with the 4/4, just sized the perfect way, can't use Vanishing Verse on it, and just beat down his way to victory. And this was multiple instances here where Carl goes, you have a Rafine, I'll outrace you. Go ahead, attack me, right?
Yes.
And both times it was a successful formula for him. Curious to see if he can continue doing that in future matchups.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of what he thought about the matchup. We get to hear more from him because Riley is with Carl.
I'm here with Carl Sarup, who has just secured his position at the World Championship. He's playing it very cool, but I can tell he's excited. Carl, congratulations, mate. This is huge. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
What can I say? It's nice. Like, that's all. I'm very excited. Like, there's nothing else to say. Really.
The excitement is overflowing here, mate. It's absolutely infectious. No, this is obviously a massive achievement for you. Was this the focus of your weekend? I mean, I know you've got the rest of the top 8 to play. Do you feel like you get to relax a little bit now and cruise through the rest of the top 8, or is it still all business, all focus? You're going to take down this championship too?
Like my primary goal was to qualify for the Pro Tour, which I did very early in day 2. I was actually really calm throughout the Swiss. I got super nervous.
I love this song.
Before the match against Zach. But yeah, I mean, this is just like the like there's only one more goal today to win the whole thing now, and yeah, like really, I'm just rooting that somebody from our team is going to win. David, Simon, or me, whoever it is. Would be nice that we have a trophy, and whoever it is, that is. And I also, sorry to Austin, but somebody had to lose.
Well, look, you've been ticking boxes all weekend. First the Pro Tour, now the World Championship. Let's go and see if you can bag this new championship here as well. Mate, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you at the World Championship.
Thank you.
Yeah, he said it, Paul. You could hear, he said, I got really nervous before this match. We were talking about that coming in, about how the stakes for Carl specifically here, but he was able to come through and pick up the win. And then did you hear what he said, Paul? He's like, I hope one of my teammates wins. Half of the people left in the tournament are on that team. That's incredible.
Yeah, I'd say they've got pretty good chances here to win it all. I mean, going in, it was 4 out of 8, and now it's down to 3 out of 6. But yeah, I mean, just again, to that team, just an incredible team. I think I might change my vote. I'm gonna say that team of players, probably the best team in the world right now.
They're on top right now. There's no doubt about it. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got just 6 players left vying for the trophy.
Franco, my favorite deck.
We'll be back right after this.
Probably Shoto's Jund deck. I love the dragon inclusion into it. You can just kind of pop off at the end quite a bit. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome to the stream. If you're just tuning in, this is a quick ad break, and you can dodge it with the Twitch Prime. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me this weekend. You really make this so much more enjoyable. Honestly, Tokyo, I didn't think in my whole life I'd be thanking you for anything, but look at us now, baby. Let's go. No, in all seriousness, I hope you guys have had an absolute magical weekend. Thank you so much. We're gonna be chilling here for the remainder of the day, and then we'll take a nice slow wrap up after that. Maybe even an after party. I don't know. We'll see. Talk about everything. We're gonna do it in depth. I'm sure we'll be a little bit more tired when we do roll around to that. Many more magics to go. So that should be exciting. And of course, if you want to participate in the polls, we're doing they're called predictions. It's just like basically gambling your channel points, and then you can spend those channel points to choose what deck I play, challenge me to a match, just different things like this. And in the future, I think my mods are going to redo the channel point rewards, right? We're going to spice those up if we can in the future. Not that they're too bad now, but always room for improvement. So the interview that I do is going to be Dudley. I'm going to make it as uniquely Canadian as I can. Like, not the typical stereotypes that you see on TV, but like the real stuff. Like, we've got that small town Berta boy situation inside. So, we watch hockey interviews for a living. So, we're going to try to do better next time. And we learned a lot from our past mistakes here, but if the team keeps pulling it together, I think we'll perform all right in our next matchup.
Here on day 3 of competition.
I feel like Riley must watch a lot of sports too. His interviews are good.
We have yet to go. Take a look at our top 8 bracket there. You can see in the championship
50-50,
match,
you know what I mean?
Jan Merkel is awaiting an opponent, so we've got to find somebody for him to play. So now we're down to the lower bracket, which means that every match is an elimination match. These players have already lost
5 matches left.
We're headed to lower round number 2. You can see
and then
Mike Sigrist versus Carl Serra.
The 6th match is going to be a best of 3.
Is all coming up next. Well, this weekend, we've been talking about the World Championship nonstop because it's so very
There's
exciting.
so much more magic to go through.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the
These are long matches,
Cedric
too.
Phillips, Riley Knight here.
I love it.
And it's time to take a look at the top 6 here that we've got from the new Capenna Championship. Congratulations. You are in the World Championship as well by making the top 6 of this event. Congratulations to all of those players. David Inglis, Carl Sarup locking it up last round. Take a look at all of our 32 players we've got headed to the World Championship this fall. Many of them added earlier in the season, adding more and more people the more events that we play. Yuta Takahashi coming back to defend his crown. Check this out, Jakub Toth. Also, congratulations to you as a league player. You are now welcomed into the World Championship because of how things have been shaking out today here in our top 8. All right, everybody, we are gearing up for lower round 2 here at the news desk. Let's take a look at what we're about to see down in the feature match area. Remember, elimination magic here. Mike Sigrist versus Carl Sarup. Let's take a look at our players here. 4 top finishes for Sigrist. First here for Carl Sarup, Grixis Vampires versus Jund Midrange. Let's get to meet Mike Sigrist a little bit better. He's been playing on the Pro Tour forever.
Look at that win rate, baby.
Standard win rate. He's your 2014-15 Player of the Year. He's got 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name. Let's take a look at his day so far, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Well, been a busy one for Mike Sigrist, who's had ups and downs, smiles and frowns on both sides of the bracket so far here with Shota Yasuoka, his first opponent his opponent in the upper quarterfinals, I should say. Now, Yasuoka brought this incredible Jund deck that I've really, really enjoyed watching. And Sigrist was able to take it down, as you can see, in game number 1. But Yasuoka evened things up in the second game. And oh my goodness me, baby, let's go Workshop. I mean, it's just Thragtusk, man. It's just Thrag. It's the only card I ever want to see. But with Sigrist continuing on here, playing on against Jan Merkel, who, of course, we know ultimately ended
I got you,
in the
Rich.
finals, in the championship match, of course. And once again, a 3-color deck across the table from Mike Sigrist, the manager, so good in standard at the moment. However, ultimately, of course, the power of Hinata Dawn-Crown, the power of Goldspan Dragon, enough to knock Siggy down into the lower bracket. And that's where we find him, and that's where we'll pick up the action for Mike Sigrist in just a few moments.
All right, the opponent here, Carl Sarup. First top finish for him here. He had a Grand Prix top 8 back in 2017. 67.5% standard win rate, rockin' Jund mid-range. His Twitter bio says, quote, future professional Magic player.
Collected company
Now,
necklace?
my friend. Riley, let's take a look
I didn't
at
notice.
this game.
Yes, indeed. Opening up the account here with
Empire's gonna win?
facing off against
I think so,
Hisamichi
too.
Yoshigoe. And Hisamichi, by the way, I mean, those of you who remember the interview that I did with him, he's been playing competitive Magic for 2 months. He's already found himself into the World Championship after playing for 2 months. And during the interview, it's like, yeah, I just enjoy playing him. Wow, there are some people who are really, really good playing it. I was like, yeah, man, yeah. Welcome to the world of competitive Magic. But he's just cruised in like it's nothing and crushed Carl Sarup in the first, in the quarters there. Knocking Sarup down into our lower bracket, and this is where he finds himself now, facing off against Mike Sigrist.
All right, well, let's take a look at these decks, Cedric.
Let's get it started with old Siggy. Veteran Magic player, Grixis Vampires weapon of choice, something that I've mentioned a couple of times. He and Team Channel Fireball are playing. We're going to see some minor vampire strategies. End of the day, this is a base Rakdos deck with a small blue splash here for Kaito and Spell Pierce. The lands make it so the splash is very easy to do, and you'll see some sideboard cards as well. Some reactive permission like a negate and other types of counter magic. But end of the day, folks, I mean, this is just a good card, 3-color deck. Fable the Mirror Breaker headlining those good cards with some minor synergies and Planeswalkers built into it. Makes a lot of sense as far as some mid-range Magic is concerned, and didn't want to be on the Esper side of things, as feeling as though a lot of people were targeting Rafine for the weekend. On the other side of things here, for Carl, I believe we are going to see a Jund strategy, mid-range, of course.
So, Killer, what you're telling me is that we potentially have 14 games of Magic left?
A solid 3-color mana base, because the mana bases are so easy to do here this weekend in Standard. Some powerful Planeswalkers. You know, you've also got Valky for a little bit of Planeswalker/creature and disruption action. And a Seeker's Chariot, everybody. A very powerful green card that's easy to cast and brings a lot of value along with it. So another long one probably in front of us here, my friends.
All right, let's take a look at our predictions here at the news desk and
That's
find
what
out
she said.
how we're doing so far. I'm 2-2. So I guess I'm leading here. Riley, who are you going to choose?
I'm sorry. I'm tired. It's been a long
My
weekend.
position as, from Augur of Bolus to a A 2-3. I don't know. I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
for Siggy
there are no good 2-3s.
There are no good 2. There's not even one good 2-3. Anyway, I'm gonna back Siggy here. I reckon he's got it. I reckon he's gonna pick this one up. So go Siggy.
All right, how about you, Cedric?
He's trim, he's thin, he's looking to win. I got Mike Sigrist, everybody. I'm loving it, Mike. I talked to you via DM, buddy. You're crushing it, man. If I didn't guess Mike now, I guess Carl. I'm gonna feel really stupid. Okay, this is awkward.
All right, this is awkward.
This is awkward because that was a long time ago. I made a prediction. Go Carl! Go Carl!
Go Carl!
What is this fair weather fan over here?
Go Carl!
Siggy getting absolutely juked here by Cedric.
Siggy, I hope you didn't see this. Go Carl!
I'm gonna take Mike Sigrist.
Carl
I'm
didn't
sure
see.
about it, Sigrist. I'm sure about it. I'm no Cedric Phillips here.
I'm sorry, Mike!
Let's find out who actually takes this thing down. Lower round number 2, everybody. It's on the way. Loser stays home, doesn't get to play any more Magic. Winner advances on.
Get the camera off me! Get it off of me!
Let's find out what's happened. Alien Corey, take it away.
Secret Lab loved that. They're like, yeah, put the camera on. Put the camera on
Don't
him.
worry about it, but we'll been there. We'll been there. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lower Round 2. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are going to jump right into
Why
the
is my
thick of
arena
things
open?
here. Unfortunately,
Who's
we're
messaging
sending
me?
somebody else home. Mike Sigrist and
Duke Daddy.
Carl Serap are duking it out for their tournament lives. Grixis Vampires versus Jund Midrange. Corey, talk to me about this one, my friend.
Well, first of all, I gotta say, no good 2-3s. Are you kidding me? We got a good one in this deck for Carl. Briarbridge Tracker is an excellent 2-3. Everyone at the desk, come on. But yeah, as far as this matchup goes, getting back to this, it is just another one of these mid-range battles where there's no clear favorite. You know, it is just going to be, I think Mike really told me this early on the day, that if his removal spells line up against these other mid-range decks, he's gonna have a good time. If they don't, he's not gonna have a good time, to put it elegantly. And that's really what it comes down to, because the removal maybe is not as good as all the very powerful threats in Standard right now. So you gotta have a
She
lineup.
sucks on ears.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you don't want to have too much reactions or reactionary spells in your deck, because you have
Y'all want your ears sucked on?
dealing the beats as well, as this Blood Tithe Harvester is going to kick things off here with 3 points of damage to Carl Serap. Down to 17 he goes. And
It's 50-50.
going to be here. Not going to keep up the soul transfer, so that's fine. We want to make sure that we can get Evelyn the Covetous down on turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get Evelyn here down in a couple of turns, but
Imagine not reading chat and then hearing
got
that.
taken.
You want your
that
ears
duress was
sucked
so
on?
big, because that was going to be that way to go Fable, adjust your draw, and then hustle out some other plays here from Mike.
Sure, so Fable the Mirror Breaker down here for Carl. He's going to make the little 2-2. A Blightstiff Pathway is the draw here for Mike Sigrist. So one step closer to getting Evelyn down. Now I don't know if we might see the Blood Tithe Harvester take care of this 2-2. And it looks like that's the route we're going.
Killer, just stop
Blood
it.
Tithe Harvester can take care of that little
Just
guy.
stop it, Killer.
Yeah, now
Now
the
we wait
question
for
I
Evelyn.
was going to think
Don't
is,
do
like,
this.
do we even just soul transfer to bring something back? That feels really bad. But just start.
gotta be careful what I say.
Just trying to find anything proactive at a 3-mana slot. Kaido Shizuki, Fable the Mirror Breaker is the second card I was going to be saying. That was a big hit here for Mike to keep him in this game.
Super nice. So soul transfer, just the one of in the main deck. If you have a copy of an enchantment and an artifact, which was one of the themes for Kamigawa, you'll be able to exile something and bring something back from the graveyard. So very nice piece of, I don't know, value and removal. Kind of like a 3-for-1 in essence.
Yeah, it's a really strong card. One of the few cards that you can deal with Thragtusk at home, as you were saying, the workshop. But yeah, and you can even turn it on as soon as this turn by attacking with the Shaman and then having the Fable Mirror Breaker as that enchantment, although that's not great because the only target is a cat, so very likely to see an Evelyn turn. And now it really just comes down for Mike. Does Mike want to discard one of these Evelyns or just keep both of them just in case one of them dies? Because that really is Mike's best card in the matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And the soul transfer Can also hit the pesky Planeswalkers that we know is in this Jund mid-range deck. It's running the Ren and 7. It's got Valky or Tybalt in here too. It's got the Loth Spider Queen, so plenty of excellent targets for it. But for now, I don't know about this Duress. I think it might be Evelyn time once we get this land down. Or the treasure even, that enables it.
I was wondering if Mike was going to pull the trigger on this and attack with this, because most of the time, if you animate Azeka's Chariot here, Mike's got to have a removal spell for it, right? Otherwise, this is just attack that goes right into Azeka's Chariot, so it's kind of hard to animate. And yeah, wow, Carl decided to not do it, so this bluff by Mike ended up working out excellently, because if that got crewed up, it was just going to die, but instead, now Mike gets to go Evelyn and Duress this turn to clean up that Azeka's Chariot. A really nice bluff there from Mike. That's awesome.
Soul Transfer would have been able to take care of the Chariot, but Carl Serap is well aware of that one, but Azeka's Chariot is going to get taken out courtesy of Duress here from Mike Sigrist. He does have a land to play still, so Evelyn is still on the table courtesy of that little goblin shaman. So getting his job done before dying at the hands of a cat, you know, not the worst way to go, unless it's a ferocious lion. Death by a small kitty cat, though. That's acceptable.
That's fair. And man, I just love, I want to go back to that play for 1 second. There's nothing better in a game of Magic than successfully getting away with a bluff. You can't do it often, that's for sure, but whenever it does work, that's always pretty sweet.
Tenacious Underdog is going to get blitzed out from the graveyard here, paying the 2 life, but you're going to see these mid-range
Well, it looks like Carl might be the winner.
punch each other in the face, or punch themselves in the face, I should say.
Yeah.
But something's going to get eaten up here, courtesy of Evelyn the Covetous.
Yeah, and especially Carl noticed that Mike discarded the Evelyn that was the known information, so this Evelyn is not clear, even though you gotta assume if you're discarding that extremely powerful card, it's probably for a reason, since it's so good in this matchup.
For sure. Now, again, you don't really want to kill the Tenacious Underdog, as it is going to die in the end step if it dies in combat. There's another spell drawn that could potentially be played in the main phase, so I wouldn't be surprised to see just Azeka's Chariot blocked here. Ooh, what do we find? Lovely.
Some big hits here, some absolutely huge hits, and now this is the spot where Mike has to worry, like, do you have a removal spell? I don't believe, yeah, there's still 4 Voltage Surge, so it's trying to play around that. Mike might not block at all here, because that
Gorilla MTG,
that we know is a proving ground.
thank you so much.
Could be a Voltage Surge,
I hope you are having a magical day.
And has to just bring this back, I guess, but instead could have a turn where you get to play Blood Tithe Harvester, find land number 4, and unleash the Inferno on Carl's upkeep or combat or really anything. So a big shift here and a decision of what Mike's going to do. Mike's had a healthy life total too, so you can go to 13 here and decides to do it.
Yep, he's going to do just that. And what I love about Unleash the Inferno against these mid-range matchups is most of the time, there are targets, you know, so you kill something on the battlefield that's annoying you, and then you get to clear up the Azeka's Chariot or the Wedding Invitation or whatever else is on the battlefield that needs to get gone. So, super versatile, and I love it.
Absolutely, and that land is a little reassuring here, because it's a bit of a gamble if you go Blood Tithe Harvester and you do not hit a land for Unleash the Inferno. You feel a little silly, but now you can kind of slam that down, see if you hit a land. If you do hit a land, great. I guess you can't play. You can only play 1 thing a turn, so you'll be playing your pathway from your hand anyways, but might as well play it first to get some information.
So yeah, you should be able to play it next turn, right?
Yeah, you can play the land off Blood Tithe Harvester if you find it off Evelyn, is what I was saying, since you can only play 1 thing a turn. So you'll have to play this pathway anyways, but yeah, you get to Unleash the Inferno on Carl's turn for sure.
It's so fun.
And I think I saw a Corpse Appraiser and a Jund Triome as the card that's going to be added to Evelyn's coin purse for future turns.
How does she keep all these massive things in her purse?
No kidding, right?
More news at 8. Unleash the Inferno on the upkeep. Reflection of Kiki Jiki. I don't think you're long for this world, my friend.
Yeah, and this is just the point where Mike is realizing, like, is there anything that punishes me for Unleash the Inferno a little bit later? And the only punishing case is Reflection of Kiki Jiki, copying a cat or something like that. You know, either way, if you unleash the Inferno now, Carl could crew the chariot, but of course that chariot was going to die anyways, so not that big of a problem.
There's the possibility to clone the chariot in response, just to get the extra cat value down and have an attacker for the turn to make more copies of things. If he wanted. But let's see when Mike decides to pull the trigger here on this Unleash the Inferno.
Yeah, gonna be an interesting spot here. Of course, if Carl goes to crew, you know, at the beginning of combat before cats get copied, that's gonna be an automatic pull the trigger on this. And it might just be here so that Blood Tithe Harvester can't crew. But yeah, once again, it's going to destroy the chariot anyway, so it just really doesn't matter. Just cast the powerful card here.
And my mistake, it is a non-legendary, so cat car is not an option here, but can make another cat. Who doesn't want 3 cats?
Yep, fair enough. Fair enough.
Who's a good kitty? And there goes the chariot. There goes Kiki Jiki. So just slowly whittling away at the permanents on the battlefield here for Carl Serap. So Sigurd's doing a pretty good job here of just controlling this battlefield. Still has that soul transfer that is known in hand here for Carl Serap, or for Mike Sigurd, I should say. On the other side of things, just a Zeator's Proving Ground and a Voltage Surge.
Yep, absolutely. And with that Voltage Surge, you can kind of combo this. You actually still need some more help. You need another artifact where, I mean, I guess you can sack Blood Tithe Harvester and then Voltage Surge to be able to deal with this Evelyn. But yeah, since it finally blocked now, Voltage Surge is able to deal with this. But with that soul transfer in hand, you actually have this ultimate value turn where Sigrid feels pretty good about letting it die, because soul transfer has Kiki Jiki, Reflection of Kiki Jiki, and the blood token to be able to kill something and bring Evelyn back here.
Yeah, so he's not too sad to see Evelyn go down. But now we don't have a token or have the artifact on the board, so it's just going to be the reflection that gets dealt with. Evelyn gets to stick around one more turn. And that's kind of bad news, because she can just go get more vampires, and the more vampires can find even more vampires. So this is a runaway value train that Carl Serap is going to have to derail as soon as he can.
Yeah, Carl decided to just let Evelyn live there and kill the enchantment so that soul transfer can't get back Evelyn and deal with something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that solves one of the problems, but it is for sure not solving the main problem, which is still Evelyn. And now at some point, if Evelyn does die, this soul transfer is still there to bring it back.
Yep.
Stop it.
There's another enchantment. Speaking of pesky permanents, Meathook Massacre, the big bad of this weekend, it seems, has it's been do or die for plenty of players in different situations. So find that card or death.
Yeah, especially in Historic. We saw, you know, the trifecta of Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar, and Trail of Crumbs doing some absolute work with the help of that card. Doing some great work in Standard as well. An extremely powerful addition to these black mid-range decks.
Yeah, so we can go second Corpse Appraiser now here too. Also, we've been managing to keep control of the underdogs on the other side of the battlefield.
These guys are left in it.
Some of his own stuff here if he wants to keep looking at the cards at the top of the library. So there goes some more stuff. Some more things exiled. Ooh, Corpse Appraiser again. Tenacious Underdog. Kaito Shizuki. Yeah, let's just keep this train rolling.
I hope Vampires wins, just so the meta isn't super toxic after this.
David Inglis's match with Jeskai Storm. This is going off for the Grixis mid-range deck, though. Getting this kind of value train where you're getting triggers off Corpse Appraisal that also triggers Evelyn. This is, you know, a mid-range player's dream. You know, Reed Duke is loving every second of this. Right now with this kind of value.
Reed Duke?
Just look at the value.
Oh, as a spectator, I see.
He's like Infernal Gross, Voltage Surge are at the ready there on Carl Serap's turn. He's going to go to Zeator's Proving Ground. Now, this is exactly what you want to see if you're Mike Sigrist. There's a Riveteer's Charm, which is a decent enough answer to Evelyn, as it can force the sacrifice of the highest CMC thing, but we know that there's a soul transfer in hand. And I'm pretty sure he can find an enchantment to be able to do both if he wants to. But yeah, Evelyn's just going to keep coming back.
Or just no problem at just using this as Return Evelyn. You know, you don't even care to deal with any creatures. Making sure you just get back Evelyn is going to win Mike the game outside of some ridiculous combination of draws that probably involve Tybalt.
So much value.
You know, then maybe Ren and 7 and some other powerful planeswalkers.
You know what the gross thing is as well in this situation? If he
I think that's a
had
tournament stream.
found, or if he does find another Meathook
No,
Master
no, it's
now,
us.
he'd only lose his Blood Tithe Harvester.
That's 50-50. It's either us or them.
These 3 toughness creatures, like, they match up so well against most of the others in this metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the main reasons for Corpse Appraiser, I'm sure, you know, we even saw Jan Merkel, the end boss of this tournament, playing 4 Shock Flame Blessed Bolt in the sideboard. You know, neither Mike Sigrist or Jan Merkel were expecting to play against each other's decks. Jeskai Hinata or Grixis Vampires were not really known quantities going in. So tough to play around, and that's what Team Channel Fireball found a hole in what other removal people are using. A lot of Vanishing Verse and a lot of Voltage Surge. Corpse Appraiser dodges both of them.
But look at all my gold creatures, Corey. You cannot Vanishing Verse these. That's probably what Evelyn sounds like.
Okay, all right. That was a good good voiceover there.
I mean, she loves gold, right? That's why she's covetous. She's just going to steal all the things.
There is definitely a lot of things that she is coveting for sure, yeah. Especially in this game. Like, this is probably the most I've seen Evelyn going off, like having that many cards. It's just a must-answer threat so early on that you usually don't see it get to this point because, well, you have to kill it, you know, and otherwise this happens.
So we did use the Riveteer's Charm for Carl Sarap. He's digging for more cards, though. Finds another Charm, finds a Hive, as well as a Voltage Surge. So those are available to him this turn. And he needs some stuff. He needs removal or dudes down on this battlefield because otherwise he's going to be a little dead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're just kind of going through the motions here with this much value.
Yeah, I think he's a little
and that
dead
soul
anyways.
Transfer to back it up. It really has to be some combination of deal with Evelyn and then duress away the soul transfer. But we did see that one of duress that's in Carl's list already be cast really early on this game.
So now we'll see the Riveteer's Charm number 2. Take care of Evelyn the Covetous. Not much of a biggie. How much damage do we have? We've got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. There is a copy of
You can
Voltage
always
Surge
top deck a
to
meat
protect
hook, baby.
against the attack.
Just top
but
deck a
it
meat
only
hook.
kill the Tenacious Underdog, which it still feels bad because when it dies, it draws more cards. So, you know, Siggy is firmly in the driver's seat at this point, looking very good here to pick up the first game against Carl Sarap.
Yep, a big difference in Sigrist, you know, going
Just top
for
deck
it
a meat
against,
hook.
Shota a little earlier in this event versus now. There's no real I'm gonna die on the crackback in this scenario. It's just like play the cards. This is just kind of going through the motions at this point.
Yeah.
Sigrist knows there's probably nothing that Carl can do here.
No, doesn't look like it. Beside you, who endures? It's an excellent card. It's a staple in plenty formats at this point, but unfortunately, it's not a miracle worker.
Ooh.
As Kaito Shizuki goes digging, finds a Hive of the
That
Eye
actually-
Tyrant, and that looks like it's going to
That
be
sucks.
all she wrote
gotta-
for game number 1.
It's got to be meat hook, you know, dealing
Gotta
with
be
this
meat hook,
Hive,
baby.
and then getting a meat hook, which will gain 3 life.
Just
and
meat
that
hook
gets you
off the
out of range of
top.
Tenacious Underdog. That's step 1 to not die immediately.
Just top deck a meat hook. Right? It fixes everything,
Is it?
man.
No.
No,
Does it
I guess
bring
you lose.
something back? Is it anything relevant? Does it keep him alive?
That's why you
All
run
these
4 of them,
questions
even though it's a legendary. It's just nice to top deck.
Yeah, nope, not going to do it here. Looks like we're going to be going to game number 2, and absolutely, this is the another elimination match. Winner moves on to still have a fighting chance in this event, and loser is done.
Yep. Got 2 chances, 2 lives to live in this top 8. As soon as you've lost twice, you get to, go home. They're already at home, but you get to go and chill and watch the rest of the tournament, which isn't exactly a very good consolation prize. But what is a good consolation prize is that every single person who remains now is in the World Championships. So,
yeah, you can
Kudos
definitely
to
walk
them.
away with your
50-50.
head held high with that consolation
Oh, yeah.
prize. That is exactly what every Magic
It
player
is already 4
aspires to
o'clock,
get
and we
to
still
in
have
that
like
Hallmark
a
tournament.
gazillion matches
And,
to
you
do.
know, you
That's
hold your head
crazy.
high thinking that you're going to be playing there, and then next
This is
week
going to
you
run
win.
until like
All
2 in the
time to try to
morning.
win it and try to
Literally, this is going to run
yep, get your testing teams
all night
together,
long.
Start playing the heck out of whichever format it's going to be. I don't think we have all too much information about it right now, but yeah, just keep
It's
your finger on the
already
pulse of
almost
what's
4 o'clock
happening in competitive
local.
Magic, as both these players work on their sideboarding. Anything stand out to you here, Corey?
Yeah, nothing too.
Do you think we can finish all these matches in 4 hours?
Except that Carl
I don't
is
think
taking
so.
out all of the Blood Tithe Harvesters, where Siggy is leaving all of them in, saying something about maybe play draw, but also Carl's on the play, so if you ever want that card, it's
I tweeted him a while ago, Killer. I tweeted him during that match.
configuration of what you want in the matchups, but just a lot bigger. Both
Gorilla, we've streamed for like 30 hours already this weekend.
soul transfer for the launch.
We're gonna end up with like a 45-hour stream
And,
worth of weekend. Like, you know what I mean?
Pick a null
40-hour weekend.
to deal with Azeka's Chariot and stuff. That
Woof.
card has been impressive.
Call me Christmas,
One of the
baby.
main reasons that Team
Strap
Chariot wanted
in.
to be Grixis instead
Woo
of
Bear in the
Jund,
house.
Because, well, duressing away a Chariot is all fine and good, but you can't duress the top of the deck.
Woo Bear, did you know if you gifted one more sub, you could knock Diagons off of number 3? You could steal his spot,
That's
bro.
why they went with a little bit more of the blue theme.
Hey, Diagons, did you know that Woo Bear's gonna steal your spot?
Is the kind of card it's not as bad as getting got by a Spell Pierce or Dwyer Disruption. You know, it's a very specific card. Obviously,
Yeah,
used
we out
for
here. We out
the
here.
Fables of the Mirror Breakers and the Meathook Massacres and whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna
Rockin',
do?
But it's a nice inclusion here in this list.
Or the ultimate feels bad that's going to age me a bit is if you get Force Spiked. You know,
40 hours is
that was the
one
ultimate
Christmas
feels
stream.
bad there.
I have heard of this card. Don't
I
ask me
like
what
that,
it does, though. I
Tokyo.
couldn't tell you.
It is 1 blue, counter target spell unless you pay 1.
I haven't seen
Okay,
Christmas
Dwyer
today.
Disruptor
Did he
is 1 for
die?
1, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I was in a stream a little bit last night, and like, it sounded like he was going pretty hard.
Gotcha.
Yes, yes.
Boom,
yes,
consider the
absolutely.
spots
So a rough
bowling.
scenario there for Carl.
The spots.
Carl's first hand was just
You know
a
what I mean.
lot of lands and a couple.
Cheers,
big
Boo Bear.
spells,
Thank
one
you
of
so
them being
much.
Velky,
Got
so
him.
Truly wanting to be a 7-drop. Shipped it back, probably a close keep because you do want to be making your land drops in these mid-range.
No, they can't see each other's hand. There's a delay.
And then got really punished by an unplayable hand at 6. But at least Bankbuster was a very good draw to keep Carl in this.
Yep. Reckoner Bankbuster, similar to the Maze Mind Tome, but it gets to hit things too, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Even I
Gonna
went
get
to
things underway
bed.
here with a Bloodthirsty Adversary. That's something you really want to play on turn 2, but yeah, I mean, these decks just want to beat the living daylights out of each other, so let's get smacking.
Yeah, especially when your opponent mulligan to 5 on the play, you got a sense that no matter what, their hand has to be slightly weaker. So might as well just start getting a clock so you can pressure that, especially just in case their hand is non-functional. Now, Carl's hand doesn't have anything great to play next turn unless we get a land, and a Chariot is just an excellent play. Doesn't find it.
That would be the ideal situation, unfortunately. Not going to happen. As Infernal Grasp is the draw, so Reckoner Bankbuster going to go digging for some more cards, and there's a
I love
Meathook Massacre. So
meathook.com.
if this board does get a little out of hand, he can work towards that, but might need some help in the mana generation department.
Negate's
Infernal
good for
Grasp,
Ren.
Negate up.
Good
That's
for
gonna
Chariot.
make Sarap's life even more difficult, though, depending on what Sarap's next play is.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a little bit of money in the bank with those Bankbusters with one more card to draw, but Evelyn is looking to take some coins here pretty soon, as soon as next turn. And, that was a big draw to be able to maybe play Chariot, but now that Carl found land number 4 on this turn, Mike found the negate just in time to be able to counter that and then play into Evelyn. So everything kind of worked out so far for Mike with that sequence of draws.
Oh yeah, he's got his foot in the gas and he's not letting up now. There is the option to Unleash the Inferno or Infernal Grasp and just try and hope that Sigrist plays out and taps out so that you can get something meaningful down on this battlefield. Because, yeah, Issachar's Chariot into a negate, that pretty much just smells like it's going to be over here.
Yep. I think I would have jammed there too. You've already mulliganed to 5. You got to hope some things go right. And, in an ideal world, of course, you wish Mike didn't have the negate, but sitting around and just trying to, use the powerful removal spell of Unleash the Inferno on a 2/2 is not great. And just drawing a card off Bankbuster is not ideal either on turn 4. So, yeah, rough spot there for Carl.
And unfortunately, it's not the kind of deck to go slow against, because, 8 damage already just from one creature alone? Down to 12, Reckoner Bankbuster is doing its best, but it's going to... it's not going to have that ability to do that anymore.
Yep, exactly. That's out of cards, but it does bring some gifts on its final activation there, which is going to be quite helpful. But now, I'd be shocked if we didn't see Evelyn to start the party off here. Luckily for Carl, Carl does have the answer. Does have plenty of answers, actually. Has three of them.
Three of them.
Yep. So, as far as this looks right now, Evelyn's going to be great. It's going to get some hidden value that it's not really going to be able to cast the next turn. So as long as Carl leaves up mana to deal with Evelyn and deal with the second Evelyn, Carl's not looking so bad here.
Yeah, he has 3 answers for the 2 Evelyns that we do see. It's just now eeny, meeny, miny, which one do we pick, Yep. Infernal Grasp, Charm. Looks like it's going to be Charm to start, just to get that first copy of Evelyn off the battlefield. Draw step for Mike Sigrist yields him a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
That'll be interesting to see what Mike does here, because one play you can make, you could just cast Evelyn, maybe hope to mill a land and get some value that way.
Well, it just has to kill a
cast
second
Fable,
Evelyn.
Leave up some disruptive spells and see what's up there. Or the third option of just land go, play Evelyn at end step. So 3 pretty good options that none of them are really clear, obvious best plays.
Hidden value ranch.
We have seen those players really like Gem and Fable the Mirror Breaker, so that might be a consideration here for Sigrist this turn. Just to get that rocking, find a couple extra cards. He does also have that Takanuma Abandoned Mire, which is another way to get cards back from the graveyard. So, if you do have to ditch this Evelyn for some reason, then you're good to go. He's going to play that land, though, and keep up the 2 removal spells to react to whatever Carl does next.
Which player mulliganed to 5 again?
Yeah. That Bankbuster did a good job. It did a really good job.
I mean,
Carlsrap had to lose half his life, but it's okay.
Exactly. When one card draws 3 cards, that's one way to draw 2 extra cards to unmulligan a mulligan to 5. So yeah, a really nice sideboard card. And you're right, we've seen a card kind of like that in the past. Maze Mind Tome be kind of a mid-range, mirror breaker. In a sense where it kind of fills this similar role right now. Really powerful effect.
Yeah, and a lot of these mid-range decks look to cards that have that sort of effect, like Kaito Shizuki is another one, They're able to just get you back in a game that was otherwise lost.
Got him!
An aggro deck, for example, Multi 5. Chances are game's over unless we have the absolute nuts in the hand that they do keep. We're going to see an Inferno here. Deal 2 damage as well as take care of that enchantment. Now, if we had killed that goblin with our own Infernal Grasp, would Kikijiki, the Reflection, stay? The Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, if you do kill your own card, that does prevent it, but Sigrist deciding that it is not worth it, but Duress here being an insanely good draw at being able to take this only answer to Evelyn. Now we're going to see if Sigrist goes for that, because, there's good threats here, too. And Meathook Massacre can actually kill Evelyn as well, just, only at sorcery speed. So now it's a question of Mike's like, okay,
you named the clip
and take Infernal Grasp, or do you have to take something
Super build like Cookie Creepo? What is that?
Have a very good answers to. Infernal Grasp is not ideal against, one giant tree folk, and then you wait a couple of turns while you get a bunch of lands off Ren and then make another one. So I think you just have to take Ren here, but we'll see. Nope.
So he's going for the this is a problem now card in the Infernal Grasp so that Evelyn will survive when it gets flashed in. What is the follow-up play here from Carl, who's doing a very good job of getting his footing back in this game? He's at 8 life, but his hand is pure gas, barring 1 land.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's when the mind games comes in and be like, Mike didn't take this. Clearly he has an answer for it. And then there's like, if he does, shrug, play it, And I love that play from Carl. Like, you got to get something big going, and you're able to play 2 threats here. Everything kind of coming up, Carl. You also have a Den of the Bugbear in the lands, too. So a ton of threatening stuff on Carl's board.
Yep. So on end step, we're going to see Evelyn the Covetous flash in. Let's see what goodies we find off the top of the library, along with the remaining ones. Check for traps. Fable the Mirror Breaker, Tenacious Underdog, and Briarbridge Tracker. What?
Oh, look at this. Okay, so Mike can go check for traps, take Meathook Massacre, Voltage Surge the 2/2, Infernal Grasp the 7/7, attack down Ren. Okay, I guess the one thing that does stop that is Bankbuster can crew. So it's not it's not foolproof to be able to just attack down, but the thing, it can crew, and then you still just attack Blood Tithe Harvester and Evelyn to Ren. You're not risking Evelyn dying. Blood Tithe Harvester will have to die for all this stuff to happen, but that is an option right now to kind of leave Carl without any meaningful things on the battlefield or in hand.
Well, he has a den.
Oh my goodness.
Carl has den at the bugbear.
It's like he was listening to you there, Corey. It's just like, oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do that. All right, let's see if we can check all those things off the boxes. Oh, check off all those boxes, shall we? Oh no. Oh, he's going for okay.
I like this to start with this. Now you get to see if Bankbuster crews or not. And if it does, you still probably have to do that play of killing Shaman as well. But if for whatever reason, Carl decided to not do that, I guess you can still, crew with this Shaman, but...
Yeah. I mean, heck, this still gets Ren off the board, which is pretty darn good indeed, so...
Yeah.
In goes the cavalry. Evelyn the Covetous along with the bloodthirsty adversary. She's gonna get munched by the Reckoner Bankbuster, but bye-bye, Planeswalker. Oh, take that card, take it, do it.
All right.
Go on. Yes, I
on,
know
Mike.
there's cooler things to play, but take it.
All right, I can no matter what be happy with this turn. Mike
Good
Siggers
job,
chose a play that I agreed with here. That's a big draw. Now the question is, does Carl trade that in to try to get something to deal with Evelyn? Because you see these 3 cards, they're still going to be cast, and that's going to bring up some advantage. But Azika's Chariot's too good to pass up here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't set that away. Come on, it's the kitty car.
Exactly.
It makes cats. It gives you a good blocker.
I like the cause of it. It makes cats. I mean, so there we go.
Yes, that's all the reasoning you need. Don't argue.
I won't. Now we'll see what Mike wants to do. You're very much incentivized to play one of these cards. Well, because your other play is Evelyn, which is not so great when you have an Evelyn.
Yeah.
But that's besides the point. So you can play Briarbridge Tracker and then sacrifice the clue immediately, maybe to find something to do with your mana. Not ideal because 1 mana, usually you're only finding Duress or Voltage Surge, neither of which are that effective on this battlefield right now.
But what's nice now is he kind of has time to, play all these cards out. There's no immediate threat here from Carl Serap. The biggest threat right now, I think, is if he just goes absolutely wide and crazy with creatures next turn and just starts pummeling the living daylights out of Mike.
I like not sacrificing the treasure now. The upside of it is pretty small. The upside is like...
You could Evelyn on top of Evelyn if you do run out of cards.
The downside is maybe Evelyn gets dealt with next turn, and then all of a sudden you don't have a 4/3 to block Azika's Chariot, and it just kind of gets to go ham and just keep making cats.
So we're not going to see an attack there. We're just going to build our battlefield. I think Carl's idea is, okay, top of my library is not playing nice. Question. If he makes a copy next turn of the Bankbuster, does he get the counters on it to draw cards?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Imagine.
I would assume not. But I could be wrong on that, but I would assume you do not.
No, I don't think you do.
I'm sure someone in chat knows.
That does enter
Come
with
on,
3
Brainiacs,
charge
tell
counters
me.
on it. No, I think it actually might.
Yes. Nope. Oh, that's very helpful, chat. Thank you.
It's an ETB.
Okay, let's see what we got here. We got Riverglide Pathway.
I don't really
Sander's
play with
Lounge, and
Bankbuster
a
much.
backup of Evelyn.
Typically, if you copy a card, it
That is
doesn't
impressive
copy
line,
the
though.
counters
You're able to
that are on it.
animate
But if
Bankbuster
it's an
and then
ETB effect, then it
at
will.
an end step, copy Bankbuster, be able to draw some cards off that. That is
Right, just
pretty important.
depending on whether or not it's an ETB.
Chat's not sure. It's a 50-50. There we go. That seems to be the theme this weekend.
It's
50-50,
50-50, baby.
If Carl doesn't do it, it doesn't work, and then we'll have our answer, because I'm pretty sure he would have tested
Oh, Ailey. My girl. I love it. It's 50-50.
Yeah, I would think it doesn't put counters on it.
Enters the battlefield with 3 counters. I think it will.
Right.
Because it's an ETB
We'll
effect.
ask Serge Jaeger later. But for now, we have
But
to deal with the
typically,
creatures
if
on the
a
battlefield. Xander's
creature or
Lounge,
something has
Lightning
counters on it and you would
Blade
copy it, then it would not.
So leaving up
But
the
since
mana
it's
just
its
in case
own
we find
ETB, then it will.
1 mana spell. Anything good off the top here?
It will.
Okay, well, I think we're going to figure it out right now. It looks like that Bankbuster is trying to get...
Oh, it definitely will. It's its own ability.
So answer our question. Well, my question.
Let's just ping Carl. I mean, we know Carl
Hey.
knows. That was a big draw.
Hey, Carl, I know you're super busy right now, but question for you there, bud. Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Okay, big draw here. Voltage Surge to be able to just clean up this reflection. We're probably going to see some response here, but Carl has to be careful because Carl is at 8. You have that Den as a blocker as well, but Brybridge Tracker being a big creature and the fact that Tenacious Underdog is one of the cards that could be blitzed out of Evelyn's coin purse.
It's too bad it's not before combat.
Really cause some damage. Dang
Thank
it,
you,
yeah,
Carl.
you're right. Yes, there
Questions
we go.
answered. It does get the counters, so we will get a card. Cool. Oh,
Wait
that's
a
a
minute.
big draw.
Wait a minute. Did Carl just lose himself the game here? Because this vehicle is going to be not a creature after this, and there's no mana to activate Den, and there's 8 power here.
Oh wait, I thought this was Mike Sigrid's end step.
Uh-oh.
This was Carl's end step.
No.
Carl
Uh-oh.
just left himself dead on board to these creatures.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh, no.
Tenacious Underdog getting blitzed in. This is bad news bears for Carl. Oh, that makes me so sad. I thought we saw something cool there, and this was the comeback story we all wanted, but nope.
Uh-oh.
Dead. Can you activate the Den?
No.
No, because
Spent the mana on the token.
Bankbuster got activated. You could kind of wait with the Bankbuster.
He could have left it, yeah. He could have waited.
Sigrid's turn. But
He could have waited.
Here. But now, once again, Mike is not, in all systems go territory. We'll see if, at 15, Mike is probably going to go for it here, but it's not an auto go for it. Because if there is a removal spell, then, well, Carl gets to go again, but yeah.
Shit.
Yep. Unfortunate. He did it for science.
Wow.
Okay? We had a
And that's at the
question on
top.
for us, but that is
Look at what level we're at. You know what I mean?
Mike Sigrid, though, continues. So
Oh, wow.
congratulations to him. Man, I must say, though, kudos to the players bringing
Ouchies.
these different mid-range decks. This Jund deck from Carl and from Shota, they've just been so fun to watch this weekend, Corey.
That's too bad. Corey, are you alive?
Very different Brybridge Tracker or just all this treasure synergies. Really, extreme differences.
How did Haley keep a straight face during that?
Pool there is in Standard right now, and how many different ways you can build these mid-range decks, or go over the top of them with these like Jeskai combo decks. So Standard looks awesome right now.
It does. It's been an awesome weekend.
I don't know
So
how
much
she
variety
did
and
burst
fun.
out laughing there like
We have
I
more
did.
of that after the break, friends. So let's find out from Maria and Cedric about our next matchup.
Coming up next, it's David Inglis versus
That's what it looks like when you're on
Yoshigoe.
Christmas stream.
For David Inglis, breakout star of
just
the
kidding.
weekend with a breakout deck, Jeskai Storm, it's Goldspan Dragon, it's Leer, Disciple to Drowned, and some shows of confidence. For Hisamichi, a unique deck here in Naya midrange, looking to stop David from establishing Goldspan Dragon and kill with some flyers of his own.
I don't mind this
David
Naya
Inglis
deck.
versus Hisamichi Yoshigoe coming up next.
I think it's pretty cool.
I lied. No break.
All right.
Let's jump straight back
Our
into
next
it. It's
prediction's
David
up.
Inglis versus Hisamichi Yoshigoe.
Get your
Another
predictions in
player who
chat.
bought an
Win some
awesome
points.
homebrew in this Naya mid-range list. So let's see if David Inglis can brew the perfect storm, or if he's just gonna get mitten. You can't get Naya'd out, right? That's not really a thing. You can get Junded out. What does Naya do?
It makes it to this stage of the tournament so far. That's
It sure
exactly what
does.
Naya's done. Yeah. What a great story we have.
I love it.
Here. Yeah, it's unreal.
For those of you who are just joining us, Hisamichi Yoshigoe started his competitive play 2 months ago, I think he said. He's been playing for like 2 years. Finds
years,
himself in the
2020,
top
yep.
8. Yeah, finds himself in the top 8 of this tournament and qualified for the World Champs. So if that's not the ideal start to your Magic career, I don't know what is.
I love the reaction from Hisamichi when he was just talking like, yeah, these players are really good. And it's like, yep, welcome here, like Riley was saying. But really just proving that he belongs here as well. Been playing some really good Magic.
He has indeed. So let's take a look here at the opening hands. Hullbreaker Horror goes to the back. We don't need you right now, Mr. Lobster. Grasp is the draw. But this hand is pretty darn good indeed, if I do say so.
I love-
Voltage Surge, as Restorations, the Strike Field.
It doesn't work.
And a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So a lovely
I love-
1, 2, 3 curve out.
It just says I love.
Hisamichi's still checking out his hand.
That's all I get to is I love.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to bring some attention to the card that I am almost assuredly he's
Try
brought in,
another
and that's Archon of a Myriad. There's 4 of them in the sideboard. Now, this card was definitely probably more geared towards the Naya Runes decks, but it is really
Maybe your 31st try will get it.
Jeskai Storm deck as well. Puts a lot of pressure on those voltage surges.
Walter,
to do
I guess you want it to be on
going
Twitch.
off.
Exactly right. You can't do any storming if you can only
Make it a little longer.
turn. And
Speak of the
there
devil.
is the Archon along with Tamio's safekeeping and a wedding invitation. A nice draw there as well for the late game in Maria's Call. But for starters, we're just going to get this Rockfill Veil down and pass the turn back.
Absolutely, and I like David's line there. Plays the red
20K on
to
David.
start,
Whoa.
And then you get that choice with Spikefield Hazard if you want to play it or not on turn 2. If you don't draw land number 2, you just play the cave, and then you have Fable the Mirror Breaker ready to go. If you do draw
I like
land,
Emiria
you can always
in this
play one of
matchup.
those other ones. So nice sequencing there by David.
Very nice indeed. Land off the top. So there are our 4 lands for the big score. Now he just has to find some dragons and some Lear Disciple of the Drowns, and then he's good to go, right?
Exactly. And we have seen David's sideboard show of confidence in or out based on different matchups. We didn't see exactly how David sideboarded for this one, but it'll be interesting if he tries to be as combo-centric, or since we did see that Hallbreaker Horror, if you try to just go into that more is-it control style deck. Like, that's the versatility and the power of this deck. You can be a combo deck or a control deck. And if you combine those, combo control has historically been one of the most powerful types of decks that you can play in Magic.
Yep. It's kind of like the game plan is no, no, nope, nope, nope. Okay, watch me do things now.
Exactly. No, win. Okay. Yeah. That is a very good plan most of the time. We'll see what we want to discard here.
What would you send away? Because I'm looking at all these cards and I'm like, but I like all of them.
I'm
Why would I want
incentivized to
discard?
just get rid of Dwari Disruption. I
Yeah.
think that's what I would do, because you really want to have an answer to an Archon if possible. But of course, David is the real master with this deck and is going to prove me wrong immediately.
Oh, Goldspan Dragon.
Immediately.
Nice. Well, on the plus side, though, ditching that land does leave you available to play the Expressive Iteration, hopefully find a blue land, and it doesn't, but we still have the Gobbo that can attack and make a treasure for us. So if there is an Archon next turn, there is the 1 mana additionally if the land comes down first, but it's just going to be Voltage Surge, take care of the 1/1, and start smacking.
We have to stop coming in on David's matches when he's about to cast Expressive Iteration. So far, we have been the curse so far. Every time we see him cast that card, kind of bricking on lands. A little unfortunate there for David.
Just an itty bitty. So, Hisamichi Yoshigoe sees 1 mana available on the other side. This can't kill the Archon if it comes down now, which looks to be the plan. Archon go with Tamio's safekeeping to protect it. So
yeah, that is
super
big
nice stuff
game here. Big game for sure. Probably gonna just see a Goldspan Dragon, have it get busy, and maybe try to Voltage Surge on Hisamichi's turn. But yeah, only 1 card. The other option is you go for Voltage Surge here, and then you try to do some other stuff. But that's going to be the riskiest play, and the play that's not going to work out here for David.
he's going for the Voltage Surge. Having sacrificed
Ouch.
artifact, Tamio's safekeeping is going to say,
That
no,
hurts.
thank you very much. Don't touch my stuff.
That's no buenos.
And this makes an attack with our little gobbo friend impossible. So passes the turn back. What's the draw here?
And that bricked
Just land.
every single play from David, which is really unfortunate. You know, maybe shaking his head there a little bit, like didn't think about that worst case scenario, because if you Goldspan, then you have 2 treasures. You at least can play
Yeah.
big score on your opponent's turn, so that you can kind of, you know, double spell in quotations, where you
Great
get
night,
1 on
Crumbus.
yours, 1 on your opponent's.
Yep.
And then it feels better than right now. You can't even big score unless you attacked with that shaman and just gave it away. So a little
Oh,
bit
no
of
land
a
either.
rough scenario there for David.
Yeah, definitely rough. And now Hisamichi Yoshigoe has the instant speed answer to a dragon in the Wandering Emperor with its cool alternate art.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, we've seen Archon of America in certain matchups try and do what it wants to do. You know, it comes in against the Arclight Phoenixes in Historic. It comes in here against this combo deck too. But, you know, you are still... I have big dudes deck, right? You still have a Goldspan Dragon that slaps bigger things out of the sky. So just do that and then instant speed on your opponent's turn because you have that ability. This deck is very good.
Exactly. You take that role of play one big thing during your turn, and then you have plenty of instants, so you can at least leverage, you know, even if you can't get Archon off the battlefield, you can at least leverage it a little bit by being able to play 2 spells over the course of your turn and your opponent's turn. And even now, you can't cast Goldspan Dragon. So, like, what do you do here? Do you just Fable and then play... Jwari Ruins? I think so. The one thing that David has going is you can hold up Reflection and do some reflection tricks at the end of Hisamichi's turn to get a Shaman and then kind of try to go off the next turn. Go off as in just play something that matters.
And in this case, Goldspan Dragon would be the #1 thing. Wandering Emperor enters the battlefield. We could either see a Archon get a little chunky, or we're going to get a 2/2, which is a 3/3, courtesy of Wedding Festivities, down on the battlefield, and that is a good draw.
The Cadillac
Hello,
is here.
Kitka.
And the Cadillac is looking even better with that wedding announcement being flipped already.
That is rough. Ooh-wee. And then we're just 1 land away from Emeria's Call, and then everything's indestructible and painful.
Yeah, I think David is going to be at this point
Big
looking at
hit.
the top of the deck, and we already saw 1 when he expressively iterated. We don't know how many David has, but knocking the top for Burn Down the House to be able to really, you know, get David back into this game.
That is a must-find at this rate, and he's got to deal with these critters because he can't be taking too much damage every turn, especially with what we see coming next from Hisamichi Yoshigoi. So 4 points of damage coming in from the first striker, followed up by another 5. Down to 9 goes David Inglis, and that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, I gotta love that Hisamichi has just brought this kind of homebrew. You know, Naya midrange was not one of the tri-colored combinations that we really expected. You know, to be fair,
He's praying that there's no burn down the house.
just showing that, you know,
He's good.
playing your own deck, you know, can really work out too.
Yeah, for sure.
Got to discard 2. You got to dig for
Big
it.
decision here. Discard 2 cards. What's going
Gotta
away?
dig for
I
it.
think we need to get some dudes down on this battlefield now.
Yeah, I think get rid of the cards.
Maybe not the iteration. Don't keep the
Draw is
iteration.
not very good against Archon. It takes up your whole
Well,
turn.
Yep.
I don't
Down
know.
the house?
No. Oh, I got another iteration.
Not today, says the deck. All right. We can... Doesn't have another untap. Well, I mean, if he sends one of these goblins through, right? He can make a Goldspan Dragon.
Oh, he
and
can't
pop the
iteration
Goldspan
because
Dragon and make a
Archon.
blocker for these dudes next turn they attack.
Yep.
But if there's another land, then bad news. You're indestructible. Your creatures on the other side. It sucks.
Yeah, there is
That's
no
that
real
then.
good profitable plan here.
Archon of Emeria wins.
I think I like your line, or you just go Goldspan Dragon, say go, and see how these attacks go.
Yeah.
And see if you can leverage this into a win, but you are going to have so
Well,
much
no, you attack with
damage going
Goldspan,
across, and that's
and then the
without even
reflection
drawing
can
a card
copy
for
Goldspan on their
yourself.
turn.
If you get plan number 7, you know,
Right?
Hisamichi doesn't even have to worry about
You can also spike Field Hazard.
attack with this, which is what really is keeping David in this game. Like,
I think he hits with the dragon.
You know, you don't want to get too aggressive. You don't want to send a 3/3 into a Goldspan Dragon, but with the
I don't
indestructible
know.
clause on Amelia's Call,
He's gonna get exiled though, right?
You just jam.
Yeah. No fear. No settle the wreckage or similar in this format. So
yeah,
you're totally fine there. But Goldspan Dragon is gonna get busy and take care of the Wandering Emperor.
Hisamichi gets a land off the top.
Value engine over time. So that's super dead.
Please give me a land there.
Yep. Alrighty, what you got, bud? Let's see. Land off the top. Are we gonna see total annihilation?
No.
It's an Essica's Chariot. Okay, sure, fine. He held up a card. Was that his one time, I wonder?
That's what I'm wondering. Is that the one-time card, or we'll have to ask Hisamichi later? I don't think it was what we were going for, but yeah, that was funny.
And this is something we've seen a few times where you just dump the second copy of your Esika's Chariots, you keep the one that's not summoning sick, you get some more cats, you're loving life. It's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. And even outside of this, whatever kind of attack we have, going to the next turn for David, it's not like you have Voltage Surge to immediately clear Archon and then start doing some things. So that's really what David is looking for. Voltage Surge off the top or some other way, Fading Hope or something to be able to deal with Archon. And then, honestly, you can probably win the game. David is that close as long as he can survive this attack with some decent amount of life. Honestly, not even much life. As long as you have one and you can draw Fading Hope, you can win the game next turn with this Jeskai Storm deck.
All right, Hisamichi is praying to the magic gods right now, whether it's Bontu or the Hazoret, I'm not entirely sure, but whichever one brings you a land. Karametra, I guess.
Yeah, look at this. Maybe an oversight a little bit here. Goldspan Dragon
Shouldn't have attacked with Archon. Should have kept Archon back. Should have kept Archon back. Should have kept Archon back. Should have kept Archon back.
Misstep with Lear. This game could be over next.
Should have kept Archon back, bro.
Oh, that is what David Inglis needed. Now
oh
he needs
no.
to behave.
No.
I guess there is only one big score. That's actually not that much. I was kind of thinking we discarded.
Should have kept Archon back regardless.
So, Lear, and the one problem is you had to get rid of all those shamans. Those shamans actually really help out at feeding Goldspan Dragon. Now we're going to see an extra Goldspan Dragon, and that's going to be 4 mana to start this big score, chain if we can find something else. But it's going to put a lot of pressure on David's draw to find it right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to wait here. So let's make some treasures. Yeah. Let's do some big scores and see what the top of the library yields. He has to go ham right now.
Show of confidence or big score?
Come on. David, time to cash in that one time. Oh,
and that's the thing here. Most of the time you look at these scenarios where maybe David can go post-combat, expressive iteration into show confidence. Unfortunately, that's not how treasures work as well. You have to add blue, blue, red, red. You can't even add white. Yeah. So it's going to be pretty tough here. I don't...
Well, he has his 2 surges.
Goldspan to keep it going. So if we find show confidence, that's fine. But this is one of these battlefield Ailey where normally David is able to realistically clean up the battlefield enough so that he won't die on the crackback. Not when you're at 1. Not when you're at 1. It's really tough to deal with that many creatures without burn down the house.
Let's see. He's pulled off some crazy turns. So starting off here with a Spikefield Hazard, just to get an extra treasure. Expressive Iteration is going to dig a little deeper. We need a miracle. We need a hero. Holding out for a hero in Goldspan Dragon, ain't it? There's another Galvanic Iteration. We could cost Spikefield Hazard twice.
Yeah, we're not done yet. You can go Hazard, Voltage Surge, which costs 3 but gives you 6. So down, we still have more mana, but that just means expressive iteration again to find show of confidence. But at that point, when you find show of confidence, we're out of card draw. So now you almost have to find big score or unexpected windfall into show confidence. Like it's getting thinner and thinner as every, game action goes on here.
Alrighty. Spikefields, sorry, Dragons, you're getting bullied here just a teeny tiny itty-bitty little bit. Make some treasures for us, though. Work. We need you.
Yep. And here's that Goldspan with well over lethal being dealt to it.
Yep. And it's going away anyway, so bye-bye. Thanks for participating.
And we haven't played a land yet. Let's keep that in mind. Dragon's Fire, that's it.
That's not going to do it either. Where is the gas?
Ouchies.
No big scores or unexpected windfalls.
Ishimichi is so lucky.
Or the top, 10 cards or so. David had a chance with that attack with Archon, but didn't find anything.
Wow, so lucky.
Here for David Inglis, not able to find the combo pieces he needed to keep this chain going and clear up this battlefield. So this is just absolutely brutal for David Inglis, our top-seeded player coming into this top
That's it.
8. There's the good game, there's the concession, and Hisamichi Yoshigure
Wow. So lucky.
continues on in the new Capenna Championship. Unbelievable stuff there, Corey.
So
Wow,
lucky.
Really exciting stuff here. Naya mid-range, not necessarily what you would expect.
Ab Eater and
this
Columbus
tournament or even take down
just scooping up the points.
Jeskai Storm deck, but Archon mixed with
Nice.
Tamio's safekeeping looked like a really good recipe at controlling the
Tokyo, get farmed,
this
bro.
Jeskai Storm deck, and made it look easy there that game when we tuned in.
Well, I will steal a line from chat. And unfortunately, David Inglis got annihilated. I'll see myself out now because
No,
we're going to
please
a
do.
break, and after this, we'll be back with Maria at the desk.
I can't believe he tacked with the Archon there. It was a for sure win if the Archon stayed back. But he didn't know that there wasn't removal for the Archon. But you think that they would have done it, they would, if they had the removal, they would have used it ahead of time. Like, because the Archon just sat there the whole game. Like, what a life to live, chat. What an absolute life to live. We are big chillin' today. Thank you all so much for watching. Appreciate you. Yeah, just probably about a gabillion hours of Magic left to get through. So, big shout out to everyone who's still with us. That's amazing. Right? Y'all are absolute soldiers hanging in there. Right? Hanging in there. That is not too shabby. Legends. Absolute legends. Yeah, that iteration was not the greatest. Heyo, that's my tweet, baby! That's my tweet, baby! Where can I get that shirt? That's funny that my tweet actually rolled up there. Nailed it.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the top 8 here at the new Capenna Championship.
I seriously want that
What an
shirt.
incredible day we've already had. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we have yet to go in the competition. Jan Merkel is awaiting an opponent sitting there ready for the championship match, but we're in the lower bracket now trying to find someone
Mucho
to
more
play
magico.
versus him in that championship match. And here
I need
we've
to find some
arrived
food.
at lower round 3. Hisamichi Yoshigure versus Mike Sigrist. Whoever wins that will go. Wins that will play Jan Merkel. Let's take a look at the World Championship field as well, because this weekend is about more than just this tournament. Cedric Phillips, Riley Knight hanging out with me
Right,
here
big
too
time
at the
celeb.
virtual news desk. Let's see who's qualified for Worlds later this year. Check it out.
Cheers, Tommy.
32 player
Appreciate you.
tournament. We've got some amazing players who'll be heading to that
Shout
one.
out to
Yuta
Killer
Takahashi,
for running
of course,
these
the reigning world
predictions
champion,
all day.
will come on back to throw down against
For
31
reals.
other players, many of which we've added
He's been killing
to
it.
the World Championship this weekend. Congratulations to everybody who's
I want to see
made
some
it
big
to
bets for
Magic's
these finals, you guys. This is high stake Magic.
All right, everybody.
Let's
lower
get some
round
100K
3 is
bets
coming up
in
here,
there.
So let's take a look at our feature match for this round. Again, it is an elimination match. Loser stops playing. Mike Sigrist versus Hisamichi Yoshigure.
Big bets, baby.
Take a look at our players
All your
here.
points.
This is Grixis
Go
Vampires
all in, chat.
versus Naya midrange, kind of an outside deck there from Yoshigure. Getting to know our players a little bit better, Mike Sigrist has been playing on the Pro Tour forever, has 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, and an incredible standard win rate running Grixis Vampires. Versus Hisamichi Yoshigure,
Can't bet if I don't have points.
Running Naya mid-range.
You gotta
this
farm
weekend.
points.
Won an event to
Just bet
qualify
like
for
10
this
points
tournament.
against the
Didn't even
majority.
realize it qualified him for this.
And if you win, you'll get a
Shows up
bunch.
Any top 8s. I love when this happens.
Yeah, there you go.
You gotta
Smart,
think these
smart
people are
chat.
like, oh, Magic? That game's easy. What are you talking about? Let's take a look at the deck, Cedric.
I've only been at this for 20-ish years. I wish that would happen to me at some point, but teach.
Well, it's 50-50, Cedric.
Whatever it takes to get here, right? Mike Sigrist, Grixis Vampires. We've seen him a lot today and over the course of this weekend, along with this deck as well, in the hands of Team Channel Fireball. Siggy taking it for its deepest run here, folks. Evelyn among the Vampire options. You're seeing removal. You're seeing...
Oh, there's a big bet.
Walker, a lot of
20K.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You toss in some interesting
Whose
blue
bet is
sideboard
that?
cards like Disdainful Stroke, Negate, and Annul. And we've got just a very nice and balanced Grixis mid-range strategy.
Bacon Sama with 19,000.
For Hisamichi.
A lot of points there, Bacon.
Look at this Naya deck. We've got Fable, of course. That's the
I
easy
like
part,
it.
But you've got some nice little 2-drops here. Luminarch Aspirant among them. You've, of course, got a Seeka's Chariot. Again, another really good 3-color mana base. Some Planeswalkers, some Flyers, nice little Legion Angel package. This deck can do a little bit of everything. I wish maybe it had a touch more removal. We'll see if that actually comes up in this particular matchup.
Sanctuary Warden, too, rocking that card.
A refugee from the official stream.
Spicy. All right, let's take a look at our predictions here.
Timed out for saying deck.
I'm currently leading the pack here at 3-2.
Wrecked. Well, we're happy to have you,
Who are
Mana.
picking?
Welcome.
Well, I steadfast in my convictions.
Riley does look
unwavering in my
absolutely
commitment, I will be going
fucking
for
fried.
M. Sigrist. And you know what? Always have, always will. Let's go, Siggy.
It's like 4 in the morning or something for him,
I'm going
right?
to sit here and let the
If not later, it's got to be like 6 or 7 in the morning. He's been up all night, all weekend too.
There you go.
Oh, big bets in there. We got 40,000 to
I always
35,000.
picked Sigrist every single time, never wavered. I'm unwavering in my devotion.
Oh, look
I'm
at you.
Sweet Leaf getting in on it.
at
Nice.
this panel.
Scotty.
So I'm going to pick Mike Sigrist as well. We'll see if he can do it here. Lower
Make things a
round
little bit more
three
interesting
is
here.
Coming up, everybody. This is an elimination match. Find out who's going to take it down here. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the lower round 3 here. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Things got real simple. We had a lot of World Championship races, that kind of stuff. Now it's just focus on this tournament, and it's really, really, really straightforward. There will be a match played. The winner of it will go on into the lower final to face Simon Nielsen for the chance to play in the championship match against Jan Miracle. Right now, we've got Mike Sigrist versus...
How do you bet? It's just in the Twitch chat.
Yoshigoe, Naya midrange versus Grixis Vampires. As we've seen, really most of our standard matches, Paul, fall into some 3-color midrange deck, and these two players chose pretty different
9:20 in the morning for Australia.
And
yeah, he's been up
it's
all
really
night.
Great to see Hisamichi having so much success with kind of just a deck of his own creation. And honestly, I mean, Maria alluded to it too. He qualified for this event without even knowing that he was playing in a qualifier. Right?
It's unbelievable. He said,
Nice for Mike to make his bet for the tournament. I love Mike's bed cover and like his pillowcases and stuff.
The games, and then he said he won it. And
That rose print is so hot right now.
Like, huh? What do I have to do now? It's funny. We asked our competitors, what
Let's go, Mikey.
motivates
Let's
them to
go.
play in these competitions, and most of the people said something.
Holy.
Like what Sigrist said, feels good to do at high.
75,000 total points riding on this one. This is a big bet.
Said,
Holy.
Just here to enjoy myself. Enjoy
Let's
the ride.
go.
And boy, has it been a ride for him, but he's got somebody in his way who has a heck of a lot more tournament experience.
Elon, I will phone you and complain about this internet if you don't fix this stream.
Then Hisamichi does. Mike Sigrist is here, and he's going to try to dispatch and stop the fun times here for Yoshigoe.
Yeah, this is just a mid-range fight here. The one, I think, key card that Yoshigoe really needs to be mindful of, he doesn't have a lot of answers, though, is Evelyn. Not a lot of... Voltage Surge is a card that he really relies on for removal, but that
nice 3-drop.
5th toughness means it's going to be really tough for Hisamichi to find a way to deal with Evelyn. And we saw Mike in the last match utilize the card advantage from Evelyn, leverage it, and dispatch Carl Sarep in the previous matchup. So I imagine if we see the games go long, a similar thing happen here. Now, Hisamichi's that can get off to some really aggressive starts, right? His 2-drops are very aggressively
Meat hook,
planted.
though, baby.
You're looking at Luminar.
Got a meat hook in hand, baby.
Seeker's Chariot, which can close things out very, very quickly. So, yeah, we'll just have to see kind of how these spells line up.
Mike Siegrist had a bit of a sweat there, not
looking for
scheduled
the
to hit that
land.
third land drop on time, but he did draw Shipwreck Marsh. He's going to use Voltage Surge to clear away the Goblin Shaman. That was after Hisamichi resolved his Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So that goes away. Play a land, and now a Tenacious Underdog. Oh, I'll tell you, Paul, that land off the top of the library was clean living there for Siegrist. Now he gets to get in for 3 while developing Tenacious Underdog. He's got 6 power, no board on the other side.
He does.
Pretty good start.
However, Hisamichi is playing Isika's Chariot, and from that one card alone, that will give you access to 2 2/2s to get in the way of these creatures.
It's going to be tough here for Siegrist to fight through that. As you see Fable going to Chapter 2, Hisamichi deciding what he'd like.
These are our
Wow,
heroes.
there's a lot more action for him as
I
well.
agree.
He is
I'm
not
liking
gonna be running
vampires.
fast
I'm
anytime
liking
soon.
the
He's
Naya.
double Chariot, Voltage Surge.
Even the
He's got
Jund is pretty
Wedding
cool,
Invitation
right?
in his hand. And if this game goes long, Amiria's Cult
I'm
could
okay
be a
with it.
factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen him win games with that card already.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just too tempting. I mean, you do have 2 copies of Isika's Chariot to just run it out. At the same time, with a card like Wedding Announcement, you want to get that in play as quickly as possible. He does have the ability to double spell, right? You can go Announcement plus Voltage Surge. But this just puts way too much pressure onto the battlefield.
I'm gonna go throw something in
Fable
for
of the Mirror
dinner.
Breaker for Siegrist.
Uno
Look,
momento.
that could come in handy, but yikes. He's facing down these 2 cats plus the Isika's Chariot right now. He's finding himself in a very difficult position against Hisamichi, who really has just sort of shored up all of his problems with just that Chariot.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these other mid-range strategies just rely on a various assortment of 2-drops, but they're all just X2s, right? They all just have 2 toughness.
Yep.
And this Naya deck is just so good at being able to come back from even a situation where there's no board just because they can play something like a Chariot and force the opponent to use removal spells to get them off the battlefield, which is always an exchange that favors the Isika's Chariot deck, right? I mean, if Mike wants to clean up this board, you already saw him use a Harvester here.
That's right. He was a little tester, right? Hey, you want to fire up that Chariot? You know, what's the worst thing that could happen? But Hisamichi recognizing that there's a lot of bad things that could happen to the Chariot here. So he's going to just say, okay, I'll just block. Interestingly, it's not the end of the world if Hisamichi loses his Isika's Chariot, especially if it costs Siegrist a full card, because he does have a backup plan in hand as well.
Right, but I mean, this follow-up, Mike really needs a land here. Might want to run out the Kaito, but anything resembling pressure is now gone, right? On Mike's side.
That's
and next turn, Hisamichi can just go another Isika's Chariot, crew it up, attack you, and then make a 2/2.
And Siegrist is hitting those lands just at the very last second here. He did hit it. Land number 4 hits the battlefield. But as you mentioned, here we go. Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, off the top, put a counter.
That's 4 power.
That is 4 power. However, there is no token to copy.
Right.
So won't get kind of maximum value there. I thought maybe he would be interested in running out the second Chariot, right?
He's thinking about it. That's a huge board swing. Yes, you are throwing away a card potentially with the Chariot, but you're getting a lot back.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a Luminarch Aspirant on the stack here. So he might just be looking at going Aspirant, Land, Wedding Announcement, which also just puts a lot of permanents on the battlefield that Mike Siegrist does need to deal with.
Yeah, either way, he's going to be able to apply a heck of a lot of pressure this turn. Aspirant does resolve.
This also does let Hisamichi play around a potential Spell Pierce on the Chariot.
And he's going to crew up to get in for 4. But as you mentioned, no token to copy, so a little bit sad there. I mean, anything laying around would have been fine, but It is not to be.
Yeah, but there's a lot of permanence in play here for Hisamichi.
Yeah, he's going to test the waters here once again, and there it is. Wedding announcement hits the battlefield. So he'll get a 1-1 here.
And Mike may want to dig here for a potential meat hook massacre. Crack that blood. 2 meat hook massacres in the deck.
Chose not to.
Chose not to. Might think it's very necessary to use the blood in conjunction with Voltage Surge to deal with the Seeker's Chariot.
Sigris deep in the tank here. As he surveys the scene. A lot of carnage on the other side here. 5 power plus a chariot, and it's not getting any better. Wedding announcement there is going to be ticking up as well.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing
if he's
for Hisamichi to do but sit here and wait. All right, well, Mike drew a land for the turn.
Yeah, so there's a meat hook for 2. That's great.
Very good start, and he's left himself that red mana available for Voltage Surge as well. 3 cards left in hand here for Sigrist. He also has Kaito. He's going to make a 1-1 and pass the turn back over. Wow, another wedding announcement here for Hisamichi. But he's got bigger plans. Now he's going to go for the big play.
Yeah, and just hope that Mike does not have the Voltage Surge. But given the fact that he didn't sacrifice that blood, decent shot. There's a Voltage Surge here.
Yeah, and there is, right? No, it's actually going to be able to attack. And that means that the cat gets copied. Wow, this is great news for Hisamichi. Wow. Not only did he get by, he got by the 2 spells he was worried about this turn, Spell Pierce and Voltage Surge.
Then you can just kill the Kaito with the Voltage Surge.
Yes.
And you get to draw a card here for the wedding announcement. So
that's right.
Just an avalanche of cards here and board presence for Hisamichi.
Oh, just
attack with the chariot, yeah. Excuse me. So you
he
just
get the 1-1. But heck, that might be better.
There are instances where getting that creature is better.
19 is Sigrist's life total still, so he's got some time. But this was the turn after he cast
the Meat Hook.
Meat Hook Massacre. Like, it was supposed to be an empty board. Now he's facing more power than he was before he cast it.
Right, and there's only 2 Meat Hooks in Mike's deck.
Mm-hmm.
So unlikely to kind of have another. So
oh boy, he's looking in his graveyard at the tenacious underdog. If you're in Hisamichi's shoes, you have to be hoping for him to spend his mana on that this turn. 4 cards here for Sigrist.
It's like, please attack me for 3.
Yeah,
I will allow it.
Take it. Use up your mana. You take 2 in the exchange. Okay. It is, in fact, though, going to be Fable of the Mirror Breaker on the stack. That's going to produce the 2/2. A land off the top here for Hisamichi.
And now with 2 mana up, Mike clearly did not have Voltage Surge in the previous turn, but it could have an Infernal Grasp.
Sure. Question I have is it too late?
Right.
Would buy him a lot more time, right? A couple of creatures have to crew if that's going to be the case.
And look at this.
Hisamichi's having none of it. Just going to jam with the 2/2s. Boy, he's playing well. He says he's just here for fun, but I got to tell you, if you're sitting across from him, you don't feel that way.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I mean, you know, again, he's here for fun and what have you, but he is no slouch. We're talking about somebody who has 18,000 arena matches in 2 years. Only been playing Magic for 2 years. That is a lot
A little
of
less
Magic
on
in 2 years.
experience, but he is making up his ground, no doubt about it.
He's drawing 2 cards this turn, and one of these are flipping.
Yes. all of that's happening. Sigrist has been at this for slightly longer than Hisamichi. He started in 95. That was 25 years before Hisamichi first picked up a Magic card.
I mean, you have to imagine, I mean, Hisamichi probably has to have some, I mean, experience playing. How can you get to this level in such a short period of time? It is so impressive. Oh, and there's the Infernal Grasp that Hisamichi played around this turn.
Wow. Really excellent stuff there from Hisamichi. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we found out that he's like some, bridge world champion or something that we just didn't know.
Right.
It's something that has a skill set that transfers over because he's just so good. And to get this good in that time period, it's very, very difficult.
See, with this camera view, by the way, what you don't see is actually just a giant trophy room right behind him that'll showcase to us after he wins it all.
Right, because the angle. Yeah. That's right. Okay, well, Sigrist is doing his absolute best to fight back and do whatever he can. This is bloodthirsty adversary, and that will give him access to Voltage Surge out of his graveyard. He has an artifact to sacrifice, so he's whittling away at the board.
And is he attacking because there's a meat hook in play? Can't crew the Seeker's Chariot.
That's right. Attacks are going to get worse over time.
Now Hisamichi will be able to crew up that Seeker's Chariot. We do see that Skyclave Apparition.
Ooh, and there's another one. A pair of apparitions here.
You can just clean up the board here entirely.
Absolutely.
Does he have access to 4 white?
Not quite.
Not quite. Oh no,
that's real talk though, because
hand, so
I don't use
that.
emotes anymore either.
Nope, we gotta play our land.
But he does. He could.
He could. It's just. It's interesting when you're playing a deck with Fable of the Mirror Breaker and you have 6 lands in play. Sometimes you go, do I want to hold my lands?
But he does.
Right.
So he takes out the 2 best permanents on the other side here for Sigrist, and that also gives him enough power to get in, crew up, and even make an additional copy. And let's not forget, there's another wedding invitation rolling along here for Hisamichi. It's about to become 3rd chapter. It also drew him a card, and it's another heavy hitter. This is the thing about Chariot, right? This is the thing that wasn't obvious the first time that we saw it, was because, it's legendary. You think, okay, well, how many can you really run? It turns out as many as you can put in your deck is just fine.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie, right? It's a card that dominated Standard for 18 months.
Yeah.
Took a little break, maybe came back. And Hisamichi just showcasing the power of the card. It's still here. And in a format where people are playing a ton of spot removal spells, well, this is a problem.
And there it is, the 3rd copy of it this game. All that's on the battlefield here of relevance for Sigrist is Evelyn, and he's not going to be able to stem the bleeding any further. He can only block 1 creature, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's lethal.
That's it.
All right, game number 1 goes to Hisamichi Yoshigoe, as Mike Sigrist cannot hold him back and his onslaught of tokens. And that's 1 to the good here. I'll remind you, our players are playing elimination magic at this point. The winner will go on to face Simon Nielsen in the lower final, and the loser is going to have to call it a day.
I also just love how much of a showman Hisamichi is, right? He said he's here for fun, but if you watch that camera, I mean, he's having some fun.
All right.
And
Cabaretti is back on the menu, boys.
You know what he's going to say in
I like
the interview? He's going to say, yeah, I said I'm here just
I like
for fun,
it.
but you know what I find?
I mean, we know Gallagher is gas.
And I'm having a lot of fun.
And we know the Rhino's gas.
He's had a lot of fun.
It's a good blend. I like it.
Sigrist.
It's the Voltaic Surge that I wouldn't have run personally.
A good
but it
sideboard
works.
plan
It just
here
works.
and
I like
come
it.
up with a way to defeat Hisamichi 2 games in a row. Now, since Yoshigoi is playing a non-standard deck here in standard, this isn't one of the heavy hitters that you see all the time on the ladder. How is Mike going to be able to adjust his sideboard plan accordingly?
So there's a really interesting card in Mike's sideboard, and I'm not sure if he's going to bring it in. It was a card that was targeted towards the Naya Runes deck. That's 3 copies of Annul. Now, typically in a mid-range matchup, it's not very good because there's maybe 4 targets, right? Maybe 8 tops. Well,
Right.
here you have 12, right?
Wow.
Here you have Wedding Announcement, Chariot, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Curious to see if it's worth it to bring maybe 1 or 2 copies in because it's such a huge tempo play to be able to counter one of those spells and have something of your own. And Chariot is problematic. You need to have good answers to the Chariot.
I mean, honestly, all those cards that you mentioned are super high leverage, right? For Hisamichi, those are some of his most powerful stuff. So we'll see if Segrist finds any annuls to bring in and if he can keep up with it. Yeah, negate too.
Negate is fantastic here.
He's got one of those.
Yeah.
Curious to see if Mike ends up becoming more of the control deck. He already kind of is positioned that way in this matchup naturally, but he can lean further in that direction post-board.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to play the role of the control deck. So all the removal spells that are relevant in the matchup, he's going to bring in. And then all the counter magic as well to deal with the problematic permanents that Hisamichi has.
Okay, pretty decent opener here for Segrist. He doesn't currently have any 2-drops, but otherwise 3 mana. He's got an Appraiser, even a Voltage Surge to maybe pick off an early creature. Failing that, Fable the Mirror Breaker will do its thing. What about for Hisamichi? How's that opener look? Fine.
Got a bunch of good cards, just really needs to string together a couple of lands, right? We saw how powerful Wedding Announcement was in this matchup. There's also that Asika's Chariot. So hand's great, just needs to find some lands, and already with a tough choice here in terms of what lands he wants to play, right? Because he wants double white, green, and red. And you don't know what lands are on top of your deck.
That's right. Also, we do see a little peek of a sideboard card there from Hisamichi. He's got Tamio Safekeeping that he's brought in out of the board. He finds Fable off the top of the library. No plays for either player thus far. But now the fireworks should start here as empty board on the play here, and Fable hitting the battlefield for Segrist. He's looking great. But yeah, a land drop desperately needed here for Hisamichi. Also, no green mana thus far.
Right.
He did find a target for Voltage Surge here.
He's going to find a Voltage Surge. If he finds a land, I imagine he's going to go for Fable just to keep the lands coming. Wonder what he's looking to maybe save the Voltage Surge for, right? The thing is, if you draw a land next turn, you're going to play a 3-drop no matter what. And you don't want Mike to get ahead with this 2/2. So you have to go for the Surge here.
Right. He did think about it, but is there a land on top here for Hisamichi? Yes,
is a
there
land.
is.
It's a painful land.
7 mana cost land. He'll take it.
So every time he's needed a land, I don't know what that is. We need to ask him about that. Is that a land card? Is that a credit card? He's got something. When he needs mana, he shows it to us. I'm very curious what that's all about.
Okay, yeah, I'm curious too. We see Fable trigger here, and it looks like Segrist isn't interested in Evelyn the Covetous, perhaps getting rid of a land as well. Putting a creature in the graveyard also gives him a target for Corpse Appraiser.
Yeah, so this turn, and if you want to play around the safekeeping too, you just go for the removal spells main phase when your opponent's tapped out. So you can go Corpse Appraiser, get that Evelyn out of your graveyard, and then also kill this 2/2.
I was muted.
Corpse Appraiser hitting
My
the
bad.
battlefield.
I was saying, yeah, it's his credit card. He's playing Arena. Of course it's his credit card.
This is interesting. There is also a duress. He didn't seem that interested in the Evelyn before, but it is looking a lot better now.
Well, he just absolutely needed to find something for the Corpse Appraiser.
Right.
But the thing is, if you don't take the Evelyn, all of a sudden your hand is just 2 removal spells and no action, right?
Right.
And this Evelyn is kind of the card that allows him to kind of get that card engine going. And Hisamichi's deck simply just does not have a lot of good answers to Evelyn.
Another land off the top of the library, but unfortunately it's another Amiria's call here. And it looks like Hisamichi is going to discard the Tamio Safekeeping.
There's the green source.
Yeah. You can see Sigrist has kept up the voltage surge here. With a 3-3 on the battlefield, he may be okay if Hisamichi says, okay, I'm going to attack with this thing, and Mike says, well, I get to block it and eat it.
It's yeah, because he's
It's
thinking about it.
risky.
He goes, if I attack and then I play Wandering Emperor and pump my creature, if Siggy then goes Voltage Surge in response,
it's a disaster.
It is pretty rough. Now, your Wandering Emperor would still live, right? Yeah, okay.
He's just going to go with Chariot. Yeah, a little bit of a interesting sub game there too is Hisamichi played a land pre-combat, which definitely gave Mike a little bit of pause about what options that could open up and why he may have done that.
Right.
Because otherwise you just want to attack and not give Mike the information. But as it stands, Asika's Chariot post-combat is going to hit after the no attack here from Hisamichi, and it's back over to Sigrist, who is now going to transform Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So he has his Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. He's hitting his land drop, and he's got Evelyn the Covetous in hand and ready to rumble.
Yeah, Evelyn the Covetous also that combination of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki plus Corpse Appraiser if he can find some creatures to eat. Because if you think about it, Hisamichi's deck, a lot of the ways he generates creatures are through his spells, right? It's through Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's through Asika's Chariot, Wandering Emperor, Wedding Announcement. So outside of the 2-drops, I mean, there might not be a lot of food here for Corpse Appraiser.
But, you know, if he gets Evelyn down, it's a combo that way, too, because Corpse Appraiser is a vampire. So, you know, there's multiple ways for Mike to get really impressive card advantage engines rolling if he can keep his life total up and not get completely overwhelmed on board here.
Yeah, and Hisamichi doesn't have a great way here to force through a ton of damage.
It is funny because he has all these creatures on board, but what you said, Paul, none of them are actually just creatures when they're in the graveyard. Artifact, enchantment, and then a bunch of tokens.
Right. The only attack that looks okay is crewing up the Chariot, right? Crewing up the Chariot and then attacking and going, okay, well, I'm happy to trade my Chariot here for the Appraiser. Although now I wonder if Hisamichi is kind of wishing that he kept that Tamio safekeeping.
I'm wondering that too. He has a lot of expensive spells in hand, which he won't be able to deploy in the next turn or two. But over the course of the game, if it goes long, he'll be happy he has these really expensive haymakers that he can keep playing turn after turn. I mean, his hand is awesome.
Yeah, and how good would the safekeeping have been right here?
Oh, ooh, I shudder to think. As it stands, Infernal Grasp is going to take down the Chariot before it can attack. So basically that was just tap 2 of my creatures. Oh, but he actually is going to get in with the other 2. This is, once again, going back to the prior turn when Hisamichi played a land pre-combat. You know, this is the type of thing that Sigrist can go, I bet you have a Planeswalker that you'd like to cast here. And I've got a Voltage Surge. Thank you very much.
This is going to be a blowout. And Hisamichi goes, wait, you know what? This is probably... No, you know what? I'm not going to go with the Wandering Emperor here.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a U-turn there from Hisamichi, right? Probably not super excited to have his creature gone. That said, he did generate a treasure token out of it, and if you look at his hand, he's got a lot to spend his mana on, so it's not the end of the world. If he does nothing here, Sigrist, though, could also cycle Xander's Lounge, and that could get him more action. Here's Wedding Announcement now.
Mike's been really patient with this Voltage Surge.
Yeah, he just hasn't really received a high leverage moment to use it. And yeah, he does get to cycle the Lounge here. That's a luxury for Sigrist.
Oh, and now this
Valor
is a nice
Stance.
combination as well. The old Blood Tithe Harvester with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki basically means every turn you get to just kill a creature.
Oh, wow, that's gross. He also has the option on the Evelyn Corpse Appraiser line. As you mentioned, the Corpse Appraiser not maximizing here, but you do get a lot of looks at a lot of cards. Now, there's good news for Hisamichi. He drew
Short-term value versus long-term value. He goes long-term.
Yeah, and it's going to be good here. Mike does not have a way to protect this Evelyn, so we might see something where the trigger goes on the stack, and then we just go with the Valorous Stance here.
Yeah, the treasure and a land here from Yoshigoi is going to kill Evelyn.
However,
Evelyn has to be on the battlefield to use those cards.
This does allow Mike. This now puts a creature into the graveyard,
True.
I think I saw an annul get exiled too, so I think Mike did bring in annul. But
Okay.
now you can copy Corpse Appraiser, exile that Evelyn, and get some extra cards that way.
Right. So that was kind of a make you have it. Okay, you did, but I still have a game plan here if you're sitting in Sigra's seat. But I'll tell you,
It's not great.
Hisamichi is going to be very happy about having found the answer for Evelyn, because that was going to get very ugly very quickly if Evelyn was allowed to stay on the battlefield.
You know what's a nice combo, Marshall?
What's that?
Reflection of Kiki Jiki plus Workshop War Chief. We're going to have to voltage surge this reflection in response.
Yeah, and Sigris is seeing it too. He's like,
He's
okay,
like, nope.
fine. I wanted to get some value, but how
I'll do it
about
next turn.
instead I don't let you completely go off? And you can see Hisamichi a little disappointed that Mike had the voltage surge, but I'll tell you, he was very patient with it, and he found a very high leverage spot to fire it off there. That's a type of combo that can let Hisamichi absolutely run away with the game, and he could have done it this turn with the Myriad as well. So heads up play there by Mike, being very patient, managing his resources very carefully. He knows he doesn't have much wiggle room against this Naya deck.
And this is a tough situation here for Hisamichi as well. Do you play that Amelia's Call, or are you going to rely on that spell to kind of go over the top in disguise? Still 2 lands away.
Get it, son.
A pair of Blood Tithe Harvester Xander's Lounge makes up Mike's Sigris hand. But you mentioned this combo before. Now, Mike's mana got taken up, but he has 2 ways to generate advantage now. As long as Reflection of Kiki Jiki's on the battlefield, he can do the Harvester trick that you mentioned, or even Appraiser, exile Evelyn, and start getting cards. And then, you know, if these Harvesters die or if other stuff goes, he could even get cards going further down the line. It looks like
Take out
Sigris
the Rhino.
is deciding, do I want to play Xander's Lounge? You know, is there a chance that I need every mana I can get going forward? And he is going to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he has just so much to do with his mana.
Right.
That
It's hard
I
to
just feel
imagine
like
he's going to cycle.
I just feel like you need to run out the mana. So now,
Nice Skyclave.
Hisamichi was...
Can take the
There was some
reflection.
pressure there as Mike was going to kind of get a ton of advantages here, but now he does find the answer, right? He finds Skyclave Apparition. It's got to target the reflection of Kiki Jiki here, right? To kind of slow down, to prevent Mike from kind of getting ahead here. And then we're kind of at a you know, more or less kind of a stalemate here, right? Both sides have an okay board. Mike's going to be able to draw some cards here with the Appraiser. However, Hisamichi has the slightly better board presence here. That wedding announcement will turn into a wedding festivities as well.
These next few draw steps for Sigris are going to be very important. He's got a lot of work to do. Hisamichi has a knack for finding the cards that he needs. You know, this is the second time that Mike has been on the verge of setting up some incredibly powerful stuff, and Hisamichi drew exactly what he needed to break it up. Now, Mike is going to get a shot at it first, though, and this is huge. He can copy Corpse Appraiser. And
Probably the Appraiser, right?
find
I
himself
think-
some action.
Yeah, I think you could consider the Harvest, but you need to find action, and the Appraiser will allows you to get. Ooh,
wow!
Uh-oh.
Meat Hook Massacre. There's also another Corpse Appraiser, but that might be less enticing given it. I don't think
It's
there's
the
any other
www.cheathook.com. Winning you games off the top of your deck.
And when you do wipe up the board, you will get a 3/3.
3/3, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, and you'll put good work in against the wedding festivities as well, where no creatures, it doesn't do much. The downside, of course, is that Workshop
So kill the Rhino.
is still sitting over
You sack the Harvester, kill the Rhino, then Meat Hook.
So we're probably going to see Blood Tithe Harvester targeting the Workshop War Chief, giving it -4/-4, killing it first.
Okay.
Then a Meat Hook Massacre for 4.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, 5.
5
to wipe up the board. You get a 3/3. So at the end of after everything's said and done, we're going to see basically a 3/3 on Mike's side with the Meat Hook Massacre in play. However, Hisamichi, his hand is still kind of loaded, right?
It is,
He still has a
yes.
Wandering Emperor, still has Luminarch Aspirant, and if he can find a couple of lands, can still play Amelia's Call.
Yeah, he'll have an interesting decision next turn because he could double spell if he doesn't find anything better, but it would cost him the Amelia's Call for down the line. Okay.
I mean, Still a great meat hook massacre. Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely fantastic. And let's
Fantastic.
not forget the 2 blood tokens sitting there as well. So while Segrist doesn't have much going outside of the land that'll be left in his hand, he will have access to cards.
I don't
He
know.
does
if
need to
you
tap
can-
out here, though.
It's like, what you thinking about, bro?
Played it. Wait, be patient with this meat hook massacre. This seems like there's too much on the board. Yeah.
It does.
That's nice.
So
That's
there it is.
good.
Meat Hook Massacre wipes the entire board. The only thing left standing is a 3-3.
50-50.
That used to be a reflection, but it got Skyclave apparitioned. Now it's a spirit. Okay, and he did end up playing the land. He wants to double spell this turn. Luminarch Aspirant comes in as a 2-2, then it'll trigger.
3-3, and Siggy needs to find some answers here.
He does indeed, and he's going to have some looks. He gets a draw step. He has 2 blood
2
tokens.
blood.
Could also cycle Xander's Lounge in certain scenarios. But he's going to be able to kind of hold down the fort this turn. Hisamichi deciding if it's maybe worth it to main phase the Wandering Emperor while Mike is completely tapped out.
Yeah, this would allow
The blood
him to
tokens
play
are good
around a
for the
counterspell,
top deck
right?
and the
Do you
cycle
just
land.
Run this out, make a token, play around a counterspell, or do you wait?
I like playing it out ahead of time. I don't think that you're going to surprise Mike. I don't think that Mike's the type of person that's going to let his guard down against a card like this. In fact, he probably is certain that he has it now that he's been waiting for a little while.
Right. He's also Mike's not going to attack, right? There's not going to be a situation where Mike attacks and the Wandering Emperor exiles this 3-3.
Right.
Most likely.
So what's the downside to having it on the battlefield? Any sorcery speed ways to interact with the Wandering Emperor? That would be the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you go Wandering Emperor, make a token, and Mike plays another Meat Hook Massacre.
Sure.
Something like that.
Sure. I love Marshall, man.
Slowly, it's a somewhat close decision. That's why Hisamichi is taking his time here, but ultimately...
Let it away,
And
baby.
Off the top here for Segrist. He
Cycling.
needs to find action. He can use these blood tokens to help get through his library. And he's going to start on that train straight away. River Glide
Evelyn.
Pathway Yard. And he finds Ray of Enfeeblement.
So this will allow him, if he can find another removal spell, like another Ray, I guess, right?
Yes.
He could kill both of the creatures and the Wandering Emperor.
Yes, he could.
So does he want to use a blood or cycle? He does
Cycle
have,
first.
He does have Infernal
And then
Grasp
if you
other
pull a
rays in
land,
his
then you
deck. I
blood.
don't know how
Yeah.
many rays he brought in.
And I think he's cycling here so he can keep an artifact on the battlefield in case
For
he finds
Voltage
Voltage Surge. Yeah.
Okay, removal?
He
Oh,
did. He
Grasp!
found Infernal Grasp.
Wow.
Mike Segrist with the big top decks here. He can kill both creatures on the other side and then
man.
attack the Wandering Emperor. He's going to leave Hisamichi with just an... He said, wow! You found it all. Segrist doesn't even show.
Nice.
He says, this is what I do. 25 years in the business. Okay, good top deck here for Hisamichi. Not one of his absolute most powerful, but Luminarch Aspirant's a good way to start again.
Oh, man, Mike.
Hey, and there's an annul. Interesting decision point here, Paul.
Yeah, might just choose to hold on to it for now, or do you just want to put on the pressure? Because Hisamichi has a lot of great draws, and they're artifacts and enchantments.
Definitely, you would like to have an annul. The question is, Luminarch Aspirant, right? Is it going to get out of hand here? Another creature off the top. There's not that many for Hisamichi, to be fair, but could be a disaster. Mike also correctly going, okay, wait a minute. You're going to have a 4/4 Aspirant. I may as well attack here since you're not going to trade. There's a land off the top for Hisamichi. That is what Segrist needed to see. Remember, Mike's at 22 thanks to Meat Hook Massacre. He's got
Little bit of
plenty of wiggle room here.
Oh, defensive here.
Interesting. Doesn't want to trade 4 damage for 3 with life disparity where it's at. A land off the top is going to cash in a blood token here for Segrist. He'd love to see something expensive. Oh, Fable the Mirror Breaker counts. That is some business for him, no doubt about it. It's going to come down, make a 2/2. Now, Hisamichi does have an answer for it if he would like. And there's actually a creature. It's Gallagreeters off the top. One of the few threats that Mike can't hit with the null. But you know what? Gallagrators at this point isn't that great.
Yeah, not doing a whole lot on this board.
It's just
Hisamichi's still just playing it slow here, but this is tough because Mike, I mean, we got the Fable in play. If he draws a blink here, he can filter through it. That's... can he do better than Blood-Tithe Harvester? I feel like he still wants to keep that a null. The way he probably maybe loses is an Asika's Chariot off the top.
Right. That's what I think too. Also, the fact that Hisamichi's had 2 cards in his hand for so long probably leads Sigrist to deduce that they're not very good.
You know what?
And something like Fable could be a disaster too.
I think Blood-Tithe Harvester is good enough, given that you're going to get a reflection next turn, right? And all of a sudden you're building your own kind of removal effect chain with the Blood-Tithe Harvester and the reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yes, you're right. And he will be able to make that good enough to get over even the bigger creatures that he's facing down with given enough time.
Does he see
Gallagrators is so good though. 2 life, 2 life, 2 life, 2 life, 2 life, 2 life.
That is a creature land.
But it doesn't trigger Gala.
Festivity, so
the token does.
You know, some amount of damage piling up over here.
The token from Den will trigger Gala at least.
This is just a trigger from the aspirant.
Now Mike is at 22, so it's still kind of rough to race when you're at 12 with a Meat Hook Massacre in play.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Okay, there's a little bit of an insurance policy of Voltage Surge now for Sigrist as well. And he could use that.
I'm telling you guys, top decks here are crazy.
The blood token to take down the aspirant here, or even the greeters if he saw fit.
Yeah, I mean, you could also attack with the 2/2 and sack the treasure that you get from the 2/2 to keep the blood in play.
That's true, because you do want to pile them up for the harvester so that when the reflection comes online, those harvesters are killing things on the other side. Because they're getting big. He's going to have at least 1 5/5.
Right, and yeah.
Also kind of interesting if he attacks with the shaman, if it gets blocked, he could just finish off whatever blocked it with the surge.
He has plenty of mana. Okay, but just looking to play it safe here.
And now we're going to see Voltage Surge hit Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. This is a big problem for Hisamichi. He cannot let that get unsummoning sick and start making copies of the Harvester. And boy, if you love mid-range matchups, you are in heaven right now. This has been a real battle.
Yeah, Hisamichi still has some good draws. As you can see, though, 2 copies of Emiria in play. Remember, he made the decision to be aggressive on that 1 turn, which I think was the right play. But Mike was able to find 2 removal spells to be able to get those out of the way. Now, in hindsight, I'm sure Hisamichi is wishing that he had that Emiria in hand.
Yeah, he does run 4 of them in the library.
Okay.
So now Mike is going to take down the aspirant because this is the window to do it. It does cost him a fairly costly blood token, right? Like, you know, he draws a land next turn and that blood token looks really good, but he figured if I sit here, the aspirant will get out of hand. I need to take care of it, and this is potentially my last chance to do so.
Yeah, oh, this is so close here. Now, you can choose to attack with Den of the Bugbear, make a token that would trigger the Gallagrators.
Yes.
Maybe you want some life.
Attack.
Yeah.
Like 4 damage from the bug, 2/2 from the little guy. The greeters could become bigger. Like you said, life gain. It feels like treasures aren't really the name of the game.
You don't really need to
point.
grow the greeters, right? 4/4 is a decent size here for what's on the board. Now, turning it into a 5/5 would allow you to play around Voltage Surge.
If you made the treasure, you could use the surge as 4.
Let's see what happens here.
I imagine Mike's going to block the Den with the 3/3.
Yes.
Oh, I see. He made a treasure token, not for the
For the surge.
so he has an additional thing to sacrifice to that Voltage Surge.
Sure.
Did not consider that a minute ago.
Okay. Oh, he doesn't have a blood, so that this block.
Yeah, if Mike wins, he only has 8 minutes.
Hisamichi can keep the Den of the Bugbear alive this turn if he wants, but it looks like
if Mike wins, he only has 8 minutes.
Deal with everything that's on the board. So
this is working.
It's just top deck mode now, right?
It really is. Both players are just straight top decking, and there's a land off the top for Sigrist. That is not going to get the job done. He's going to pass a turn back.
Another non-enchantment.
He keeps trying like he actually doesn't run that many creatures. Again, Gallagrators aren't amazing, but it will trigger the other one.
They're pretty good.
What are we doing here?
Wow, Sigrist
growing.
really needs to find action. He has so many great cards in his deck that he can draw. Cards like Evelyn, Corpse Appraiser.
Wow, not
could get
attacking
him
with the
right
5/5.
back in. I don't know.
Ugh, gross.
Spell Pierce?
Spell Pierce. That is
Bad.
not the ideal card here.
Bad, bro. That is bad.
Just all 2-mana 2/2s. Okay. So now
He's not winning.
Look at the list. Like, how many? What is going on
What is
here?
going on? And now this is gonna pump the greeters here. We're gonna get
Wow.
some big
Shuffler's
attacks
fine.
now.
Like, are we starting to get back into Meat Hook Massacre territory here, Paul?
I don't. Not yet. If you can just find maybe an Infernal Grasp to kill the 6/6, right?
Okay.
Oh,
Mind Flayer. There's a
what
top deck
about
for
that?
you.
That's a card.
Boom. Why bother killing the 6/6 when you can just have one of your own?
Your 6/6.
Crazy.
He was like, he
Also,
was
Gallagher's
rubbing his hands right
really
before it
good on
happened.
my side,
Oh
too.
no.
He can use the life gain. He can make it bigger. Oh, and a Legion Angel. How is Hisamichi
Legion
fighting all of his
Angel.
creatures? Mike
What
has had
the
a null
heck?
in his hand for like 6 turns, and there's no targets thus far.
He just drew 4 cards.
Unbelievable.
He just drew 4 cards.
Best
Oh my
draw
goodness.
in Hisamichi's entire library right there.
Absolutely. Because
done.
if he draws an Emerius Call,
50-50.
that gets Spell Pierce. You
Yes.
draw
Oh
Wedding
my
Announcement,
God.
Kasika's Chariot Fable,
the lotto
that gets
card.
annulled. The one of Legion Angel was the best possible draw.
Incredible. So he goes and grabs
Wow.
another one.
Mike is just like distraught. He's like,
And
man.
if you're
definitely
wondering,
played the
he
top deck and
has
gas that
3
this is
more.
what
He's
happens?
got all of them.
Right.
He wants to play his land here so he can play 2.
Yeah, next turn, if he draws land number 8, he can go Angel, Angel.
Okay, now are we back into Meat Hook Massacre dead range?
Yeah, might need to wait, though, so for Hisamichi to play maybe another Angel or 2.
Boy. This is really tough for Sigrist. Hisamichi Yoshikoe with these insane draws. Gallagreeters, Legion Angel.
Graveyard check?
There's an
Graveyard
Infernal
check?
Grasp. Ray of Enfeeblement would also work here.
Now
Can
he is
do
at 14. He can
2
cast
things?
2 spells.
He's going to need them.
He's gonna
By the way,
need
this
him.
is probably what Hisamichi top
Right?
deck
Oh
is.
man, I love Marshall. He's gonna need him.
That's what's going to happen.
That is how Magic the Gathering works.
Yeah.
Yes, I have also played. Okay, now this is interesting as well. Sigrist is putting counters on the greeters.
So he's got double grasp here.
He
If he wants to
does.
kill.
Is there an attack here for
Oh,
Sigrist?
so he's got a Ray. So you can Ray the Angel. It's still just a 5/4, and then you grasp the greeters.
Yes.
Wow, what a draw here from Mike as well.
But look at this combat. Like, Hisamishi's at 11.
11. I mean, is this? I mean,
can
it would
force
be a
him into
lethal
some
attack. We're gonna have to
very
do some. Oh,
awkward
and he got a
block.
counter on there too.
What if he attacks with all of them? Chump block there, trade there, so you can get it back. Only take 6. That doesn't work.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to throw away. You don't want to attack with the Mind Flayer here.
Next
Still,
turn though.
Huge swings here.
Wow.
He had a
Mike,
great top deck too.
you only have 6 minutes, Mike.
Right.
Back to Hisamichi.
What?
Okay, he
Okay.
did not
That's
draw
double
an
Angel.
enchantment. Yes, it is.
Double Angel.
Mike has no creature
We
land.
may even see life gain, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Oh, that gets interesting, doesn't it? Nope, he made a 4/4.
Nope. Okay.
This time though,
At least with
because it's
that
not
one.
good.
He gets
This
another
one will be
life
life.
I mean, if Hisamichi drew Legion Angel, which is basically 4 cards, I mean, that adversary was basically 3 cards.
That's right. That was
Oh,
life gain that last
that's
time.
not a top deck.
Up
Yeah,
to
and
8
now-
goes Hisamichi.
Oh, you can still attack.
Yes.
What do you do for this? I mean, taking 6 with the Meat Hook Massacre in play is rough. Do you just double block and hope
It would be
Mike
7
doesn't
here.
have removal?
It would be 7 damage here.
That's so tough, right? But at the same
It's
time,
a
do you go down
real
to
gut
2?
check.
And
No, it's down.
blocking
It's
with
down to 1
creatures
because the
also
meat hook.
Pretty bad.
That almost plays right
Double
into
block.
what Mike wants to do. He's
I
going to
like
go for
it.
it, and it's correct in this
Okay,
case.
so just
He
down to
needed
6
to
then,
take on
right?
the risk, and Mike does not
Double
have the cards
block.
to punish him.
The double block is
So
Now
good.
Mike
Hisamichi is ahead on board, right? The
He
board
is.
is clear.
You kill the Gala.
3/3 against a 4/4, but Hisamichi has a Legion Angel in hand still.
That's right.
One other thing I want to point out, by the way, Hisamichi up a game. Mike Sigrist, 6 minutes left on the clock to win 2 games.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. So, by the way, he ended up deciding to leave the Angel left over. Did Sigrist?
Kiki Chiki off the top.
Finally a target
Finally
for
a
null.
target.
But boy, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the top of the library here for Sigrist. He needs to find action.
Could just be dead here. He needs to find something.
He actually gets to spell pierce this
Oh,
Fable.
wow.
Wow, that's fortunate. He
If
got to
he
find
sequenced
something
it differently.
though. Oh, it's a Corpse
Oh,
Appraiser.
okay.
That has to be one of the best cards he could find. Corpse
Get a
Appraiser hits the
Gallagher's out of there
battlefield.
or anything?
Ton of stuff.
Removal. Meathook Massacre.
Oh! Let's see
For
how much
4.
mana he has.
He has enough. He can play the land and Meathook Massacre everything
Just
away.
no time.
Back to
Just
square
no
one for these
time.
guys
Kidding me?
again?
Bro, go, 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 go.
Oh my lord, this is incredible. He can
www.mathishard.com.
for a null, right? That's the question.
He can. He can.
He has to decide if he wants to play his land because he may find.
Does he want to
Fable.
attack first?
Apparently not.
He should have hit
There goes the
first.
board.
He just missed 3 damage.
Now it's back on you, Hisamichi.
He just missed 3 damage. He just missed 3 damage. He just missed 3 damage.
Sigrist needs to play very
Okay,
quickly.
that's a
Hive of the Eye
threat.
Tyrant's great here. Back over to Hisamichi, who finds
Okay.
the 4th Gallagreeters.
4th Gallagreeters, but I mean, this
He's
Hive is a
basically out of
2-turn
creatures.
clock.
It should be a 1-turn clock. It should be lethal.
There it is.
This
Fable
should be
Mirror
lethal,
Breaker,
but it's not.
That's not what's important here. It's Hive of the Eye Tyrant. That's going to knock Hisamichi down to 1 life.
Jeez, this
so
is
even
a game,
the life gain
Marshall.
of 2 from Gallagreeters will not be enough. And
There's
the
no way you win a match in
doesn't
4 minutes.
have-
Holy.
Wait,
Whoa!
no, is that? I don't think that's enough. Mike is at 14, but you will gain
Blitz
some
it.
life.
Blitz it.
You can
Wow.
you can gain 6 life if you have the Gallagreeters choose to gain 5 life. Excuse me.
Incredible. That actually does buy him
That's
another
it.
turn.
There's no way
How
to
does
win
he
a match
keep
in 4
coming up
minutes.
with this stuff?
I mean, to be fair, it's from both sides, right? It's been
Absolutely.
from both sides. Let's not get. Yeah, I mean.
There was 1 blocker, 2 attackers, though, wasn't
He's
there?
dead. Like actual
There was
dead.
2 attackers. And only 1 blocker.
And there's another corpse.
Oh no, because the
Appraiser.
Corpse Appraiser had summoning
I don't think he
sickness.
discard anything here.
Right.
Maybe he
The corpse has
discarded
summoning
both
sickness.
categories.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Now.
Never
You're
mind.
Kind of ahead. Well, actually, you're not even clearly ahead here anymore.
I just seen 2 creatures,
Mike doesn't
and I was
have
like,
time.
only 1 blocker.
Double block. You can,
But
you just go Corpse
the Appraiser had summoning
Fine.
sickness.
I mean,
You're right.
Mike's in good shape. Needs to find a removal spell here again for the 5/5 or
Voltage
the 3/3.
Surge, not quite enough, but Voltage Surge would be enough for the 3/3.
It would kill the Gallagreeters, which I think is perfectly fine here.
His pace of play is scaring me, Paul.
Yeah, I'm the.
I mean, Hisamichi only has 8 minutes.
Hive, and get in, right?
Yes.
No
and
time.
say you're dead
just
next
get
turn.
in. Get in for 3. You have a 2-turn clock, right? Get in. Next turn, you have a lethal attack. Activate Hive, attack, pass, keep up a null. That's it.
That's it. Go.
There you go.
So now again, Hisamichi has to find some way to keep himself alive. This has very much become a clock game.
Apparition, cycle as well.
Apparitions.
You can cycle,
Not
you
it.
can apparition.
Doesn't hurt.
The apparition doesn't do anything here, right?
Well, he also has a cycle. So if he
Yes.
cycles into another creature, maybe
It's definitely
Gallagher's
better
all
than a
4. I don't know if
land.
He's drawn all 4.
He's drawn all 4 already.
Okay.
He found a Miria's Call.
Which he cannot cast this turn.
So it's going to have to just be Skyclave Apparition.
On the Appraiser. So it's not.
That is actually keeping him alive. Incredible.
Well, but he has to double block.
Oh,
okay,
and
that's
there's
it.
an Abrade,
That'll
and
seal
that's
it.
going to be
That
game
gets
here
it.
for Seabris.
That's game. Okay.
This has been
man.
the absolute top deckathon of all top. I've never seen 2 players go back and forth.
Man, that's
like
high
this
stakes.
before. Now we have to.
Can
shift
he
our
win a
focus
game in
here
3
as
minutes?
We see Mike Sigrist fire up Hive of the
3
Eye
minutes.
Tyrant to finally finish off Hisamichi Yoshigoi. This
Attack,
is game
attack,
2.
attack. Game 2, 3 minutes with a Grixis control deck. Good luck, Mike. You might need to get creative with your sideboarding here.
Mike might need to change his fundamental game plan away from control and back
Tenacious
to
underdog, get in there.
Yes, I need a curve out. I need a board
Take
state. I need
Soren.
to remove what you do, and I need to
Just
run
take
you
all
over.
aggro.
It poses an interesting question.
There's no way you can win in 3
Should
minutes
he
without
try to
just
play
like
a more
attacking.
defensive strategy now that says, look,
Slow him
as
down,
long as I
right?
don't get ran over, you don't
Just
have
slow him
enough time to
down.
beat me.
Right? Life
Yeah.
gain, life gain,
I mean,
life gain,
that's,
life
that's
gain.
definitely a valid thing. But I mean, he doesn't need
Archon,
to change much.
life
I don't
gain.
know if he has that many
Archon,
options,
life
to
gain.
be honest. This
Archon,
deck is
life
pretty
gain.
straightforward.
I mean, he had
Right.
portable hole in the board. He has another
Yeah.
Skyclave apparition, right? These are all things that really slow down the opponent.
Yeah.
He didn't bring him in, though.
Portable.
Yeah, Mike wants to go aggro.
If you think, given
I can't
the time
believe
situation,
that
there's a very
the
good chance Mike will bring in more of his 2-drops in, right?
That's right.
that Archon's
Okay,
not
here
going
we
to see
go.
play
This is
here.
it. The pressure is on Segrist here because he's the one on short clock. Now, Hisamichi is on about a 7-minute clock as well.
That's
So
not
he
bad. It's a
doesn't have
2-drop,
that much
3-drop
time to
creature.
guess Way more than Segrist does. So it
Creature
is
2,
a
creature
little
3.
bit on Segrist.
Wedding announcement's good.
Mike's hand
Slows him
looks
down.
Pretty nice. It's got some removal, but you do have an appraiser now. It's an empty board appraiser. Corpse appraiser, it's okay in this matchup, not fantastic.
Just smash.
Okay, here we go. We are underway in game number 3. The winner gets to go on to the next round to face Simon Nielsen in the lower final. The loser is out of the tournament.
I almost got mad at Mike for putting his land on that side because I put mine on the other side. I was like, no, Mike, you have to play that Hive Tyrant. Even though it's still in his hand just because I put my lands on the other side.
Get some value.
There's another Corpse Appraiser. It's very much looking like a 3-3 here. There's Bloodthirsty Adversary. You don't see this very often, but this is where Segrist is at. He needs to be the aggressor, and it looks like he's going to have Voltage Surge take out his first threat, but that's not bad for Mike.
Oh, and that's a Legion Angel, so that's gonna buy some more time with the wedding announcement producing tokens. Mike needs to fight through all of these creatures.
Yeah, he needs to just play by feel here. Pure intuition. Just pick the card that looks the best at face value. He does not have time to be selective and really plan out everything. Mike also needs to be looking at his hand during Hisamichi's turn so that he knows, here's what I'm going to do. When it's my turn, I'm playing a land, a thing, this, go, right? He cannot fuss around. Ooh, Mind Flayer.
I wonder is he just gonna go, oh, he's just gonna go Ray? Yeah, Ray attack Corpse Appraiser, great. And then he can set up for a Meat Hook Massacre for 2 to wipe the board.
Oh, that's really good here for Segrist. So this draw has been kind to
Wow,
Mike.
this is a great start. He can also Mind Flayer. He can just steal a Legion Angel, right? Tempo,
Yes.
tempo, tempo.
That's what he needs to do here if he's going to win. Hisamichi has to find a way to blunt the assault here from Mike Segrist. Remember, the only way Mike can realistically win this match is if he out-aggresses Hisamichi here.
Are we just stealing?
Steal the first one.
This is the tempo play.
Surge
once
the
again.
second one.
Not a great attack here, though, right?
No, he does have to wait.
He does have to wait. If Hisamichi can find an artifact, he can kill the Mind Flayer.
Okay. He's going to trade off a Corpse Appraiser for a 2-2 here. He does get in for 3 for his troubles.
Right?
And it looks like Hisamichi may be also considering throwing the other 2-2 in front of a Corpse Appraiser and using his burn spell Voltage Surge. He decides against it.
There's so much more upside if you can find an artifact to kill the Mind Flayer.
For sure.
Or double Voltage
Double
Surge.
down, baby.
Not terrible.
He's going to go with Legion Angel, and he does have a red source to play, so he'll actually have that
Uh-oh.
available at instant speed here, Paul.
The game's going to end in 3 minutes.
That's big time for Hisamichi.
Call an
There's a
ambulance.
Voltage Surge now for
But not for me.
He's down to just about 2 minutes, playing very briskly here. And he's going to go for a double Voltage Surge of his
Double
own.
Voltage Surge.
He doesn't have a choice, right? He just has to do all the things that he can. But Hisamichi's double Voltage Surge will do very well for him as well.
Oh, no.
As that'll send the Legion Angel back on his side, and the Mind Flayer will be dead. That will leave Segrist with basically no attacks. This could be the match falling apart here for Mike.
Right, and now Mike's got to kind of play defensively here, right? Probably, maybe even waiting on the Fable because you don't want to lose your 2-2. So now Mike's leading on Meat Hook Massacre for 4. But keep in mind,
Which is excellent.
It is fantastic.
Yeah, there's another angel right there.
Is going to choose to pump the Legion Angel with the Luminarch Aspirant, get it to 5, which would force Mike to have land plus Meathook Massacre.
Oh goodness, that's risky because then you lose the aspirant if Mike finds a land or has one in hand.
That is true.
Oh,
I mean,
goodness
if you're Hisamichi too, you can just do nothing and just go, look, I'm in survival mode, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna make sure you can't kill me.
just
and
survive.
see what you do. This is as far as I'm willing
You
to
have
go
3
with the
minutes of
board.
extra
Your
time.
turn.
Okay, interesting. He's going to go for the aspirant.
4.5 to 1.5.
Not the angel then?
Oh, I think Hisamichi is just gonna try to
Ishimichi
win,
is a nice field.
just beat down. No, he's playing defensive.
He is, but he put the counter over on a 2-2, so the Massacre will wipe the
This
board
is the
here.
second time.
www.meathook.com.
Yes.
He didn't put a counter on a
Winning
creature that would've
games.
survived Meathook Massacre.
That's right. Now, the life totals look good for Sigrist, but the clock does not.
But 2 lands in
1
hand.
minute, 23 seconds right now. He needs to find threats.
Go,
He
Mikey,
can
go.
Fable plus Blood Tithe Harvester here.
Go,
He's
Mikey,
got a land
go.
in hand that he can discard to the blood token, but the clock's getting really, really difficult for him, and he doesn't
Oh,
have
that's
enough
good.
speed here to
Great
get the
draw.
job done.
That's a good draw,
Wow,
yeah.
winning announcement. Really good for Hisamichi here. That will give him another blocker. It'll be a
All right,
2-2 by the
fine.
time it hits.
Mike needs to find answer. Ooh, that is
Soul
a
Transfer is great.
Great card here. He can actually. He has an enchantment in play.
He could attack for an
Oh,
artifact.
if he attacked with the 2-2, he could do.
He
both.
could have
I
an
don't know if he has
artifact,
any
yeah.
cards in his graveyard, but Mike does not have time.
No time to look. No time to
That's the
look.
problem
Kill your
here
thing,
for
attack.
Sigrist. Get in, get in, get in. But Hisamichi actually looks okay from this scenario because he gets to trade off, and then he's going to get another token next turn.
Go,
which can
Mikey,
do
go.
the same. That means Mike doesn't
Go,
have an
Mikey,
attack
go.
next turn.
Well, Mike does have.
If
a high
Hisamichi
attack
top decks a
and
land-
making a 2-2, so he can.
What is
attack
it?
For 7.
Oh!
But that.
Oh, wow. Did you see that look from
Yes!
Hisamichi Yoshikoe?
Oh,
he
my
has
goodness.
the land, and
That's
he
gonna
has
slow him down.
Miria's call, and
Whoa.
Sigrist says that probably will
That
do it.
probably does it. I mean, now Mike needs what? Another
30
Meathook
seconds?
Massacre here? Is that what we're looking for?
Probably, yeah. Here's Corpse Appraiser, but now the clock is going to be too much here.
Jeez.
Even at 30 seconds,
when
if
you
Mike
have-
finds the Meathook Massacre
Oh.
here, it may be too late. And it's 3 lands
24.
anyway.
No.
Yeah.
There's no way you can.
I-
no.
And at this point, I just
No.
don't think he has enough here. He can't attack.
Nope. He may have been able to
15
string something together with
seconds.
Soul Transfer if he was able to get full value off of his other Soul Transfer, but
Hisamichi just completed. That man just climaxed. Did you see it?
He has brought Mike
Survived.
Sigrist down to 15 seconds on the clock thanks to his defensive play. That was
There's
what
just no way.
his mission was. Yeah, there was no way to do it. And Sigrist knows that this is over. He just
Oh,
shook his
Mind
head and
Flayer?
said, there was nothing I could do from this point. He didn't
Ah.
have enough time. That game 2 was so long with all those top
My
picks from both
points.
players. And Hisamichi Yoshikoe picks up the win. He's going to advance in the tournament, and he has to play against Simon Nielsen next round.
Those are a lot of points being handed out there.
I'm still recovering from game 2.
Incredible
right?
game.
Where, I
Wow.
mean, they just went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Does it
and then
show
that game
the,
3-2, right?
the
I
total
mean, it
there?
looked like
Yeah.
Sugi had a chance. But that Legion Angel, I mean, just such an important card in any deck that plays white. Getting him back in it, and then 4 copies of Emeria's Call. 4. And that's
Congratulations on your winnings.
Incredible match. Awesome run here for Mike Sigrist, right? Coming into this, didn't really have too much hopes for anything. He just had to simply win. That's what he did, and we're still going to see him at the World Championship.
That's right. Great job, Mike. He said he put in a lot of hard work for this tournament specifically, and boy, did it pay off for him. His journey does end here, but he's accomplished a lot this weekend, and we'll see him at the World Championship. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk, and we'll be setting up for our lower final.
Woo, he loved it. He's like, that's the best card I could have drawn right here. Thank you very much. Uh-oh. All right, we've got a little bit of a break, but don't worry. It's not like I'm going to hit you with an ad or anything. At least not for everybody who is helping out with those Twitch Primes. Oh, I can't even hit you with an ad. I ran too many ads today, it tells me. It says, settle down, HCG. Who do you think you are? Oh, my lord. And a lantern. What a fantastic day of Magic so far. I'm digging it. I'm down. We have a few more matches, right? This is going to be Simon which I would actually like to win, right? Maybe if Simon wins, he'll let me know where the shirt is coming from, because like this guy's shirt, I love it. I'm big on fashion, and let me tell you, this shirt is absolute fire. Maya can help keep us company while we wait, I suppose. Maya. Center stage, Miss Maya, let's go. Do some cool stuff, kitty. I guess if I put the cat cam underneath the presentation, we could go like this. Beautiful. Get it, girl. Right, you get better intermissions when you're on this channel, right? The stream, the watch party's got a little bit of a better intermission program than you get on the other stream. Whoops. There we go. However, she doesn't always cooperate. It's when I want her to run on the wheel that she does not run on the wheel, right? And then when I'm trying to like film intros for my YouTube videos, like, you know, trying to have it nice and quiet, or when I'm sleeping at night, let's get on the wheel, right? Let's see how loud we can make this thing go.
Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. It's top 8 day here, and wow, that last round was some incredible magic. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we have yet to go here in our tournament. Like we've been saying, Jan Merkel there waiting for an opponent in the championship match. We're down in the lower bracket, and we now see with that advances to play Simon Nielsen, who's been waiting for an opponent for a long time after dropping down up there in the uppers. And that person, whoever wins the match, going on to play
Punished Claire.
for the title.
Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Well, it's all standard all day.
Oh man, do you see that when it came off Cedric's face?
Historic, and now we're
Looked like he had a sick visor.
deck, so people at home know what to play on the ladder.
That was cool.
Well, let's take a look. We know that Izzet Phoenix was kind of the best thing going into the tournament. You saw the 69 players that did play it. You see a 47.4 win percentage, which to me, I mean, nothing special there, given the number of people that are playing it. It just kind of stood out to me coming in the weekend as it's just a safe choice. You know, there's nothing special about it. Yes, it got the addition of Ledger Shredder. There's a million different ways you can build a deck, but it was just kind of a, we all know this deck is good, reason enough to play it. Some players performed well, some didn't. Good enough. Golgari Food, different case here. You see 40 players playing it at 56.3% win percentage. Very, very impressive stuff there. That deck is incredibly good, but it is incredibly decision and click intensive. So it's not the kind of deck like Izzet Phoenix that you can just pick up and play and cast your Faithless Looting. You got to know all the ins and outs to maximize Golgari Food. And you saw the players, you know, they knew how to do it, and you see the higher win percentage there. Azorius Aura is a bit of a letdown. I know, Maria, that probably breaks your heart a little bit there. 26 players, yeah, 42.2% win percentage. Not really anything particularly special. We didn't really see a Jim Davis breakout performance, that type of performance like we saw at the Neon Dynasty Championship here at the new Capenna Championship. Azorius Affinity, kind of a question mark coming in. You saw 21 players playing at 54.6% win percentage. So perhaps that deck has a little bit more legs than
Y'all scared to lose those points you just won?
And then, I guess the breakout here would be the Selesnya deck.
I expect everyone who won last round to go all in.
60% win percentage. Not a lot of players brought those kind of decks, but for those who did, they're very happy. And as we know, Simon Nielsen played Selesnya Humans in the historic portion, and I bet he may wish that this tournament, this top 8 here, was historic, because he was crushing it with that deck yesterday.
Yeah, very, very cool to see that data there. Selesnya in historic, the colors where you want to be. Well, it's lower finals time. Everybody, we need to find Jan Merkel an opponent. So who's doing battle in the feature match area? Hisamichi Yoshigoe versus Simon Nielsen. To battle it out, Naya mid-range versus Esper mid-range. Let's get to meet Hisamichi a little bit better. Hisamichi's first top finish here this weekend. Hasn't played Magic that long, but has managed to rack up quite an impressive number of arena games played in that short amount of time since starting in 2020. Qualified for this tournament, didn't even realize it. Had just won another one, was like, oh, I qualified for this, I guess I'll play in it. This Magic game ain't so hard. Let's take a look at his road here in the top 8, Riley.
Yes, indeed. It's been a long and winding road here for Yoshigoe, who has enjoyed both triumph and persevered through the challenges that the top 8 has put before him. Kicking things off in the upper quarterfinals against Carl Sarup, who played Jund mid-range, We've seen three-color decks really, really flourish this weekend. The mana in Standard is obviously fantastic. But these are the two color combinations we weren't necessarily expecting. A lot of Naya, a lot of Jund. We saw a lot of Esper, a little bit of Grixis. But these two gave us quite a performance. Ultimately, however, Yoshigawa obviously getting up against his Jund opponent. Moving now to the upper semi-finals where he played against Simon Nielsen. Now, this is the matchup that we're about to see, and this time it went the way of the Dane. Simon Nielsen on Esper mid-range, managing to play out a bunch of...
Simon broke the stream.
Seal the deal and knock Yoshigawa down to the lowers. Move down to lower round 2, facing off against David Inglis, who is untouchable on day 1. Had a great day 2 as well. Unfortunately, his dream run ended here in the second round of the lowers, going down to Yoshigawa, who, as you can see, look at the grin on his face. He's having a fantastic time, and now finds himself against
Their audio is so scuffed.
Yeah, Simon Nielsen running Esper mid-range this weekend, 73.4% standard win rate. Your 2014 World Magic Cup champion, 8 Grand Prix top 8s with 2 wins. It's been jamming out to a sweet playlist all day long. Both of these guys mugging for the camera as well. You love to see it. You love to see it, Riley. Let's take a look at Simon's highlights.
You do very, very much love to see it here. Simon Nielsen kicked things off here in the upper quarterfinals against teammate Zachary Keeney. Nielsen gave Keeney a lot of credit for this deck being the archetype of the list that his team brought.
There you go. Thanks for the follow.
Mid-range deck, but I tell you what, he repaid Keeney's genius very poorly indeed by stomping him into the dirt in the upper quarters. Now we move on to the upper semi-finals. We've already seen this one. We saw it just a few moments ago. Hisamichi Yoshigawa, his opponent in the upper semis, and as we've seen, Simon Nielsen able to dispatch Yoshigawa this time around. Will he be able to do it again? We're going to find out very shortly indeed. Finally, in the upper finals, we saw Simon Nielsen face
having he beat him once already.
Merkel, where he went down 2 games.
It's some confidence.
Merkel's been waiting in the wings for a long time, and Nielsen will be hoping for a second opportunity to beat the German. Will he get it? Well, we're going to find out as these two go at it once again. Yoshigawa there and Nielsen playing off in our lower final. That's coming up, and we're going to find out who's going to make it through to the championship match and face off against Jan Merkel, who you can see here dispatched Simon Nielsen very readily indeed.
What if Jan died because it was so hot in his apartment?
There we go. You can see
He's just like passed out on his bed. Maybe not dead. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? Just like, oh, it's so hot.
A rematch on our hands from our top 8. Let's take a look at these decks, Cedric.
Let's do it. I'm kind of dancing a little bit here for Simon, but let's break down some deck lists here very quickly. Let's start with this Naya mid-range deck from Yoshigawa, who again is just kind of a green, white, red, good stuff deck. Fable of the Meter Breaker is a great place to start in Standard, no matter what you're trying to do. I think we can start to say the same for Asika's Chariot as well. That card kind of forgotten, but I think people are going to remember it now. Plenty of removal, plenty of creatures, Skyclave Apparition thrown in here as well as a little bit of both, and a nice little top in here with the Wandering Emperor and Legion Angel. Nice little sideboard too to work with, and then of course the mana is going to operate totally fine given what's available here in the Standard format. You can say the same thing for mana here with Esper mid-range. Now, this was the deck going into the weekend to beat, and everybody knew it, and it performed well enough. Rafine is an incredibly powerful addition here from Streets of New Capenna. You've got the Wandering Emperor, you got plenty of Planeswalkers, some early plays like Moonarch Aspirants, and of course the removal and Vanishing Verse and Grasp, throwing a little bit of haymaker action with Wedding Announcement and the Meathook Massacre, and some pretty good and diverse sideboard cards. And you're just looking at a really good stuff deck. These are just 2 good stuff decks, and sometimes good stuff can be good enough.
All right, well, let's take a look at the predictions here at the news desk. How are we all doing? 3-3 is good enough.
Really? That can't be right.
Cedric, you did so well yesterday. Wheels coming off today.
I'll bet.
Riley, who are you picking?
Look, it's been a joy to watch Yoshigawa crush this tournament and do so well. But Simon Nielsen, I tell you what, I just want to see this guy win. Esper mid-range touted as the best deck in Standard. Let's see if it can pull through. I'm going for the Dane. Let's go, Nielsen.
All right, how about you, Cedric?
I'm doing a little dance in here, and because I'm going with Simon Nielsen, assuming that the graphic has me saying that, perfect, we're doing good. I'm going with Simon Nielsen here.
Not going for Siggy this time, Cedric?
No, weirdly, I can't pick him. I think his deck is just actually just more powerful in the abstract, and for that reason, I'm just going to go with him. That's it.
All right, I'm picking Yoshigawa. I love his story this weekend. Qualified by
do like the
surprise,
Naya deck.
brings a homebrew here to the tournament, absolutely crushes with it. I remember seeing his name climb up the standings yesterday. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Well, now we know who he is. And he's having a great time playing some Magic here today, too. It's time for the lower finals, everybody. The winner of this heads to our championship match at the new Capenna Championship. Ailey and Corey are here with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria. Yes, indeed, friends. I'm Eliloni alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are going to see Hisamichi Yoshigoe up against Simon Nielsen. It's going to be a mid-range slugfest. Naya versus Esper. Who is going to get it done? Who will Jan Merkel face in the championship match? Time will tell. 3 games, potentially 2, to decide it. Corey, who do you like in this matchup, my friend?
You know, the one thing I know that I like for sure, I think the decks are so close, but the one thing that I love in this matchup is the player
Can't
cams.
dance with
The
tea,
player
you'll spill
cams
it.
are going to be the MVP in this matchup. By far, you're going to get some dynamic facial expressions.
Look at
from
that
both
up
of
the
them.
nose cam.
As much as I've loved being in the booth,
Straight up
Haley,
the
I don't
nose,
even think
baby.
Our job is needed here for this round. They're both so animated. That is enough of a show for me.
Yeah, the commentary just comes from the facial expressions as you'll see them react to each other's plays here. They've both been excellent, entertaining people for us to watch this weekend. So kudos to them for putting on a good show for us at home as well. As we get things kicked off here, I'll land a piece for both players. We have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the one side, and we've got some Selesnya action going on Hisamichi's side of things. Unfortunately, no 2-drop yet, but a powerful 3-drop into 4, into 5 with that Workshop War Chief ready to rock and roll. Hey,
Yeah, absolutely.
1 turn too late there, bud.
Gala-greeters. Yep, exactly what I was going to say. 1 turn too late. And wow, just Gala-greeters with wedding announcement, you know, realizing the synergies with those cards. You really don't see them together that much. You know, Jund is the green-red deck, you know, not paired with white. So this is really the only style deck where you see that interaction. Ends up working out pretty well, especially with the Zika's Chariot to boot. You know, you end up getting both of those triggers.
I think he maybe should have saved that.
This matchup is going to be slightly tough for Simon, just because of, well, the card that everyone kind of quote-unquote forgot about. Azika's Chariot still
Just
seems like a problem.
Slammer Fiend, bro.
When all these Vanishing Verses from Simon are just doing double duty because, well, everything in his
Slammer
deck
Fiend, bro.
has to be Vanishing Verse. It's really
Yeah. Slam Rafine, bro. Let's go.
Indeed, as Rafine's Scheming Seer hits the battlefield here. And another copy of the Gala Greeters to hand here for Hisamichi Yoshigoe. So let's go. It's cat card time. Let's make some tokens.
Exactly. Cadillac, you just gotta slam it here. It's such a strong play. We already saw one of the 4 Vanishing Versus casts from Simon. Wow, just all 4 in the main. Very powerful stuff here from Esper.
Untapped land would have been sick.
From Simon's deck list, but not another one.
Try to get it here.
As it stands now, it's kind of going to run rampant because there's not that land number 4 untapped to be able to control Azika's Chariot with the Wandering Emperor. So now it's just going to be on Hisamichi to see if he pulls the trigger and attacks with it, because right now it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does indeed. You know, not having that access to the 4th land, like you mentioned, there's 2 Wandering Emperors, but they're not going to be able to do anything this turn. So it's just the wedding announcement that Simon Nielsen's going to go to. And yeah, there's plenty of wedding festivities to go around, apparently, as both players will have that powerful enchantment.
Yeah, he should have left Gala there.
Absolutely, and I think the green light is officially on to do some attacking with Chariot now, and we'll see if you want to go for the powerful 5-drop Workshop War Chief, or if you want to just get Gala Greeters into Wedding Announcement. Yeah, I think I like that. Just jam.
I like the double
that's
drop.
a big decision because Gala Greeters
Gala
will trigger
Wedding.
twice this turn.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it will trigger twice this turn with the 2 tokens being made, but it looks like it's going to be the chunky Rhino that gets to hit the board first. If that does die, there's another great target for the Esika's Chariot to copy. But for now, we're just going to make some cats.
Yep, absolutely. A big crunch for 8. And now these Wandering Emperors are kind of overloaded. You kind of just want to just jam, play it now, get rid of Workshop War Chief. Has to be one of the best targets for Wandering Emperor to just clean up a creature. Not allow
It's actually the Cadillac Ranch.
play, you know?
That came from me,
One
FYI.
thing. Thragtusk, whenever it went away from the battlefield, it's just when it left, you know, you got that creature. Workshop War Chief, it has to be when it dies, not exiled. So you do not get that 4/4 if it gets exiled. That's the big reason that we're probably going to see that card taken out against any deck that has black and white mana.
Exile effects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Orzhov do like to be exiling things. That's one of their favorite pastimes for sure.
Absolutely.
As the turn comes back now, we have a Luminarch Aspirant, as well as the Gala Greeters, plus the wedding announcement. So where to from here, Yoshigure?
Yeah, absolutely. Tough stuff. I'm still just trying to process that last match as well. So, I'm trying to get back into the commentating mode because that match was insane. But from it really was. Wow. But for this turn, I mean, wow, just play Luminarch Aspirant, I guess, and start to crew. You have to pretty much assume that a Wandering Emperor is there almost assuredly. This mana's being left up. So it's the best way to play around that. And it's not easy with a 2/5 being a blocker as well, because normally one of the best ways to get around Wandering Emperor is to just go through it, but not the best plan when you have a 2/5 as a blocker.
So pre-combat, we're going to see the Gala Greeters hit the battlefield potentially. Decision point here for Hisamichi, just deciding which powerful 2-drop he wants to dump on this battlefield.
I'm with you, Hisamichi. This is a tough one. There is no clear line or even a somewhat clear line what to do here. This is a tricky turn to navigate.
Yep. It's a big thanks here. It's going to be the Luminarch Aspirant. We're going to get a counter on a creature. Let's see which one is the lucky recipient thereof.
Yep, that's got to signify that a wedding announcement is going to come down post-combat, and it might be the perfect turn for it with that Spell Pierce being in hand, but, Simon really wants to use all his mana efficiently here, so we're probably going to see the Wandering Emperor.
I wouldn't be surprised. A couple years ago when Ixalan was standard, you would be terrified of 2 white mana, along with another 2 left open, because Sell the Wreckage was coming.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't even say the card name. I think all of us have just been blown off by that card at one point.
Oh, yes. Plenty of times. But this time we're on as Wandering Emperor. She still does a pretty good job of putting the fear of, the Wandering Emperor in you.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of options that you can have at that 4 mana slot with this Esper deck. You can just have Vanishing Verse, Wandering Emperor, Inferno's Grasp, or Spell Pierce, all options in the main, and even an Aganjo, in the mana base.
Yeah. That's also another excellent combat trick, if you will. So the Workshop War Chief is dealt with, no 4/4, thanks to the exile. And second main phase, we'll see the wedding announcement. Come on down. And a little bluff here with the 1 red mana open, just in case. For the Voltage
Yeah, and
Surge.
it's just such a tough spot there for that turn. When you have the 2/5 left back, if you don't attack into it, the Wandering Emperor just creates a token, and then you can, you have to play around it the next turn as well. Like, it's just such a tough spot with this Planeswalker being able to be flashed in. Such a cool design on the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, the Planeswalker designs as of late have been really interesting, some things that we haven't seen before with a permanent type, so keen to see what Wizards do next. But for now, this Planeswalker is going to put some counters on stuff, give it first strike, and Saren's going to join the fray here with a 2/3 Vampire. Flippity flop goes the wedding announcement, and now we got some chunky dudes on the board.
Yeah, and you just look at this Naya mid-range deck, and you're just like, how on earth do you beat a card with 7 toughness? And the only thing I'm really thinking is the 1 Valorous stance and the 2 Skyclave apparitions. Outside of that, your attacks are horrible, and even if you find one of those answers for Rafine, your attacks are still not great. You have a 3/4 and a 2/2 that can gang up to block an Azeka's Chariot to take it down. Like, we saw Simon take down this match before and maybe didn't necessarily see a ton of that match, but it's starting to kind of make sense how it happened.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. This flyer is huge. And the rest of the creatures, they're getting pretty big too, courtesy of that Wandering Emperor, so no real way to deal with these Planeswalkers. Sure, Simon's on 10 life, but, you kind of pad it with the presence of the Planeswalkers.
Are we going to see
you have
this?
to deal with that.
Are we going to see the Chariot? Oh, okay, smart play. Sorry to interrupt you there, but I thought we were about to see a disaster with Azeka's Chariot into that Spell Pierce.
No. I think we're just going to sit back and wait for the time being. He needs to find something a little bit more impactful than just dumping a couple extra cats down.
Yep, exactly. Not good enough in this scenario to go wide against a chock full hand of Simon. and 2 active planeswalkers. That's the tough part. Is like you need to progress, but you also cannot attack right now. So what do? You just keep to hope drawing cards and drawing some gas off the top.
I mean, if I'm Simon, I'm like, cool, I'm the beatdown. I have flyers. You don't. Let's slap. You know, just swing them, turn the 2 flyers sideways, give them some counters from the Wandering Emperor, and just go.
Yeah, and Simon agrees. I think this is a nice aggressive attack. Being able to put some counters on a lifelinker, got to be feeling really good about this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
The Versen
this
has
is
nice
slipping
too, right?
out of Hisamichi's hands so quickly now.
Already?
These
Yeah.
flyers are enormous. This is 9 points of damage. That's what, a 2-turn clock after this attack. So, gotta find something.
Yeah, just what do you do here? And so many great cards to discard for Simon. You got to think about, do you want to keep that Spell Pierce? Wow, discarding the Wandering Emperor. The one thing I do love about keeping the Spell Pierce is really heads-up play, playing around for Amiria's Call, which is in this Naya deck, which has been just incredible. You know, we saw it really be the nail in the coffin for Sigris in this last match when the clock was becoming a factor. That top deck was really what stopped Sigris from attacking in a game where it almost looked like he was going to be able to pull it off.
For sure. And, you know, like you mentioned, that Amira's Call, that is a way to survive here for Hisamichi. Legion Angel would be a good find. You know, getting a Valorous Stance to kill this Rafine. These are all the things that we need to find, but only drawing 1 card a turn, whereas you look at Simon Nielsen's side of things, Rafine is going to be able to draw as many cards as his little heart desires if we turn everything sideways next combat.
100% agree with you, Ailey. And another
It's
big dynamic of this matchup is Simon Nielsen has situational wrath effects in the form of Meat Hook Massacre. The Naya midrange deck does not have any way to do that. You just have to be most of the time the
Settle
aggressor.
down.
If you fall too far behind, there's no catching up with this deck if the life total is high, like we're seeing right now from Simon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Sorin the Mirthless is such a cool planeswalker. He is my favorite planeswalker of all of them, so I'm happy to see him finding a home in this Esper midrange deck. And, you know, what he's doing is not irrelevant. Sure, he's no longer on the battlefield, but he's left 2 enormous flyers behind that can just get bigger with the help of the Wandering Emperor. So we're going to see an attack here. We're going to see a copy, perhaps. Oh, yeah, we're going to the Emperor. Oh,
So
man, this
brutal,
is such a rough
'cause
spot for Hisamichi.
Exactly. Every attack that you make that doesn't clear the 3/4 vampire is actually losing you, life. That 3/4 is going to block. You're going to gain 3. And I think the main reason we're seeing this is just to draw a card off Wedding Announcement and hope to find something.
Yep. Maybe gain some life too. No, we're putting a counter on the Gala Greeters. And this is such an easy block for the 3/4 as well, It's just like, oh, cool, 3 more life. Thank you very much. And there's a Rafine's Tower obviously in hand, as well as the Vanishing Verse to deal with the cat car. So, yeah, Simon, I don't see a way he loses this.
I don't either. And yeah, Simon's just thinking, like, what is the kind of cards that, blow me out in this situation? And, honestly, with this block, there are some, that one Valorous Stance being really the only way that would be a profitable exchange here.
Skyclave Apparition, Code Nab, A Flyer.
Yeah.
But even still, it's just, I mean, Simon's going to see, like, there's nothing in hand now. Sure, let's get some more cats down. Let's get Gala Greeters, other triggers going. But we're going to see a Vanishing Verse on the Wedding Announcement. So no flip for that, no card draw. And
didn't even
no
play
buff.
Azeka's Chariot. I
Yeah.
suppose because the game is really just over. Yeah, maybe just ending it
Yeah.
now. But yeah, nothing really
feeling
that
like
can
it.
be done.
It's a big
All right,
hit
so if
in
we
the
stick
air.
with everything, that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knives. That's more than enough
6.
for the Flyers.
6 with this tenacious underdog coming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can get out there too. Go
Why
for it, buddy.
not?
Whee! Have fun! Go, my little friends, go.
And there's really no punishment to this when you have so much lifelink that, there has to be so many chump blocks already. And yeah, this is just going to be GG here.
GG indeed. So Rafine putting counters on himself. Look at all these cards. Look at them. Okay, you wouldn't get the counters if the top of the deck was a bit nasty to him with these lands, but
there's
still,
12
this
in the
is
air.
more than enough. Hey, 6-9. Nice.
Yeah, it looks like game number 1 here going to
Dirty.
Simon. And these post-board games,
He just slam Rafine. Turn 3. Let's go.
You get to,
It's easy as
refine your
that.
deck a little bit from both players, and just we're going to figure out which one has kind of the better tech to help it out. I'm looking at a lot of the sideboard cards from Hisamishi's, and a lot of them are
Easy
like these
peasy.
Archons, like that's a really strong card for a lot of different matchups. As per mid-range, there's no real clear cards. Tameo Safekeeping, probably a slam dunk. Maybe Broken Wings to be able to break up Rafine and stuff. And one more Skyclave is not so bad, but outside of that, nothing that really super excites me.
Yeah, it's tricky. This Naya mid-range deck is basically just Naya good stuff, to be honest. Like, it's not really following the trend of any of the other meta decks that we've seen. So, marching to the beat of his own drum, I approve. He's certainly just run the tables with it this weekend. So, kudos to Hisamichi. But this is a tough matchup.
I would have liked to see
Esper
Ginny Faye in this
mid-range
deck.
is the big bad of the weekend, and for the most part, the other decks have kept it under control. But Naya midrange still has a little bit to prove, I think.
Yeah, this is really just the greatest story ever from Hisamichi. I mean, this is just the most telling sign that.
Like, how do you run Gala and not Ginny Faye?
Played a lot of professional level.
Seems crazy to
well,
me.
you can just join any one of these qualifiers, and this could be you. For the next set championship. That's really motivating, especially if I'm a younger player at the start of my career. That's exactly what motivated me to get onto the pro scene. And, definitely Hisamichi being an inspiration to the next generation.
For sure. I mean, I even gave the arena qualifier playing a go yesterday between rounds. Unfortunately, didn't crack it, but, 6 wins was fine. At least I got my jimmies back. All right, Simon, we all know you're great at dancing. Stop showing off. You're making us look bad.
I was going to say, I wasn't talking specifically to you. I don't need you queuing. Then I don't have a partner, Then what am I going to do, I'm not going to queue.
I'll just commentate my matches while I play. I don't know.
Nice.
Anyway,
that's
still
the
fun
ultimate
to
double
compete.
queue. The ultimate double queue.
Yeah.
I love that little dance break that we had. Let's all have a dance break with Simon real quick.
Right? That's a
There we go.
serious
There
dance
we
break,
go.
yo.
We need to talk to the mods about getting Cat Jam enabled in this chat.
There you
That would
go.
be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or Party Parrot even. That would be amazing. I'm going to speak to the mods.
My man knows no
All
stop.
right, let's go. It's game number 2. Simon Nielsen feeling good, as you can see from the top camera. And he is 1-0 right now against Hisamichi Yoshigoi, who's looking at not the greatest start here, if I'm honest.
Right? He can't even control himself.
Simon's hand
It just
actually
comes
lines
out.
up incredibly well. If Hisamichi draws a land, being able to go negate on the draw into Rafine or Wedding Announcement is so backbreaking, and that is a big if Hisamichi even draws a land. Otherwise, we might just be done here already.
Yeah, it's not a great start. He needs to rip a white source off the top of the library here to keep his hopes alive, because on the other side of things, it's not looking super hot.
Yeah, this matchup feels pretty rough for the 9 mid-range. That was big. That was a huge draw, but it's actually not so terrible for Simon, because Simon kind of is just like, please play Wedding Announcement, please play Wedding Announcement, please play Wedding Announcement.
Yeah, done.
So thankfully, third land found, and he does have a second copy of Wedding Announcement, so this negate won't hurt too much. Still sucks, though, if you're in Hisamichi's seat. Turn passes back. Luminarch Aspirants the draw. 4 lands in hand, or 4 lands available to Simon.
I'm not
Nielsen.
sure,
So
Ursa.
his curve is going. It's going pretty well here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we think Hisamichi hasn't been playing professionally for a while, but look at that pro move. Went to second main phase, trying to sniff something out, and then played Wedding Announcement. That's a pro move.
Chat's doing their best to jam with various emotes. Much appreciated, friends. Simon can feel the vibes. They are vibing real hard right now. So Gala Greetas is the draw here. There is also a Voltage Surge to kill something, but not exactly the target you're looking for. So shields down. Let's get the Wedding Announcement going. Let's start making some creatures and get this flipped ASAP.
Yep. And a big reaction there from Simon, noticing the missed land drop. That's always that sign that, like, okay, maybe the doors are open, and we know that is exactly that. This might be Simon Nielsen booking his ticket to a rematch against Jan.
Wouldn't he love that? Land number 4 drawn, but it is unfortunately A tap land.
Oh,
The tri
what a-
lands,
what a
they're great for
tilting land.
fixing your mana, but not right now when you need to do stuff like, I don't know.
Don't miss your land
Wandering
drops,
Emperor.
chat. Don't miss your land
Wandering
drops.
Emperor would have been a much better play, but even Wandering Emperor, like, what do you do to this battlefield, Ailey? Like, it's not even that good to play. That just leads me to believe that this is just maybe not a very good matchup, not necessarily the one that Hisamichi was looking to play against, because just so far, everything has lined up pretty well for Esper midrange in this scenario.
It has at that, so... Okay, sure, Meathook Massacre, just more goodies for Simon Nielsen's artillery here, for his arsenal, so let's see where we go to. It might just be good old Rafine, the scheming Sia.
Yeah,
Gonna get some
absolutely.
counters on these guys, why not?
And here's the big turn. Like, do you play Rafine and attack
Yeah.
with 3 creatures and get to draw 3 cards and discard 3, or play the
Yes.
Wandering Emperor that almost assuredly is going to be a blowout in combat with that +1 ability? Both options are insane for Simon right now.
Oh,
Yeah, that
man.
negate was brutal.
These tokens from Wedding Announcement are getting in there. Ooh, hello. Okay, all right. Luminous Aspirant usually sits back and just puts counters on things, but she's getting in there too. So 3 cards.
Go
please.
crazy,
Thank you.
man. Get
That
him.
would
Counters
lead
on that.
me- That would lead me to believe that Luminarch Aspirant would be targeted with Rafine,
Yeah.
almost assuredly to make blocks kind of rough. Then you're really incentivized to discard a lot of spells, which right now, that's all Simon's got, so not so bad.
Oh, he had another negate up.
I mean, this is fine. Sure, Wandering. You know your hand is. You know you're in a pretty good, comfortable position when you're discarding a Wandering Emperor. Let's just say that.
And a Rafine. That was a big discard. But this is really just saying, and I don't think we've played a land with Simon. I could be wrong here, but being able to go land into negate with this battlefield, just, I mean, I don't know.
Oh my
what can
god.
even be done right
He
now.
does have the mana for it.
Simon can
That's
feel it.
brutal.
Can you feel
Flawless
it? I wonder if that's in
victory.
his playlist.
It's going to be after
Feel
this.
it?
He's listening to the Mortal Kombat theme song. Who you kidding?
Simon wants to have one song in this playlist after that, and it's We Are the Champions here after this match. We'll see if we
Hey,
can
now
get it
listen,
done.
he has to beat Jan Merkel first, all right?
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
no slouch waiting for him in the wings. Okay, so Wandering Emperor, unfortunately, you are going to get got when you jump in and try and save Hisamichi Yoshigoi. But
Meathook
we're
for
just going to
2,
go
not
straight to
bad.
Meathook Massacre. Sure, why not? Look at him. He is just loving life.
I would be too if I had this battlefield right now. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, Ailey. This
Issa knows it too, yeah.
unwinnable or unlosable for Simon.
Flawless victory.
Here we go.
Oh, goodness me. Here comes Rafine. Attack with 4. Let's look at more cards. Let's chuck the ones we don't need, and let's just keep slamming.
Flawless victory.
Keeps
Oh.
one of those negates.
Can he kill him?
Not quite yet.
Nah,
It
not
looks
with a
like
Wanderer.
7. But like we were saying, this Naya mid-range deck doesn't really have that comeback ability